The story begins in a lavish, opulent room, a miniature palace, home to Taylor, the illegitimate son of an immensely powerful and prestigious noble family. Once the supreme king who ruled the academy, he now sat brooding on a velvet-covered bed. His eyes were downcast, intently reading every word on the crumbled piece of paper in his hands. A soft, bitter scoff escaped his lips. So, long story short, they want to disown me. Is that it? His voice was cold, but it couldn't hide the deep pain within. The paper listed his crimes like sharp daggers, using vulgar and crude language in front of Princess Phalia, illegally interfering with the Holy Sylvania Academy's entrance exam, lacking etiquette, and tarnishing the family's honor with blind jealousy. They were all serious, heavy accusations. Taylor felt a surge of helplessness, a bitter wave washing over him, as if the god of fate itself was toying with him. He muttered, his voice thick with despair. In just a single moment, Taylor's life had crumbled. He was exiled from his family, thrown out with only a few suitcases of personal belongings. An old servant with an ice-cold gaze barked, "Here's your stuff. Thanks for all the trouble you've caused us over the years." The words, sharp as knives, made Taylor's stomach twist. At the academy, whispers started to rise like a mocking symphony. "Hey, look, it's Taylor. Shh, don't stare, or you'll end up on his bad side." A few others snickered, their voices dripping with contempt. A guy like him dared to act so high and mighty? It's obvious he got kicked out by his family. He even cleared out his entire dorm room. So he's not coming back next semester? What filthy noble trash. I knew something like this would happen. Taylor slumped onto a stone bench, the pile of his belongings beside him, a testament to his failure. A dark haze enveloped him, his heart filled with resentment. "This is so unfair," he mumbled, his eyes welling up as he clutched his head, trying to hold back the tears. The person everyone was just criticizing, that arrogant bastard Taylor, that's not me, he began to explain, his voice trembling as if trying to make sense of it himself. "I've been transmigrated into a game, Sylvania Academy. My favorite game, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. Usually, in these transmigration stories, people become the son of a prestigious cable family, or at least a young genius of some guild, or a hunter who breaks all the rules. But what about me? I got transmigrated into a third-rate villain who gets exiled right at the start of the game," Taylor screamed, his voice filled with frustration. "It's not fair. Why, when we both got transmigrated? Does someone else get to live a comfortable life, loved by all, while I get hated, thrown into the most pathetic body at the worst possible time?" The surrounding crowd continued to point. "Hey, look at him. He still has the nerve to scream about it being unfair after everything he did." One of them sneered. "A comfortable and peaceful life? What a shameless beast." They walked away, leaving Taylor with a hollow gaze. He glanced at a nearby mirror, and a series of stats appeared. Strength, 3. Intelligence, 3. Mana, 7. Stamina, 7. Luck, 6. Gender, male. Age, 17. Race, human. Achievements, none. He stared blankly. Oh God, these stats are so cursed. How did I end up in such a worthless guy? His strength is pathetically low, and his intelligence is like an imbecile's. Even for a noble, it shouldn't be this bad. He tried to search his memories, but this Taylor was so insignificant, he left no impression at all. Let's see. That's right. In the game's ending credits, this guy becomes a beggar, a street thug who knows nothing about the world, thrown out onto the streets to end up in misery. Despair solidified in Taylor's heart before shattering into pieces. It makes sense. A guy like him gets exiled, left to fend for himself on the streets. He's lucky he even survived. A short while later, in a lush green forest northeast of the academy, Taylor had moved all his belongings. He sat on a suitcase, his mind in turmoil. Why me? Why did I transmigrate into this body? I don't know the reason, and I don't know what to do. But then he clenched his fists, a glint of determination in his eyes. Fine. I'll just consider this a fresh start. Sylvania Academy wasn't just a school, it was a miniature city set against a backdrop of majestic mountains. This forest, where Taylor was now taking refuge, was a secluded corner, far from the prying eyes of the other students. It took half a day to get here, but at least I have some time to understand the situation, he told himself. Luckily, even though the family exiled me, the academy hasn't expelled me yet. This is my last chance. Sylvania Academy is for the elite. If I graduate from here, my future will be secure. With my experience of playing the game 5 times from start to finish, I can graduate quietly and live a peaceful life, maybe even better than my life before I came here. But reality pulled him back down. The tuition fee is sky high. This semester is probably paid for, but what about the next one? Get a scholarship? He looked at his stats again, his heart sinking. With stats like these, I'll be lucky not to fail. Taylor opened a suitcase to check his belongings. Gaudy clothes, worthless. Ceremonial dagger, worthless. Decorative goblet, worthless. I have enough clothes, but what about food and shelter? Who would dare hire a guy like Taylor for a part-time job? Go back to the family that kicked me out? Not a chance in hell. He looked around the forest. I guess I'll camp out here. There's a stream nearby, so at least I won't die of thirst. 10 days before the school year begins, Taylor stood up decisively. All right, time to train this body a bit, just to keep up. A moment later, the sound of chopping echoed through the forest. Taylor struggled to carry the logs he'd just cut, panting heavily. My God, thank goodness this guy can still use magic. This is great. But then his face contorted. After chopping down these 15 trees, I'll probably die from exhaustion. Being hungry isn't helping at all. I'm hungry. So hungry. Taylor suddenly remembered something his grandfather told him when he was little. You can even eat the bark from the trees in the back mountains. He looked at the pile of branches, placed a pot over a campfire, and a flame roared to life. Anything edible is good for me, he told himself, skewering a branch. From a distance, it kind of looks like a piece of chicken. He took a bite, chewing with a crunch. On the third day, Taylor looked as haggard as a starving ghost. He hugged a pile of branches and wailed, Grandpa, I hate you! After starving all day and throwing up twice, he came to a conclusion. Branches should only be used for building a house. He drove a log into the ground and began to build a frame, doing everything himself. Drenched in sweat, he collapsed to the ground. Nothing is ever easy. Finally, after all his effort, he completed a crude hut. A notification window appeared. New creation completed. Basic wooden shelter. A temporary refuge, crude and ugly. Will become useless without maintenance. Creation difficulty, 1 star. Life skill, novice builder. Trait, clumsy, level 4. Design, level 1. Gathering ability. Taylor mumbled, living like a noble. This guy probably knew nothing about manual labor. But it turns out I have a bit of a talent for this. He stood up and proceeded to create a crude spear from the ceremonial dagger and a piece of wood. New creation completed. The crude spearhead can be used for hunting, but its durability is low. Taylor brandished the spear and roared, time to find something to eat. After 2 days of hard labor, he caught 2 fish. This time, the pot on the campfire held fish, not branches. The smell of cooked fish made his mouth water. If I can just endure this, I'll graduate without any trouble. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Taylor looked up, his thin face smeared with dirt, and froze. Of all the people, I really didn't want to see her here. Princess Philia, the very person who had him exiled from his family, stood before him, her eyes cold. Don't you hold any grudge at all? She asked suspiciously. Then her voice turned stern. By order of the family, you still haven't left this place? Taylor was a villain who appeared right after you started the game as a noble. He constantly picked fights with the main character's friends and only ever ended up being punished. Not stopping there, with intense hatred, Taylor maliciously tampered with the main character's Sylvania Academy entrance exam. He constantly picked fights with the main character's friends and only ever ended up being punished. Not stopping there, with intense hatred, Taylor maliciously tampered with the main character's Sylvania Academy entrance exam. I will speak with the Academy and demand your expulsion for committing such a shameless act while being a student of this institution. Sot glanced at the 2 fish being burnt to a crisp, his stomach churning with anxiety. It's burnt, completely burnt. After 3 days of blinding hunger, that was my precious food. Sot's face darkened as he looked at Fia, thinking that the burning food was already a problem. I thought you were going to be brief, but this is just one of the countless problems I face in my life. Princess Fia really has enough power to kick me out of the academy. So Sot suddenly spoke up. The sun's about to set, you know. Aren't royals always protected by armed guards? For a princess like you to come to a remote forest all by yourself like this? Fia remained on guard. If you're threatening me because you know I don't have an escort, you'll live to regret it. Sot suddenly dropped to one knee. He said, threaten you? I just wanted to thank you, princess. Clairvoyance has been activated. Fia was suspicious. Thank me? The clairvoyant skill chimed in. Truth. Sot is not lying. Fia was taken aback. What? What was that? Sot looked up. She seemed surprised. My Taylor family was a renowned and influential house, but they used that name to exploit the people and conduct experiments to research immortality. All members of the family were imprisoned or executed. However, I had already been expelled from the family. A status window suddenly popped up. New artifact. Burnt grilled fish. Cannot be consumed. Sot thought, I might be starving and cold right now, but this is better than being dead. In the long run, this is actually a good thing. That's why I have to sincerely convince Fia like this, or else I'll be expelled. If that happens, it's game over. Based on the timing, right around when Sot Taylor was expelled, it must be about a week before the school year begins. So, what's the reason for the princess to be here? Sot stood up and said, coming here without guards, and in plain clothes like this. It means you're doing the class placement test. Glast's placement test quest is an exam that requires you to find a mana bead in the forest. Glast's test is known for being quite a tough one. Of course, a noble princess like Fia would be aiming for the highest class, which is Class A. Fia said warily, are you trying to suck up to me? You haven't changed one bit. Just as I thought, I must request that the Academy expel you, Sot interrupted. But without my help, you'll never get into Class A. If my words are a lie, then you can expel me. Following that, Fia, relying on Sot's words, went to the lake southeast of the forest and saw a small island full of lush green plants. There was a giant tree growing in the middle of the island. That tree is called the Guardian Tree of Megiza. There you will find the gift I left for you. Fia held the mana bead in her hand, full of doubt. The Sot from 3 days ago was still a swindling scoundrel. I still remember that day clearly. But when she thought about the sight of the current Sot kneeling before her earlier, Fia stood there under the tree for a long time, thinking in silence. The next day, in Glad's classroom, he spoke up. The class placement test has officially ended. Now, hold up the mana beads you found. Glad was speechless as he looked at the students, each holding a round object of varying sizes and types. Someone even brought an egg as big as a person. They looked at the professor with sparkling eyes. He turned away coldly and said, "All of you are in Class F." Taking note of the examiner's requirements in a test is crucial. This test wasn't just about finding any random mana bead. Glad said, "Only those who found a mana bead with no magical power will be placed in Class A. Only 3 people found this type of mana bead, Yus, Ike, and Lothio." Then he gestured towards Fia and announced loudly, "And the last person found the mana bead at the base of the Guardian Tree of Megiza, which possesses an unusual magical power. You have found the hidden mana bead, making you the top student of the class." Meanwhile, Sot was lamenting his completely burnt fish. "I don't even have the strength to move anymore." Another information window appeared. New artifact. Crude fishing rod, made by cutting a branch with a dagger, taking thread from a piece of cloth, and using a small nail as a hook. Low durability, and it's hard to tell if a fish will bite. Low crafting difficulty. Sot examined his new item, the third princess of the empire, Fia Elias Gel. Since she was a child, Princess Fia has heard countless words of flattery and sophistry. That has honed her perception. From that, her innate skill was formed. No one can escape her clairvoyance, Sot analyzed as he cast his line. Therefore, I had no choice but to provide her with authentic information. But that also leads to a bigger problem. The reason the proud Princess Fia will come to be called the Princess of Love. After facing failure in the placement test and dropping to Class F, she will begin to change. However, if Fia, who has a huge influence on the scenario from the very beginning, finds the hidden mana bead and gets into Class A, the original storyline script will collapse and I'll be screwed. Of course, the future valedictorian, Lucy, might still remain unchanged. Fia held the mana bead, thinking, "This is definitely a mana bead." Sot Taylor wasn't lying, but Fia's hand trembled. This isn't a gift. Why was Princess Fia hiding her identity in the first place? She was worried she would receive special treatment if her identity was revealed. She wanted to prove herself, and just by looking at the mana bead, she knew it was the highest possible result of the test. But Fia didn't take that bead because it was something she didn't find on her own. The title Princess of Love that she would receive in the future isn't a skill or a stat, but a title she earns by walking the righteous path in Class F. Fia remembered what Sot said that day. "Princess, you will never be able to get into Class A. If what I say is a lie, you can have me expelled." Whether that was true or false was no longer the issue. The princess can always distinguish between right and wrong. Right and wrong. Even when Sot said the princess would fail the test, she was confident that she would succeed and show him. However, Taylor didn't lie, because the princess couldn't get into Class A. Now there was nothing the princess could do. Elsewhere, after leaving the classroom, Fia was furious thinking about what happened that day. She punched a door, gritting her teeth. "Taylor, I'll be watching you." At that moment, Sot had also managed to catch a big fish, shouting with joy, "Got one!" The next morning, under a clear sky, just as the sun had risen, he was already rushing to school. "I may be living in a place where I have to run from early morning to get to school on time, but I'm back now." Sot ran, panting for a long time, and by the time he stopped, he was standing right at the school. In the banquet hall, an announcement rang out. "Here at Savania Academy, the opening ceremony will now begin. It is wonderful to see our students have already progressed before the start of this new semester. Please enjoy the food while you listen," Sot thought. "I can hear the sweet whispers welcoming me, the survivor." Murmurs spread around him. "Oh my God, look at him. Where does he get the nerve to show up at the opening ceremony? Does he really intend to keep attending?" Sot continued to eat calmly and neatly. "This is the victor's reward. I have to savor it slowly," the chatter continued. "Isn't that Sot Taylor? My goal is to graduate." At another table, students were saying, "That's the second year who did something dirty on the entrance exam. If you look closely, he seems a little different. He's eating very politely." Sot thought, "I don't have any ambitions. I just want to graduate." Then, those people started to leave. "I heard the desserts over at that table were made by the head chef Ophelizer. Let's go eat. We can continue talking on the way. What do you think?" Anis heard that. Seeing this, Klajika muttered, "That's strange. It's like he's a completely different person." Today is the first day of school at Savania. The speakers announced, "A new semester has arrived. I am excited to see you all in a new light, the image of someone who has improved, and I am even happier to see that it is the result of the work of Savania Academy. However, I was almost expelled on the very first day. I'm so sick of my own situation. I just hope Fia doesn't tell the dean about me. Thinking back to when the dean smiled at me, it felt a little weird how he just kept smiling the whole time we were talking. I don't think he was bad-mouthing me, but it was still a close call. I resolved to be more careful so the plot doesn't deviate from the original story. I honed my survival skills and practiced magic befitting a student of the Magic Academy. Back in the forest, a rabbit appeared, only to be struck by an arrow a moment later. I picked up the rabbit, considering how to best combine the two. No weapon was more suitable than a bow. If my survival skills become proficient enough, I could craft high-quality arrows and maybe even infuse them with spirits or magic. Suddenly, I spotted Yanika Failover sitting at the base of a tree, reading a book. I thought to myself, beyond my own realm of talent, Yanika Failover Fuver stands at the very top of the genius class of spirit magicians. Yanika Failover saw me too. She spoke up. So you're the funny guy Mayogia was talking about, huh? I was completely baffled. Yanika Failover walked over, speaking cheerfully. My name is Yanika Failover Fuver. I'm a second year, just like you. You can just call me Yanika Failover. I was surprised. Huh? How the hell did she get over here? Yanika Failover said, Oh, are you surprised? It's because I know you. She held out her hand and said, This forest is the territory of Mayogia, a high-ranking spirit. She's told me so much about you. I asked, The master of this forest told you about me? Yanika Failover replied, Mayogia is very curious. She knows everything that happens in the forest, so of course she'd know about an uninvited guest, right? I mulled over her words. An uninvited guest. I looked at the rabbit I'd just hunted, and the more I thought about it, the worse I felt. I've taken so many lives, and I've cut down so many trees. Seeing this, Yanika Failover quickly said, Don't worry about the small stuff. The law of nature is that creatures eat other creatures. Mayogia doesn't bother with things like this. I blushed a little, turning away as I said, So, even a wild wolf has a gentle heart, huh? Yanika Failover caught my expression and smiled brightly. Unexpected, isn't it? Oh, there's something I want to show you. Yanika Failover held out her hands, which cradled a small, sparkling light, and said, It's cute, isn't it? I just formed a contract with him yesterday, right when we first met. Do you want to try touching him? I was taken aback. A contract? So this is a spirit? I thought if I wanted to befriend Yanika Failover, now would be the perfect time. But then I suddenly said, I don't really understand what you're talking about. I can't see spirits, or touch them, or anything like that. I just can't. Yanika Failover was stunned. You can't see spirits? I replied, That's right. I turned my back to her and added, Besides, I only came here to find food. If you'll excuse me, stay firm. My knowledge is only truly useful if I stick to the original story's path. Yanika Failover Fuver, a person of great importance in the original story, and someone I absolutely must not get close to. Yanika Failover stood there, watching my retreating figure. She replayed my expression and words from before. So even a wild wolf has a gentle heart, huh? Then she reached out and touched an animal's chin, just as you said, Mayogia. He's very interesting. A shimmering blue-white wolf stood beside Yanika Failover. She said, No matter how I think about it, I really don't think he could see you. I wonder who he is. She buried her face in the wolf's fur, whining playfully. Still, I tried really hard to be friendly with him, so why did he have to be so blunt? What's his deal? She paused for a moment. Well, I'm sure we'll see him again. I guess I'll just have to start figuring him out from now on. Thinking about that map to the school, the distance from my camp to the academy campus is no joke. I have to book it at full speed from dawn, running back and forth all the time. The ridiculous thing is, I ended up accidentally raising my own stats by doing it. In class, I studied and did my assignments with all my might. I was determined that if I wanted to win the scholarship, I had to work even harder. I wrote my lessons on stones with burnt sticks and borrowed books from the library. On the way home, I'd wash the clothes that were soaked in sweat after a long day. I mumbled to myself, I wonder if these will be dry in time for tomorrow. I said, You think the day's over now? No, I still have to check if I'm low on tinder, get water, and make jerky for tomorrow's lunch. Because of all that, I only get about 4 hours of sleep a day. Through that whole routine, Yanika Failover was always hiding somewhere, watching me. I frowned, thinking, but that's not even the most annoying part. I turned towards the bush Yanika Failover was hiding behind and yelled, Hey! How long have you been following me? You knew? Yanika Failover jumped. Huh? How? How did you know? My head hurts. It'd be weirder if I didn't know, lady. I put on a scary face. You still don't get who I am? I'm Jay Taylor, the most ill-mannered scumbag to ever exist. Why does the name Jay Taylor keep sticking to this guy? Yanika Failover cut me off. But that's just what other people say, right? I froze. Yanika Failover smiled brightly. I don't know who you are at all. I glanced at her, thinking to myself, right, this is the kind of character Yanika Failover Fuver is. On the outside, she looks honest and naive, but she's a character who thinks for herself. However, when I think about what her future holds, I just can't bring myself to smile comfortably in front of her, because Yanika Failover is the final boss. It's a real headache. She's also the only person who ever smiled at Jay Taylor. I don't want this to go any further. I decided to say, well then, it must be fate that we met. Could you do me a favor? Yanika Failover was overjoyed. A favor? I said with a somber tone. As you can see, I'm a mess right now. I was just kicked out of my family, so I'm in a tough spot. Can you give me some money? After hearing that last sentence, Yanika Failover completely froze. I kept going. It's not like I'm taking it and not paying you back. That's what friends are for, right? I'll just borrow a little. A lot. How much do you have on you? I thought, Yanika Failover wins the scholarship for being top of her class every year, but that doesn't mean she's perfect. Her family situation is difficult, so without that scholarship, she wouldn't be able to attend or graduate at a higher level. The daughter of a small farm, Yanika Failover. Her weakness is money. The two of us were silent for a moment. Yanika Failover was truly broken now and said weakly, I'm sorry. I said silently to myself, Yanika Failover has left the game. 3 days later, while returning from a rabbit hunt, I thought, I don't feel great about this, but I really don't want to get involved with any of the important characters. I resolved to be even more careful, so the original story wouldn't go off track. Then I went back to my camp. I had barely crawled inside when I scrambled back out in a hurry. I was terrified. What the hell is this? One important thing. She's a character whose presence carries even more weight than Yanika Failover's. A rare genius, and the strongest character in Savania's failed swordsman, Lucy Mizo. A girl was sleeping inside my camp. I was so confused. Why the hell is she sleeping here? Lucy woke up, stretching and yawning. I was still dumbfounded. What is she doing in this desolate valley? I kept muttering, the original story. Be careful. Lucy spoke up. How am I supposed to sleep when you're being so loud? I shot back. Who's bothering you? Before I could finish, Lucy cut me off. Not you. She rubbed one eye while pointing behind me with her other hand. That wolf over there. The one as big as a house. It's been talking to you this whole time. I froze solid, slowly turning around. Lucy continued. It's asking that you protect it at all costs someday. I went back to my work, walking and thinking, Lucy's only been camping here for 2 days. It probably won't affect anything, right? But I quickly realized just how naive I had been. At the school's dueling event, the joint combat training was, quite literally, a practical exam of one-on-one fighting. To minimize the destructive power, the students participating almost exclusively used fake weapons. I continued, the merciful Princess Philia, Lotheo's treasured daughter, the slothful spirit Sorceress Gia, the evil Miss Beuser. It would take forever to list all their names, but anyway, the main point wasn't them. It was the main character, the failed swordsman, TL. I was excited. TL's match is next, right? From the stands, I was casting magic and blowing away my opponent, thinking, I already know the results of all these matches, so I don't really care. The winners of the joint combat training are all first years, just like the protagonist, TL. Except for one single person. Yanika Failover waved her hand. Hey, Ed! I looked at Yanika Failover, feeling helpless. I couldn't believe this girl could still cheerfully come up to me after witnessing that pathetic display of me begging for money. Yanika Failover happily held out a piece of paper and said, here's the completed match list. I was still thinking, unlike Lucy, who's from the cat tribe, I'm pretty sure Yanika Failover is from the dog tribe. I was in a daze. Huh? I'm not interested. Yanika Failover asked, why not? Aren't you curious about your match? I stopped short. Huh? Wait a second. I have to fight too? I bet the Jay Taylor from the original story would have been expelled by now. So who the hell is my opponent? No way, S thought. Down in the arena, Tael appeared. Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate ability. Seeing that, S got fired up, thinking, it doesn't even matter who I fight anymore. I just need to focus on Tael's match. Even though I'm from the real world, he told himself, my life really isn't that different from his. To turn that tragic, disastrous ending into one that's truly unforgettable. I've replayed this journey I don't know how many times. He pictured Tael, filthy and collapsed on the ground, and in all of those playthroughs, not a single one was free of hardship. S's resolve hardened. I already decided I'd be the one to control my own life. But still, I'm rooting for you, Tael. Just then, an announcement cut through his thoughts. Repeating the announcement, is there a student by the name of Lucy Mayriel? Please prepare and proceed to the arena. S was stunned. Where's Lucy? The standby platform was empty. Turns out, she had already stepped into the arena. A loud voice shouted, go take down your opponent already. S recalled the original plot. The top first-year student, Lucy Mayriel, versus Tael Mal. The main character of this world was a natural-born swordsman. He'd never even held a sword before, but with his very first swing, he sliced right through Lucy's lightspeed spell. The spell she was so sure would hit was completely blocked. Seeing her guard down, Tael seized the opening and instantly closed the distance between them. Caught off guard, Lucy immediately hit him with a lightning strike, an intermediate-level light spell. Tael was instantly overwhelmed by the counter magic. But Lucy was disqualified for using an intermediate spell, making Tal the first person to ever defeat her by default. S teared up, thinking, that scene was so damn epic. The announcer's voice rang out again. All right, let the match begin, Tal charged. Let's do this. Here I come. Lucy instantly cast her spell. A beam of blue light shot straight toward Tael. When the smoke cleared, he'd been blasted back, cracking the stone wall on impact. He lay there, struggling to breathe. Everyone was stunned. Lucy, still in her casting stance, let out a yawn. The crowd started murmuring. Huh? Is that it? Looks like he couldn't beat the best in the class after all. Not surprising. What did he expect? Charging a mage like her completely unarmed. Tal Mal's life was a constant series of trials and errors. People judged him as a pathetic country bumpkin, the lowest-ranked student who hadn't earned a single decent grade since he'd set foot in the academy. A nobody, failing right before their eyes. Faced with such a one-sided match, all they could do was pity him. But no matter how much disappointment he faced, Tyle never gave up hope. Just as S was thinking this, Tyle gripped his sword and slowly began to stand. S smirked. That's it, man. You got this. Go! Tyle charged at Lucy. Oh, Lucy may reel! Just as I predicted. And now, Lucy's going to use light magic. Suddenly, he froze. Huh? Lucy was already casting, a swirl of light forming on her forehead. Lucy's spell and the tip of Tail's sword collided, creating a massive explosion. Tail roared with everything he had, facing off against a ferocious tiger made of magic. Ultimately, the magical force of Lucy's spell blasted Tael away. He was sent flying into the wall behind him. The wall shattered from the impact. He was stuck in it for a moment before crashing to the ground. S was still in shock. That wasn't light magic. It was wind magic. The announcement came, the winner is Lucy May Reel. The whole arena erupted in cheers. S was still reeling. Tael. Lost? He watched Tael's retreating figure, a sense of dread washing over him. Oh man, this is a huge problem. He immediately spun around and went after him. I can't just leave him like this. I just can't. Wind Shield. It uses the power of a wind spirit to automatically defend the user from surprise attacks. It's a sustained type spell. You get it by forming a contract with the high-level wind spirit Maya. As he passed by Lucy, she held out her hand. So, about that beef jerky? But S didn't even notice her. Based on how things are now, Maya and Lucy were originally two separate entities, he analyzed. Because Lucy is on my side, I ended up being the one to contract with Maya, and that's how I got stronger. The announcer's voice echoed again. The next match is between Jay Taylor and the esteemed Princess Fia Elias. Standing at the entrance, Fia saw S rushing out. Jay Taylor, she said, this is the last time I'm telling you. But S couldn't think about anything else. All he could think about was how Tal was supposed to win, how he was supposed to pick up his sword and reclaim his pride. But in the end, he failed, because of me. Because of Jay Taylor's existence in Svanya. S blew past Fia and ran outside. Spotting Tyle, he yelled, Hey, Tyle! He thought, I don't even know if what I'm about to do will make a difference, but it's better than doing nothing. Facing Tail, he yelled, All your hard work is gonna pay off. Don't you dare give up. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Walk with your head held high. You did great. Your opponent was just too damn strong. Don't let this get you down. S knew there would be countless more hardships at this academy. You're the one who has to face them, not me, Emperor Cleo once said. Oh, Anissa, my child, you were born with a divine blessing. According to the original story, the first person to discover her natural clairvoyance was Emperor Cleo. Her ability wasn't actually a gift from any god. It was clairvoyance, the power to see through lies and conspiracies. To live as royalty is to be surrounded by despicable plots. From the depths of that darkness, she forged an ability to protect herself. That's why Princess Fia was so confident in her power. In the eyes of her own family, she could see the demons of hell aiming right for her. And even when she saw right through them, the Princess of Love had to pretend she didn't know anything just to survive. In S's opinion, she had no choice but to try and see through him too. In the arena, S said, I hope you'll go easy on me, Princess. Fia replied, Of course. I hope you'll do the same for me. The crowd started chattering. Did you guys hear what that guy shouted at Tail? He's unbelievable. Wow, is he really trying to make fun of a guy who's never accomplished anything? He bullies the guy, and now he's suddenly cheering him on? He's probably trying to act like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Ugh, how disgusting. He's been a piece of work from the very beginning. She suddenly stopped. It dawned on her, thinking back, that he hadn't looked her in the eyes even once. The announcement rang out, the referee declaring Princess Fia Elias Clowell the winner. Fia had been suspicious from the very beginning. Was he just not interested in this match at all? Is this really the time for a fight? Afterward, S hurriedly left the arena to go find Taylor. He figured that if he had to interact with Princess Fia, it was best to be cautious. He couldn't let it affect the plot. Because Princess Fia is an important character in this story, but another character is even more important than the princess, the male lead of this world. S searched everywhere. Where the hell did that Taylor guy go? Just then, he heard Fia's voice calling out. S looked back in surprise as she chased after him, panting. Princess Fia, What are you doing here without your attendants? She asked. What on earth are you plotting? S looked bewildered. I don't understand what the princess is talking about. If you're referring to the match, then I've learned a lot. Fia screamed. Learned a lot? What the hell are you talking about? She was furious. You didn't even intend to win against me from the start. You were just trying to get off the stage as fast as you possibly could. Fia's frustration boiled over. Just keeping up with classes is exhausting enough, but that old fox is constantly scheming to take over the academy, and Glast hasn't gotten any less harsh. Meanwhile, the servants just keep nagging on and on about loyalty and devotion. My head is so full it's about to explode. Who are you? And who do you think you are, daring to make my head even more of a mess? S resigned himself to being Fia's outlet. He was surprised. Has she really been bottling up that much frustration? He then placed a hand on Fia's shoulder and said, Princess, take a deep breath and calm down. You don't have to force yourself to carry all of that. Breathe in, breathe out. After a moment, Fia covered her face and said weakly, What just happened? She blushed. Forget what I just said. S replied, all right. He released her, thinking, I can go now, right? But Fia suddenly said, Exactly. I have a bad habit. I could just ask questions directly, but I always try to guess what other people are thinking. Perhaps it's because I've lived in the royal palace for too long, S cried internally. Just let me go first. I have to find Taylor. She suddenly raised her voice to question him. So I'll ask you directly now. You deliberately cut ties with your family because you discovered their dark side, didn't you? The only reason you would harass Taylor is that you needed a valid reason to be exiled from your house. S thought it was a very sharp conclusion, though almost entirely wrong, except for the part about the Gracer family's dark side, which was accurate. But he denied it. I don't know what the princess is talking about. He thought, it'll be a long time before I have to worry about that. It's still too early for that. Fia was angry. That's impossible. There's no way my guess was wrong. It doesn't make any sense. Then what about what you said to Taylor? Why would you deliberately encourage and motivate someone you once wanted to eliminate? Could it be that you never hated Taylor from the start? S silently acknowledged that they were all intelligent questions. But so what? S continued to lie. Since everyone hates me, I thought if I encouraged Taylor, people might see me in a different light, or something like that. Fia was indignant. Such a fake-ass face. Who would believe that? Look me in the eyes and say it. She then used clairvoyance to check. S was still trying to lie, but I'm telling the truth. Fia was furious. Oh, right. But immediately after, her clairvoyance reported lie after lie. Every word S spoke was confirmed to be a lie by her ability, but he remained stubborn. I'm really telling the absolute truth, S thought to himself. She probably doesn't have any solid proof yet. He continued to ramble. That was truly from the heart. Fia looked like she could breathe fire. Yeah, right. Seriously. He thought that, above all, his only wish was for the story to proceed according to the original script. Finally, Fia calmed down. Sigh. Fine. I don't have any proof right now, so I can't say anything more. You can go. She pointed towards the door and said, You've been staring at that door this whole time. You have something urgent you need to take care of, don't you? S said, Thank you. He walked to the door and paused for a moment, thinking this was the first time Fia had revealed this side of herself, as a character with the power to influence the plot. He thought about Fia's emotional outburst and mused that she was, indeed, connected to so many other characters and events that it was giving him a headache, too. My being added to this story was definitely a mistake, S wondered. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally said, The burden I'm carrying is nothing compared to what you're enduring, Princess. Even though you were acting a bit erratically just now, it was only because you're so exhausted. Paying attention to all that complex etiquette is certainly important, but sometimes you should relax a little. 2. This isn't the royal court, where you have to be on edge every single second. This is the Savania Academy. Fia looked at him, surprised. Her whole life had revolved around seeing through others, but this was the first time someone had seen through her. S left in a hurry. He was annoyed. This is so damn troublesome. What a huge waste of time. If Taylor gives up, it's not just my carefree life that's over, this entire world will be destroyed. Fortunately, S found Taylor sitting alone on a bench in the courtyard. He shouted out Taylor's name. But what am I supposed to say? Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out, Don't take another step. It was Ayla, the female lead of this story. Her eyes were still teary as she warned S to absolutely not bother Taylor anymore. Ayla stood resolutely in front of Taylor. Taylor's life is hard enough without you. He doesn't need you coming here to bother him anymore. Taylor unexpectedly stood up and spoke to S. You're still at the academy? S was a bit stunned. He had regained his indomitable fighting spirit, no matter how strong the enemy. Taylor stepped forward, putting his arm in front of Ayla, and called S's name with suspicion. S was still lost in thought, seeing the powerful will swirling in those eyes. He understood now. After the match with the princess, his childhood friend and most ardent supporter, Ayla, had run from the arena instantly without a second glance. He pictured Ayla comforting Taylor. You'll get over it soon. That's what you're good at, right? You can do it. Taylor, don't let this get you down. Taylor and Ayla looked at S with strange expressions. Taylor asked, Why are you here? Is there anything left for us to talk about? S thought that as long as Isla was by his side, Taylor would get back up no matter how many times he fell. After a moment of silence, S spoke. You're a great swordsman. I have to admit that once again, Taylor was wary. What are you plotting? Looking at Taylor's defiant face, S thought, that's right. I've seen Taylor get back on his feet countless times, and I'll still be by his side until the very end. S turned his back to leave and replied, it's nothing. He thought to himself. Honestly, I think he's the one who's going to save this world, so all I need to do is figure out how to survive. I treat him like a bully would, simply because he's the main character of this story, the one who will do all the heavy lifting for me. But now, I feel somewhat at ease. S's mood seemed to have lightened, not because the story, which had been going off track, was now back on course, but because Taylor, the person he'd always been with, was okay. That's all I need. Ayla and Taylor stood still. Watching S's retreating back, the two of them were frozen solid, their faces filled with disgust. Well, what the hell was that? What was the point of him acting all cool and mysterious? S was still lost in his own thoughts. As he stepped out the door, a loud explosion suddenly rang out, making him freeze. Looking back, he wondered, don't tell me it's already that time? S thought about the plot. In the original story, everyone would witness this scene while sitting in the main building. The prize daughter Loodle and the spirit magician Fover had just faced off. Even though this is a little different from the original story, I'm sure Taylor and Ayla are seeing this scene too. Open your eyes and watch, Taylor, because one of your countless trials is just around the corner. The final boss of Act 1 is Yanika Failover Fover. The battle between Lutel and Yanika Failover was incredibly tense and fierce. The two of them clashed continuously. Lutel attacked with all her might but was assaulted by Yanika Failover's magic dragon, forcing her to barely defend herself. In the stands, after the match ended, everyone crowded around Yanika Failover, cheering and shouting, "Congratulations, Yanika Failover. Yanika Failover's the only student in our year to defeat one of the new students. She's a master of spirit magic, and she has a really friendly personality too. Seriously, does she even have any flaws? Model. Humph. Thanks, everyone." Suddenly, a voice called out, "The injured person is being moved. Everyone, please step aside." Loy was seriously injured and was being carried away by the rescue team. A froze when he saw the scene. He seemed to be completely stunned. The people around him continued to talk and laugh. How can his spirit control abilities possibly be that strong? Yanika Failover is the pride of our second-year class. Unlike the original story, Lucy defeated Tail. Now, the focus of this joint combat training has shifted entirely to Yanika Failover Fover. You've brilliantly restored the honor of the second years and above. Yanika Failover already had a lot of friends, but this incident will just make her social circle expand beyond belief. Maybe it's better this way. A picked up his jacket, glanced at Yanika Failover, and turned to leave. I don't need to see her face at the camp anymore. As night fell, he returned to his quarters. Ever since I got involved with these main characters, my head's been spinning. It's been 2 weeks since the joint combat training started. If it weren't for this pack of main characters, I could have focused entirely on my studies and survived without a care in the world. Under the stream, a fishing net was set as a trap. A thought, I have a fishing net, so the basic food problem is solved. A character information panel appeared. Stamina 6, Intellect 5, Mana 9, Fortitude 8, Luck 6. Glancing at his own body, A mused to himself, is it because my stamina stat has increased so much that I feel my body getting stronger? He thought as he walked, but it's still too early to get lazy. Suddenly, Yanika Failover appeared. She was hiding behind a bush, blushing, covering her eyes with her hands, and stammered, "Do you like being shirtless that much?" A shouted in embarrassment. "What the hell are you asking after just popping up out of nowhere? I just got back from fishing. Is there something so great about this place that you keep coming back?" Yanika Failover walked toward the campfire and said, "That's top secret. I feel like an explorer, so I'm really excited. I wanted to talk to you a little more, and I think I might need some advice." A was putting on his shirt and, upon hearing that, confirmed, "Advice?" He was confused. "Of all the people you could ask, you come to me." Yanika Failover began her story. "You left early, so you probably didn't see it. But during the joint match, I injured someone, you know." A thought, don't tell me her opponent used intermediate magic, but isn't intermediate magic forbidden? But for the generous and forgiving Yanika Failover, that probably doesn't matter. Yanika Failover continued, "I tried to forget about it, but it seems I really went a little too far. I can't stop thinking about how much I overreacted." A nodded, "I see." Yanika Failover wondered, should I apologize to her? Even though my friends keep stopping me, saying she started it first. A said calmly, "Then just do that. If you think you're in the right." A analyzed the situation silently. Yanika Failover, the second-year student who is adorable and charming to everyone, is an invaluable member in every respect. So if she feels guilty and blames herself, everyone will definitely side with her to comfort and care for her. But Yanika Failover knows full well that while it's nice to have people ready to defend you, it doesn't wash away the mistake you've made. Maybe that's why she came to me. Yanika Failover was surprised by his answer, pausing for a moment before frowning sadly. Tucking her chin to her knees, she suddenly spoke, just as I expected. She stretched comfortably and said, "You never defend me unconditionally." A shrugged. "If you're offended, there's nothing I can do." Yanika Failover quickly corrected him, waving her hands. No, you misunderstand. I'm not offended at all." She looked at A, thinking about how he used to be. He wasn't like this last year. Yanika Failover might be a charming, cheerful girl, but she's also very observant. Yanika Failover thought, even when he humbled himself to ask me for money during a tough time, he didn't seem as desperate as people in dire straits usually are. This boy indirectly warned me not to get close, but those aspects of him are strangely comforting to me. She continued, "To be honest, I feel more at ease now. I wish everyone in the world were like you." The next day, A walked hastily while planning his next move. This situation is getting really tense. Savania's failed swordsman is called a masterpiece, but very few people have ever seen its ending. New players even reach a bad ending very quickly. For example, if you save a girl during a goblin ambush in the placement test, you get to witness the secret of the treasured daughter. After that, the girl will send people to kidnap Tail, and just like that, you die. Bad ending. Number 3. Tail was assassinated during the monster-slaying practical training. If you ignore your childhood friend Isla and form a party with the treasured daughter, you die. Bad ending. Number 7. Isla falls off a cliff and dies. That's because Tail was supposed to be the one to save Isla when she fell. If you protect the treasured daughter from the fire spirit summoned by Yanika Failover, you die. Bad ending. Number 13. Tail is burned to death. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Senior, are you not listening to me?" A thought. "I have to run," but a flash of red hair darted out, blocking A's path. A asked in a panic, "How long are you going to keep following me?" The girl said, "I didn't expect you to be so determined to ignore me for so long." A thought to himself, "Of course I have to ignore you. Isn't that obvious?" The fourth heroine in Sivania's failed swordsman, the only daughter of the business tycoon Elter K. Chen, Loi K. Chen. The treasured daughter, also known as the destroyer of new students. The redhead said, "Can I just have 2 hours of your time?" And as you can see, Loi K. Chen is the treasured daughter. In his mind, an image of Loi standing proudly with a blonde girl appeared. Loi K. Chen was known as a hidden hero. In A's mind, Loi K. Chen was as dangerous as a witch. Unlike Fia, Loi K. Chen was considered a villain from the very beginning. It wasn't until the second half of the story that her true identity was revealed. A recalled the plot with a sigh. The moment everyone understood Loi K. Chen's loneliness and pain was also the moment the player had to choose between Fia and Loi K. Chen. A closed his eyes and nodded. But before he could finish his thought, Loi's voice reached him. "Senior, oh, senior." Having made up his mind, he walked straight ahead, leaving her standing there, stunned. "But I can't go along with what she says right now. If I play along with Loi's plan, I'll lose the initiative." As A stared into the distance, she continued to trail behind him, trying to sweet-talk him. "Can't you at least listen to what I have to say?" "I really need your help," he replied. "Don't say it." My ears refused to listen. Loi Ke-chen pleaded, "Come on, senior. How can you have the heart to say such things, given all the respect I have for you?" Loi Ke-chen stood in front of A, forcing a smile. Seeing that she couldn't sway him, she smiled until her eyes narrowed. "You're obviously a pretty big source of motivation for me. Even in the most difficult situations, you still choose to continue your studies." Loi Ke-chen quickly continued with a loud laugh, "And the rumor that you're both arrogant and think you're the center of the universe is probably true. But whatever, who cares?" Seeing he was still unmoved, she said, "Well, I hope you'll at least listen to my request first. I'll give you 3 gold coins as a deposit." Noticing A's hesitation, she asked, "You've been pretty close with Senior Yanika Failover lately, right? Can you help me become friends with her?" A watched the gold coins gleam in her hand. He thought, 3 gold coins? To be blunt, that's a whole month's salary, no joke. But A leaned in close and asked, "So, the daughter of gold and jewels is trying to buy relationships with money?" Loi Ke-chen smirked. "You should just keep it. You see it too." As she replied, she reached into A's shirt and stuffed the 3 gold coins into his pocket. There are plenty of better people out there. After this series of actions, A's expression turned serious. She's aware that she's in a political battle with Princess Fia for control of the academy. Imagining the 2 cousins standing back to back, A smirked, and she has to start finding allies now. A held out his hand for a handshake. "If we're going to cooperate like this, we should shake on it." Loi smirked, smiling as she returned his handshake. They shook hands, signifying the beginning of their partnership on the path ahead. A thought, for people who have lived in comfort their whole lives, even a little hardship feels like death. A's train of thought continued. But for those who are forced to face the most difficult situations, even a small amount of money can lead to their corruption. A remembered the wealthy nobles who would throw money around to buy the daughters of the poor. He thought, they could sell their families, their self-respect, or maybe even themselves. Making your prey desperate over a single gold coin is the easiest thing in the world. Snapping out of her fantasy, Lauthio stood there, frozen, stiff. S thought, it's a shame he returned the 3 gold coins, but that's not always how it goes. Lauthio watched S's back. How ridiculous. S walked further away from Lauthio, leaving her gaze behind him as he pressed forward. S gritted his teeth. If I had just taken the money, things would be so much easier for me. How pathetic. S broke out in a cold sweat, thinking he couldn't even imagine how horrible things would get if he got caught between the destroyer of new students and Yanika Filover. I have to avoid anything that could derail the original plot, at all costs. Later that evening, at the mansion shrouded in darkness, Lauthio felt no shame whatsoever over S's blunt refusal. Lauthio saw Yanika Failover approaching. Well. Senior Yanika Failover knows exactly who's an ally and who's an enemy, what's advantageous and what's self-serving. A shrewd businesswoman never misses an opportunity right in front of her. Lauthio smiled, her eyes crinkling. I can't believe I'm running into you here. Yanika Failover finally recognized her. Oh, it's you, Luthio. You look a little different with your hair down. After being rejected by S, she wasn't discouraged in the slightest. On the contrary, it only fueled the determination deep inside her. To make Yanika fell over hers, Lauthio gave a wicked smile. Lauthio recalled the incident. As you know, I got into huge trouble for using forbidden magic during the combat evaluation. The two of them stood facing each other. It was a while ago, but I've been wanting to apologize whenever I got the chance. In her heart, she thought, I just wanted to see the true strength of a top 5 student. Yanika Failover looked at Lauthio's arm and asked, so that's why your wound hasn't healed yet, huh? Though I did pay a pretty steep price for it. Lauthio put on a forced smile. Don't worry, it'll heal up in no time, Senior Yanika Failover. She thought Yanika Failover was just like the main character of a fairy tale. So, would it be easier to win her over if I used the sin she committed? Cutting through Lauthio's thoughts, Yanika Failover asked, I take it your chat with S went well? Lauthio jumped. What are you suddenly talking about? Yanika Failover smiled and replied, I told them to hold back if anything happened, but all sorts of spirits began appearing behind Yanika Failover. She smiled. Spirits really do love to talk. Yanika Failover explained, I heard almost your entire conversation from the northern part of the forest. Lauthio stammered. That means, then, the memory of her offering S 3 gold coins flashed in her mind. Can you help me become friends with her? Yanika Failover replied, While I appreciate your goodwill, being willing to spend a few gold coins for my sake. Yanika Failover leaned in close to Lauthio, her voice low. But honey, do you have any idea what people say when they see you trying to buy trust with money? Take a page out of S's book. His approach was much more moving. After whispering, Yanika Failover scratched her head with a silly laugh. I guess I got a little too full of myself. It's just my first time being a senior, so I felt I had to act the part. So embarrassing, Luthio thought. I need to reconsider my assessment of her. Yanika Failover turned to leave. I have to go now. I need to prepare thoroughly to sign a contract with a high-level spirit. I've been getting so much help lately. I need to try even harder. Watching Yanika Failover's retreating figure, Lauthio thought, Yanika Failover fell over, like the main character of a fairy tale? I was wrong. Yanika Failover suddenly stopped walking. Oh, by the way, Luthio. She was still lost in her own thoughts. Even someone who can see this world's future can be wrong. Yanika Failover spoke up. I'm sorry about that other day too. You got hurt because of me once, didn't you? Lauthio thought. Despite being fully aware of the world's dark side, Yanika Failover turned back, her expression unfriendly. I hope you get well soon. She's always so cheerful. Cutting through Lauthio's thoughts. Click. Out in the hallway, Lauthio mused, This is tough, isn't it? She recalled, but the look she gave S just now was really strange. Inside Yanika Failover's room, she told herself she had to work harder. Yanika Failover leaned against the door and whispered, Because it's nice when someone wants something good from you. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. The bright sun shone down on a pile of drying clothes below. Somewhere, a white-haired girl held her breath, sweating, and exclaimed, It smells awful. Elsewhere, S was being swamped by a messy pile of clothes, screaming, I'm just trying to hang them up. Hearing the commotion, someone approached and asked, Who's there? S saw Belle. He remembered she was the top senior maid from the Sign-In Dormitory's officer hall, Belle May, and he remembered that she was the one who kicked him out of the dorms. S stood up, approached her, and asked with a smile, Oh, you mean this place? Belle turned her head and replied, I already knew you lived here. Miss Yanika Failover has told me a lot about you. Belle glanced toward S's tent, sizing it up. Still, I never expected you to be living in these conditions. Belle continued to observe S. Seeing his clueless expression, she was glad that it seemed to have changed him for the better. He held his underwear and stammered a reply. Ah, yes. In truth, Belle's words were going in one ear and out the other as S just kept staring at it. Belle reminded him of the maids from Officer Hall, a group of women who handled all housework perfectly, including feeding the students. S's attention was currently fixed on that basket. That basket definitely contained the finest ingredients found by this elite maid, and that meant information about food you couldn't easily find in books. S fell silent, thinking back. Let's see. Belle May's event directly impacts the main storyline. Belle's voice cut through S's thoughts. You don't have to be so formal. She looked directly at S. You can just talk to me like you did when you were still in the officer dormitory. S replied, Oh, thank you. His answer made Belle's eyes widen, losing her usual cold demeanor. S clapped his hands with a practiced smile. How could I possibly speak that way to a maid who works so hard all the time? And this wasn't just some simple event. It was one that would make Belle May directly influence the main plot. He kept that smile and asked, Also, about that basket. He thought, this shouldn't be a problem for either of us. Let's definitely be friends. A system window appeared. You have learned from Belle's teachings about edible berries, mushrooms, and herbs. A new achievement notification appeared. New artifact completed. Construction ability has been leveled up. New artifact completed. Fish farm system. You have tied the net correctly. Protect them by securing the net with propped up branches so it won't be affected by the river's current. This may help you survive for a few more days. The crafting difficulty this time was 2 stars. S looked at the result before him, all fish and meat, and thought, I've got a lot of meat and fish now. My diet will definitely improve. He poured water into a cup and commanded, Ignite. A flame erupted at S's command. The cup of water began to boil. S looked at the skills he possessed, like fire magic, Ignite, level 10, and wind magic, Wind Blade, level 10. He thought, I still only have 2 basic spells, but I've used them so much they reached level 10 without me even realizing it. The system window appeared again, announcing the completion of a new artifact, 100 Herb Tea. The 100 Herb Tea is made from the herbs Belle May mentioned, has a very pleasant aroma, and the crafting difficulty this time was 1.5 stars. Looking at the teacup before him, he thought that drinking it while chopping wood or cooking would drastically increase his chances of survival. S picked up the cup of 100 Herb Tea and drank it to prove his point. Just then, the sun began to fade. The silhouette of a lonely figure sat there watching the sunset, thinking, I'm done with my work, and the sun hasn't even set yet. If I'm being honest, he looked at the sunset and smirked. I'd have to admit I'm pretty happy about this. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in the sky above. Confused and alarmed, S watched the light. He watched the streak of light hurtle down, thinking to himself, until now. A huge explosion sent S flying backward from the force. He cried out in pain. The air was thick with smoke and dust, obscuring everything. S lay on his ruined tent, asking in dread, what the hell now? He looked at his collapsed tent, his beloved tent. The aftershock hadn't ended, and dust and smoke continued to billow everywhere. Inside a crater, a girl was sitting on the ground. It's going to kill me. S saw the person inside clearly and thought, Lucy. Lucy was panting, still sitting in the crater. She exclaimed, I was a hair's breadth from death. Before Lucy could finish, S cut her off. You almost died? He thought, she's the most powerful mage in the world. Who could possibly? Lucy trembled as she said Belle May's name, confused. But isn't she a good person? Just then, an image of an enraged Belle flashed through Lucy's mind. I was just skipping class like I always do. But for some reason, she just blew up this time. When she came looking for me, she was way more terrifying than before. Lucy looked a little embarrassed, and then I was suddenly teleported here. S saw Lucy still sitting there and asked, That must hurt, huh? Lucy called out, Hey! S was screaming bloody murder in his head, this damn clouded leopard. Lucy asked again, Do you have any beef jerky? S angrily rapped her on the head. Damn it, you ruined everything. What the hell is your life anyway? Lucy rubbed the spot S had just hit, wincing. Ow, he wondered. Huh, isn't she using a protective spell? As if reading his mind, Lucy replied, I'm out of magic. Hearing that, S spoke in a wicked tone that brought tears to her eyes. Is that so? S gave Lucy a dangerous smile, his hand ready to flick her with all his might. Then this one's for my beloved house. A scream echoed through the mountains and forests. Along with it came some sweet words of affection from S. This one's for the mother of all clouded leopards. Meanwhile, inside the main building of Sylvania Academy, S was planning for his future. I need a sturdy house. I have to build it with high-quality wood. As S read his book, he made more detailed plans. When I'm this busy, the most efficient way is to use my time at the library to read up on the information I need. With that thought, S closed the book. Planning methods and other essential information. I guess all that's left now are methods for smoothing wood and thatching a roof. A clear voice interrupted S's train of thought. It's closing time. The pink-haired girl guarding the library was walking towards S. You're studying so hard. S replied, Have I been sitting here that long? How embarrassing. This pink-haired girl was Elka Itlan, a first year in the Department of Magic. Elka smiled gently. It's okay. It's been a while since I've seen someone so diligent. It motivates me to study, too. My name is Elka Itlan. S saw Elka sweating and thought, the look in her eyes, it's like she's begging me to say my name. He thought for a moment, hesitated, then said, S Ordeal. Hearing his name, Elka froze solid. S thought, the same reaction as always. How can I ever wash the filth from this name? It's not that surprising. I've tried to be more diligent, but I guess nothing's going to change. Before S could finish his thought, Elka interrupted him. You're actually completely different from what the rumors say. You know? Elka glanced at the pile of books at his feet, praising him. To read and understand all the materials on the elements in just a few short days, I'm speechless. Even right now, while you've been sitting here, you've read 6 technical documents. She excitedly recounted everything she had seen over the past few days. The people who spread rumors that you're arrogant truly know nothing about you. Elka beamed. I guess in the end, rumors are just rumors, huh? Elka thought of someone else. I know someone who's just as straightforward as you, senior. She looked at S sincerely. I'll definitely be cheering for you, S replied. Thanks. Elka waved and smiled at him. Get home safe. I'm going to clean up and head back to the dorms too. Suddenly, a powerful aftershock cut their conversation short. S was startled. What was that? The air around them trembled, making it difficult to stay steady. At that moment, dozens of massive books began to fall from the shelf right above Elka. She was frozen to the spot, unable to dodge the books from above. Suddenly, somewhere else, a magic circle appeared at an epicenter, a pillar of purple light shooting upwards. A system announcement appeared, 11:30, operations camp in front of the Academy Center. Many dark monsters had appeared in the surrounding area. Thanks to the efforts of TL and his friends, many students had been gathered at the camp. The pillar of light showed no signs of weakening. 2 hours had passed since this unprecedented disaster occurred. Ayla looked at the pillar of light. I've seen this diagram before in a book on spirit magic. Looking at the summoning circle, those are ancient runes for summoning the high-level dark spirit, Glacia. Fia crossed her arms grimly. This is bad. Because there is only one person with a spiritual connection strong enough to summon so many spirits, and it's highly likely our enemy is someone who has gone mad after summoning a dark spirit. The top student of the second-year class, Yenika Fellover. After the clues Fia laid out, everyone fell silent, staring at her. Breaking the silence, TL spoke up. This is unfortunate, but now is not the time to worry about it. If what Ayla says is true, the barrier around the campus will buy us some time. TL earnestly reassured everyone around him. If Glaciacan is summoned, there will be many casualties. We must get to the central campus immediately. TL, first year, Department of Combat. In a corner, a conversation was taking place between Claire Elaine, captain of the Royal Guard, and the meddlesome Lilia Enton, a first year in the Department of Alchemy. Claire Elaine propped a hand on her hip, frowning. Anyone outside the barrier will be spotted immediately. If we let the Royal Guard and the professors handle this, it'll be over much faster. Before she could finish her sentence, Olivia cut in. If it really is a dark spirit, our barrier will be at a huge disadvantage. Therefore, we must reinforce it from the inside. The headmaster has also left town. Everyone looked toward Lilia. If all of us here combine our strength, defeating a high-level spirit isn't impossible. Don't you all agree? Hearing this, from a small corner, the gloomy Klusnau Non, a first year in the Department of Combat, stammered with wide, fearful eyes. I object. Elsewhere, the others continued to discuss their strategy. We'll destroy the mid-level spirits and take down the high-level one, and you'll go into that building to defeat Yenika Fellover. Right? Someone else replied. But that's not all. The students' gazes turned anxiously toward the swarm of dark spirits. There are even a few high-level spirits inside. 2, to be exact. The high-level raging fire spirit, Than, and the high-level dark spirit, Velauser. Klusnau protested in fear. Then how is that any different from suicide? I'm not going, someone asked worriedly. But did she really create all of this? I mean, even for the best second-year student, isn't this level of power a bit too much? She summoned Glaciacan while still controlling this entire swarm of spirits. Ayla rubbed her chin. This seems to be caused by Velauser's ability. Senior Yenika Fellover is merely a conduit for it to seize control. She explained, dark spirits are the natural enemies of spirit mages. Their immense power can easily overwhelm a spirit mage's control. An image appeared of a massive, 2-horned monster controlling Yenika Fellover. In fact, these demons control spirit mages, and that's also why they're so feared the mages themselves become their prey. Its eyes and meter-long horns became clearer, Ayla continued. Besides, we still don't know what method Senior Yenika Fellover, the top student in spiritmancy, used to command Velauser. Someone cut Ayla off. That's not the important part right now. Reese looked toward them, his face serious. Right now, it's crucial that we determine our next course of action, and there is only one person capable of making that decision. His gaze shifted to Fia. Princess Fia, please give the order. Biting her lip, she stared straight ahead. All eyes were fixed on Fia. At the very moment everyone's hopes were pinned on her decision, Fia pressed her lips together in thought when suddenly, that guy's nonchalant reminder echoed in her mind. Her memory flashed back to when she was chatting with S. He had turned to look at her then. "Whatever burden I'm carrying, it's nothing compared to yours. Is it, princess? Why don't you let yourself relax a little? If only it were as simple as he makes it sound," Fia thought. She spoke. "In 1 hour we will advance inside." She glanced over the faces below, filled with a mix of emotions. But only I, my personal guard, and the other top-ranking students, regardless of year or major, are permitted to enter. Only those who have proven their strength may accompany us. Therefore, prepare yourselves, both physically and mentally. Fia crossed her arms and declared loudly, "I will bear all responsibility." From behind her, someone spoke up with a report. She turned to look. "Princess, we have estimated the number of staff members in the lecture hall area." The person knelt respectfully on one knee. "The main hall and the At the Healing ward are at the center of the disaster. They cannot join the fight." She rubbed her head, feeling helpless. "It seems we are the only ones left who can fight," the man replied. "There are no students left over there either." A shout cut through the report. "There's still one more person." A purple-haired girl ran up, out of breath. "Hurry, I have to get to the library's reading room. A student friend of mine is in there with an academy librarian. And a second-year student too." Fia wondered, "What are their names?" The purple-haired girl replied, "Elka. It's Elka Yitlan." Hearing that, Ditch's eyes shot wide open in shock. Then he rushed straight toward her, roaring, "Elka? Did you just say Elka?" The purple-haired girl stammered, Yes. We're in the same apprentice librarian class, learning how to manage magical documents." Hearing this, Ditch turned away, frustrated and worried, cursing under his breath. "Shit, I have to go save her right now. That kid can't protect herself." Seeing this, Lortel, Caheln, and Fia stood in his way. "Calm down. The library is a long way from here. Right now, we have to prioritize the problem right in front of us," Fia continued. "That's right. She also said there was a second-year student in there with her, didn't she?" The two of them continued to reassure him. "For now, all we can do is put our faith in him." Ditch was too annoyed to speak. About that, Fia turned to the purple-haired girl. "You definitely said there was a second-year student there, right?" The girl was so terrified she didn't know how to answer. Seeing this, Ditch lunged forward, grabbed her by the collar, and yelled so loud it made Fia jump. "What are you hiding? Spit it out, now!" The girl stammered his name, then answered more clearly. "It's Sot." At that, Ditch's face darkened, his glare so intense it looked like he wanted to strangle her on the spot. The girl cried, her voice trembling. "I'm sorry. He was just sitting there from morning till night. It was so annoying, so I just pushed him off on Elka. Everyone knows what kind of person he is, right? Why are that shameless bastard and the apprentice librarian trapped in the library?" Ditch cursed. "Son of a bitch." Fia immediately stopped him. "Wait a minute." Fia seemed to be thinking about something. Then she stammered, "The test." "Even so," she said, mustering all her strength, "can't you just try to trust him this one time?" After Fia said that, everyone froze solid, staring at her blankly. No one said a word. Even Lortel Cahelm just looked at her, not knowing what to do. Ditch's expression grew darker and darker, showing he had reached the peak of his anger. Suddenly, Ditch shot straight up into the air, leaving Fia standing there, stunned. The moment he left the safe zone, the monsters seemed to catch his scent and swarm toward him. Ditch thought, if that bastard dares to touch a single hair on Elka's head, he unleashed his fury on the monsters, and their horrific screams echoed loudly. Furious, Ditch raced off. "I'll beat you to a pulp." In another place, to say a tattered loincloth had turned to silk would not be enough to describe the miraculous existence of one who was considered no more than a weed on the roadside. Someone thought to themselves, resting their chin on their hand, judging by its size, it seems to be a fully grown adult. Observing the condition of the bark on the surrounding trees, it seems it only just arrived. From within the tall grass, a pair of green eyes slowly concealed themselves. Peeking out from inside an animal hide, the person looked at the large deer before them. "Got you." With that thought, he gripped his knife and dashed out into the vast plains of the kingdom's northern region. A land of brutal competition, a place so remote that not even a whisper from the kingdom could reach it. The deer panicked at the boy's presence. He leaped high into the air, getting into position with his knife held tight. A place where, at the end of each day, you have to touch your own neck just to make sure your head is still there. His finishing blow was accompanied by a spray of red blood that splattered everywhere. Ditch was a descendant of a nomadic tribe temporarily living in this land, and he had to live separated from his family from the day he came of age. Someone's thoughts continued to echo. He never knew when he had been abandoned. Why did they cast him out? Was there any chance he could ever return to his tribe? And so, he learned how to behead a deer before he learned how to read. To the astonishment of others, before he knew how to trade goods, he had mastered the art of scavenging anything useful from a corpse on the side of the road. And his life story was self-evident. The constant whispers of outsiders always followed him. "Isn't that brat the one from the northern plains? He's a descendant of those barbarians up there, isn't he? I heard they even eat people." Those whispers always followed him. Such was the life of a monster. Suddenly, a clear voice asked, "What's your name?" Before him now stood a bright, cute girl, smiling happily at him. He replied, "Ditch." Then the little girl smiled. "You know what, Deech? You look just like a wolf walking on 2 legs." That's when I realized it, Deech thought. Elka's eyes went wide with a surprised, "Oh, he, who had wandered the vast plains his entire life, scrounging for food and rotting corpses, sleeping under a sky full of stars." After hearing Elka's words, Ditch let the branch he was holding fall to the ground. This little boy was, in the end, just a wild wolf abandoned by his own kind. "Dich, are you okay?" Elka asked. Tears flowed like a small stream, seeping through the gaps between his lower eyelashes and falling. "After all these years I've lived in solitude," he thought. "I've finally met the first companion of my life." Suddenly, he understood the feeling of loneliness he had felt for so long. Later, Elka took Ditch home to meet her parents. He bowed his head respectfully. Elka and her father welcomed him as a member of the family, and the meals after that were much more nutritious. As he scrambled to catch up with modern civilization, Ditch started going to school with Elka. He thought his former, brutal life was finally fading into oblivion, and as we would later find out, it was Elka herself who gave Ditch his signature buzz cut. And that just goes to show, the little wolf from all those years ago was now a grown man. The memories ended, and he returned to the present. Facing the horde of beasts, he thought, if it's to protect her, he used his terrifying strength to break through the encirclement of black monsters. Enraged, Ditch thought, "I don't care if I have to become a monster again." At that moment, Ditch thought about the rumors surrounding Sot, imagining an ugly picture of him. "I've heard countless rumors about that Sot Taylor, so I know damn well that he cheated on his exams, insulted the princess, and harassed the junior students." As he thought, Ditch shot forward, faster than the wind. But then his gaze suddenly stopped on a certain spot. Ditch saw Sot leaning against a wall and asked, "Who are you?" Ditch rushed over, angrily grabbing Sot by the collar. "Where's Elka? Why are you the only one here? Tell me where Elka is, now," Sot replied. "Third floor reading room." Hearing the answer, Ditch threw Sot aside, called out for Elka, and dashed off. Ditch reached the third floor reading room. "Elka, are you okay?" At that moment, seeing Elka sleeping soundly on a bed, Ditch finally let out a sigh of relief. His hands were trembling uncontrollably. "Thank God." Ditch breathed a sigh of relief. "Seriously, thank God." Ditch's gaze shifted to the huge bookshelves. "I'm only just noticing now that I'm taking a closer look," he thought. He broke out in a sweat as he looked around. All of these shelves. Even a full-grown man would struggle to lift one. Not to mention, they've been placed all around here as if to shield her. Dick's eyes moved to the window. The curtains were drawn tightly to block the view of the rampaging spirits outside. Ditch saw a board with a message left by Sot. The message read, "When you wake up, don't panic. Just stay put. Everything will be resolved by tomorrow morning, so just stay calm, lock the door tight, and don't attract the spirit's attention. Your own safety must come first. Absolutely do not act rashly." Looking at all this, Ditch thought to himself that someone had protected Elka. Just then, he picked up a coat and saw blood on it. It's not Elka's blood. Ditch followed the trail of blood, thinking this reminded him of something. He thought, even though he was injured, he didn't worry about himself first. He came all the way here just to protect Elka. The blood belonged to Sot. Thinking of Sot Taylor, Ditch wondered, but why? What the hell? Outside, Sot was growing tired. Man, that was way too close. He recalled what happened 3 hours ago. After the tremors stopped, Sot held up a bookshelf with one hand while carrying Elka with the other, whispering to himself, "Good thing I work out regularly." Still, this whole scenario is progressing faster than I expected. Looking out the window, he saw a pillar of purple light. Observing these ancient runes, it seems Glaskin is about to be summoned. He thought, Taylor will probably handle this. All the key players are over there, so there's no reason for me to interfere. Sot frowned, his expression serious. Because I'm not allowed to change the future. Even so, time is money. I can't just sit around and do nothing. Gritting his teeth, Sot propped up each bookshelf to create a barricade. In a little while, those spirits will come swarming in like mad. I should block the door so they can't get in. At the same time, I should use this chance to fortify this shelter as much as I can. Now I should probably just finish the beef jerky I brought and spend the night researching. It suddenly cut off my train of thought. But wait a minute. The thing that makes Yanika Failover's abilities so unique is S's memories. Combined with the fact that Yanika Failover is surrounded by colorful spirits, his powerful control, his spirit empathy, and his spirit link. Those two stats are strengthened through interaction with spirits. S opened the door and stepped outside. Fundamentally, communicating with spirits was already her innate talent. For me, someone who can't even see spirits, increasing my spiritual stats is nearly impossible, but the scene that appeared before me was a swarm of dark spirits diving towards something. Yanika Failover was summoning countless tangible spirits. S utilized her wind skills, preparing to join the fight. An event this interesting. I dashed forward with my skills. He grinned, ecstatic, all thanks to that meal. The flashback ended, and S leaned her back against the statue's leg. The speed was terrifying. The system window appeared. Fire Magic level 12, Spirit Art. Spirit Link level 7. S was completely exhausted. I thought about my level 12 Fire Magic and how my Spirit Art stat had also reached level 7. Just one more level, and I'll have made it. If the total level of my Spirit Link and Spirit Empathy reaches 15, I should be able to form a contract with a spirit, right? S groaned internally. Oh man, I've pushed myself to the absolute limit. If anything else happens now, it'll be dangerous. DX, carrying Elka on his back, walked over and asked, "What are you doing here?" S shot him an annoyed look and thought, "What am I doing here? Are you blind? Can't you see this battered and bruised mess? Whatever. There's no reason for me to lie, either." With that thought, S scratched her cheek and replied, "Training." DX let out a sigh. He thought to himself, "Training? Bullshit. Only a complete idiot would fall for that." With that, he gritted his teeth and replied, "I see. It seems I finally understand what kind of person you are. So, this has been your true nature all along." DX did something that made S's eyes widen in surprise. DX choked up. "I truly." Then he bowed his head to S. "I am deeply in your debt, S." DX's eyes grew resolute. "No matter what, I will repay this kindness when the time is right." Looking at the scene before her, S remembered. "Ah, that's right. Elka becomes DX's girlfriend later on. She's barely important enough to even show up in the settings, so I completely forgot. But seeing DX acting so serious and respectful in front of me, I think this guy is TL's friend, the one who trusted him throughout the entire story. This character is extremely important." S opened her mouth and said, "It seems you just left the Academy's central plaza to run all the way here, right? Get serious. Now that you're sure Elka is safe, why don't you go back and fulfill your duty? Go back to the Academy Plaza. You don't belong here." S bent down to pick something up. "Hurry up and go help TL. If you do what he says, everything will be fine," DX asked. Puzzled, "TL? You mean TL Mirai?" S replied, "That's right. The guy who's almost always running away from failure." DX looked confused. "I don't understand why you rate him so highly. You two haven't even spoken to each other before." An image of TL appeared in her mind. "It's not that I rate him highly, but the key is compatibility, especially since the barrier of the high-rank fire spirit, Ed Roth Taylor, can only be damaged by his elemental slash. In Act 1, Scene 9, TL learned the ultimate move Elemental Slash. That skill is the requirement to win this stage. If I can get TL to use that move, he'll win." Back in reality, DX bowed his head. "Thank you for the advice." S replied, "There's no more time for formalities. Go on, hurry. I'll stay here and rest for a bit." S watched DX's back as he carried Elka away and sighed. "I even gave him such a huge hint. The story should still progress like the original, right?" Suddenly, as if realizing something. "Wait a minute, DX just asked a question. TL? You mean TL M. Roy? You two haven't even spoken to each other before." S thought, why doesn't DX know TL yet? Act 1, Scene 9. The final exam's combat test. Although TL was being completely overwhelmed, he awakened his ultimate skill, Elemental Slash, and used it to slice DX's magic in half. In my memory of the plot, DX admired TL's tenacious will and decided to get to know him. The two of them became friends after that. However, the final chapter of the first act happened a whole month earlier than in the original story. S's gaze shifted to the window where Act 1 was taking place. The final chapter, the summoning of Glazer Khan, and Act 1, Scene 9. It didn't even have a chance to happen. As a result, DX and TL couldn't become friends, and TL never learned Elemental Slash. Over there, TL's group and Princess Fia are walking together, and now there won't be anyone from the strike team. S's stream of memories was leading to the head of a beast, waiting for its prey to fall. Unable to inflict any damage on Ed Roth Taylor, the purple dragon was raging, growling. I didn't even realize it, but the entire plot has been scrambled. At a place called the Academy's Central Plaza, the strike team's base, someone was kneeling on one knee, head bowed to accept his crime. "Forgive my tardiness. I accept any punishment for my negligence." Fia spoke in reply. "Forget it. Even if you were here, we still wouldn't have been able to win." An announcement came from somewhere, stating, "The strike team's first infiltration attempt has failed." Clara Lane spoke up. "If we want to try again, we first need to reinforce our numbers. I'll go with everyone as soon as the wound on my leg feels a little better," Fia said. "It's all right, Clara Lane. It's best if you stay at the base and rest. You're in no condition to move." Faced with Fia's utter helplessness, Clara Lane replied, "Princess Fia, if you're truly worried about me, then I ask you to retract that order." Fia replied, "You know my heart isn't made of stone." A heavy atmosphere fell over them. Luckily, we were able to retreat in time. But Clara Lane was severely injured. Kobe, the top first-year student from the combat department, was also critically wounded. Fia let out a long sigh. "Is there any way out of this?" Everyone who is still here, do your best to defeat Ed Roth-Taylor. Someone cut her off. We don't have time to deal with Ed Roth-Taylor anymore. Everyone's eyes turned towards the source of the sound. S stepped up to analyze the situation. Based on the speed of the summoning ritual, that monster will be called forth in a moment. You? I stammered in shock. S walked towards the group thinking, this is a last resort, but I have no other choice. He stepped forward. Let's split into 2 teams. S looked seriously at the others, crossed her arms and said, I'll lead one of the teams. From now on, I'm intervening in the plot. S scanned everyone present and then divided the strike team in 2. TL glanced at S and blurted out, Hey, you! What do you think this is? A picnic? Clara Lane stopped him. Let him finish speaking. S explained seriously. We have to get past the fire spirit Ed Roth-Taylor that Yanika Failover summoned, then confront the dark spirit Vosher that's controlling his mind. However, when we fought Ed Roth-Taylor, you all saw that it has a barrier surrounding it, making all of our attacks useless. We don't necessarily have to destroy Ed Roth-Taylor. An illustration formed in S's mind. While one team draws its attention, the other team will sneak into the gladiatorial training basement to attack Yanika Failover himself. The blue side is the decoy team, and the red side is the assault team. Once you get past Ed Roth-Taylor, you'll be able to confront Yanika Failover directly. Letheo panicked. No way! This spirit Ed Roth-Taylor is completely different from the one in our training sessions. We were only able to retreat through sheer luck. And what if the decoy team fails to distract it, and it comes after the assault team instead? Or what if things don't go as planned, and the entire decoy team is wiped out? Then we'll all have to face 2 spirits at once. That's just too risky. S replied, You can only think about weighing the risks when you have a lot of options. Lotheo, our ultimate goal is to take down Yanika Failover. By that logic, Ed Roth-Taylor should also weaken. The problem is, who's going to be on the decoy team? Fia, we just have to pick the ones willing to throw their lives away, right? Suddenly, someone's hand went up. I'm TL, he said. I'll join. S replied, Get back in your spot. Stop messing around. It's decided. You're on the team going down to the gladiatorial training basement. TL was pushed forward by S. I'm really fast, you know. I don't know how long I can run, but if you need a decoy, I'm the most logical choice. S sighed. You've got it wrong, pal. We're not choosing sacrificial pawns, S said seriously. We also don't have to split the members exactly in half for each team, S shouted. Just Gobi User and Lortel Caheln are enough. Add me to the mix, and the 3 of us will get Ed Roth-Taylor's attention. Gobi User thought, Why me? I'm too young for this. I think I'll decline as politely as possible. S, stuck helplessly between his 2 future teammates, thought, Trust me, there's still a way to hold Ed Roth-Taylor back. Lortel Caheln just shook her head. But how? Gobi User clutched his head. Fighting Ed Roth-Taylor with Roth-Taylor. I'd honestly rather die. S clicked his tongue. We're out of time. A clear voice rang out from behind them. I don't see anything wrong with what you're saying. It was Fia, covering her face with her hand. I still don't fully understand your intentions, but... She looked up. As Fia Elias Crow, 3rd Princess of the Crow Empire, this is my command. We will divide the strike team in 2. Fia walked forward. Taylor, Alavisa, Ayla, and I will be on the team to attack Yanika Failover. She called out sternly. Gobi, Lortel Caheln, and S will be the team to distract Yanika Failover. Fia turned back to look at everyone. And one more thing. Since we're short on time, I'll make this brief. This is just a precaution, but no matter what. She gave her final order before they set out. Do not die. The scene changes to the corridor of Na Hall. S's group was advancing forward, where a blue orb floated in the hallway. S spoke up. What's your plan for holding back that giant fire lizard? Just do as I say. If everything goes according to plan. He looked at Ed Roth-Taylor. We will definitely win. He glanced over at Gobi User. Don't worry, Gobi User. He thought about Gobi User, a gloomy kid drowning in fear and self-doubt, a complete contrast to his actual skills. But he was the top student among the new recruits in the combat department. S looked over to reassure him. Because I'm sure you can do it, Gobi User thought. Damn, this brat is way too confident. He looked at S, who was smiling, and thought, but does he really have a plan? Across from them, the monster's enormous foot stomped on the ground. It growled and whipped its tail, kicking up a cloud of dust right behind the door to the combat training basement. Fia, we just need to distract Ed Roth-Taylor, right? Gobi User recalled what Fia had said. The princess's resolute attitude was what convinced me to come this far. He chuckled softly. But I'm not alone. Gobi User excitedly ran forward. Who knows? Maybe I can find some courage too. Just then, the battle for S's team began. Gobi User used all his strength to block the monster's terrifying power. He broke out in a cold sweat and asked, It's here. It's about to attack. What do I do? At that moment, he realized the other 2 were no longer behind him and let out a confused, huh? Gobi User was dazed, not understanding what was happening, still frozen stiff. The monster was now right behind him, making Gobi User tremble before he screamed at the top of his lungs. You bastards tricked me! You tricked me! You call this brotherhood? You shameless sons of bitches, show your faces! I hate you! I hate this whole world. Lortel Cahelm closed her eyes, as if what was happening inside had nothing to do with her. S placed a hand on Lortel Cahelm's shoulder seriously. Let's get out of here. The plan was just to lure Gobi User to the Nahal corridor. She listened and immediately got the gist of it. Though, this gist was a little strange. You mean you plan to sacrifice Gobi User? Not a bad idea, but you'll be crucified for it. S replied, I'll say it again. This isn't a sacrifice. He continued to explain. He may look like a coward, but he's actually a top-tier student and extremely durable. And the most important role will be yours, Lortel Cahelm. A notification appeared. Outside Nahal, outside the combat training basement. Lortel Cahelm chanted a spell, and a pale blue aura appeared. S explained, because you will be responsible for ensuring the assault team's safe passage and dealing the critical blow to take down Ed Rothtaylor. Lortel Cahelm forced a faint smile. Look, I don't think you should jump to conclusions about him just because of a few rumors you heard. You can't just… S turned back to look at her. I guarantee anyone else would hesitate in this situation, but you're very good. Lortel Cahelm stood at the front and yelled, Blow it away! A blast of power, a mix of purple, and a mesmerizing blue was so powerful that the floor tiles flew everywhere. After that display, the massive, sturdy walls had been completely upended. Lortel Cahelm stood strong and cool amidst the wreckage. Over on the side, Princess Fia's group stood frozen, staring at what had just happened. What are you all standing there for? Lortel Cahelm glanced back and smiled. Let's go in. An image of S's back, the test. S looked at the pillar of light ahead and thought, as I recall, during the combat training session, I used a mid-tier forbidden magic spell that blew the roof right off Neo Hall. Lortel Cahelm smirked and thought, so that's why he gave me this job. S. Taylor, you really are an interesting guy. Or be changed. She looked at Princess Fia's group, thinking, in any case, the entrance is wide open. She glanced behind her. Now, all that's left is… Lortel Cahelm watched Gobi User run past, screaming, Lortel Cahelm, S, you two just wait. I'm going to kill you. I won't let you get away with this. Meanwhile, Lortel Cahelm gritted her teeth, trying to hold on to her remaining strength. Although the basic plan succeeded and the strike team slipped inside without Ed Rothtaylor noticing, Gobi User and I still have to stay here and deal with this rampaging monster. As for the monster chasing Gobi, confronting Ed Rothtaylor right in the Academy Plaza meant walking right into a trap. He screamed, S, I'm sorry. Come save me, I'm sorry. I won't try to kill you anymore. It hurts. Save me. Just this once, Lortel Cahelm asked. Are you just going to leave him to die? S stared straight ahead and replied, he can't escape. The only way is to capture it. He looked at the enraged fire dragon, but there's no attack that can get through its armor. Didn't you see during practice? I got screwed over by it once already. And that's not even mentioning that no one on the strike team has even managed to scratch it. S held up some kind of pouch and gave a wry smile. We'll use this to deal with its armor. The only thing left is to gather enough mana. Lortel Cahelm replied, what is that? She watched S run off quickly. She thought, Lortel Cahelm's right. Suddenly, Lortel Cahelm lunged forward to rescue Gobi User from the monster chasing him. S looked at everyone and thought, without Elemental Slash, no one on the strike team can penetrate Ed Rothtaylor's armor. The battle was gradually getting tougher. The monster was slowly changing from blue to a purplish pink. S ran and kicked the door open. He looked down, panting, and thought, what they need right now is an extremely powerful fire spell. S looked down below, where that girl Lucy was sleeping so soundly that a snot bubble had formed. S explained while thinking, very few people bother to complete the optional objectives to finish a mission, but I've done it countless times. S hoisted the person onto his shoulder. They snored. What's going on now? Rocking back and forth. Am I still sleepy? S thought angrily. How the hell is this kid sleeping so soundly in the middle of a huge battle? You call this sleeping? To be clear, for my dear readers, Lucy currently has nowhere to sleep because her place was destroyed, so whenever she wants to sleep, she goes up to the roof. To be precise, she has to be sleeping right now because she needs to be written out of the main storyline. An image of the maid appeared in S's thoughts. Yanika Failover isn't well, and because of that, Velma became agitated. S looked at the sleeping Lucy and thought, so in the end, Lucy had to run away, used up all her mana, and fell into a deep sleep. This might be the game's way of removing a powerful character like Lucy from the current situation. Lucy smelled food and shot up. Beef jerky! I smell beef jerky! S held out an open bag of jerky in front of Lucy, but for now, she wasn't getting any. S shoved the entire pile of beef jerky into Lucy's mouth, shouting, eat! Eat up! Swallow it all! You don't get a choice! S looked at her with a sinister glint in his eyes, his target the blazing fire lizard. S gritted his teeth and thought, is my aim right? Ugh, no need to worry about that. Back in the military, I did this dozens of times. S angrily threw Lucy forward, toward the battle. S yelled, everyone get down! Down below, the others were locked in a fierce struggle with the monster. A sound rushed toward them as Lucy, still mid-air, screamed something incomprehensible. You brute! A flash of light erupted between the two sides. From his high vantage point, S looked down on the battle below. The light from the immense power was blindingly bright, and this was the high-grade electric field sword. God's punishment. As for the attackers, every single one of them had to brace themselves with all their might against that enormous power. Even S, all the way up where he was affected by the immense force. Below, he had to shut his eyes and grit his teeth to hold on. Ed narrowed his eyes, thinking that in a way, this was the most crucial moment. He looked at the monster, its colors faded, and thought, Tiamat, a high-rank fire spirit with an incredibly tough defense, one that all the students combined couldn't even scratch. But after taking a hit from Lucy's high-level magic, that sturdy armor had to shatter. Ed leaped down from the second floor, calculating that now, the other students' attacks could finally affect it. By all accounts, defeating it should grant a ton of experience points. And now, I've finally reached this stage. Ed landed with a cool, intimidating aura. He thought, I have to seize everything I possibly can. That's what I've decided. Gianni remembered her mother's hug and comforting words from when she was a little girl. I'm so proud of you, Gianni, my beloved daughter. Not only that, but she also couldn't forget the fake words of her classmates. Being friends with Gianni, I'm so proud. You're the face of the second-year students. Only you could prove your superior skill in this combat exam. Of course, I always believed Gianni could do it. Without you, the second years would definitely just be a bunch of failures. In a hazy, dream-like space, she was furious. Her small feet were drenched in blood, and a mocking voice echoed around her. We're so lucky to have you with us. Gianni! A loud explosion erupted along with a thick plume of white smoke. She observed her surroundings. When she saw Taylor's group, she was silently surprised. Everyone is here? Gianni was bound by iron chains. She told herself, ah, that's right. I should greet them with a bright smile like I always do. She forced a smile. Welcome. Behind Gianni, a massive monster with blood-red eyes appeared. From the air, it began to gather its terrifying power. Ed ran while analyzing the situation at Neo Hall where Gianni was. I wonder if they've started the fight yet. This whole thing should be over before dawn. He stopped at a safe distance, feeling incredibly relieved. Luckily, he could see the monster furiously attacking Kobe. He let out a breath, realizing he wasn't too late. He asked Chloe, "Where's Lucy?" Chloe replied, "She's around here somewhere, probably rolled into a corner." He felt a bit of regret. It would have been great if she'd just finished it off completely. Chloe explained, "I don't think she has enough energy left for a finishing blow." The monster relentlessly attacked Kobe Usher, causing him to panic and flee. While Lucy was fast asleep, Ed decided, "Well then, we'll just have to finish this ourselves." Chloe retorted angrily, "We were trying to finish it!" I poured all my mana into 2 ice spears and shot them at it, but it was completely unfazed. Damn it! This monster's tough as hell. Ed rolled up his sleeves, ready to step up. "We have to slit its throat. Your ice magic isn't suited for precise cuts, so leave this to me." She was worried. "Senior, you're a magic student too. It would be better to let Kobe Usher handle the sword work." Seeing Kobe's panicked face, unable to do a damn thing, Ed was fed up. "And you think he can pull it off?" He kept screaming in fear. Help me! I'm sorry!" Seeing that, she was at a loss for words. "Never mind." Ed laid out the plan. "I'll take responsibility for finishing this. You just hold it down one more time. My life is in your hands, so you'd better do a good job. Got it?" Chloe calmed herself down. Phrases like, "I'll take responsibility," or "My life is in your hands," made her see the risk. "You make it sound way too easy, but in reality, this is nothing but a blind gamble." He explained, "It's not a gamble. I'm saying a person's life can't be valued so cheaply." With his striking good looks, he turned his head and smiled. "This is an investment." Chloe seemed to be reassured. "An investment, you say? Well, that's my specialty." She began to summon her magic. "I like you more than that princess who has to act like royalty all the time. Just because you're a member of the royal family, you dare bet your life for me." Her power was gradually gathering into sharp crystals. "In that case, I'll bet my life on you too." Ed initiated his plan. "I'm coming, Kobe Usher." After being chased for a while, Kobe was now in a daze. "Do whatever you're going to do. I can't take this anymore." The monster saw someone running towards it, which seemed to provoke its anger even more. Ed assessed the situation. Both he and Kobe are hanging by a thread. The monster began to gather power to attack him. Even so, I know full well that Kobe Usher is scared out of his mind. A loud roar from the monster echoed as an immense power rushed forward. While Ed only had his body, he suddenly began to gather magic, but he hesitated slightly. "Not yet. I need to get closer." Suddenly, he was brought to a halt. A giant arm appeared under a red light. Kobe panicked. "What the hell is that?" Ed immediately recognized it as Glaskin's right arm. "Does this mean Taylor's group has reached the final phase?" "It also means that everything is proceeding just as I planned." He felt a little worried, but the timing isn't quite right. A sight like this could draw the attention of anyone up ahead. He nodded. The monster drew very close, ready to strike, but suddenly, a blue light appeared and attacked the monster. He analyzed the situation. No matter that she was in the middle of such a huge battle, Chloe managed to intervene at the perfect time. At that moment, he marveled that Chloe still hadn't missed her mark. The monster was a bit stunned from the effect of her last attack. Just as it opened its eyes to look around, another source of power struck it. Ed seized the opportunity. While the monster is caught off guard and unable to attack, I have to aim perfectly too. He hoped with extreme confidence, because I've performed this spell hundreds, even thousands of times. The wind spear magic spell immediately followed his command, slicing the monster's neck in two. It slowly disintegrated, turning to dust as a system notification sounded. You have defeated the high-rank fire spirit, Tiamat. That was followed by a series of accompanying upgrades. Spirit Link stat has increased. Spirit Empathy stat has increased. Spirit Link stat has increased. Spirit Empathy stat has increased. Attained Spirit Link increase. Spirit Pact setting unlocked. You may now form a pact with a spirit. Ed shifted his gaze toward the red stream of light. From beneath the claw, a streak of light shot straight into the air, its glow growing stronger and stronger. After a series of cuts, the hand exploded, shattering into countless pieces as Taylor fell with it. He realized, as expected, the main character is still the main character. The barrier gradually began to show cracks, then shattered into large chunks. Looks like it's all over. Under the peaceful sunlight beneath the great tree, Chloe spoke up. In my life, I've heard more than a few people claim they were risking their own lives. Everyone was resting after the intense battle, she judged, but most of them were just cowards. Ed simply replied lightly, is that so? Faced with his calm attitude, she grew a little curious. What's with you? Senior, we just went through a life-or-death battle. Don't you think you're being a little too nonchalant? She smiled, extending her hand. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Chloe Kellen. Ed shook her hand in reply. Hey, as if sensing something, he felt 3 gold coins in his palm. Chloe was smug. I win this time. She wore a teasing expression. Finally, let your guard down, huh? Guess you owe me a favor. Now, what should I do? She said softly. Goodbye, see you again. Senior. Ed was suspicious. Is she trying to stay in touch with me? But I really don't want anything more to do with her. He suddenly saw a pair of limping legs approach, along with an angry tone of voice. I'm absolutely furious with you. I'm sure you can guess why. Ed speculated, so Taylor's swordsman class directly affects his physical appearance? Just like in a game. So damn cool. Faced with Ed's bewilderment, he looked dejected. Whatever misunderstandings there were before, he bowed his head sincerely. A debt is a debt, so thank you. Kobe, unconvinced, yelled out, Taylor, a guy like him isn't worthy of your respect. How do you know he won't take the chance to stab everyone in the back? Not to mention, he almost got me killed. Before he could finish his sentence, incredibly frightening sounds came from behind him. Yurik spoke up. Be quiet. Kobe Usher, Chloe added. You seem to have a lot of complaints, Kobe Usher. Priya didn't hesitate to threaten him either. Kobe Usher? Shut your mouth. His fragile little heart was so hurt by their words that he covered his face and cried like a child. Fia suggested. Ed Taylor, you helped us a great deal this time. I'll recommend you to the student council. Ed cut her off. No need, he said, standing up to explain. Lucy deserves the most credit for taking down Tan. TL also killed Velshera and Glaskin, so everyone should just focus on them. Hearing this, Alavisa put on a sly look. Look at you. Are you trying to deny your own efforts? There's no debating that Lucy and TL contributed a lot, but we're talking about something else. Or, are you just embarrassed? Ed stepped forward to clarify. He's still our senior, you know. Alavisa, watch your tone. She got incredibly angry. Why do you keep defending him? Zet reminded her. Show him some respect. Witnessing all this, Ed thought to himself, I originally wanted to keep my distance from the main characters to avoid affecting the original story. He smiled unconsciously. But now, seeing all of them together like this, I can't help but feel a strange sense of warmth. Under the shining sun, he seemed to have developed a deep sense of familiarity with them. After all, I've been watching them grow in this world and helping them solve their problems time and time again. He looked at each of them in turn. First was TL, who grew a little stronger with every effort, and Ayla, who became much braver thanks to him. Next was Fia, who accepted her fate as a queen and was maturing day by day. Rick had also made some progress that caught his eye. He had found his own path amidst a chaotic and mixed-up society. And I can't forget Kobe and Alavisa. Kobe was growing more and more confident in himself, and Alavisa had realized that life wasn't always full of joy and happiness. Finally, there was Lauthio. The girl who had buried her life in luxury had finally made a decision for herself. He reviewed everything that had happened. They were all main characters. But they were main characters who shouldered their own responsibilities, aiming for the final prize called victory. When Lauthio turned her head to look back, Ed was already gone. After everything, he decided, it's because I'm so aware of that fact that I've backed away. Holding stones in his hands, he cleared a path through the rubble. Ed walked to the main hall, where an intact locker lay on its side. He slowly opened it, thinking, because no matter how I think about it, there's still something not quite right. I had to come here. Under his expectant gaze, he knew that to light the way for the main character's glory, someone had to be curled up inside this locker. Yenika Filover gave a friendly smile. So you're determined to play the supporting role, huh? Ed's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Back when he was with Lauthio's group, he had wondered, why did Yenika Filover go berserk like that? Lauthio had answered, I think I know why, she explained. You know, I once accidentally saw Yenika Filover's room. Ed knew about that room. Every object in there was a symbol of sincerity and gratitude. The room was crammed with neatly placed items, but on the large desk, there wasn't even enough space to open a book. The wooden board was pinned full of notes. Each piece of paper on the wall was like a heavy stone weighing on the small girl's shoulders. Dealing with that mess should have been simple. The simplest solution would have been for her to just take down all the notes plastered on the wall and neatly stack the pile of gifts in a corner. But Yenika Filover's sense of guilt would creep in. He realized she saw herself as the heroine of a fairy tale, so casting off those burdens was impossible. She was obsessed with the need to cherish all the gifts and feelings people gave her with all of her sincerity. That was the exact reason why she was so easily manipulated by the monster. Needless to say, that task was incredibly difficult. Veller exploited that dark corner of her mind, and her descent into madness was a predetermined outcome. But he was a bit curious why this event happened a whole month earlier than in the original story. In that very moment, he recalled that in the original story's combined combat training match, TL was the one who was supposed to be honored in that situation. But because Lucy blew him away in an instant, all the students turned to idolize Yenika Filover instead. From there, he could clearly analyze the situation. Mahujia's and Lucy's contract was the reason TL was defeated in a single blow. And the reason Lucy was able to form that contract was that she often went to the northern forest, because it was a prime spot for a good nap. Ed then discovered that he was the one who had built that prime sleeping spot. He let out a sigh. It's me again. The guy who was supposed to be written out of the story from the moment Act 1 began. Back to the present. Yenika Filover gave a weak laugh as she sat up, scratching her head. I think I get why Lucy likes sleeping here. It's so warm. But I didn't expect you to find me so quickly. It was so chaotic just now. Everyone must have been focused on fighting and forgot about me. She sighed. It's a little sad. After letting everyone see me cause such a huge mess, of course I'd become the unwanted one. I thought everyone would rush to find me, saying things like, where's Yenika Filover? Ed judged. Sounds like someone was intentionally hiding so people would come looking for them. She admitted, can't deny that part, but suddenly she curled up. I still didn't want you to find me this fast. I wanted to lie in there a little longer. Ed wondered, why? She replied with a smile, because I was about to cry. Really ugly cry. Ed fell silent for a moment, remembering Maujia's words. It wanted him to promise that he would save Yenika Filover one day. Ed suddenly realized, that wolf's message. It seems the salvation it spoke of was freeing Yenika Filover from this very situation. But there's no way that could happen, because I'm the only one who knows the future, he reasoned internally, piecing everything together. Perhaps it predicted this when it saw the pressure and attention everyone was giving Yenika Filover. The only person who kept their distance from Yenika Filover could, in fact, become her strongest pillar of support. In the end, Yenika Filover fervor had fallen. This might have been the source of the red claws that appeared during the fight between his group and the monster. She could have formed a contract with a high-level spirit, but her haste during the summoning ritual turned her into prey for a dark spirit, leading to the destruction of the faculty building. Ed seemed to recall details about Yenika Filover. She practiced magic late into the night every day. When facing her family, friends, and teachers, the people who made her happy, she would always smile. The image of her with that radiant smile was a complete contrast to what her soul was enduring inside. But because she was so busy living according to others' expectations, she must have been under immense pressure. He came to a realization. Just experiencing that is a happiness in itself. But the paradox is that failure also brings a strange sense of happiness. Ed called out to her, Yenika Filover. In his heart, he felt a bit of pity. I don't know how much these words will soothe her. He offered a smile and replied with a word of acknowledgement. You did your best. For people overflowing with confidence like TL's group, they were always shining. He could feel it. On that glorious stage, the proud main characters were holding a parade. The applause and praise echoed endlessly. But on the other hand, the backstage area was dark and silent. Just like Yenika Filover right now, the smile vanished from her lips. The villain of Act 1 exited the stage, making way for the heroes to step forward. She began to cry. Ed knew it best. I've seen the ending of Act 1 countless times. Before his astonished eyes, Ed witnessed a scene that had never appeared before. But it seemed that right at this moment, numerous spirits of all kinds gathered and flew to surround the small girl. I've never seen this before. Through her choked sobs, it was as if everything was showing its concern for her. He was truly witnessing it. Now I've truly seen the complete ending. A system notification sounded. Spirit connection level 10. Spirit empathy level 10. In addition, there are other spirits. Low-level fire spirit Ego likes you. Low-level wind spirit Zer likes you. The most special notification right now was the one from the system about Maujia. High-level wind spirit Maugia likes you very, very much. The scene changes. 10 days later. 10 days had passed since the disciplinary decision was issued. She sat before the hearing table, her head bowed low. You've been following the case. Yanika Failover acknowledged her crimes and was willing to accept the punishment. Things got incredibly tense, but during the first disciplinary hearing, all of Yanika Failover's friends and teachers fought to defend her. Then, during the second hearing, Fia announced that Yanika Failover would not be punished for the attempted assassination of a royal. The princess confirmed that Yanika Failover had been possessed by Velocifer. Everything that happened back then was unintentional. Not only that, but other members also came to attend one by one. Loteo also came to report the damages. The Elter Merchants Association agreed to cover all repair costs, but with one condition: a reduction in customs fees when transporting raw materials. In exchange, they would only pay for half. But no matter what, the outcome of the hearing was a set of penalties, revoking all benefits for upperclassmen, taking back all awards and emblems of honor, and also revoking her right to enter the OP Hall starting next semester. 10 days of suspension, 20 days of house arrest, or be changed. When the gavel of justice fell, the order to lift the suspension took effect, and everyone was overjoyed, as if they had just finished filming a touching scene in some cheesy high school drama. But no matter what, it seemed Yanika Failover couldn't bring herself to be happy. Clara Lane sighed. Thank goodness. Anis noticed that Yanika Failover's shoulders seemed heavier than usual. It looked like she was under a lot of pressure. The two of them had a plan. If that's the case, we have to do something, right? A warm tea party with delicious, beautifully arranged cakes, Claire Elaine whispered to Anis. Don't you dare breathe a word about that Glaskin incident. Don't do anything that might upset her, and don't ask how she's feeling or anything like that. We absolutely have to talk only about personal feelings. There, Claire Elaine said with a confident look. Perfect. That'll work. Ready? Anis replied. Ready, Claire Elaine said. Looking like they were part of some secret plot, the two approached the melancholic Yanika Failover. Come here, Yanika Failover. Suddenly, she put on a sweet, curious expression. Liking someone versus loving someone. Why do you guys think there's a difference between the two? Claire Elaine froze. Why are you suddenly asking about this? She stammered in reply. I have a friend. Her cheeks turned pink. This friend of mine had a dream like this. She was holding a beautiful flower wreath in her hands. The friend she was talking about was, of course, herself. In the dream, she was sitting in a radiant field of flowers when suddenly, a voice called from behind her. It was S, looking incredibly handsome on a white horse, smiling as he called her name. Yanika Failover. She placed the flower wreath on his head with a message, I made this wreath for you. Then the two of them held hands, skipping and laughing happily in the flower field. As if still lost in that joy, she awkwardly recounted the recurring dream. Her two friends, thinking the same thing, knew exactly what she meant. Yanika Failover, you were under house arrest for 10 days. There's no way you could have met any friend. Anis probed with a forced smile. Ah, I get it. Did this friend say anything else? Yanika Failover described passionately. She said, every time she sits alone in her room staring into empty space, that person's face immediately appears in her mind. Hearing this, Anis hastily made an excuse and ran off. Oh my gosh, I forgot I had to help the assistant professor with something. I gotta go, Claire Elaine called out helplessly. Anis! The carefree Yanika Failover even waved goodbye. Claire Elaine, on the other hand, was in turmoil. I have to probe this very slowly and carefully, so I don't hurt Yanika Failover's fragile, weak heart. She looked at her with a mix of fear and worry. The slightest slip-up and this will become the talk of the entire school. The love story of young Yanika Failover Fover. Unbelievable. She took the initiative. Hey, Yanika Failover. Instead of trying to complicate everything, why don't you try thinking about this more simply? Claire Elaine explained gently. Whether you like or dislike someone, that's always a secret, right? Yanika Failover asked curiously. Really? Claire Elaine moved closer to her, her eyes full of confidence, and she began her persuasion. What you should do right now is be honest with your own feelings. I mean, your friends. Yanika Failover was convinced. You're right. I think your judgment is completely correct. You're really something else, Claire Elaine, she advised. But from now on, whenever you talk about sensitive things like this, you should be a little more careful, or it will affect your image. Your friend's image, I mean. Hearing that, Yanika Failover had a realization. Oh, you're absolutely right. That would be a disaster. Claire Elaine breathed a silent sigh of relief. For now, at least, I've successfully stopped the rumor. Yanika Failover, having received the advice she needed, cheered up. Thanks for the helpful advice. I'm heading to the Opalizer Hall to report for my house arrest today. Claire Elaine replied gently. Yeah, I'm going to sit here a little longer to clear my head. Claire Elaine waved goodbye, then immediately slumped her face onto the table. I did it, Anis. S was calm. Thinking about himself, he always had to scrimp and save before, but thanks to Faya's petition, his tuition for the next semester was waived. He was thrilled with what he had gathered and bought some new tools with the gold he was awarded. Suddenly, he saw Yenika Failover walking aimlessly, seemingly lost in thought. He realized he'd been avoiding her this whole time, but now that Act 1 was over, she wasn't the main character anymore. S walked up to her and took the initiative to say hello. "Hey, Yenika Failover. Looks like your house arrest is over, huh?" He thought to himself. "If I just say a quick hello, it should be fine." Huh? Suddenly, it was like she moved in a flash. The moment she saw S, she jolted and hid behind a distant tree, stammering awkwardly. Right. Yenika Failover was supposed to be honest with her feelings, but contrary to his expectations, Yenika Failover just covered her face and ran off. She shouted back at S, "I have to go to the OP hall, so I'll see you later. Bye." Apparently being honest was too high of a difficulty level for Yenika Failover. Right, I shouldn't have tried to talk to her anyway. I'm about to be swamped with work. Standing before a large plot of land, he had his own plans. It was finally time to build a hut. Starting on the first day, I chose a favorable location for myself. I picked a large, well-shielded patch of land under the trees so I could work without being disturbed. By the third day, I moved on to selecting materials and started gathering wood. My wind spear skill has gotten much better, so this part was actually a piece of cake. On the sixth day, I paused my wood gathering because the final exam results were out. My practical score was quite high, and my theory score was also impressive compared to the average new student. Anytime, anywhere. I noticed that one troublesome girl, Yenika Failover, was still constantly avoiding me. Her friends, Claire, Elaine, and Anis, just glared at me as if to give a warning. I better not let them see my face again. So, whatever, I couldn't be bothered either. I just kept going. By the 18th day, the wood gathering was almost done. I wonder if anyone has ever mastered the wind spear to this extent. Then, on the 20th day, I had managed to erect the frame of the hut. The holidays started, so now I could dedicate all my time to building the cabin. I was furious because, by sheer coincidence, when I went to check the trap I set this morning, I found Lucy caught in it, sleeping soundly. I probably shouldn't use dried beef as bait anymore. Time flew by, and on the 27th day, the senior maid Belmia came and gave me some herbs and mushrooms. She even asked how things between me and Yenika Failover were progressing. She seemed confused. She tilted her head when I said, "I think Yenika Failover hates me." A month had already passed since the plan began. On the 30th day, I had only propped up a single wooden pole as a pillar, so the outer wall collapsed completely. I now realized that simply carving the joints to fit together isn't enough to secure the cabin. Life is shit. At this point, Yenika Failover was still avoiding my face. Yesterday at the bakery, I accidentally ran into Yenika Failover's group again. The moment our eyes met, she ran for her life. Claire, Elaine, and Anis still maintained that same angry attitude towards me. And just like that, it was already the 37th day. "Yus came to help me," he remarked. "Just as you said, he seems like a good guy." I replied, "Is that so?" I was overjoyed. "Yes, we're finally back on the original story's track. He helped me out. Does this side need to be nailed down?" I replied, "No, that side doesn't need it. That's where the chimney will go." I carved markings on it. On the 45th day, I stepped onto the wooden floor. I was now inside the completed room. As far as he could tell, neither the floor nor the walls could be eroded, and there wasn't any furniture yet. This place was just a makeshift hut built from a pile of rough lumber. In the faint light of the fireflies, he admired his handiwork. But at least it has walls and a roof. If I close the door tight, the bugs won't be able to get in. After so many tiring days, this was perhaps the most relaxing moment for him. New product, a wooden hut, formed by stacking carved wooden blocks onto pillars and crossbeams. It had only walls and a roof, with nothing inside. Crafting difficulty, 4 stars. Crafting complete. Proficiency in crafting technique has increased. In the romantic afternoon light, a house finally peeked out in the distance. It was Yenika Failover. She looked at him with anticipation, seeming to want nothing more than to lie down on the cool wooden floor. He calculated a few more things. I've finished the walls, floor, and even the fireplace. I should probably add a fence, a woodshed, and some other stuff too. Suddenly, a thud came from the roof of the hut. He stepped outside and looked up to see Lucy passed out asleep. "This isn't a tower roof for you to sleep on, you know?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hello." He saw Yenika Failover waving and waved back. "Oh, hey Yenika Failover." She looked a little tense, making him wonder what she was doing here. Clouded Leopard A recounted, "The last time I was in the forest, I went to young Master S's hut and saw something shocking." Yenika Failover remembered, "You mean that hut?" The woman was curious. "How do you know about it, miss?" She stammered. I just happened to pass by and see it." Clouded Leopard A seemed to understand. "I see." She was a bit surprised, then continued, "He said he built that hut himself, but it wasn't what I imagined. It's actually quite beautiful and sturdy." I was truly shocked at the time. I had no idea he was that skilled. Hearing her praise, she just replied softly, "I see." Clouded Leopard A whispered into Yenika Failover's ear, "I want to take a look inside too." "You know," she said, "just to wander around and see how well built it is." As if her weak spot had been hit, Yanika Failover replied, I see. You're curious about things like this too, aren't you? Clouded Leopard A leaned close to her ear. Besides, of course I am. I'm only human, after all. Any normal person who sees a hut pop up in the middle of nowhere would be curious about who built it, how they built it, and what's inside, right? That's a completely normal and natural reaction. Yanika Failover seemed to have a realization, her eyes filling with love. The woman emphasized her point. I specifically said it was normal and natural, so Yanika Failover would catch on. Back in the present, Yanika Failover was a flustered mess, waving her arms around as she explained, I was just passing through. I came to visit Mayugia, and then I saw this hut, so I thought I'd check it out. I mean, anyone who sees a hut suddenly appear would be curious about who built it, how it was built, and what's inside, right? Isn't that right? It's totally normal, totally natural, right? He found her a bit hard to understand. I guess so. Though she couldn't calm down, she still managed a compliment. This hut is huge. He was a bit confused. Well, I did just build it. Didn't the spirits tell you? She stammered. Ah, well, they might have mentioned a little something. She recalled the spirits' words. It really was a just passing by sort of thing. She'd said something like, oh, so there's a hut here, and left it at that. And that was that. A series of descriptions of his charm came to mind as he took off his t-shirt. His firm muscles would be revealed. His arm muscles were a bit bigger. The hard veins next to his collarbones and his triceps. All of it was enough to give her a nosebleed. She admitted, you know, I don't really talk to the spirits much. I honestly have no idea what your life is like. He was enthusiastic now. So, want to come inside and have a look? He gestured invitingly. It's just a simple wooden hut. Yanika Failover froze for a second, then cheerfully agreed. She was amazed. You did all this yourself? By the warm fire, she sipped a cup of hot tea. I really owe everyone a huge debt this time. Yanika Failover confided in him. Both the princess and Lo helped out so much. A lot of my friends even said they'd lend me money for tuition, but how would I ever pay them back? He thought for a moment. If you can't pay it back, then you shouldn't borrow it. He enlightened her. You borrow, you pay back. That's just how it works, isn't it? She found this a bit refreshing. She'd never thought of it that way. In his mind, he thought, that's right. This is just how Yanika Failover is. Based on the plot and her personality, she was unaware that the heavy burden of everyone's expectations was what led to that day's incident. The reality was always the opposite of one's expectations. Even though many people wanted to help pay her tuition or even invest in her education, she chose to solve the problem by moving from the modern Opalizer Hall to the outdated Dexter Hall, purely because she didn't want to be indebted to anyone, not even for something small. Despite the difficult circumstances back at Opalizer Hall, each student had their own room. But Dexter Hall was different. Each room housed at least 8 students. Day in and day out, she had to endure the resentful stares of others. For Yanika Failover, it was no different than a prison. Her choice was fundamentally a mistake. In the end, it solved none of her problems. He advised her, if you ever want to escape that place, you should try coming here. He was like a pillar of support, always backing her up. I really don't mind. She looked like she wanted to say something, but held back and just smiled. That makes me feel a lot better, Yanika Failover confided. If you ever feel overwhelmed or when you can't handle something by yourself, I hope you'll tell me. S was a little taken aback. She didn't hesitate to express herself. At times like these, Yanika Failover would flash a brilliant smile. I'll help you, no matter the cost. He returned her smile. He mused, overwhelmed, huh? Under the night sky, by the campfire, time passed. The second semester was drawing near. Scene change. A day of torrential rain marked the beginning of the second act. Some information was provided. The Sage's Sealed Grimoire. This book contains knowledge about the elemental arts, recorded by the great sage Sylvania. Elemental arts is an extremely difficult level of magic, believed to be capable of bending the laws of the natural world at will. He judged it to be a plain old book. Lo stood before the display case containing the book, letting out a sigh. Regarding the power the book grants, it has the ability to create a hurricane. She wore a slightly mischievous smile. Just as I thought, it reeks of money. The ability it grants is to blow away this entire academy. But as for him, he expressed, thanks for the information, but that won't happen. He seemed certain of his own abilities. It won't happen, at least not to me. S closed his eyes and thought, you're about to enter a difficult period, Tael. But that has nothing to do with me. But frankly for you, it'll be like stepping into hell. Good luck, Tael, my boy. The Failed Swordsman. Chapter 2 opens. The Occupation of Opalizer Hall. A few details about this place. Most of the students in Opalizer Hall enjoyed the lives of nobility, with priority seating in class, complete freedom during lunch, personal servants, and countless other benefits, elevating them to an entirely different level than the rest of the student body. This place was considered the origin of all the problems. During the back-to-school period after the holidays, a heavy rain fell over the southwestern part of the Vashut region. According to information from the academy, only students from Opelizer Hall were provided with carriages and boats to get to school. If they couldn't arrive on time, they were given special permission to rest for a few days. In contrast to those blessed fates, the lowly students from Honla Hall followed behind, trekking through the fierce storm raining down on them. But for not arriving on time, they could only wait to have their points deducted and blame themselves for being useless. It was because of this inequality that the long-suppressed negativity finally erupted. Right in front of Opelizer Hall, someone held a letter detailing all the ongoing events. Lo's voice was heard. A seal was pressed down as the rain fell in sheets. She smiled, just as I predicted. This whole situation is now under the control of a female merchant. Winlin appeared amidst the students in the pouring rain. This female merchant had contacted a representative for the downtrodden students in advance, a representative who had a single goal, to demand justice from the academy and Opelizer Hall. The students' discontent had surpassed its breaking point, erupting into outrage. You could see it. Their simple demand was for nothing more than fairness for all the lower-class students. Win, who was skilled at using reason to lead others, was the one who initiated the rebellion. Justice was established. The letter was sealed. The discrimination against the lower-class students was blatant, forcing them to brave the storm just to get to school. A proposal to proactively change the school start time for students of Deer Hall gained overwhelming support. Based on the privileged treatment received by the Opelizer students, another figure of equal importance emerged. The head maid of Opelizer Hall and a part of the school board sided with Lute Theo. They would definitely support Lute Theo's proposal with all their might in the face of the students' extreme fury. It was clear that, at this point, whether the academy approved the proposal or not no longer mattered. Just the wait for it to be considered was enough to drive the students mad. The flames of indignation would ignite the war, and they would fan this riot to its peak, turning it into the most impactful incident imaginable. An undesirable future was about to unfold. Opelizer Hall was adorned with paintings gifted by noble families. Even the walls, the carpets, and all the wooden furniture inside were crafted by master artisans. The plan was to destroy as much of it as possible before the administration could even hesitate. Once the riot began, it was best to completely destroy a portion of Opelizer Hall. The longer the riot dragged on, the more losses the Academy's already weakened finances from the G incident would suffer. Negotiations for the exchange of the sage's sealed grimoire were underway. This very book would give the Elder Merchant Guild a distinct advantage. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this grimoire the heart of Sivania, but even at the cost of their own heart, they were determined to make the trade. As the rain fell ceaselessly, Lute Theo felt a sliver of anticipation. She stood before the window, gazing into the distance, wondering when the rain would stop. This scene felt like it would last forever, until the rain finally ceased. The pitch-black sky, without a single fragile ray of light, brought back the image of her in the slums, just like the slum sky reflected in the eyes of a little girl in ragged clothes. That year, Lute Theo remembered it. Because of how her life had unfolded, I didn't know what to do but delude myself for some peace of mind. This beautiful land of academia was surprisingly filled with too much light. Looking at my own reflection in the window, it seemed to also be the reflection of all those miserable fates. The image of a child in the vast darkness, covered in dust and dirt, now appeared so vividly. The proof of the schemes laid out on the table was a testament to it. They were searching for someone who had lived their entire life without a single moment of honesty, a life filled with nothing but betrayal and mutual suspicion. I became someone who fought for survival with everything I had, but even that couldn't shake off this pathetic image of myself, so I continued to desperately search for who I truly was. Even in this land, this paradise of light and people brimming with joy, surely someone among them must understand the disgusting life of a filthy rat drowning in mud. I kept searching for myself, until the last glimmer of hope faded in my empty heart. Lute Theo felt a little disappointed. It's so lonely, because human nature is something that can never be changed. To overcome this cruel reality, Lute Theo had to stand firm in the face of everything. Lute Theo would always be the velvet curtain that hides the dark truth behind the stage. The audience called her the Black Nightmare. The students, utterly enraged, screamed from the hall below, "We can't take this discrimination anymore. This is a place of education. We should at least be graded fairly in the original story." During the occupation of Opelizer Hall, they yelled, "Answer us!" The main plot follows the protagonist as he puts an end to the lower-class students' riot and confronts Lute Theo. The maid noticed something unusual. "What is this?" "I have to report this to the head maid." That was the first step of the plan, from the 1st to the 5th floor of Opelizer Hall. There were sub-managers responsible for stopping the protagonist and helping the rioting students. The sub-manager on the 1st floor, good bait. The maid was immediately hooded. A pawn provoked Tail by calling him a failure, only to be defeated by Tail's friends. This person held a grudge against them and was eventually recruited by Lute Theo. The maid struggled continuously. "What are you trying to do? Who are you?" His role was to subdue the apprentice maids on the 1st floor and open the doors to Opelizer Hall. The doors were thrown open, clearing a path for the students, much to everyone's surprise. What the hell is this? As if they had found a way in, people started shouting, "All the gates to Opalizer Hall are open, let's move in! Treat us fairly. We're not asking for too much, just to be treated with fairness. Let them hear what we want." Once the students got past the first floor, the mid-boss of Act 2, Stage 1 would take the lead. The message was passed around. "The maintenance room is on the 4th floor. Take that floor first to make an announcement." The key role was to stop the protagonist and his friends. Win Lin spoke up, "Are you the one Loot Theo sent?" According to the plot, the answer is yes. This role was originally meant for a mysterious person. The hooded figure replied, "Yes, I'm the one who was sent. The 1st floor belongs to Loot Theo now. Why are you here?" He was just as surprised, exclaiming, "Shit, then what the hell? I've become the mid-boss of this stage." To explain this, we have to go back 2 days. Rewind to 2 days before the Opalizer Hall riot. Design stats, combat ability, novice level, characteristic weapon, bow and arrow. Bow proficiency, level 6. Firing speed, level 2. Name change, level 1. Target sense, level 2. Expanded observation area, level 1. He found animal tracks on the ground. I'm getting that feeling again. He hid himself, waiting with his bow and arrow at the ready. In a fight, Ross Taylor is honestly useless, so every time I go hunting, I force myself to use a bow. A whole semester and half of summer break have passed, and my archery skills are still terrible, with no improvement at all. More importantly, lately more and more people have been showing up near the spot where he planned to attack the Bio Maya. Not only that, but someone was even exercising nearby, and called out, "Hey, you planning on visiting my camp?" I feel like the fact that I'm hiding out in the northern forest is becoming more and more well known, which is incredibly annoying. Anyway, among the frequent visitors, 3 are particularly noteworthy. Just then, a flash of light appeared. As he observed, Visitor A was a genius witch with extraordinary power. "Lucy, on your tent roof." She often visited me at random. Lucy peered inside the tent with fascination. "You made a door today? Then make a back door too. Are you going to make a chimney?" Ed didn't hesitate to push her out. She was still incredibly persistent. "Excuse me, why don't you make a glass window? That kind won't break, right? We can't use magic near it either." "How about a window on the ceiling?" he complained about Visitor A. Oh man, whenever she gets involved, everything gets messed up. Nothing like Visitor B. Actually, she's the one I hope visits the most. An enthusiastic voice called out, "Ta-da!" Yanika Failover stood cheerfully at the entrance, holding a basket of eggs. "I brought you some eggs. Bayo Maya said you'd really like them if I brought them over." This girl was the best among the second-year students and an outstanding spirit mage. Yanika Failover helped him with his chores. "If you add boiled salt water and stomp on it like this, the cloth will get whiter." Interesting, isn't it? Back on the farm, whenever my clothes got dirty, my parents would use this method to clean them. Ed was a little moved. Even though she visits really often, I always welcome her. It's never a bother. She came by almost every day to chat with the spirits while helping me with odd jobs. She was so bright and enthusiastic in helping him. Honestly, I'm really grateful to her. With admiration, "You're amazing, Janika. How do you know all this?" She immediately turned away, embarrassed. S was extremely curious. "What's wrong with her?" I just complimented her. She seemed shy, but as he watched her, she also seemed easy to read. Suddenly, she turned back with an incredibly dangerous expression. "Does Lucy come here often?" He was a little scared, but every now and then, she gives me a very unsafe feeling. In short, she's a type B guest. But the main reason I have to explain this is because a clear, melodious voice rang out. "Oh my, you look quite busy." A slender foot glided across the ground. Guest S, Lortel Caheln, approached with her servant. "I've been waiting for you. The one called by that name." She smiled. "You know, I need your help with a few things." She was known as the Treasured Daughter. Lortel Caheln is the Black Nightmare of Act 2. It's very likely she's gathering people capable enough for her to use in the upcoming occupation of Ophelis Hall. But right now, I don't want to get involved in this. I had originally planned to refuse any offers. S deliberately avoided her gaze, but she spoke as if she already knew his attitude. "You know perfectly well that I didn't want to ask you for this in the first place." He was certain of one thing. As long as I don't interfere, everything will proceed according to the plot. Suddenly, she mentioned, "If only Tot hadn't passed out." But what the hell? The story still refuses to follow the original path. He asked her angrily. "What? Why did he pass out? Tell me what happened." That's right. In the original story, Tot picks a fight with Taylor, but the orange-haired guy taunted him. Hilarious. "You think this corpse fucker can take down Glass Can? In your dreams. The whole school saw you get blown away by Lucy in a single move." According to the original events, he was only supposed to get hit a few times by Taylor, but in the next line, Tot spat without restraint. "You ugly bastard. You're not even on the level of an insect." "Taylor!" He immediately took a punch to the face. The blow sent him sprawling to the ground. Lortel Caheln recounted, "I don't know if that punch was for Taylor or for you, but Ollie said it was the first time she'd ever seen S so calm." She smiled nonchalantly. "I fundamentally dislike placing my trust in people who live by their emotions. The favor I'm about to ask of you isn't difficult. Ayler will give you the key to infiltrate Ophelis Hall. Wait until the lower-class students have gathered in front of the building, then open the gate. He looked reluctant. Besides me, there are dozens of people who could do this. Lortel Cahelm seemed to have anticipated this. Well, no matter how much money I give them, I can't be sure they won't sell me out to the school's internal affairs department. Lortel Cahelm had her worries. If they all start gossiping that this was Lortel Cahelm's doing, what do you think will happen to me? I can't trust anyone. S's face darkened. So that's why she came to me. Because of my reputation? She seemed to be trying to persuade him. S, you were expelled from Ophelis Hall, weren't you? Don't you want to take over the academy to get your revenge? He replied curtly, I really don't. However, I suggest you at least listen to my conditions. He calculated, I just need to limit my own role a little. She offered a price of 20 gold coins. He weighed it carefully. Before this story could change any further, he shook hands with Lortel Cahelm, each with their own agenda. I will put everything back on the right track. One day remains until the Ophelis Hall Rebellion. The Ophelis Hall Rebellion occurs before the battle against the Sage's sealed grimoire begins. He sat by the fire, studying Lortel Cahelm's plot to target the Academy's finances. So this chapter is like a side story to connect the plots. According to the original story, Lortel Cahelm's plan succeeded, and she established a merchant organization, a group of beneficiaries right here at the Academy. But this group then became a competitive threat to Princess Faya's student council, the idealistic student council versus the pragmatic merchants guild. The important thing is, whichever side Taylor chooses will be the one to win. I just need to keep at least one person who trusts me, then choose the guild with the higher chance of winning and join them. I mean, I have to survive too. Janika, soaked from the rain, ran into the tent. I still have to go back to the dorms. The rain will probably stop today. She praised him without hesitation. S, you're really amazing. I can come and go comfortably like I'm camping, but you have to stay here all the time, even on rainy days like today. S replied softly. You get used to it after a while. She expressed, now that you mention it, it's almost time for me to leave Ophelis Hall. He continued, yeah, summer break is almost over. She confided, I have to throw away a ton of random stuff. Hall X is smaller than I thought, Janika said with interest. By the way, if you need anything, just let me know. S, I mean, you must need a lot of things living here, right? S replied, yeah, okay. She seemed very excited. I have a lot of extra pillows, mattresses, a clock, and even some lanterns. Janika seemed to quite enjoy the idea of filling up S's tent, and a lot of other necessities too. She was incredibly enthusiastic. I think it's such a waste to throw it all away, and it's a lot of work too. But I can't take all the furniture with me since it's the property of Ophelis Hall anyway. S replied sincerely, thanks a lot. Janika stretched joyfully and replied, as soon as the new school year starts, I'll move out and bring it over to you. She then asked curiously, and Lucy, does she normally act like that? He looked at her and replied, sometimes. Lucy was already standing on the roof. Her extraordinary power came at a price. Lucy stood on the roof, staring into the distance. She always used laziness as an excuse to run from everything. For years, she had constantly avoided her own promising life. No matter how carefree she had become, on rainy days like today, she would always reflect on her life. He complained, she's always like this when it rains. Don't pay too much attention to her. I was planning on just ignoring her. Janika understood. I see. So that's why you act so indifferent in front of Lucy, huh? Suddenly, he lowered his voice. By the way, Janika, come to think of it, she's still in Ophelis Hall. When Ophelis Hall is attacked, a wide area defensive spell from ancient runes will be activated. All students will be locked in their rooms. For Janika, escaping would be a simple matter, but he proposed, I have a favor to ask you. She was also enthusiastic. Sure, what is it? He suggested, tomorrow around 9 p.m., can you go and carefully watch the rose garden in front of Ophelis Hall? She was a little surprised. Janika seemed to be daydreaming a little. The rose garden? S explained, I'll tell you the reason tomorrow. But in his heart, he thought, I haven't even thought of a reason to tell her yet. He was secretly protecting Janika, but he should also tell her to go there to avoid any unforeseen situations. Somewhere not too far from here, a place where she could take shelter from the rain. Janika shot to her feet. All right, thanks. Shielding her head from the rain, she hurried off. I'm going now. Bye-bye. He let out a long sigh. The time when the new semester begins is also when the rain will stop falling. After a long wait, the day I could finally bask in the bright sunlight arrived. Then, the trees here would release a sweet autumn fragrance. He sat alone in the tent next to the warm fire, and just like that, the long summer vacation came to an end. 0 days until the Ophelis Hall Rebellion, 9 p.m. S was a bit exhausted. My actions were improper. With his rippling six-pack abs and solid muscles, he was doing a handstand. I need to control my impulsive, emotional actions. I can't believe I got that angry. He finished his training session. He looked down at the window and seemed to see something. There was a person completely covered in a cloak walking by. Looking closely at the person's face, it was S. He went inside the hall to talk with Sani. What about the other maids? She informed him. Except for the essential personnel, the rest are in the meeting room. The head maid summoned them to discuss an important strategy. He silently realized. So, they plan to block the entrance after gathering everyone there. The person in charge has been assigned, so things should proceed quickly. She led him down the corridor and announced, "I've also prepared the things you requested beforehand." He replied, "Thank you." A barrel of liquid had been brought. She designated, "I'll put it in the corner." He stood there with the bucket. The hall was now engulfed by the light of flames. The rebellion at Ophelis Hall had begun. Hundreds of students were swarming in. Everyone was shouting, "We can't take this discrimination anymore. This is a place of education. We should at least have fairness," Willis shouted fiercely. "Answer us." He was the representative for the lower class students. Everyone was slowly gathering by the main doors. Suddenly, the doors flew open, and everyone cried out in surprise, "What the hell is going on?" An announcement went through the crowd. All the hall doors were open, and it was time to move in. Willen asked, "Are you the one Lortel Cajon sent?" A pulled his hood down. The servant, Rate, was struggling relentlessly. He let out a cough. A placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "You guys are always so hot-headed about all this stuff you've been yelling about. Of course, I once lived a comfortable life in Ophelis Hall, but it wasn't until I was kicked out of here that I truly realized just how great the privileges I'd been enjoying were." He was trembling. He had a look of admiration on his face. "What an idiot. I can't believe I judged you based on a few rumors. I never expected you to be such a noble person. You've truly done a lot today." A pushed him forward, urging, "You're the one leading this whole affair, after all." Internally, he cursed. "You're the goddamn ringleader of this rebellion. Hurry up to the next floor." What he really wanted to say was, "Cut the crap and drag your ass upstairs." The man agreed. "All right, I'll leave this place to you. Willen would be the one to take full responsibility for this." "I'm sorry." If only Willen hadn't been forced to take that chance to run. After all, every authority figure she needed to report to was already in the meeting room. The head maid, Allier, controller of the protective ancient runes, was in Lortel Cahelm's hands. The ancient magic, originally meant to protect the students, had been activated. The people in the room were starting to panic. What in the world is happening out there? If we just wait a little while, everything will go back to normal, won't it? According to protocol, a prison would now be their holding cell. Everything was going according to the plan of the Lord of the Black Nightmare, the mastermind behind it all. A familiar voice echoed, Well, your opening act was more impressive than I thought." Once again, a pair of slender legs approached, their owner's voice filled with praise. "As expected, Lortel Cahelm was right to entrust this job to you." A stepped onto the stage and complained, "Now even my socks are soaking wet. This is exactly why I can't stand the rain." A asked, his curiosity piqued. "So, you've been watching this whole time?" Lortel Cahelm brushed right past him and headed straight for the Academy official. "But if it gets to that point, this rebellion will be crushed immediately, so we have to finish before then." He offered his encouragement. "Right, you've got this." Lortel Cahelm hesitated. Lortel Cahelm asked, "This might be a bit sudden, but have you ever killed anyone before?" A was silent for a moment, then answered, "No, never." She chuckled. "Me neither. But you know, back when I was just a little girl, cast out and forced to fight for my own survival, I did something very similar." She confessed. "I trampled on the lives of others just to survive. I had to stab people in the back to avoid being betrayed myself. And every single day I managed to stay alive. I would try to soothe my own guilt, telling myself it was the only way. But in the end, that was all just a line I used to delude myself." Because she used wealth and trampled over the very people she exploited to get ahead, Lortel Cahelm earned the title of the Treasured Daughter. More than anyone, she knew she didn't deserve an ounce of sympathy. So in the end, she had to seek that feeling from other people. She asked, "I desperately want to know, could you ever empathize with someone like me?" A understood. It was as if she were obsessed with the idea. Loneliness finds people on its own, regardless of whether they're good or evil. And to escape it, they have no choice but to seek out others just like them. For those who wallow in filth and grime, only when they find another person to sink deep into the mire of despair with them can they finally feel a small sense of relief. He was resolute. No, he gave his sincere advice. "You have to take responsibility for your own actions." Lortel Cahelm understood. "But of course, I'm not that person." The space fell silent. Lortel Cahelm smiled. "I don't know why I'm spouting such cliches. It's not like me at all." She seemed to just brush it all off. "Perhaps I should just get back to my unfinished business here. Time is running out after all." Without another word, he let out a sigh. Now, Lortel Cahelm would go to discuss the next phase of the plan with Allier. Once they succeeded in disrupting the protective magic of Ophelis Hall, and handed control of the ancient magic over to Willen, the representative of the lower-class student council, the story would continue on its current path toward the climax. After that, Willen, having absorbed the protective power from the hundreds of defensive spells around Ophelis Hall, will transform into his second phase. The current objective is to eliminate Willen. He'll soon go berserk amidst the chaos of the ancient runes. A stretched. "Now all I have to do is plant my ass here and wait for Taylor to show up with his forces." He figured he'd just play his part, stall for a little while, and then get defeated. Taylor would then run up to the second floor and take care of everything else. He seemed pretty relaxed. I'll probably take a few hits during the fight, he thought, but he resigned himself to the worst-case scenario. Waiting like this was fine. A carriage was circling the rose garden. Yenika wondered why a carriage would be parked here in the middle of the night. Must be someone important, she thought to herself. I should be fine if I just stay put. She also wondered, I bet A doesn't know about this. Does he? She glanced at the note in her hand. I have something to take care of, so I'll be a little late. I'll try to be back as soon as possible. Just wait for a little while. I'm so sorry. Yenika had no idea what A's intentions were that he had left right after handing her this note. Yenika's cheeks flushed red. Could it be? He's preparing something really special? Meanwhile, A seemed to have anticipated the arrival of that golden carriage. To her, none of that mattered. No matter what happened, she wouldn't leave the gazebo in the rose garden. That was because for the past 3 days, she hadn't stopped thinking about what A wanted to tell her. She couldn't even sleep at night. And though she felt incredibly guilty about it, she kept asking the servants to give her updates on A's current situation. She learned that it wasn't just Lucy visiting A's quarters, but also Princess Penia and even Lortel Cahelm. And coincidentally, all of them were women. It was enough to make a young girl's already fragile heart flutter. That was why she would sit here and wait, no matter how long it took. Yenika suddenly became conscious of her appearance. But does this paper flower hair clip really suit me? A marigold might look nicer. She suddenly froze. Yenika calculated that if she ran back to her room and returned, she could probably still make it in time. He was aware of this unforeseen situation as well. She would still wait, but only after she had changed into her new hair clip, and that's how the story goes. She ran straight for Ophelis Hall. Taylor asked again, just to be sure. Are you certain our decision to come back here was the right one? Lilia was not pleased. Do you have any idea how many rare herbs I have in my room? Taylor immediately stepped forward to shield her. Isla, why are you here? Lilia fell silent, realizing those were the footprints of the students who had flocked to this place. Surveying the messy display case, she analyzed the situation. Ed just sat there, his back to the stairs. Lilia smirked. Well, this is interesting. I didn't see this coming. You're trying to. It seemed she understood his plan was to stop them. Ed spoke up. I'm sorry, but you can't go any further. With a sly grin, she challenged him. Now this is getting fun. And what if I insist on going in? You really think you're strong enough to stop me? I've heard you're pretty skilled with magic, but so what? She continued to taunt him. At the end of the day, you're just a rookie who can only use basic spells. Just a pathetic second-year student. The three of them readied themselves. TL didn't hesitate to brag. On our side, we have an ace swordsman and a mage with the best magic skills in the entire first year. She chimed in. And then there's me, the top-ranked alchemist in our class, she declared proudly. The gap in our power is absolutely massive. TL was furious. Why would you do that? Exis, tell me what the hell is going on up there? Not getting a response only made him more enraged. Without a moment's hesitation, TL grabbed his weapon and charged. Looks like the only way I'm gonna get you to talk is by force. Without saying a word, Ed used magic and hurled a chair right at him. TL sliced the chair in half with his weapon. Lilia watched, noticing it looked like a simple, low-level spell. He's a mage, so he'll probably go after TL, since his specialty is close-quarters combat. Suddenly, Lilia noticed something. Ed began to gather his power, summoning a wind lance. In one swift move, it sliced through the chain holding the chandelier, sending it plummeting right where TL was standing. Caught completely by surprise, he was unable to react. Thankfully, he dodged it just in time. A blood-curdling scream echoed from upstairs. What was that sound? A young girl was huddled in the corner of the room, trembling. What's going on out there? After the crash, thick dust and smoke filled the air, blocking their view. TL, Isla, you guys all right? Isla answered. I'm fine, TL said. The shockwave just caught me by surprise, that's all. She asked anxiously. Lilia, are you okay? Don't worry about me, she said stubbornly, as she struggled to brace herself against the aftershock and the lingering magic. Suddenly, along with S's magical shockwave, her hair was suddenly sliced off along with the strap of the bag holding her alchemical potions. Everything in the bag spilled out. My bag, she fumed. So, you're planning on fighting for real, huh? Which means something is really happening up there, right? Before her eyes, S had vanished, leaving only a chaotic mess. Ali felt a pang of worry. She looked at the vials scattered across the floor. As she reached for the nearest one, a command was spoken. Ignite! A wall of fire erupted between her and the vial, and S's silhouette appeared at the foot of the stairs. The trap was set perfectly, so everything went incredibly smoothly. She grew anxious. This is bad. S's moves are too fast and precise, she complained. X, you should have given me more specific intel. He looked ridiculously handsome, appearing amidst the blazing flames. She felt a bit annoyed. It's not just his magic proficiency that's on another level. Now, only the two of them were left standing in the blazing, ruined room. Ali Vi clutched her injured arm, grinding her teeth in frustration. I'm supposedly the top student of the alchemy department, the representative of my entire major. But the biggest weakness of every alchemist is that without our artifacts or potions, our close combat skills are basically zero. Most alchemists carry a magic ring or a necklace with them. But I always thought someone as smart as me didn't need that stuff. To be precise, I just found it cumbersome. Don't tell me. That bastard even planned for this? He cut the chandelier supports, making it fall, and used that brief moment to cast a fire spell. Erect firewall were all of those moves, just to aim for my bag. In the end, this guy is just another piece of S.T.L. scum. Across from her, S was still coolly generating power. After thinking for a moment, Lilia took a blue gem from her pocket. I'm not out of tricks yet. After she threw it, a winged jade rabbit appeared. A magic circle unfolded in midair, applying fire-repellent formula, add reinforced chaos. Everything to the absolute limit. Within the inferno, the rabbit momentarily swelled to a massive size, looking as ferocious as a monster. On the side, Isla was still trying to use her power to douse the flames. Fire extinguishing spell. Her power flared within the massive blaze. Instantly, that power was amplified, coiling around the other flames. Isla cried out in alarm as she saw that power surging toward her. Just then, another presence appeared in a flash. It was Tail, making defensive slashes with his sword. He warned, "Be careful." Seeing her panic, he grew worried. When it came to magical theory, Isla was very confident, but her practical combat skills, even compared to a basic first-year student, were only about average. Right now, he's constantly targeting her. I can't even get close to him if I want to. To be more accurate, both Ayla and I are completely pinned down. Suddenly, a voice called out, "TL, if you can just get close, you can take him down, right?" Lilia charged forward with a fierce expression. "So go for it." Her rabbit monster also charged ahead, closing the distance to S and attacking. TL gritted his teeth with determination. "It's not that I can, I absolutely have to." Ali V quickly threw on a cloak and shouted, "Exactly, that's the spirit." With that, she charged forward decisively. Ayla cried out in alarm, "Lilia!" Her cloak was singed by the flames. Lilia then took out several potions and said, "Oh my, you all missed me, didn't you? We were only apart for a little while, but I missed you like crazy." Over on the other side, S was counterattacking the rabbit. Then, he raised his hand and launched an attack at Ali, a blast of power shooting toward her like an arrow. Meanwhile, Lilia was still holding a flask of blue liquid. He probably saw this coming, she thought, but I've already activated the magic release. She decisively threw the vial at S's incoming attack. S's attack shattered the bottle. "You're too slow," she declared. It was a chemical synthesized from minced butterfly, pea flowers, and honey mushrooms. When combined with released magical energy, it creates a special chemical compound. This essence will control the flow of any released magical power. The streams of power in this space began to fade, temporarily weakening the effects of other magic formulas. Everything was extinguished, but the rabbit had been impaled by S. Do you have any idea what that means? The rabbit was grievously wounded, covered in blood. Huh? The oh-so-great mage can't use magic. Ali Vi was still thinking as S stood there defiantly, even though he was covered in wounds himself. Ali then shouted, "Still pretending you're not affected? Don't forget, we still have a warrior over here. It's your turn." Tail also yelled, "S-T-L." But S suddenly turned and left. TL quickly gave chase. "Is he running away?" S then reached out, grabbed the edge of a large cabinet, and with all his might pulled it down, blocking Tail. A barrel of oil next to it was also knocked over by the force. Streams of oil flowed across the floor. It looked like it was starting to boil. An energy like lava erupted violently. TL couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This smell. Is it oil? Ali Vi screamed from the side. "Are you insane? We're in the OP hall. If a fire breaks out, we'll all die." Tail still held his sword firmly. "It doesn't matter if this is magical fire or oil fire. My elemental slash can still cut through it. Besides, this chemical won't last more than a minute anyway." Tail summoned all his resolve and charged forward. "I'll end this before anyone else gets hurt." Ali V cried out in panic. "Wait, TL, it's over." A series of calculations flashed through his mind. The windows are open wide enough for the smoke to escape. Even the carpets, which would catch fire the fastest, are nowhere to be seen. There's nothing flammable around here either. STL actually calculated and planned this entire thing from the very beginning. S just stood there, while Ali, still in a complete panic, screamed, "No!" S now drew his bow, pulling back an arrow and aiming it straight this way. Meanwhile, Tail was still charging forward, filled with rage. He felt a bit worried. He's using a bow and arrow. I'll just knock it off course. Someone's eyes suddenly widened in shock. S's eyes glowed brightly. He released his grip, the power creating a streak of light. But when he saw the arrow curve through the air, fly past him and head towards Isla, he was stunned to realize he wasn't the target. Isla held up her hands, as if trying to block the powerful arrow. At this moment, Isla couldn't even cast a basic spell. A terrified scream rang out. Isla! Just as Isla was waiting to take the hit, a stream of power shot from another direction and caught the arrow. It was Ali, using a magical device to deal with it. That was way too close. Ali Vi looked genuinely worried, panting heavily as sweat poured down her face. An explanation of the device. The Gauntlet Hand, a magical tool capable of pulling any small object within the user's line of sight. It has a very wide range. Ali Vi now wondered to herself, but what was his purpose in shooting that arrow? Its tip was wrapped in cloth. Was he really trying to hurt her? Suddenly, she stood up and coughed loudly. Wait! Tail, be careful. He's definitely up to something else. But before Ali V could finish, the two of them were already clashing directly. Just then, S cracked a small smile. This sound. Is it time? And a reminder was heard. If we don't act now, we're all going to die. Chapter 2 Finale. The Opelizer Hall B. Second floor incident. Snowdan has escaped. Everyone was in agony from some strange power. Just then, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally. But the moment he let his guard down, he was sent flying back by Tail. Everything was momentarily plunged into a thick cloud of dust. Ali V had a look of utter confusion on her face, blurting out, What the hell is wrong with him? S had been slammed into the wall with such force that he had no strength left to stand, simply sitting slumped over, covered in wounds. A moment later, a questioning voice rose from the messy wreckage. Are you insane? Why did you have to push things this far? TL grabbed S by the collar in a rage. Beside them, Ali V grimaced and cursed inwardly. So damn annoying. It feels like he was just toying with us the whole fight. If he had wanted the upper hand from the start, he would have just hidden somewhere and attacked when the chandelier fell. But no, this bastard just had to show up and block our path. He hasn't shown a single opening this entire fight. There's something really off about him. A moment later, S finally spoke slowly. He was exhausted, with no strength left. He backed away, then continued. Huh? If you guys are done, then go upstairs. Don't just stand around here any longer. The three of them cried out in confusion. Huh? What? You've been stopping us from going upstairs this whole time, so why the sudden change? Outside, the night rain was pouring, while inside, the questioning voice rang out again. Why did you let us win? Isla was stunned to hear that. What do you mean by that? Alavisa also chimed in, disbelieving. Let us win. You mean he went easy on us? Alavisa stepped forward again, getting right up in S's face and growling. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me why. Answer me. Now, why did you let us win? S's blue eyes looked up coldly. Alavisa glared back, growling down at him. The door then slowly opened, and a stream of light poured in. Finally, after a restless night of thinking, she still decided to choose the rose clip, explaining, the previous chapter translated it as bougainvillea, but Hong is rose. What were they thinking? That it's a persimmon and they were going to make dried fruit. The original was persimmon flower, and some genius translated it as permission floor. That's so bad it makes me want to die. My apologies, dear readers, but who could call that a silly day to mock that girl's pure feelings? Perhaps those feelings were just a fantasy, but no one ever put a tax on dreams. And sometimes, the gap between dreams and reality can be surprisingly wide. The boy who was supposed to be impeccably dressed, waiting for her in the hall, was now dragging himself across the floor, covered in fresh blood. After being attacked by a shady group, S was lying there helplessly when suddenly a voice called out, Ah, what have you all done? Yanika Filover appeared, radiating an incredibly dark aura as she demanded an answer. To say that nothing was out of the ordinary would be a lie. He was definitely in some kind of trouble. That was what Yanika Filover thought when she received the letter, which read, Something came up that I have to handle, so I'll be a little late. I'll try to get back as soon as I can. You just need to wait a bit. I'm so sorry. However, from his simple way of life to how he conducted himself during the great battle, no matter how big or small the matter, Sos Taylor was always a source of hope, a pillar of emotional support. Only when she was shaken from her wild fantasies did she calmly recall the memory. Back then, she had smiled gently and said, If that ever happens, I'll help you, no matter what it takes. But Sos Taylor never asked for help. The reason he lured Yanika Filover to the outer grounds of Opelizer Hall, even doing something he'd never done before, writing a letter for her, was the same reason that boy decided to fight until he bled, all by himself. In short, he wanted to keep Yanika Filover far away from this fight, because after the Glassican incident, Yanika Filover had already faced a lot of disciplinary action. Yanika Filover was now emanating pure rage. I have no idea what's going on, but he tried to keep me away from this battle so I wouldn't get dragged into it. And what was I doing? All I cared about was dressing up nicely. With that thought, she decisively yanked the flower clip from her hair. As if possessed, Yanika Filover radiated killing intent as she demanded, What do you think you're doing? TL was sweating bullets, stammering an explanation. Senior Yanika Filover, thank God, you weren't dragged into this battlefield. The entire Opelizer Hall has been taken over by other students right now. But I don't think it's that simple. There must be something else going on for this S guy to go to all the trouble of blocking our way for so long. Ali quickly pulled out a vial of pink liquid and shouted a warning. Be careful! TL, she's an enemy! But Yanika Failover seemed not to hear him, her face darkening as she cut him off. Let me tell you something. Whatever you people are doing, I don't give a damn. Her power erupted violently, sending everything flying from the pressure. S cried out in alarm, Yanika Failover! Yanika Failover tried to stay calm in the storm, forcing a reassuring smile. It's okay. Alavisa's face was twisted in fear. Isla was just as terrified. Accompanying her aura were falling feathers, along with shards of glass from the windows, shattered by the pressure and floating in the air. Then, a bird spirit appeared, followed by a ferocious rock ape spirit, and then crocodile and tiger spirits all summoned by Yanika Failover. Just give me 1 minute. Yanika Failover gave S a gentle, reassuring smile, but it didn't look reassuring at all. Ali was now seriously assessing the situation. Mid-tier spirits of the 4 elements, along with those low-tier spirits. That's practically a small battalion. She then started dragging TL and Isla, trying to escape while urging, we have to get out of here. TL agreed. The 3 of us can't beat her. We couldn't even beat this washed-up noble, so... But Yanika Failover reached out her hand, accompanied by a surge of purple energy. Now, the battle begins. The most elite second-year student in the entire magic department. Yanika Failover's spirits charged forward, and everyone panicked. Alivisa screamed, TL, snap out of it! You have to accept reality! Thank God the window's broken! Let's escape through there! Suddenly, TL gritted his teeth and exclaimed, You're right. S's actions made TL realize that this occupation of OP Hall was not normal at all. This could get the other students hurt. Then, he raised his sword as if preparing to face it. Alavisa, we can't just stop you from finding your precious medicinal ingredients, can we? But TL refused to give in, without even trying to fight back once. Small but tough, TL stood before that immense power. A terrified scream rang out. TL wasn't exaggerating when he said, In the future I, TL, will live the life of a hero. Oh, for crying out loud! Suddenly, a hand grabbed TL by the collar, yanking him back while scolding. I said go, so hurry up and go. He threw him back forcefully, then said seriously, Listen carefully, Yanika Failover. Leave this to me. Just go on to the 2nd floor like you all planned. S now stood before those powerful spirits. Isla helped TL up, questioning him in confusion. What the hell? You were the one who deliberately blocked us, and now you're telling us to go? S was too lazy to explain, just saying casually, I changed my mind. Now get up there, hurry! But Alavisa, with a look like a vicious dog, snarled, Ha! That's hilarious. You think you can stop those spirits? With that battered body of yours? Ack! She immediately got a smack on the head. S looked down at her and said, Seriously, worry about your own vials first, kid. Sorry about trying to burn your pouch earlier. Alavisa cautiously pulled out a few vials, still muttering, What's with you? Why do you keep ordering me around? But, fine, we'll listen to you for now. And with that, the 3 of them turned and ran. S was left all alone, facing that terrifying power. Over on the other side, Yanika Failover was still blazing with her own power. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Seeing the person before her, she cried out in alarm. S, her expression softened into sadness. Don't push yourself anymore. Step aside. I'll handle the rest. You can explain everything to me later. For now, let me finish this and then treat your wounds. S cut Yanika Failover off, an act usually considered disrespectful. He reached out his hand. I'm fine, really. S reassured Yanika Failover. Why haven't you calmed down yet? He placed both hands on her shoulders. Yanika Failover was still stunned. Looking ahead, that heavy pressure was instantly gone, replaced by Yanika Failover's own astonishment. Huh. Then her face flushed bright red with embarrassment. S, your hands are on my shoulders, S reassured her while urging. Yanika Failover, call back your spirits. The wind is too strong. I can't even stand anymore. Yanika Failover immediately panicked. Huh? Oh, right. With wind this strong, it must be hard to stand straight. I'm sorry. What do I do? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Instantly, the wind spirit began to dissipate. The sharp shards of glass that were suspended in the air now fell to the ground. The other 3, who were running away, saw the scene and their faces were filled with utter shock. He actually managed to stop her. S turned back coldly, waving his hand to urge them on. Now, hurry up and get up there. His voice sounded like he had no strength left. There's not much time. Then, he collapsed weakly to the ground. Yanika Failover was horrified. A piercing scream echoed throughout the building. A while later, outside, a concerned voice was heard. Why do you keep letting yourself get hurt? How many times have I told you to call me when things like this happen? E replied softly, I had no choice. Next time, I promise I'll tell you everything. The 2 of them were now sitting in the hallway. Yanika Failover, extremely worried, said, Those kids really went too far. Why did they have to beat you up this bad? I don't know what happened between you guys, but I swear I won't let them get away with it the next time I see them. Hey, can you please stop rushing headfirst into danger? Promise me, okay? E agreed. Yeah, thanks for worrying about me. Then he pushed himself up, his mind still a mess. My plan seems to be going a little off track, but since I'm the boss of the first floor, I can take it easy for now and focus on the tent. Suddenly, Yanika Failover's voice called out, making E freeze. Hey, by the way, when I was in the rose garden, I saw a huge carriage. It shot past so fast I couldn't get a good look, but from the outside, it looked like a golden crown. Explanation of the golden crown. It is the symbol of the Elter Merchant Guild Hall, Lao's adoptive father and the man who killed her biological father. This boss will disappear after being defeated by Lao in the final battle. The sealed grimoire of the sage from Chapter 2, Golden King Elter. But more importantly, the fact that he has appeared at this academy earlier than I expected means that something is going on, something I don't know about. Talks in her sleep. In the game, the rain was now pouring down as if the sky was venting its rage. A figure's silhouette appeared on the window, their hand pressing against the glass. Then, a voice rang out, Alice, did you know I was abandoned? At that moment, in the 5th floor hallway of Opalizer Hall, Louth stared outside, expressionless. That wicked, evil bastard. Alice asked, You mean young Master S? The one we met at the tent? Louth confirmed. That's him. Alice then remarked, I didn't realize he was your type, while Louth remained lost in thought. His looks aren't bad, but that's not what I mean. I get the same feeling from him as I do from you. She remembered asking him, Can you possibly sympathize with someone like me? She found it strange. I can't believe I'm showing my truest feelings right in front of you. Do you know what he said? He coldly told her she had to take responsibility for her own actions. Louth came to a conclusion. He discarded me without a shred of sympathy. Perhaps people like us are just used to hearing such bitter words our whole lives. Alice is the head maid of Opalizer Hall. She is a seasoned veteran who has dedicated over 20 years of her life to this place. At 15 years old, she started from nothing as an apprentice maid and steadily proved her capabilities, eventually becoming the manager of Opalizer Hall. Louth invested a great deal of money into this. She spent a fortune just to win Alice over, and those losses created a massive deficit in the Academy's finances. Louth smiled again. I'm so lucky to have you by my side, Alice. But Louth never considered that act a waste of money, because she had found someone like herself, someone willing to abandon all faith and core values to chase after gold coins. Only by meeting her own kind could she escape the shackles of solitude. Perhaps it was because she had lived her life in the dark corners of the slums, or in the bright lights of merchant parades, among people who would live and die for a single gold coin. She lived a life where if she didn't strike first, she would be the one getting struck. But then, Louth spoke up again. When the representative for the lower class students occupies the control room on the 4th floor, and if we order them to disrupt the defense magic, just then, Louth turned back with a less than friendly smile and made her decision. The entire Opalizer Hall will be destroyed from the inside by their own hands, and they won't even have a clue, will they? But despite her unfortunate past or the painful story that pushed her into this dire situation, she was clearly an insidious character, a villain in the shadows. A moment later, the two began to move, with Louth laying out the plan as they walked. Everything seems to be going according to plan, so I'm heading to the archives now. I have to play the part of the foolish schoolgirl who knows nothing, so scared that she has to hide in the storage room. Following behind, Alice could only let out a quiet sigh. What a poor, pitiful human. At her age, she's never even been in love. Then, Alice drew her sword and replied, Lady Louth, while we're on this topic, there's something I want to tell you. She has no one by her side to call family, so now, when she dies, she will still be alone. Alice revealed her true intentions, exclaiming, So much for your own kind. The look on Louth's face was, naturally, one of complete shock. At this rate, the battle would soon be over. At that moment, at the 2nd floor boss, Kobus S. Notan Du's group, TL, had subdued and captured Kobus S. as he was fleeing. They then forced him to join their group. The maid, Ken, tried to stop them, while at the 3rd floor boss, the bedmaker Seni, cried out in pain. Forgive me, headmaid Alice. I couldn't complete the mission you entrusted to me. But without her twin sister to fight alongside her, she was no match for Group TL on her own. Even so, Group TL never questioned why the twin maids were separated. Everything was going unexpectedly smoothly. They finally arrived at the 4th floor of the hall. From the very beginning, only the 1st floor trial was meant to be the most difficult. Piercing, chaotic screams rang out. Alivia couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Uneasy, the terrified students began to flee. Run! Help! Save me! I can't take it! Help me! The 4th floor boss, the hostage of the magic defense system, Winlin, placing a crystal ball in the middle of the control room for everyone to see in order to activate the magic circle's control system was Alice and Louth's plan. The defense magic's operational system was seeping into every nook and cranny of Opalizer Hall. It was originally meant to protect the students from outside attacks, but the scene now was no different than a child holding a rifle. Boss Winlin's attacks were fired off relentlessly. TL and the others tried to fend them off while running for their lives. Outside, the rain continued to fall as the building shook with light tremors. Several fleeing students were hit. Olivia was utterly horrified. What the hell is going on out there? At this rate, the whole building's going to collapse. Where the hell did all the maids go? The students of Opelizer Hall, even those who had remained calm until now, were gradually realizing the severity of the situation. Shards of broken glass flew through the air, followed by hurried shouts. Hurry up! Get out of here! They used all their strength to smash through the windows, jumping outside and deciding to find another escape route on their own. Explosions rocked the building. The situation had officially become a tragedy. Then, a massive explosion erupted. TL was still swinging his sword as he yelled out, Olivia, are you out of the moon orchid solution? Olivia replied, the moon orchid is used to disrupt a caster's mana flow. This ancient language is already disrupted, so using that is completely useless. If you want something that works fast, this is your best bet. With that, she pulled out a vial. This is fishtail algae solution, a mixture made by blending fishtail algae seeds with powdered emperor clamshells and melting them down. Olivia stood forward and poured the vial's contents, and power immediately began to radiate from it. This solution can at least neutralize the basic spells used in this hallway. This whole area is filled with support magic. There are probably a ton of spells, but you should still be able to control their mana, so leave this place to me. With that said, Olivia grabbed Cobus S by the collar and threw him forward, yelling, go kick Winland's ass up there. Hurry up! TL charged forward close behind, while Cobus S screamed, wah! But why me? On the other side was Winland, flanked by magic circles firing off attacks. The two tried to dodge the blasts while closing in on Winland. That power was growing stronger by the moment. One of Winland's glasses was now cracked, and for some reason, tears were streaming down his face. That gaze expressed a joyful, and right after that, a massive explosion erupted. Subsequent explosions went off one after another, room by room, throughout the building. Despite such a huge commotion, a convoy of carriages was still passing by below. Down on the street was Yenika Failover. She said worriedly, what are you doing here? If you keep pushing yourself like this, what if your wounds reopen? S quickly pulled her behind a tree and reassured her, it's nothing. Most of this blood isn't even mine. Yenika Failover felt he was being a bit over the top. My God, why did you have to go this far? S, observing the situation, couldn't help but let out a long sigh. How? Understated. The magnificent carriage stopped, and lined up beside it was a group of people in black cloaks. You might think I'm an idiot for saying this, because there wasn't a single thing about that carriage's exterior that wasn't luxurious. But upon recognizing the man inside the carriage, you couldn't help but utter those two understated words. Golden King Elter. In the original story, he would have been leading a grand squadron with dozens of carriages in tow. These cautious movements suggested he was up to something secret. Elter is Lothio's adoptive father, who would later be backstabbed by her, ending his role as a mere figurehead. He wasn't supposed to appear at the academy at this time, so why the hell is he here? It looks like that carriage has been parked here for quite a while. Why is he only getting out now? Was he waiting for Ophelis Hall to fall? Suddenly, S's eyes widened. The person he saw was the third-floor maid in charge of dishwashing, Boss Senny. Senny was one of the orphaned maids taken in by head maid Alice. According to the original script, Alice was bribed by Lothio, and Senny was supposed to be the boss of the third floor. But now, things were completely different. She was with Elter, Lothio's enemy. There's no way Senny would betray Alice. Lothio bribed Alice. But could there be another path for this to develop? Could Alice be on Elter's side? There's only one possible future. That one? Lothio was the one who eagerly initiated the political war with Priya in Act 3, and was also the protagonist's strongest ally in the battle against the Gewa family in Act 4. I just struggled so damn hard to become a mid-level boss, and now I'm supposed to take Lothio's place? That's insane. After thinking it over, he looked at Yenika Failover with a serious expression. She noticed and said, you look like you're having a hard time. I need to ask you for a favor, he said. This is urgent, and I can't handle it alone. Then, he worried internally. How am I supposed to explain this to her? Surprisingly, Yenika Failover's decisive reply astonished S. All right, what do I have to do? Yenika Failover asked with a determined expression. Scene changed to some time later, followed by the contents of a letter. Greetings, Golden King Elter Ken, honorary chairman of the Elter Merchants Guild. Lady Lothio is not what she seems, always obeying orders as your Merchant Elter's adopted daughter. The truth is, she is plotting to betray you and seize the succession rights to the Elter Merchants Guild. Lady Lothio knows full well that you are the one who killed her parents and is currently persuading major merchants and the board of directors of the Elter Merchants Guild to oust you. The negotiations to acquire the rights to the Sage's sealed grimoire are merely a pretext to lure you to Sylvania Academy and spring a surprise trap, attacking you so that you cannot react in time to deal with the crisis at the heart of the Elter Merchants Guild. These were justifiable reasons that compelled me to investigate the root of the matter. In my hands, I hold documents that prove Lothio's conspiracy. But of course, nothing in this world is free. Since Lady Lothio used an enormous sum of gold to bribe me, I will remain on her side, unless you offer me more. I have gone blind, and in an accident, I lost nearly all of my hearing. This will be my final year serving as headmaid. I am in a dire situation, but I am also the only one who knows the truth. My decision now will profoundly change everything, for better or for worse. The piece of paper enclosed with this letter lists the institutions I have been secretly managing all this time. The Gruff Orphanage in the Sen region, the Kontan Orphanage, the Anton Skusel Orphanage, the Anton Orphanage in the Ozil region, and the Community Relief for Orphans in the Taman region. The amount of subsidy for these institutions will determine my next course of action. I trust you will make the right decision. Alice Oleabeam, headmaid of Ophelis Hall. Scene change. Inside, a sharp blade is still held to Lothio's neck. Stay still. Lord Elter will be at Ophelis Hall soon, Alice warned sternly. I never thought you would look at me with those eyes. I thought you'd be much calmer. You said you were planning to take revenge on Golden King Elter, didn't you? But unfortunately, in my eyes, neither of you is any different, myself included. With that, she let out a sigh. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. Wade Lin, now completely bound, was dragged out. There's no way a useless guy like Wade Lin could get past the defensive magic. Just as I suspected, the one behind all of this is Alice, pointing an accusatory finger. He roared, "Headmaid Alice! She's holding a hostage! Be careful, Taylor!" Taylor's group appeared. While Alice was in a state of confusion, Lothio collapsed. The group rushed over, calling out worriedly, "Lothio, are you okay?" Lothio was pale. "I'm fine," she calculated internally. "That woman over there is the mastermind behind all of this. We have to take her down immediately. I should say that. I have to pin all the blame on Alice." "Lothio? What's wrong with you?" Alice called out in a panic. Lothio didn't dare look up, confused about what kind of expression was on her face. Then she resolutely stood up, covered her face, and ran away as fast as she could. Anxious calls followed Lothio as she ran, thinking frantically, "That guy Elter is coming. That man came all the way here himself." It proves he doesn't even trust his own subordinates. The plan to overthrow Elter is so close to succeeding. Elter will soon face the consequences for deliberately falsifying a large number of ledgers and for all the related damages. Luckily, Elter isn't at the headquarters right now, so I just need to contact the board there, use the carrier pigeon in the room to send a message, and hide somewhere. As long as I, the trump card of this plan, am not caught, it's not over. After thinking for a moment, Lothio slowed her pace. Then she reassured herself, "Everything will be fine. I shouldn't be so disappointed. No one in this world understands me anyway. But betrayal, well, that goes without saying. Haven't I been through similar things countless times?" Lothio leaned against the wall to catch her breath. To show weakness in a situation like this. It's so unlike me. She trembled at her current situation, tears streaming down her face. Then she started walking again. "In short, I'll do everything I can. First, I have to get out of here. I need to get to my room before Elter arrives. As long as I can send the distress letter in time, things can still be saved." At the same time, on the first floor of the main hall, things had descended into indescribable chaos. Old man Elter walked in with a cold expression, followed by 2 rows of people in black cloaks. When he saw the person in front of him, he spoke up, "Hump, are you a student? Evacuate from here quickly. This building is about to collapse, so for safety reasons, we can't let anyone inside." S, still covered in blood, calmly replied, "All outsiders are forbidden from entering. Not until the school officials arrive." Elter waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to back away, then asked, "Did the academy specially assign you to stand guard here?" S immediately replied, "No, sir. This was all my own doing, because Sylvania has its own system for handling problems like this." Then, he cautiously observed the man. "There are 3 key players in how this story unfolds. Lothio, who wants to overthrow Elter, reclaim justice for her unhappy childhood, and take the position of guild chairman. Then there's Elter, who decided to ruin Lothio's plan and successfully acquired the rights to the sage's sealed grimoire, later using the person standing between the 2 sides. The key to the story's spectacular reversal. I don't know why she betrayed Lothio, but she's on the 5th floor with her, which means I have to go up to the 5th floor to take her down? No. Even if I don't go, according to the current plotline, Taylor's group will get there eventually. I should probably leave her for them to handle. We can trust them." Recalling the combat strength of the West L group earlier, every single one of them could use their own power to the fullest. I've already confirmed his abilities, which means I have to handle things here. No matter what Elter is plotting for the OP Hall, as long as I don't let them inside, everything in the OP Hall will proceed as planned. Then S suddenly exclaimed. He bowed before Elter, showing respect. "I can't believe it. Aren't you Elter Ketchen, the head of the Elter Merchant Guild? There must be a reason for someone of your stature to come all this way, but I think you should ask the school for permission first and ensure you receive the warmest welcome possible." The old man glared for a moment, then spoke, "I get it." S bowed his head, but his face was filled with worry. Elter stated his conclusion. So, you're on the same side as that little Lortel Caheln wench, Elter said, releasing a powerful aura to intimidate S. 10 minutes earlier, in the quiet of the night, a loud explosion roared as the wall of the room was blown open, leaving a massive hole. He frowned slightly and asked, "Everything's a mess out there. How can you be so calm in your room?" Across the room, the other guy was doing one-handed push-ups. "I'm just trying to avoid any reckless actions. Besides, even if this building collapsed, it's not like I would die." Hearing this, S thought to himself, "Is this the confidence of someone with true strength?" Zesh stopped his workout. "And why did you have to break down the wall to get in? How am I supposed to sleep when it gets cold now?" S couldn't help but mock him. "Is there any mage in the world like him?" Then he bowed to Yenika Filover, who was standing beside him. "Oh, Senior Yenika Filover is here too? This is the first time I've been able to greet you properly. Although, I guess we sort of met during the glass can incident." She replied softly, "Ah, right, about that. I'm sorry." S immediately comforted her. "You don't have to be so down about it. Yenika Filover, you faced disciplinary action too, didn't you?" "Yeah, you're right. Thank you." Zesh looked up at them. "By the way, are you two dating?" Yenika Filover jumped, her face turning visibly red. "You can't just," she stammered. She shyly glanced at S, who remained impassive. "S, does what the kid said bother you?" He replied in a low voice. "I'm fine. That kid Zesh is the one at fault for being so tactless." "Is that so?" Zesh didn't hesitate and immediately bowed his head to apologize to them. "If that's the case, I'm sorry. But why did you come all the way here and break down my wall to see me?" At this, S's brow furrowed. "Right. Do me a favor. I'll repay you later." The scene changes to a ruined, dilapidated room with objects scattered all over the floor. S bowed before Elter and said, "There must be a reason for someone of your stature to come all this way. But I think you should ask the school for permission first and ensure you receive the warmest welcome possible." "I get it. So you." He stared at S with sharp eyes and an oppressive aura. "Are on the same side as that little Lortel Caheln wench. What? Are you mesmerized by that gloomy face of hers? You should take the opportunity in front of you instead of focusing on gold you might not even get." Elter's brow furrowed tightly. That bitch was born with cunning blood running through her veins. She's the type who wouldn't hesitate to stab you in the back the moment you turn away. I raised her. Since she was a child, no one understands her better than I do. I'll give you double the gold she offered you. Step aside. S's face darkened, and he replied in a low voice, "Thank you for the offer, sir, but I didn't receive a single coin for doing this. So, what does doubling it even mean?" Seeing the hostility in his eyes, he said, "I see. You don't give a damn about what I say." Immediately after, the black-robed figures in the room drew their swords and surrounded him. Their bodies radiated an abundance of power. S glanced around as Elter gave the order. "S, get him." The men immediately charged forward to attack. S quickly braced himself and ran, but unfortunately, his path was blocked. "Are you all just going to let him escape?" Just then, a stream of blue light suddenly appeared, blowing the entire group away in an instant. It turned out to be Zesh and Yenika Filover coming to the rescue. "Leave this to us." S quickly told them, "I'll go check the situation and be right back. I'll definitely repay you for this later." Yenika Filover had already summoned her spirit. "All right," Zesh said with a slight smile. "Besides, wasn't I the one who owed you from the start?" Seeing them, Elter's frown deepened. "They're all just students, but they're no pushovers. All of you, use everything you've got." The group charged at the two of them, who fought back fiercely alongside their fire spirits. As S ran out, an incredibly loud explosion erupted. He thought to himself, "Right now, I have to find Lortel Caheln and ask her what the hell is going on." But he didn't have to look far. Lortel Caheln was standing behind S, by the door. He immediately asked her, "Couldn't you get out?" "Yeah. Let's escape through the back door." He turned to look at her. "Can you still run? Don't fall behind. Run at full speed." As Lortel Caheln ran after S, she was lost in her own thoughts. Every act of kindness and trust hides a reason. Even Zaydu, the receptionist at the Elter Merchant Guild, always teased Lortel Caheln, just waiting for a different opportunity, for Lortel Caheln to slip up and reveal some valuable secret information or weakness. The handyman at the Elter Merchant Guild was always full of life in front of Lortel Caheln, because she always tipped him generously whenever she asked for a favor. And the reason the Academy's pet parrot was so attached to her was because the food she fed it was top grade. All acts of kindness definitely have a motive behind them. At least, that's how the world works in Lortel Caheln's eyes. Running in the lead, S spoke in a low voice. "We probably don't have time for details now. Basically, Alice betrayed you, right?" Lortel Caheln didn't answer him. She pressed her lips together tightly and thought, "It's my fault. A pathetic, foolish mistake." Yenika Filover Fossey was raised with overwhelming love and kindness from everyone around her, so she herself is conscious of having to treat the world with that same kindness. I'm not like her. That day, she made an offer to Taylor. I saw the warmth in her eyes when she looked at S, a look that clearly said she didn't need any favor in return. I thought I almost had a chance at a similar relationship, so I revealed the entire plan to Alice. But ironically, someone like me, who has never trusted anyone, placed my hopes in the hands of another only to receive a bitter failure in return. Actually, no matter how much I trusted her, I should never have let go of the dark, filthy person I am. I should have never allowed myself to dream that someone like me deserved to live a happy life. To take over the Opalizer Hall, I bribed 5 people: the head maid, Alice, the twin maids, Senny and Kenny, the representative for the lower-class students, Willen, and the noble, S. Alice, Senny, and Kenny sided with Elter. Willen also wants to side with Elter, so he won't choose my side. He's just like Lortel Keyhelm. She suddenly stopped and said sullenly, "I'm sorry, S." Although she said it out loud, inside she was resisting fiercely. Why am I saying these words? Why? Because he's an ally. I'm not sure if I have the 20 gold coins to pay you as we agreed anymore. As you can see, the situation has taken an unexpected turn. Why do I have to keep whining about surrendering just because no one is on my side anymore? But unexpectedly, S said, "I didn't ask you." Without another word, he grabbed Lortel Keyhelm's hand. "There's not much time left. What are you doing standing there frozen? If Elter catches you, you're dead for sure. We'll deal with the future later. Right now, we have to escape, right?" She stared at him, dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. "Kindness and trust," S said in a low voice. "Talk. I know what happened." Lortel Keyhelm thought to herself, "There's always a motive behind it. If you can't figure out their motive, never trust them. I'm sure that's how this world works." Then she answered him. "The Merchant Guild headquarters is trying to manipulate market prices. This plan is definitely my father's. After the large-scale monster hunt in the Eastern Mountains last summer, the price of armor dropped across the board. He speculated and sold that armor exclusively within the country. In short, he's controlling the trade market. Obviously. You don't have to spell it out for me," S said bluntly, leaving Lothio a bit stunned. "Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. To fund that plan, he needs a large sum of money fast. He found someone willing to pay a high price for the Sage Chiriet's sealed grimoire, so he immediately sent me to Sylvania to find a way to steal it." Before she could finish, S already understood. "I get it. You don't need to explain the rest. Basically, the process of market manipulation is that merchants A, B, and C monopolize and speculate on cheap goods, trading them back and forth to rapidly drive up the prices. It's the simplest method of market price manipulation because the prices of those goods are pushed up at an unbelievable rate, making others think that at some point, the price will get so high they won't be able to afford them anymore. The thought, 'I have to buy now,' will immediately pop into their heads. And if the merchants sell what they've speculated on at that moment, they'll rake in a massive profit. But this form of market manipulation is built on trust. If merchants B and C were to sell their goods without telling A, the price would instantly plummet disastrously. In the role of Merchant A, who sold his bonds to buy the goods and manipulate them, is Elter. Because of this sudden budget deficit, he will be pushed into a difficult situation, facing the risk of being stripped of his power, something he has been planning for years to avoid. Lothio has bribed countless other merchants to play the roles of B and C, but only when Elter leaves his seat at the headquarters will the 6 major merchants she's bought off have the right to trade with each other. S grabbed Lothio's hand and said, "You're planning to use the occupation of OP Hall to create a huge deficit in the school's budget. You're doing this to increase your chances of success when negotiating the sale of the sealed grimoire. And this will force Elter to personally leave the main guild headquarters, compelling him to come and collect the money he desperately needs. And while that's happening, you'll take the opportunity to sell off all the shields and armor at the guild headquarters. Am I right?" Hearing this, Lothio was completely astounded. How the hell did he understand the entire story after hearing it just once? He glanced at her. "In the end, you only need to do one thing. We have to find a way to send a letter to the guild headquarters to inform them to proceed with the sale of the shields and armor." Lothio frowned slightly. "I have a carrier pigeon in my room. It's my direct line of communication with my allies in the guild headquarters. So, you just need to send the pigeon to the guild and hide until the transaction is complete, and victory is yours. But it's highly likely my father has already anticipated this. I'm sure that tonight, he'll capture me at all costs and force the traitors to confess the entire plan." S was silent for a moment, then said in a low, firm voice, "Listen carefully, Lothio. From this moment on, you must hide at all costs and not let anyone find you. If I were Elter, I'd have people blockading both ends of the bridge leading to the Owl Mountain range. They'll definitely be searching there. Let's tell the carriage driver at the camp to take an empty carriage up to the top of the Owl Peak, find a suitable spot, leave the carriage there, and then get out of there quickly. That'll make them think you're in the outskirts of the Owl Range." Lothio asked quietly, "Then what about me? In the northern forest, there's an unfinished cabin. You just need to hide there for 3 days. I'll use the pigeon in your room to send the letter to the guild. I just need to write a brief message saying sell, and your allies will understand, right?" "Yes, they'll understand." Then, S's eyes suddenly widened. He quickly pulled her back. "There's someone watching the back door. I'll handle things outside." Go to your room, you wait here until they're all gone, then run to the camp. Lo Theo was completely surprised by his actions. He gave her a sense of perfection and security. It was like he was an old friend, acting and solving everything without a moment of hesitation or wasted time. For a second, I actually thought about trusting him and leaving everything in his hands. S saw her just standing there, staring at him, and frowned. Are you still with me? Why are you suddenly so distracted? This isn't like you at all, Lo Theo stammered in reply. I understand, she thought to herself. Maybe this is for the best this time. But what she said was, S, why are you helping me so much? He himself was surprised by her question. Why ask something like that all of a sudden? Do I need a reason? I just do what I think needs to be done. With that, S opened the door and left. The door slammed shut with a thud. Outside, the quiet, dark sky was illuminated by bright stars. A few clashing sounds echoed in the silent night. Lo Theo slumped to the floor, her face flushed as she panted heavily. So loud. Is that sound from the fight between Alice and TL's group? No, it's coming from somewhere closer. Could it be the battle on the first floor? No, it's even closer than that. I can't believe this. This is definitely my own heartbeat. The scene changes. Outside, it has begun to rain. A cold voice spoke up. Young master, I didn't expect the one to come out of the hall to be you. You're on dish duty. The maid, Senny, pointed her sword at him. He replied without a trace of fear. If you're the final obstacle, I have to say, it's a bit anticlimactic. Now then, this power struggle is finally coming to an end. The control over all the ancient runic language in OP Hall is in the hands of one person. A swordswoman strong enough to face even students from the top department. A mid-level magician with extremely precise attacks. Headmaid Alice. But even so, she can't defeat TL Moi, because he's the protagonist. Act 2, Scene 3. The Ascendancy of Headmaid Alice. The final battle begins. A sword cut through the rain. Its sharp blade flashed in the dazzling light from the building, swung powerfully and decisively. The maid Senny stared at S with a cold, sharp gaze. The two of them stood there in the silence of the rainy night. S frowned, calculating. My mana is almost depleted. I probably only have enough for 2 or 3 more basic spells. Without giving him time to think, Senny lunged at him. With a cold look in her eyes, she held a sword that emanated a surging purple aura. A slash was unleashed with lightning speed, leaving a curved trail of light in the shape of the blade. S nimbly dodged Senny's first attack. Her sword tip missed, striking the ground below. What? Of course, he had calculated all of this. Senny's first attack would definitely aim for his legs. Not missing a single opportunity, he stomped his foot down hard on the tip of her sword. I know this fighting style all too well. His prediction was so accurate that he knew when she lifted her skirt, there would be more daggers strapped underneath. But before she could reach them, S forcefully grabbed her hand. Able to predict her movements, he forcefully knocked away all of Senny's daggers. Restrained by him, she could do nothing. The advantage of these twins is that since birth, they have shared the blessing of the same star. Skill sharing. Once a day, you are allowed to share one of your skills with your telepathic twin sister, a mid-level magician. Immediately after, she controlled the daggers, sending them flying towards S all at once. He didn't even try to dodge, just stood there motionless. The daggers pierced straight through his body. Senny smirked triumphantly, but her joy didn't even last a second before her jaw dropped. He was still holding her hand tightly. Despite his injuries, his face remained as emotionless as ever. However, they haven't mastered this borrowed skill. The wounds from the throwing knives weren't deep enough. S pulled them all out without hesitation and tossed them aside. He tightened his grip, making her cry out in pain. He kicked a grenade away. That's it. All of Senny's weapons had been thrown away by him. They'll be here in 1 minute. She screamed through her tears. I can't fail, Headmaid Alice. Get lost. I told you not to interfere in our business. S said in a low voice. Alice is going to lose. Hearing this, she glared at him. What do you know about her? Do you know what kind of injuries she's endured? Do you know what kind of battles she's fought in? At that moment in the waiting hall, Alice was gritting her teeth, summoning power from a magic cube. A series of small magic circles appeared, launching attacks toward TL. An explosion occurred. The blinding flashes of light made it impossible to see the opponent's movements. Do you have any idea how many orphans she saved? I'm one of those kids too, Ed thought to himself. To be honest, I don't know much about her at all. The failed swordsman of Sylvania never delved deep into Alice's life story. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even have a normal job. But just then, up above, a violent explosion erupted from the wall of fire, incinerating my body, followed by an extremely sharp slash, rushing toward Alice. I couldn't have earned money to support myself. Without her, I wouldn't have even survived to this day. He leaped high, attacking her with his sword. Immediately after, a massive tremor occurred, and the entire room exploded. In the quiet of the night, the sound was more deafening than ever. You don't know anything about her, even though you heard her whole backstory. Has nothing to do with me. I still don't see any difference. Seneni stopped crying, bit her lip hard and said, I will never forgive you. Why would you side with Lo Theo? Ed didn't wait for her to finish before his body collapsed, unconscious. The huge explosion had set everything on fire. Amidst the heavy rain, plumes of black smoke rose into the sky. Ed thought to himself, too bad I don't have any information on the side characters' plot lines. What am I supposed to do with things even I don't understand? After all, there are countless stories destined to be buried in darkness forever. As he weighed today's damage against the orphans Alice had saved over the years, balancing the good and evil within her, he forcefully pulled Senny into the room and leaned her against the wall. Those who choose to act on that philosophy right now are the ones most worthy of living. But my course of action and ultimate goal haven't changed since I entered this body. Without a moment's hesitation, Ed took off. As he ran through the rain, a system notification appeared. You have defeated Sandy, the dishwashing maid. You have activated a new skill, Damage Endurance. Temporarily removes physical damage and the ability to feel pain for a period of time. All damage and pain are postponed to a later time. I can't believe I learned this skill. Then, a small rock suddenly shattered the window pane. Ed was hiding inside. He glanced around the room, which had luxurious wooden furniture and countless decorative items arranged by priority of use. The desk was piled high with papers. The neatly arranged books on the shelves perfectly matched her personality. Ed opened a cabinet, and sure enough, there was a birdcage inside. Just as Lo Theo said, he quickly wrote a letter. It would take Elter at least 3 days to return from Sylvania to the guild headquarters. Sell off all reserve shields and armor. The carrier pigeon flew through the rain, destined to return through the night with Elter's head. Drops of blood trickled down with every step as the wounded Ed dragged his body back to his wooden tent. If it weren't for Zix and Yenica Filover's help, without them seizing a few key opportunities, Lo would have been caught by Elter. Lo's entire plan would have failed. But right now, the carriage that Lo is supposedly in is already speeding toward the Lake District. Elter will have no choice but to chase after it. Even if he catches the coachman and forces him to confess that Lo Theo never left the academy, my carrier pigeon will have already arrived by then. The plan to overthrow Elter is basically a success. If everything went according to plan, Lo should be waiting for me at the tent. In front of me. Is that Lo Theo slowly walking out to greet me? How cute is that? What? Ed frowned, unable to believe his eyes. That's right. I should have realized it when I pieced everything together. I was too careless. Lo was holding a dagger. The real enemy here is none other than that treacherous daughter, Lo Theo. So far, only 5 people bribed by Lo Theo know that she's the one secretly pulling all the strings. If Elter is removed from the board, Alice will have no one to rely on but Lo Theo. Senny and Kenley are loyal to Alice, and Willen can be bribed again like last time. But from Lo Theo's perspective, I'm a variable that can't be bought with money. If she's really planning to get rid of me in the middle of this deserted forest, away from prying eyes and judgment, then her plan can be considered a success. The true nature of the character Loeth Chen is that of a hidden final boss. She will freely manipulate and exploit anyone she can bribe. A true villain. I watched as Lo Theo got closer and closer, my brow furrowed. Think, if you want to live, but my body. Just then, Lo Theo raised the dagger in front of her, but she didn't stab him. Instead, she used it to cut her own cloak. To his surprise, Lo Theo carefully bandaged his wound. Why? What made you get yourself into this state? Let me help you up. The rain just stopped, so I started a small campfire. Come warm yourself up with me first. Under the flickering firelight, Ed and Lo Theo sat beside each other, talking. So, everything went according to your plan, right? Come on. You're talking to Loeth Chen, you know. She smiled faintly and said, I made the coachman promise me. He said that even if it cost him his life, he would do his best to mislead them. Hearing that, Ed asked, is that coachman really so loyal? How did you get him to obey you? He thought to himself. No way. She didn't take his family hostage, did she? Probably not. He gave her a suspicious look, but Lo Theo, oblivious, continued, you know what? If this plan succeeds, I'll officially take control of the Elter Merchants Guild. More importantly, I now owe you my life. What do you think? Aren't you happy about that? Don't you think I'm cool? Ed silently threw more wood into the fire without a word. Seeing that, she remarked, what a boring reaction. But far from being annoyed, Lo Theo just smiled. Thanks. I'll never forget what you did today. Just remember to give me the 20 gold coins you promised when this is over. Of course. Also, there's something I need to ask you. Is there something else to deal with? Is it about Alice? Her face suddenly darkened. No, it's not about that. I'll handle that myself. I want to ask you about Yenica Failover. You're close to her, right? Yeah, pretty close. She's really kind. She's a friendly and talented senior, so I really admire her. She's always looking out for everyone, open with them all. He glanced at her. Yeah, so what? Lo froze for a moment, then smiled again. You see, I'm not that good of a person. Scene change. Meanwhile, at Opalizer Hall, Elter left immediately upon receiving a report from his subordinate. It seemed he had grown tired of playing around at Opalizer Hall. As for the battle between Zix and Elter's lackeys, it seemed he wasn't contributing much. He frowned. I think you're going a bit too far. You sent a whole group of them flying just like that. Please, stop. However, instead of fighting them, what he really needed to do was stop his own teammate. At first, a flicker of worry crossed Yenika Failover's face, but a moment later, all the spirits within her were unleashed. Zix himself was about to be blown away by her power. Janika, I have to stop her before anyone else gets hurt. What's wrong? Are you angry? Hearing his voice, Yenika Failover fell silent, then turned her head to look at him with a grin. Oh, I'm not angry at all. By then, it was already morning. I thought with difficulty, my uniform is completely torn. I can't go to class like this. Zix brought me his uniform to borrow and reported on the situation. The blame for destroying Opalizer Hall was placed on Willen. As for headmate Alice, who was eventually captured, she still hasn't said a single word about what happened. A key character in the story prevented Lo's inevitable death, but since there's been no response from Elter yet, it seems the plan was a success. For the story to unfold as naturally as possible, there's no choice but to wait for the carrier bird to return with good news. This whole affair has really taken a toll on my health. He let out a weary sigh. My body's not in good shape. I'm aching all over. Even my daily chores, things I have to do, feel overwhelming. But no matter what, I have to get them done. Ed's life skills details. Rank, Intermediate Craftsman. Special skills, Clumsiness level 13, Design level 8, Gathering ability level 11, High tier crafting skill. High-level crafting has been unlocked, so I have to prioritize developing my existing skills. I've chosen the skill I want to master, Spirit Harmonization, the type of magic best suited for me. Spirit magic and technical magic are extremely useful for building houses and crafting compact combat tools. If I can create at least one tool that contains a spirit, this skill will automatically become instinctual. As for Magatech, if you can successfully disassemble and reassemble an item of a certain Magatech level at least once, the skill will unlock. I don't want to waste spirit magic unnecessarily. But for now, I should at least catch a low-level spirit to form a contract with. Just then, Yenika Failover's voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, the rain finally stopped, so it's nice and cool out. Huh? Oh, hey, Yenika Failover. No school today? She casually sat down on a small rock next to him. My head hurts and my whole body aches, so I decided to come to the forest for some fresh air. Hearing this, S immediately asked, Are you sure you weren't hurt at all when you helped me hold them off? Nope, not at all. Yenika Failover's eyes crinkled into a smile. Then she added, Speaking of which, is Lortel Caheln okay? Yeah, she's resting inside. At the same time, inside the house, Lortel Caheln was sunbathing by the window. She thought to herself that while the occupation of Opal Hall was more or less resolved, there was still a lot to do. I have to persuade the former headmaid, Alice, and gradually negotiate to buy back the sage's sealed grimoire. But 3 days have passed, and I'm still waiting for a response from the Elter Merchants Guild headquarters. Every day, I wait here, feeling anxious and restless. Even though it's frustrating, I don't want this feeling to stop. Her eyes widened as she gazed at the scenery outside the window. Every time she was near S. Taylor, her heart would race. Seeing him diligently chopping firewood, Lortel Cahelm couldn't help but smile. His sincerity, his lack of ulterior motives, and the trust he gives without expecting anything in return, it makes me feel safe. This feeling is so pure with him. For Lortel Cahelm, a girl who had spent her whole life drifting through cold streets, this was a treasure more precious than gold. And at any cost, she would not share that affection with anyone else. Especially not Yenika Failover F. Yenika Failover's life was already overflowing with unconditional love from her family and friends. When she saw Yenika Failover happily laughing and joking with S outside, her face contorted in anger. You already have so much, you should spare a little for me. If you won't give him up, then we'll just have to fight for him. And unfortunately for you, that's my specialty. Lortel Cahelm flashed a cunning smile, the kind of smile only a villain would make. 3 days together is a once-in-a-lifetime golden opportunity. First, I'll do this my way. What if I fill this log cabin with gold? The thought had barely formed before she frantically dismissed it. No, I can't. He might think I'm pitying him. Besides, I'm pretty broke right now. Maybe I could help with his tuition? That wouldn't be so bad, would it? Trying to act as natural as possible, Lortel Cahelm imagined the scene. She pictured herself saying shyly, It's not like I'm paying your tuition for you or anything. Don't get the wrong idea. She couldn't stop herself from banging her head against the wall in embarrassment. Ugh, why does that sound so cringy? Lortel Cahelm's experience with boyfriends was zero. Just then, another voice spoke up. Can you move somewhere else? That's my spot. Lortel Cahelm looked up, bewildered. A sleepy-looking Lucy May Reel slowly walked in. Lortel Cahelm froze as she watched the girl nonchalantly stretch out and lie flat on the floor. Lucy May Reel, what are you doing here? This is the best spot for sunbathing. Lortel Cahelm thought to herself, what now? But Lucy May Reel hadn't been lying there for even 2 seconds when S rushed in, picked her up, and unceremoniously tossed her into a small wooden enclosure in the yard. He turned his head and said to Lortel Cahelm, Sorry, did I wake you? Lucy May Reel snuck in, but I've taken care of it. Go on, go back to sleep. Then she asked, Does Lucy come here a lot? Just treat that kid like a natural disaster and ignore her. So, another rival has appeared, Lortel Cahelm thought. She sighed wearily. But I still have plenty of time. Over the next 3 days, I'll even the score. S's log cabin diary. On the morning of the second day, she opened the window, stuck her head out, and said with a bright smile, "Hello!" But, contrary to Lortel Cahelm's expectations, the person in front of her wasn't S, but Yanika Filover. "Good morning, Lortel Cahelm." Disappointed, Lortel Cahelm went back inside her room. Outside, S said softly, "Oh, Yanika Failover, you're here." Lortel Cahelm narrowed her eyes. Seeing Lucy Mayriel sprawled on the ground, she sighed again. It was so hard to get a private morning with S. S, meanwhile, was very busy. Finally done. New creation complete, handmade brick, shaped by pouring mud into a mold and drying from the inside out, before being dried again with a heating spell. Crafting difficulty, 2 stars. Crafting complete. Your crafting proficiency has increased. You have learned the construction skill thanks to your high talent stat. Your proficiency points increased by more than the average amount. New creation complete. Fired brick fireplace, created by stacking handmade bricks. Although the structure is somewhat unstable due to the bricks being joined with mud, it provides excellent heating. A chimney is required as it is built indoors. Crafting difficulty, 2.5 stars. Crafting complete. Your crafting proficiency has increased. I just finished the fireplace I had to leave behind because of the incident at Opal Hall. Scene change. A table is laid out with delicious and appealing food skewers. Wow, this smells amazing. Did you add basil? My mom gave me some the other day. You could tell just by smelling it. I'm very confident in my sense of smell, you know? Lortel Cahelm held a skewer in her hand and said, "Nothing special happened this morning, so for now, I'll assume everything is going according to plan." S gently reminded her, "Yeah, that's good news, but you can't let your guard down." "Of course not, but there's still a ton of unfinished business." She took a small bite of meat, "like earning the money to pay you back, as promised. And since I'm a merchant, I must pay you the full 20 gold coins. Would you be willing to accept payment in kind instead of cash?" S raised an eyebrow slightly. "The first thing that comes to mind is building materials. Or, right. A large quantity of technical magic tools, perhaps?" Lortel Cahelm hadn't expected him to want something like that. "Technical magic tools, huh? I'll have someone check the archives. I'll let you know if we have any." Actually, I'll just try to recall it now. I've memorized everything anyway." Sitting beside them, Yanika Filover couldn't help but frown as she watched their conversation. Just then, S turned to her and said, "By the way, speaking of which, there's a favor I wanted to ask you." Yanika Failover. "A favor? For me? I've been studying spirit magic recently, and I want to form a contract with a low-level spirit. I was hoping you could guide me." Yanika Filover was incredibly pleased. "Then I guess that makes me your teacher, huh? Before you know it, you'll be able to form a contract with a mid-level spirit." His eyes widened at her words. "Oh, okay. Practice spirit connection first and try to focus on that." A small bird appeared on her hand. "Kister, try talking to S." Kister immediately chirped, "Lady Yanika Failover, I already told you, this guy is no good." S couldn't hide his surprise. "Whoa, I think I can faintly hear what it's saying." The bird continued speaking to Yanika Filover. If he wants to learn, he first needs his spirit connection skill to be high enough to even hear spirits talk. Is that so? But I'm sure S will learn faster than we think. Kister went on a rant. "Just look at his daily routine and see how much time he actually spends practicing magic. You know it's true. Lady Yanika Failover, according to the last weekly report from the hall, his food storage is running low, and right now, he's too busy focusing on rebuilding his log cabin. Where is he supposed to find the time to practice anything else?" Yanika Filover quickly clapped her hands, shooing Kister away to stop it from talking. She forced a smile and asked, "Could you hear any of that?" "Vaguely. It said something about the meeting last week." Yanika Filover didn't answer. Her face darkened as she looked away, avoiding his eyes. Just then, Lortel Cahelm approached with a smile. "Are you two done talking? All right, to finalize the deal on those technical magic tools we discussed earlier. It seems our reserves have more surplus than I thought, so we should have enough to supply you." Hearing this, S replied, "Oh, in that case, can you set aside the cheap ones for me? It's only around 20 gold coins," Lothio said, smiling until her eyes crinkled. "Selling it cheap? You saying that makes me sad. Plus, the quantity isn't large, and in the end, it's all just dead assets, so don't worry about it." At this, she suddenly stopped and looked at him. "It might be a bit difficult, but if you don't want to take it for free, could you come to the Merchants Guild about once every 3 days? By then, I think I'll be able to sell it to you for a really cheap price. When you come, we can sip some tea and chat." Gionic, blushing with anger, pointed at her. "Kid, can't you just give it to him for free?" "How much has S helped you?" Lothio replied calmly. "I'm a merchant. I'm very professional. Are you just making excuses? What for?" While the two girls were arguing, Ed sat calmly between them, thinking, "Looks like I can finally start learning engineering magic and spirit magic." Just then, another voice cut into their conversation. So you are the one here, Lady Lothio. The new Marquis bowed slightly before her. Forgive me for my sudden intrusion during such a tense moment, and forgive me again for being the bearer of bad news. However, the former Marquis has a message for you, my lady. Beneath a clear blue sky and a great sun shining its brilliant rays down, white banners fluttered in the wind. Claire wore a serious expression and said, this is top secret, so whatever you do, don't freak out. You can't tell anyone about this, and you can't act surprised either. She leaned in and whispered into Bello's ear, I think Giannic likes S from soda. Bello wasn't the least bit surprised or shocked. She thought to herself, should I just pretend to be surprised for the sake of politeness? I see. Miss Claire, you must be very worried about Our Lady because of this. Claire was, of course, extremely worried. I don't get what she sees in that delinquent, but it's true, his attitude has been getting better lately. As her friend, I'll still support her. But that's not all. Lately, Giannic has been constantly muttering a name, Lothio K. Chen. See? He even copied that Talo guy and skipped the opening ceremony. And just yesterday, he didn't even bother showing up for the first day of the new semester. I mean, in the end, the nature of romance is just a game of push and pull. And when it comes to that, Giannic is completely clueless. I don't get that S guy either. Every time Giannic looks at him, that jerk pretends to look away. Isn't it ridiculous? Is he just thoughtless, or is he simply a cunning wolf? Bello said calmly. Maybe he's not thoughtless, and he's not a wolf either. He's probably just in a difficult situation and can't think about dating. Hearing this, Claire got goosebumps. No way. That can't be it. I guarantee you, right now he's gloating about his incredible luck. Just imagining it gives me the creeps. Bello said nothing, thinking, you call that luck? A sly, thieving cat waiting in front of a row of fish. An innocent little kitten trembling before a fierce fox. And Lucy Mayriel is purely a cat. Back in the present, Bello sighed wearily. Ed asked softly, what's wrong? It's nothing. Forgive me. Just thinking back on them gave me a headache. Lothio immediately said, anyway, what was it you wanted to announce? I wish to deliver a message to Lady Lothio. A message from the former Marquis, Alice. The scene changes. The flickering campfire pushed back the surrounding darkness. Giannic had just left, and Bello had brought Lucy Mayriel back, although I find it very annoying. While Lothio is still in hiding, her location has been leaked to an individual connected to OP Hall. She spoke softly to Ed. The uniform's been repaired, but it still looks old, huh? It's still perfectly fine to wear for now. The messenger pigeon has finally returned with news of our victory. The proposal to impeach the head of the Merchants Guild has been passed. All of Elter's authority has been revoked. The impeachment decision is official. All the members seem pleased with Elter's downfall and are demanding a status report. Now, it's time to get ready for school as usual. Lotheo moved the letter closer to the fire. If things have come to this, my father will probably go to the Merchants Guild headquarters to sort things out. Even if it's just a pointless struggle, at least it'll keep him too busy to think about what we're doing here in Sylvan. S, while adjusting his clothes, asked, is there any chance Elter still has a card he hasn't played? That man is just as cunning as I am, so I can't say for sure. But luckily, the succeeding guildmaster is on my side, so I have no choice but to trust him. The biggest problem right now is Alice, but it seems that for now, that's been resolved smoothly. You mean Alice won't reveal that you were the mastermind behind all this? Lothio answered while taking out another letter. Yeah, she doesn't really have a choice. You see, the matter between us was a two-way transaction from the start. She was always going to side with the winner, whether it was me or the note Bello May delivered, which detailed the orphanages she was covering annual maintenance costs for, along with contact information to support them. The work assigned to Alice just kept piling up. Her health declined severely, but the Academy's management ignored her weary complaints. Gradually, she no longer had the strength to work. This meant she could no longer provide for the orphanages, so she gambled her own life in one final, big bet. Thanks to her inherently resilient and tenacious nature, no one realized the hardships she was enduring. Of course, those close to her understood her thoughts and circumstances to some extent. She chose to side with me, simply because I seemed to have a better chance of winning. It's very difficult to rebuild lost trust, but I never expected her to send me this list instead of a threat. Hearing this, Ed remained silent, only glancing at Lothio. In the world of merchants, there's no such thing as sympathy. If you make one small mistake, you're immediately treated cruelly, like an idiot. She knew that better than anyone. But right after, she put the letter away again. From her perspective, outing me as the mastermind wouldn't have brought her any benefits. For now, I'll just accept it as is. After all, in this world, no one is a permanent enemy or ally, but she does seem to have found some peace of mind. Lotheo slowly stood up. I have to go now. You're stopping by the Merchant Guild branch next week to sign the treaty, right? Yeah. Ed took a piece of firewood, lit it, and held it out. It'll burn for a long time. She didn't take it right away, instead, staring blankly at the dancing flame. Seeing this, he raised an eyebrow. It's just a torch. What is there to think about for so long? It's not that. It's just... Ed, you're taller than I thought. Why bring that up now? Lothio suddenly blushed and said, things have been a bit rushed, but if I want to win, sometimes I have to take risks. I wonder if you know? The nature of human relationships is just push and pull. Just like this tie. See how it's all twisted up? Right? Lothio gently adjusted his tie. He asked in a low voice, "Has no one ever paid attention to me before? Does my uniform make you uncomfortable?" She smiled softly. "Ah, well, there's nothing wrong with dressing a little neater. After all, we're students of Sylvania Academy." Then, Lothio suddenly pulled his tie down. "You mean, huh?" The atmosphere suddenly fell silent under a quiet sky full of twinkling stars. Next to the flickering campfire, Lotheo stood on her tiptoes and kissed Ed on the lips. Just a few seconds later, she pulled away and touched her own lips. "Those raspberries we ate earlier were delicious, weren't they? Getting to taste them again makes me very happy." He couldn't help but feel annoyed. There has to be a limit to things. "Look how flustered you are. It's just as they say, no one likes being pushed or pulled into a relationship too quickly. Next time, I promise I'll pull much more slowly. After all, I need to build up momentum to push you out of my life." With that, Lothio took the torch from his hand and turned to leave. After a few steps, she broke into a run, but because she was going too fast, she carelessly fell to the ground. Ed, witnessing this, felt helpless, even though I'm trying not to get involved with the main character's plotline anymore. As expected, he sighed, "Nothing ever works out. When you put any plan into practice, from where I stand, those stars are still twinkling, the moon is still bright, the crickets are still chirping, and the crackle of wood in the campfire sounds the same as always. But I feel like the story that's pulling me along is getting further and further away, and no matter how hard I try to escape, I can feel this indescribable discomfort. It's as if I'm being sucked into the center of this story's vortex. My plan was to stand on the sidelines and watch the show, only affecting things that wouldn't change the main plot. I'm not being greedy. I just want to graduate, train hard, and improve my stats. But in reality, Vu Fam said that the plan I thought was so simple would require a huge effort to overcome the countless challenges and dangers waiting ahead. The season just ended like that. In a flash, autumn had arrived. In the end, this guy is just another piece of S. The autumn sky is always clearer than any other seasons. Yellow leaves slowly fell to the ground. A large red tail slapped the earth hard. That red-headed fox had kissed the young master. Yanika Filover sat beside the cherry blossom tree and the deep, dark water. Next to her were her spirits. C spoke with a look of indignation. "We can't just turn a blind eye to this. Milady, if we don't intervene." She looked at it blankly. "Hold on, what are you talking about?" "What?" The fire dragon chimed in. "That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. It was so intense. Youth is truly wild. That red-headed fox really knows how to play with a man's heart." Yanika Failover's face turned red with anger as she cried out, "What do you mean by that? What are you trying to say, huh? What did S's reaction look like?" "Oh, your question is getting right to the heart of the matter. From what I saw, that boy was completely against that kiss. The girl kissed him so boldly, yet his expression didn't show a hint of genuine emotion. His cold reaction honestly surprised me a bit. He was too cold to that little girl, though watching it gave me the creeps. What I mean is, there are two possibilities. Either that fallen noble is impotent, or he doesn't even see that girl as a woman." Yanika Filover felt a sense of relief. "Is that so? What a relief." The fire dragon continued to ramble. "But anyway, men might be good on the offense, but they're terrible on defense. In my experience, with people like that red-headed fox, the more their target resists, the more they'll cling to them and burn even hotter. That's not good for you at all." "Yanika Filover?" she replied, confused. "But you said S's reaction was really cold." Hearing that, the fire dragon roared in anger. "Are you just gonna let that red-headed fox snatch that kid away? You said you were going to teach him spirit magic. It's not worth wasting an opportunity like this. Or at the very least, just wait until you two are alone and give him a kiss." The Blue Panther cut him off in a low voice. "Don't listen to that old geezer. Yanika Failover, you are the most beautiful and charming person in the world. You just need to be yourself." "Oh, that's right. You should show off your innocent and lively side. Yanika Failover. Or how about a thrilling, exciting experience with the young master?" Yanika Filover suddenly blushed, imagining them feeding each other shyly. Hearing this, the fire dragon and the Blue Panther were absolutely fuming, gritting their teeth, frustrated at her for not living up to her potential. Let's change the subject. Back at the wooden cabin, S was feeding Lucy Mayriel when her eyes suddenly widened and she began to retch violently. "Ugh, this is disgusting." Lucy Mayriel was so angry she kept hitting him, but S didn't seem to care in the slightest. "Right, huh? If I don't add a lot of spices, you can't taste anything at all." She raised her voice reproachfully. "Stop using me as your food tester," he thought to himself. "Looks like I need to improve my cooking skills while I wait for all the ingredients to be gathered." His life skill details at that moment were: intermediate craftsman. Main skills: woodcraft. Dexterity level 14, Design level 9, Gathering level 12, Woodcraft level 13, Hunting level 10, Fishing level 7, Cooking level 6, Repair level 5. Advanced crafting skills, none. The key stats have a huge impact on the development of life skills. If I only increase one stat, the efficiency will decrease, so I have to balance them all for even growth. The problem is, I'm too busy. The new school year has started. Outside of school, even if I sleep less, the time I have to develop my survival skills is only about 5 to 6 hours. I might get used to it, but the reason I'm worried about the efficiency of my survival activities is that I need more time to check which way the plot is going. Every day at school, I keep a close eye on key students like Taylor and the 4 heroines in the academy. Taylor is in the combat department, so I can't see him most of the time, but it looks like he's progressing very quickly. His teammate, Isla, is also doing a good job in her support role. The benevolent princess, Princess Pania, doesn't seem to have any problems either. But the stage where she and Lothia have a disagreement is coming up, so I need to watch her more closely. Clay doesn't enroll until next year, so I don't have to worry about her too much for now. I'm watching the treasured daughter, Lothia, as if I'm walking on thin ice. I don't know how Elter's early dismissal will affect her actions in the future, but she doesn't need Elter. It seems her plan to steal the grimoire remains unchanged. The reason I've needed more time lately is because it's almost time to start the inspection of the department building. Because the final boss of this second act is, at that same moment, in his room, Professor Gloss read the contents of the paper with a cold face. I see. So there was a mastermind behind the Ophel Hall occupation. Professor Gloss frowned as he read the paper in his hand. Then he said to Assistant Professor Clay Elpin, "If that's what you think, then it's likely the truth. After all, your intuition is usually spot on." G slowly took off his glasses. "But be careful not to forget about other important things. For example, that research paper on speculative science I asked you to look into." He used his sharp gaze and an overwhelming pressure to look at Clay, making her jump in fear. "It will be ready by tomorrow morning." Scene changed to Ophel Hall, in Assistant Professor Clay's office. "I've gathered all the information related to the Ophel Hall occupation." Miss Clay was so exhausted she was numb. "Thank you, Anise." Clay picked up the stack of papers and read it. It was all information about the people involved in the Ophel Hall occupation. She thought to herself, do I really have to focus on investigating a case that's already been more or less completely resolved? I'm so tired, I could just die. Clay narrowed her eyes slightly, but no matter how you look at it, it does seem suspicious. She flipped to the information page about Ed Taylor. At the same time, at the Elter Merchants Guild, Sylvania branch, Lothia spoke to S with an apologetic look. "Oh my, I'm so sorry. I've been so busy with things at home that I completely forgot about the contract. We'll have to reschedule for next week. To make up for it, I've prepared some tea and snacks for you. The Magitech devices are all ready. You can pick them up at the counter." S looked at her, a bit dazed. "Is that so? Oh, by the way, is that your work uniform?" Lothia gave him a charming smile. "I have an important meeting today, so I had to dress up a bit. What do you think? An important meeting?" Seeing that he was still oblivious and didn't get her hidden meaning, she felt a little embarrassed, then gave a wry smile. "That's right. It's a private matter. You don't need to worry about it." Lothia quickly changed the subject. "Is your tent finished yet?" S immediately answered. "It's in the final stages. Then you'll probably need furniture, right?" "Ha, yeah, but the furniture you sell here is all high-end. I can't afford it." She walked closer to him and said, "Of course I can't just give you these things for free. Giving away merchandise for free? That would violate my professional ethics as a merchant. Woodcraft is your specialty, right?" Lothia used her ability to break one of the chair's legs, then threw it to the ground without a second thought. "Now this can't be sold. I'll throw it out tomorrow." S couldn't believe what she had just done. "I told you, this stuff is expensive." Lothia just smiled at him without saying a word. How can a person keep such a straight face? She propped her hands on the table and sat on top of it, right next to him. "I've even made the first move." Lothia gently touched a finger to S's chest. "Or, do you not see me as a woman? I've always seen you as the man for me." S. "It's exactly as you think. Even the help I'm giving you comes from very complicated reasons." Hearing this, he said, "I know what answer you're expecting from me." But before he could finish, she cut him right off. "Oh, please, it's not like I'm expecting any response from you. You know I'd never enter a fight. I'm not sure I can win, yet you're still acting so cold. One day, I won't be the only one who can't control themselves," he thought to himself, seeing that same ambiguous smile. Whether in an advantageous situation or a dire one, it's a merchant's instinct to never reveal their true feelings. The scene changes to the Academy's school grounds. "All right then," Yanika Failover said excitedly, raising her magic wand high. "Let's start the new lesson right away." He, standing opposite her, replied, "Okay." Yanika Failover flicked her wand lightly, and a flame immediately appeared in her hand. She smiled and asked him, "Do you want to practice focusing your mana and creating a link first?" In the end, this guy is just another piece of S. He stared wide-eyed, not blinking, as the flame coiled into a vortex, burning stronger and stronger. Then, a brilliant golden light burst from it. A pleasure to meet you, young master. The flame from before had formed into a fire spirit. It is an honor for me to sign a contract with you. I am Mug, a low-level fire spirit, young master. According to the results of last week's hearing, based on the proposal to select a spirit to link with you, I passed the first round, the volunteer round. I passed the second round interview. I performed excellently before the Spirit Council in the third round, and I successfully passed the fourth round, the ability assessment. I hold the record for the Advanced Freestyle Magic Practical Exam in the Northern Forest. Another thing I'm very proud of is my ability to connect with spirits of the same level. I myself am literally on fire, but I will still stoke the flame of enthusiasm in my heart to serve you with dedication, young master. He just stared blankly at Mug. He thought to himself, back when I played as the failed swordsman of Sylvania, there was one time I got a spirit skill. My spirit beast and I. We talked, laughed, and cheered each other on in battle. Over time, a strong bond formed between us. I'm pretty sure this feeling now is completely different from back then. He frowned slightly. Why is this kid so serious? Janika replied with a smile. You asked me to introduce you to a good spirit, so I picked one with outstanding magical power stats from among the spirits I've contracted with. The selection process consisted of very small, extremely minor tests with an incredibly low level of complexity. Who came up with that selection contest? It was Ta-Kan. Ta-Kan is that big-mouthed fire dragon. Get the hell out of here, you runts. Yenika Failover hesitated slightly. Here, take him. He took Mug from her hands. His eyes widened as he looked at it. So warm. Yenika Failover immediately explained. You can feel the heat radiating from him, right? Once you've connected with a spirit through a spirit contract, you'll be able to feel their physical elements and magical power, even when they aren't outwardly expressing them. Be careful. You should only connect to a certain extent, or it'll get really hot. Remember to control the strength of the link. So, if I control the level of the link, the firepower will change accordingly, right? Hearing that, she gave a strained smile. Calling it firepower is a bit weird. It makes your spirit sound like a cannon. He looked at it, his eyes sparkling. Mug struck a serious pose and exclaimed, Please give me your command, young master. A pocket heater. A bit of information on the low-level fire spirit. Spirit card. Mug. Link level. 2. Influence of spirit awakening. Good. Blessing. Recovery. Special move. Short-term fire resistance increase. Magic burst. Basic explosion. Ability to increase attack power for fire magic attacks. New spirit card obtained. No. Next, details on magical abilities. Rank. Magic school student. Skills. Good. Specialization. Elementals. From this point on, allowed to learn intermediate level magic. Spirit link level 12. Spirit empathy level 12. Spirit summoning level 1. Sensation sharing 1. What an unexpectedly useful survival tool. I don't even need to waste firewood anymore, he thought to himself. Seeing his interested expression, Yenika Failover smiled brightly. I'm glad you like it. You always look so gloomy and exhausted. Seeing you like this makes me really happy. If you need anything else, just tell me. Before class starts, I'll teach you the linking spell and how to sense them. As long as you learn with me, you'll definitely improve at lightning speed. And if you want to quickly reach a level where you can contract with intermediate spirits, we'll have to mix in some spirit battles. I'll go ahead and book a spot in the dueling practice room, and, I have some tools that can increase the stability of the spirit link, but I left them all in my room. She suddenly covered her mouth mid-sentence. I'll bring them next time. Hey. Yenika Failover coughed lightly, then blushed and said, Actually, I'm pretty busy. I've got a million things to do. And do you have any idea how many people are lining up, begging me to teach them this and that? So, it's really difficult to make time for you. The words of Ta-Kan and Clay echoed in her head. You can't keep being so easy. You have to play hard to get a little. Play push and pull with him. Act pricey. Yenika Failover trembled slightly. He just simply asked me to teach him spirit magic. Isn't this being too unreasonable? Hearing that, he said nonchalantly, Yeah, you're right about that. Sorry, Yenika Failover. I've been taking your kindness for granted. I really should be paying you for tutoring. He fumbled around in his pockets. I don't have much money, though. But, she flinched. What? Money? Money? What are you talking about? You're still struggling to survive in the forest. You need to save that. There's no way I'm taking your money. Besides, me teaching you, and you paying me. That's so cold. Aren't we close? Doing that really hurts my feelings, you know? After hearing her go on, he was even more confused. But weren't you the one who wanted something in return? Why did you change your mind so fast? Yenika Failover's face suddenly turned bright red, and she stammered, unable to form words. Clay told me I had to. Play, push, and pull. No, that's not it. He said that I'm too generous by nature, so I need to practice saying no more often. He immediately nodded in agreement. He's not wrong. Your friend is a good friend. Really? But I'm not like this with just anyone, you know. Anyway, I'll tell you the details next time. See you at the dueling training grounds. I'll go book a court and let you know later. Yenika Filover smiled brightly, waving goodbye. Oh, one more thing. If you need a guide for Spirit Link training, just call me. Bye. It's time for my class. Goodbye. See you later. Yeah. Bye. After that, a system notification appeared for him. You have learned a new crafting magic technique. One high-grade skill card has been consumed. S was now in his log cabin, busy with the items on his table. The crafting magic that girl gave me is so simple I could decipher it almost instantly. Finally, I get to learn a truly high-tier skill. This is lit. If I run out of oil, I can just use mug as a substitute, and if I run out of mana, I can use the stove. The air is starting to warm up now. My living situation has basically stabilized. This is enough for now. It feels like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. S had been busy for half the day. Only now did he look outside. It was already dusk, with the bright moon shining down, illuminating everything. Is it this late already? First, I'll go check the traps. In the quiet of the night, there was only the rustling of trees. Sigh. Damn, I only managed to get here now, so it's pitch black. Maybe I should just come back tomorrow. Clea walked slowly down the dark path, but the more he thought, the more he felt there was truly a mastermind behind this whole incident. That Saw TL guy, wasn't he disowned by his family? Now he's just S, right? Everyone present at the scene was either a student or a staff member of OP Hall, but Tail and S have almost no connection to Opalizer Hall. If we eliminate Tail, the one who resolved the incident, then only S would be left. Clay let out a soft sigh. I heard that So Tail often appears in this northern forest area, which is why I rushed here. But thinking about it now, unless he actually lives in the forest, he wouldn't be foolish enough to wander around in the middle of it like this. Right after that, her eyes shot open to see a dead deer being dragged away. Clay quickly hid behind a tree. Nearby, S was carrying Lucy Mayriel on his shoulder, his other hand pulling the animal. She was utterly panicked at the sight. What is this? He looks like Abel Forxus, no less impressive than the Archmage Chloeo or the Great Sage Sylvania, even if he had to go all out against Lucy Mayriel May. I guess my gut feeling was spot on. The mastermind behind the occupation of Oilizer Hall was Sot Tail. My intuition was right on the money. Maybe I have a knack for being a detective. What's going on here? What is all this? And just like that, I secretly followed S back to the cabin. He silently dragged the deer and carried Lucy Mayriel the long way home, threw the deer down with a thud, and then placed Lucy Mayriel back in her usual nest. He suddenly remembered. Now I remember. I have an appointment tomorrow morning. I have so much to deal with, I should probably go to bed early tonight. Clee stayed hidden behind the tree, carefully observing his every move. After S went inside the house, she tiptoed into the yard. I have to save Lucy Mayriel. Slowly, so quietly. Just as she was about to touch Lucy Mayriel's body, a blinding flash of light suddenly appeared. Clee was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What was that? Student Lucy Mayriel. She furrowed her brows warily and asked back, "Who are you?" Clay forced a smile and replied, I'm the professor's assistant." Her eyes widened as she stared at Lucy Mayriel. Is she back in her tent? Lucy Mayriel turned her back, then glared at Clee with a sharp, cold gaze. Her brows knitted together, and without a word, she flew straight up into the air, leaving Clee stunned. She sighed, just as I thought. Scene changed to Professor Glazer's office. Clay slammed a pile of things onto his desk. "Professor, do you know a suspended student named S?" He replied without a shred of emotion. "The names of worthless, incompetent scum are not worth remembering. Your words are always so harsh, Professor." "Well then, Professor Glazer, do you know the student Lucy Mayriel? Are you aware that Lucy Mayriel Mayukor was defeated and left powerless to resist? I was investigating the irregularities of the incident at Oper Hall, but before I found anything, I accidentally wandered into the northern forest." Glazer slowly glanced at CLA. "Can you get to the point?" Clara Lane, she continued. "So, in a way, I succeeded in using a recording charm on the first floor of Oper Hall." Hearing this, he asked, "A recording charm? Did you get permission?" "Of course not, but I just thought of this. You'd better write a report about that." Clee frowned, taking out a purple orb. "I knew you'd say that, so I wrote it beforehand. And this thing will definitely provide you with more information. Take a look." The orb suddenly lit up, showing an image of S. "Doesn't he look like a criminal? Do you see that expression of his? He's definitely the mastermind." Glazer remained silent, then asked nonchalantly, "Is that all? I said it before. That S kid carrying Lucy Mayriel while she was unconscious. He was probably just taking the sleepyhead back to her tent, wasn't he?" Clay was at a loss for words. Then Glazer said, "Write the report." "Yes, sir." Clay trudged away, dejected. Inside the room, his attention was suddenly caught by something. The orb showed an image of S sitting amidst a chaotic mess, with a few other students standing nearby. That's right. The spell recorded this scene as well. S was deliberately trying to stop Tail and his group, but they quickly broke through his defense. Tail was born on the paths of the holy sword Ali Visa, blessed with a talent for alchemy. An ordinary person like S stood no chance at all. That's what Glazer assumed, but what happened next made his eyes widen in surprise. Scene change. In the dense northern forest, a large fire blazed. A small dagger was stuck in a tree trunk. Mission complete. Crafting skill increased by 1 level. New item crafted. Explosive dagger. Dagger infused with spirit formula, engraved with an explosion charm that can be activated within a certain range. These charms are engraved very deeply, helping to shorten casting time and increase the skill's effectiveness. Crafting difficulty. 2 stars. Spirit formula inherited primal explosion magic. Copied and inherited from primal fire arts. Moderate magic accumulation. Small resonance area. S slowly pulled the dagger out. This dagger has been with me for a long time, ever since my first days of survival. I'm glad I decided to engrave so many charms on it. Mug raised an eyebrow, saying, "The spirit formula has been successfully infused. From now on, the more the master of this dagger uses it, the more effective the skill will become. Young master, you've taken another step forward. This is a joyous occasion. We must have a party. This mischievous mug. I shall sing you a song with all my heart, a song of the sheepkin people, rewritten from the oral traditions of the sages." S frowned and pulled one of its wings up. "Oh, young Master S, I'm truly sorry. I wish to be forgiven for my mischievous act. How shameful. But the most shameful part is that I don't even know what I did wrong. Young Master, please tell me what I did wrong so I can reflect and correct myself." At the sound of his voice, Mug stopped whining. "Yes, sir." S's brow furrowed as he looked at it. "Talk. Spirits that leave the immortal realm to become low-level spirits choose to contract with spirit mages to ensure their safety and inherit magical power. For spirit mages like Janika, it's perfectly normal for low-level spirits to want to contract with her. However, something seemed off from the very beginning, didn't it? What was your purpose in making a contract with me until you were able to fight? Did you promise someone something?" Mug was surprised by his sharpness as he continued to question it. "So, let me get this straight. We already knew each other, didn't we?" Mug suddenly started to tremble, then it burst into tears. "Oh, young master, how could I dare hide this from you? My respect and loyalty for you are absolutely not born from admiration, but because a small creature like me harbors great ambition. I am truly, deeply ashamed. If I contract with you, young master, I can bask in the pure magic power radiating from Lady Janika. Thanks to that, I'll be able to grow twice as fast as other low-level spirits." He let out a tired sigh. "Is there anything else you'd like to reveal?" "There is. It's also because you've built a reputation at the academy. After you improved, your arrogant and overbearing attitude became much milder." Before Mug could finish, S cut it off flatly. "I get it. So that's your situation. My life is so hard, you know." It began its song of complaint. It all started when the high-ranking spirits in the spirit hierarchy were granted countless privileges, not to mention their arrogant and tyrannical ways, just because they were born before us. He comforted it in a low voice. "All right, stop crying. In any case, we're both in the same boat, trying to overcome our circumstances. Young Master S, but I can't let myself get too comfortable. This is comfortable enough for me. If you're comfortable, then that's good." S continued to stay busy with his daily tasks to level up. "Although my combat skills are still weak, my physical body has strengthened to an astonishing degree. Now I'm strong enough to fight even the top-tier guys, no joke. The storage is now filled to the brim with meat, vegetables, and various spices. I've also officially escaped the state of having no place to eat or live. It took so much time and effort, but I've also managed to memorize the basic theories and lessons, cutting down on sleep to study constantly. It's forced my brain to retain knowledge without any natural talent. If I had to describe it, I wouldn't even know how to put these days into words. But compared to the beginning, things are clearly much better." As he was deep in thought, a series of continuous calls rang out. S. On the third call, S was startled out of his thoughts. Janika stood before him, asking worriedly, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" He squinted slightly. "Sorry, Janika. I was lost in thought and got a bit distracted. You don't have to push yourself so hard. Trying your best is good, but your health is important too." He didn't answer, thinking to himself that he should focus on the 3 letters he received today. The first was from the Academy, the second from the Elter Merchant Guild. The contents of both letters were nothing special. The content was proof that the underlying story had been seriously altered. The current school arc now revolves around the events of Act 2 and the negotiations to acquire the Sage's Grimoire, which was originally supposed to be held by Hien Triet. These negotiations were meant to be a direct confrontation between the Academy and the Merchant Guild, but they ended up becoming a 3-way battle between the Academy, the Merchant Guild, and the Jot Taylor family. Xepin Ed Roth Taylor planned to use the Grimoire for his research on immortality, but when the situation got complicated, he immediately switched to negotiations. Xepin Ed Roth Taylor is a boss who only appears in Act 4 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, and at this point, if he were so powerful that no one could defeat him, he would have likely been cut from this chapter. Ed frowned slightly. If that guy wanted to steal the grimoire, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. But the thing is, even without the grimoire, he was already strong enough to be the Act 4 boss in the original game. Besides, regardless of whether the grimoire gives him more useful information or anything else, this act of the game would be incredibly difficult to clear. This letter not only outlined Xep and Ed Rothtailor's actions and expressed suspicion towards them, but it also contained an invitation for me. At the same time, in the Academy's garden, I went to the northern forest and delivered the letter as requested. Good work, Alavisa. At that moment, Fia was sitting calmly on a chair with an attendant beside her holding an umbrella for her. Fia thought to herself, the Sylvania Board of Directors has stated that the Academy's financial situation is a cause for concern. I can't just directly support private educational institutions like Sylvania Academy as I please. If this situation continues, the Elter Merchant Guild will acquire the Sage's Grimoire. For the Sage's Grimoire, a historical treasure of the Academy, to be sold off for money is a true disgrace. So, he secretly asked for my help. But something is very suspicious. How did Xep and Ed Rothtailor know how to join these sale negotiations? Hearing this, Klana replied, it must have been S. That kid probably reported it. He lives in the Academy dorms, so he must have heard the rumors. If I were that child, I would also do everything I could to restore my title and return to my family. But immediately after, another voice spoke up. I don't think so. Lortel Cahelm walked gently towards them. Could a lowly person such as myself join the princess for tea and conversation? Fia frowned, looking at her with suspicious eyes. I wouldn't have expected this. I thought you hated me. Lortel Cahelm immediately said, oh my, how could that be, Princess Fia? If that were the case, why would I have come to you to discuss this sales offer? Xep and Ed Rothtailor's involvement in these negotiations wasn't caused by Senior S, but by my father's influence. Fia was a little stunned. What did you say? Lortel Cahelm spoke nonchalantly, as if it had nothing to do with her. It seems he asked my father to pay for the contract from the very beginning. That's something I couldn't have known myself. Even though my father has lost his position as guildmaster, the plan to acquire the grimoire will continue. The time and effort the Elter Merchant Guild has invested in this matter is significant. Klana then continued, then that's strange. After acquiring the grimoire, wasn't the Elter Merchant Guild planning to sell it to the Jot Taylor family? Both sides are interested in the item. So why are the Elter Merchant Guild and the Jot Taylor family fighting? This agreement was reached because I have no intention of selling the contract to the Jot Taylor family. My current situation is rather unique, and it's best that this matter doesn't get involved with my father's business connections. Fia frowned, looking at Lortel Cahelm with suspicion. This is an internal matter. Why are you telling me? Lortel Cahelm replied with a smile. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Princess Fia would also benefit from investing in the Jot Taylor family. I would also get the sales contract, so it's a win-win situation. Of course, I am also worried that Senior S might be harmed because of this, but perhaps that's just the needless worry of a mere junior. You're worried about him? He has been exiled from the family and is living his own life, so it's truly unfair if you mistakenly believe he still has ties to the Jot Taylor family. Fia couldn't help but think, Lortel Cahelm worrying about someone else? What on earth is going on? Then again, he has his own agenda, asking one person after another trying to find help and requesting that the proxy issue an order. But if he refuses to talk, Lortel Cahelm asked softly, when that happens, I'll have no choice but to use him. Her teacup suddenly rattled. Lortel Cahelm trembled slightly. Deceive and use him? Fia had no idea what was wrong with her. Who would dare to deceive someone? Use him, you say? Fia looked at Lortel Cahelm in astonishment. Huh? Who would dare? Klana, standing beside the princess, shouted, how dare you speak so insolently in front of Princess Fia? Lortel Cahelm replied without a trace of fear. Princess Fia, it seems this time, we're not on the same side, are we? So I'll give you a piece of sincere advice. Don't try to use someone who isn't being honest, or else the one who ends up being used will be you. Klana couldn't contain her anger. Your Highness, please let me teach this insolent little brat a lesson. That's enough. Fia frowned, thinking to herself how hard this was to understand. From the reclusive S. Ed Rothtailor, and now to Xep and Ed Rothtailor being connected to the auction of the Sage's Grimoire. But perhaps the most worrisome person is still that proud, resilient girl, the one who had never once bowed her head when facing a princess like her. Lortel Cahelm Ketchen. I wonder if her face has ever shown a hint of confusion or fear. But just then, Lortel Cahelm, with a flustered and confused face, asked, what the hell is this? In front of her was an extremely cheerful Yanika Failover and Ed, who had a grim expression. Hello there, Lortel Cahelm. How have you been lately? So it's you. This was the Sylvania branch of the Elter Merchant Guild. Although Lortel Cahelm was furious, she still forced a perfectly businesslike smile. My apologies, I didn't know Senior Yanika Failover would be stopping by, so I only prepared 2 cups of tea. Snow Mountain Orchid Rosemary. Or would you prefer some cold water? Yanika Failover was no less sharp. I'll take it. Even though I see piles of that rosemary tea in the guild's warehouse, but I suppose it's for sale, so you can't serve it to guests. Ha, yes, that's right. Ed, with a weary expression, said to Yenica Failover, "Give me the mineral water, you can have the tea." Lortel Caheln was so angry she was trembling, but she still had to maintain her smile. "Oh, right, you came to get the technical magic tools." "Ah, right." They walked together to a large wooden shelf filled with various magical artifacts. Ed picked up each item to inspect it, then exclaimed, "There isn't a single speck of dust. It's like they're brand new in the box. Giving away items like this goes against the principles of a merchant." Lortel Caheln smirked and said, "Oh my, Senior Ed, it seems you really can't tell the quality of goods, can you? If you look a little closer, you'll see that the items here all have many flaws." "Really? This part here? You broke them on purpose, didn't you?" "Yeah, something like that. But whether they sell or not doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is whether they're useful to you, Senior," Ed said without any expression. Thank you. But it feels a bit weird to receive so many things for free. I still haven't paid for my previous purchase either. This is the 4th time. It's fine. You can just add an extension to our contract. Besides, this much isn't really that much." Yenica Failover interjected with a frown. "You absolutely must pay this off and end this contract as soon as possible. That's something for him and me to negotiate between ourselves, right?" "Ah, you have a point." While the two girls were busy fighting, Ed sat in one spot, his whole body sinking into an exhaustion so deep that he couldn't clearly hear what they were saying. Once again, that familiar feeling crept through my body, like I was floating in water. I still have so much to deal with, but lately, I've been experiencing this feeling. This could be a warning about Gzep and Ed Rothtailor, who will interfere in the price negotiations for the Sage's Grimoire. That's still 2 weeks away, so the most urgent problem right now is to make a mattress for my bed. Maybe I should layer many pieces of fabric together, then stuff a lot of cotton or wool or other soft, fluffy materials inside to make it more comfortable. The day after tomorrow, I need to catch a small deer. It's also time to clean up inside the cabin. Next is beef jerky for Lucy Mayriel. His body felt heavier and heavier, and his eyes slowly closed. Senior. Senior. S saw Yenica Failover and Lortel Caheln looking at him with worried eyes. Senior. Scene change at a grand formal palace. Princess Fia sat in her room, sipping tea while lost in thought. Perhaps it's time I acknowledged the way he diligently fished at the camp, and how he calmly and meticulously explained every question during the battle with Glane. Although the other students said he could only bury his head in his studies, Lortel Caheln warned me not to underestimate him. Maybe that warning wasn't enough. I have to verify it for myself, once and for all. To achieve this, I summoned him to the royal palace for a meeting. Then, she asked softly, "Clay, have you scheduled tomorrow's meeting yet? What time is Tail?" Before she could finish, he frowned. Reporting, Princess Fia. It seems he cannot make the appointment. Why is that? Does he dare defy a royal command? Actually, Tail has collapsed from exhaustion. Fia couldn't help but be astonished when she heard that. Scene change. The system issued constant warnings. Medical condition, exhaustion. Typical symptoms: high fever from overwork, abdominal pain, indigestion. Frequent symptoms: exhaustion, dizziness, vertigo, blurred vision, shortness of breath, decreased vision. Side effects from magic and muscle strain. Rest is required to recover the body from this abnormal state. S had now woken up from his deep coma. He stared blankly around him. "It's so hard to breathe. My whole body feels heavy, and my lower abdomen is burning up." Then he saw Lucy Mayriel sleeping soundly on his stomach. She even mumbled in her sleep, "Too salty, just a little." S frowned slightly. This kid even talks in her sleep. S thought to himself. Looks like Lucy Mayriel isn't as heavy as I thought. She might even be much lighter, which made him unconsciously curious. I wonder if she's even human. But I can't move. Lucy Mayriel looks just like she always does, so I guess my body is the problem here. I'm completely exhausted. This place seems to be my tent. And this blanket, it looks like it's from the Elter Merchant Guild. Just then, Lucy Mayriel sleepily woke up. "I'm hungry." Hearing this, he shot back. "Have you ever done anything useful besides eating and napping, kid? Welcome back. You're finally awake." She immediately used her magic, then channeled it into his body. The magic inside you is in complete chaos. You forced yourself to learn and practice magic without any rest for all those months. And now this is what happens. "So, while I was passed out, you did all this?" Lucy Mayriel said softly. "This stuff is easy to handle. But doing it alone was so boring, so I fell asleep a few times. And I think they're about to find out I'm doing this. They being Yenica Failover and Lortel Caheln. It'll just be a pain. This is something I had to do, so they can't nag me too much about it. Just try not to get sick again. Okay?" S's eyes widened in surprise. She continued grimly, "Sickness is a pain. In fact, a lot of people have died from this pain." Seeing this, S thought, Lucy Mayriel can't look at me anymore because it reminds her of her grandfather, Clowell. He passed away in his sleep. "Thank you, Lucy Mayriel. Thanks so much." Just then, another voice rang out. "Oh, Senior, you're awake?" It was Dex, a student from the Magic Academy. His hair had grown noticeably longer. "I wasn't sure if I could use the stove in the tent, so I started a small fire outside." he said as he walked into the room. Seeing the scene before him, the atmosphere fell silent. They just stared at each other, not a word spoken. Lucy Mayriel, embarrassed, awkwardly scrambled off of S, then flew straight outside without another word, right through the chimney on the roof. Dex frowned, looking at S with a judgmental gaze. Senior, just how many girls has it been so far? Huh, but I guess it's normal for a true man to be a bit of a womanizer. It's not that rare. Is this the open-mindedness of modern society? Maybe I'm just too narrow-minded and judgmental. He stood there, muttering to himself. S slowly sat up and asked, "Why are you here?" Because Senior Yanika Filover is busy with her studies, and Lortel Caheln had to go back since she can't leave the Merchant Guild for too long. And your hair, well, it's autumn now. Dex heated up a huge pot of porridge and gently started to feed him. S couldn't help but make a sound of disgust. I can eat anything, but I can't stomach this. That's the best I can do. If Elka or Clay were cooking for you, it would probably be much better. But Lortel Cahelm told me not to let any girls cook for you. Let's just check the current situation as usual, S asked while eating. By the way, did the alchemy department student secretly plant a ginseng tree and cause some other trouble? Hearing this, Dex replied, the Olivi family caused a ruckus, but in the end, Tail and Glazer took care of it quickly. Good. Looks like Act 2 Part 5 was cleared easily. All over the academy, I've also heard rumors that Tails' group took down a monster. This creature was hiding in the underground water pipes beneath the academy. Oh, Tail and I took care of that too. There's really a rumor like that? He didn't answer, thinking, Act 2, Part 7, the sewer monster. Seems that was completed without a hitch as well. Now, the only major event left is the price negotiation for the Sage's Grimoire. How long was I out? Including today, it's been 10 days. I'm sure everyone will be surprised to see you're awake. Senior S was completely shocked that he had been unconscious for so long. What? Dex continued, but I can't stay with you today. Senior Yanika Failover is still at the academy right now, and Lortel Caheln is busy preparing for tomorrow's auction, so she's already left. Without another word, S snatched the bowl from his hand and started gulping it down. Gulp, gulp, gulp. I thought it was only a day or two. I can't believe I slept for 10 whole days. Dex didn't understand why he was acting like this. Senior, Dex. Yes? I need to send a message to Lortel Caheln right now. There's no more time. Right after the day he woke up. Act 2, Chapter 10. The string of incidents at the Grimoire auction had begun. The attendees included Her Highness Princess Fia and Lortel Cahelm Ketchen. And if things proceed according to the original story, the head of the ducal family, Ed Roth Taylor GZ Finns, the final boss of Act 4, will also appear at Sylvania Academy. It's so good to see you looking as youthful as ever. Princess Fia frowned, slowly cutting the steak on her plate. Though it's been a long time, I still haven't had the chance to properly apologize to you. I heard that a certain member of my family caused you no small amount of trouble. I was told you had a very difficult time with him. We have exiled Ed Roth Taylor for the crime of philandering, by royal decree, but I must apologize once again, Fia said without a trace of emotion. It's fine. There's no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. G.Z. Finns. Just as I thought, he's here too, sitting across from Princess Fia, she thought to herself. Ed Roth Taylor shares the same bloodline as Sot Tail, a noble of high birth, dignified and wise, who rules a duchy with absolute power. Just looking at the attitude of his attendants is enough to know the immense respect they have for him. But those eyes told the truth. This man was, without a doubt, a despicable person. G.Z. Finn smiled and said, My lady, might you be the representative of the Elter Merchant Guild? Lortel Cahelm, who had been sitting quietly, smiled politely upon being addressed and introduced herself. I am Lortel Cahelm Ketchen. It is a great honor to be here, though I still have much to learn. You must be the only daughter of the Gold King, Elter Ketchen. I have heard a great deal about your brilliant vision and adventurous spirit. She gave him a bright smile. As long as there's a huge profit to be made, we'll go anywhere. Money is our leader. Where there's the scent of money, you will find us. So that's why GZ Finn was looking at her with such a calculating gaze. The Price Negotiation Council for the Sage's Grimoire is a method where business organizations agree on the buying and selling price of goods and services, with a state agency acting as an intermediary. According to this law, a negotiation team is formed. They have lunch, examine the grimoire's condition, and confirm the payment method after the auction concludes across all sessions. The highest bidder will own the book. The Sage's Grimoire is a treasure of Sylvania Academy. The head of the department didn't want to make this public, but due to financial difficulties, he was forced to sell the book. Therefore, Principal Abel Fix User came up with a clever plan. In my role as the princess verifying the item's condition, I'll just keep raising the price. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Clay, representing the principal, will secretly manipulate the auction. The plan is that simple. Right here and right now, whichever side bids higher will win ownership of that grimoire. After hearing this plan, I researched many transactions involving similar books. The Book of Arrangement, a book containing thousands of alchemical formulas compiled by the legendary alchemist, went for 8,130 gold coins. The Book of Sloth, a series of books analyzing real-life duplication magic, is stored in the Royal Library. 6,730 gold coins, The Magician's Diary, written by the great wizard Clawheel when he discovered the untamed northern pole. 7,020 gold coins. Lo was silently calculating in her head. Its value in terms of magical inheritance, its value for academic research, and its material value as an expensive item. That girl is probably recalling the prices and transaction records of other books, but the one who will get this book is G.Z. Finns Taylor. After the prices were presented, Vice Principal Klee immediately said, "We accept the price you have offered. Thank you very much for your contribution." Princess Fia, standing beside her, thought to herself, an auction unilaterally decided by a single bid with no price limit. The key to this rule is knowing the maximum amount your opponent is willing to spend. She recalled what Lo had said over a meal. As long as there's a huge profit to be made, we'll go anywhere. It doesn't matter where. From the very beginning, Lo Theo made it clear her reason for coming here was the profit the book would bring. If Lo is trying to make a profit, she won't bid higher than the most expensive book so far, which is 8,100 gold coins. It's incredibly difficult to sell a book for such an exorbitant price, and even if you could, you'd only take a loss. If GZ Finn just writes down a price slightly higher than Lo's 8,000 gold coins, the grimoire will be his. Next, Vice Principal Clay held up a piece of paper. I will now announce the prices that both parties have submitted. Bidder GZ Finns Taylor, 8,500 gold coins. Fia thought quietly. I suspect GZ Finns Taylor isn't the type to come all the way to this academy just to trade for a single book. The important thing is why he wants that book so badly that he's willing to pay such an insane price. The vice principal continued reading, Bidder Lortel Cahelm, 9,400 gold coins. What? The Elder Merchant Guild is permitted to proceed with price negotiations for the Sage's Grimoire. Fia was completely blindsided by Lotheo's move. Doesn't she want to make a profit? GZ Finn on the other side also frowned deeply. Tsk. Let's move to a private room to sign the purchase agreement. Very well. Fia still couldn't understand why she did it. What was Lortel Cahelm's real objective? Could it be? When they were talking in the school courtyard, she had used a threatening gaze to ask Princess Fia, "We're allies, right?" From the very beginning, Lo's sole objective was to prevent that book from falling into the hands of someone like GZ Finn. There's no way she'd risk something this reckless for some ideal of justice. And even if she did, I can only surmise that GZ Finn is a treacherous man, and even with my authority as a princess, I can't find any proof. Someone must have requested or ordered her to do this. Someone behind Lo Theo, pulling the strings. Someone who knows the dark nature of GZ Finns Taylor and wants to stop him. Before this, Lo Theo had said this. I want to emphasize to you once again that the rumors about the curse are all baseless speculation. He was exiled by his family and lived in the forest. But even as he struggled with all his might, trying every means to survive to the point of collapsing from exhaustion, he never stopped fighting against the dark side of the Joe Taylor family. At that thought, Fia suddenly trembled and slumped down. Seeing this, Klee rushed over to support the princess. What have I done? I've pushed an innocent person to a dead end like this. The princess was racked with guilt. However, her misunderstanding was perhaps just a pretense. Ahem. Purchase agreement. Buyer, Lortel Cahelm, Elder Merchant Guild. Seller, Obel Fix User, Sylvania. Transaction amount, 9,400 gold coins. The transfer of ownership will take place 7 days after the contract is signed. Contract details. Lo Theo smiled, admiring herself in the mirror. If I sell the grimoire back to Duke GZ Finn, I'll get at least 8,500 gold coins, right? I spent 9,400 to buy it, so the profit would be around a 900 coin loss. But whether I can sell it or not doesn't matter anymore. She looked down with a sharp gaze at the letter in her hand, which read, As long as you acquire that book, I can grant any of your requests. No matter what it is, to accept any trade for a merchant, you're making a mistake that's very unlike you, to be able to do whatever I want with S for only 900 coins. What a steal. Lo Theo lay on the bed, clutching the letter tightly. Anything. Anything. She absolutely couldn't contain her excitement. If the princess saw this expression, she'd probably cough up blood. And that's the scene change. In the end, Lo Theo was the winner of the auction. Dai was currently updating E at his log cabin. You should have seen Lo's face when she read that letter of yours. Luckily, that naive princess didn't understand a thing. Yeah, E replied without a hint of emotion. He thought to himself, Lo Theo has every reason to be interested in me. That kid even dared to gamble on information provided by a member of the Taylor family, like me. Thinking about what's about to happen, I suddenly feel a bit of regret. Just then, another voice called out, E, you're awake? Her voice arrived before she did. Yenica Failover was running at the speed of light, kicking up a cloud of dust and dirt so thick it was like a scene from a fairy tale. Seeing her, E asked, Senior Yenica Failover, it's not even lunchtime. Did you run straight here from the professor's building? Panting, she replied, My morning classes are done, and I don't have any more lessons today. As for homework, I'll do it tonight, E said softly. Yanika file over. Sorry for making you worry. I heard what happened. I heard I caused a lot of trouble. Hey, not at all. Dai immediately started to tattle. Senior Yanika failover, you were running around campus crying, and there was even a rumor you were dying of a broken heart. And also, at that time, you snuck into an academy classroom too. Overcome with shame, Yanika failover screamed and then summoned a spirit to drag him away. It's an interesting story, Dai, but it's cold today. Be careful not to catch a cold. E, watching this from the side, said nothing. Then, Mug suddenly popped out from behind Yanika failover. It rushed towards him. Kill me, young master. Please kill me. I, the despicable Mug, failed to realize how overworked my young master was. What are you doing? Mug, weren't you with him at the time? I wanted to apologize right then, but Lady Gia warned me not to appear and disturb the young master. Why do you have to be so dramatic? Mug said nonchalantly. He was unconscious for 10 whole days. It's not strange for him to react like that. Yeah, if I were unconscious for 10 days, it would make more sense. Wait, 10 days? E was suddenly horrified, his eyes widening. In the 10 days I was unconscious, all the preserved meat must have gone bad. The fishing nets are probably torn to shreds too. He felt so tired. All my food supplies have vanished into thin air. I'll have to stock up all over again. Hearing that, Yanika failover said sternly, Are you planning to throw yourself back into work again? Don't worry, E. I'll help you. Dai also smiled and chimed in, I'm free before the next exam too. I can help you hunt or do some woodwork. Just take it one step at a time and everything will get back on track. E thought to himself, I suddenly remember, not long ago, after hastily building a shelter from whatever materials I could find in the forest, I slept alone in the dark, bitten by insects until I could barely move. There were so many challenges back then, but in the end, I endured and overcame every single problem to survive until now. He gave a faint smile. After all, this method always worked. Even so, Yanika failover was still extremely worried about him. He looked incredibly tired. Right then, she was leaning against Grandma Mao. You think so too? Is that really you, Grandma Mao? But this is an opportunity. Yanika failover. It's the perfect time because that cunning red-headed fox is busy with the auction and other matters, so she can't visit the tent as often these days. Yes, Grandma Mao continued speaking to Yanika failover. Say what you will, that fox girl is pretty smart. There are many things you need to learn from her. Whether you like it or not, if you want to pursue a man, you need to become a fox yourself. Starting with your clothes. You look like a total country bumpkin. Yanika failover felt a little embarrassed. Yes, it's true, my clothes are old and worn out. Perfect. Your fiery, lively personality is developing, but that innocence is still there. Those are the elements that make men fall for you. Just pretend not to notice. Maintain a cool expression, but use subtle actions to seduce him. That's all it takes. Really? Also, roll up your sleeves. That's right, just like that. And tie up your hair. Give off the impression of a diligent wife who's always by his side, even in the toughest times. You're going to see him today, right? Just go. And remember, things will definitely go well. Understand? Grandma Mao was a high-ranking wind spirit and a professional master of love. After listening to her, Yanika failover thought to herself, I have absolutely no experience. She looked at her with sparkling eyes. Developments? Oh, never mind. Tell me, Yanika failover, what's your plan for when you go to the camp to help him this afternoon? How do you plan to approach him? I don't have a plan. Grandma Mao fell silent, her sharp eyes staring at her as if she wished she could forge iron into steel. Then, a loud howl echoed everywhere, startling the other animals. What's happening? Grandma Mao is wailing. She's absolutely furious. How long do you think it'll be before a moment of weakness like this happens again for that ice-cold kid? Look how fast he's handling everything. A situation like this definitely won't happen again in the future, right? Do you think you'll easily get a second chance like this? There is no surer way to succeed than by becoming someone's companion during their most difficult moments. Use this time to become his most enthusiastic supporter, helping him overcome this crisis, even if it seems selfish, even if it seems very foxy. Yanika failover hurriedly tried to reassure Grandma Mao. But I have thought of one thing. Please listen to what I have to say. Oh, that's quite interesting. It was late at night. The soup Yanika failover made was a world away from the soup S cooked. S thought to himself, I should probably learn to cook, but first, I need to focus on recovering my strength. She helps me so much, so I can't keep showing up in front of her with such a miserable face. But if I'm not well, it can't be helped. That dizzy spell hit him again. He just lay down on the bed, his eyes slowly closing. Just then, Yanika failover's voice called out, You look so tired. Seeing her, he asked, You haven't left yet? What is she trying to do? She just smiled and walked inside. I'm not planning to do anything. He didn't understand why. Great. She's not leaving, just sitting here, doing nothing. You don't have to pretend you're not tired. Once the body is exhausted, the spirit will decline too. It's the same for everyone. I know you work harder than anyone. Whenever I was tired or facing difficulties, I received care and help from so many people. But in the end, the thing that made me stronger wasn't someone rushing in to comfort and protect me, but just someone who quietly came to my side without saying a word. You've been working so hard, haven't you? You've done so well. Hearing this, S said, Ugh, you don't have to go this far. Humph. Yanika Failover frowned slightly. You just need to admit how hard you're struggling, then you can rest properly. Just admit it. S was exhausted. He let his head fall wearily onto the pillow. Yeah, everything's so hard. He fell silent for a moment, then gradually drifted off to sleep. Always so hard, so incredibly agonizing. It was now morning. Sunlight streamed gently into the room through the window. S slowly sat up. He looked around in a daze and saw that she was still here, sleeping soundly beside his bed. He couldn't help but smile. My body's completely recovered. Life skills details. Intermediate craftsman. Main skills. Dexterous woodworking, level 10. Design set level 9. Gathering ability level 12. Woodworking level 13. Hunting level 10. Fishing level 7. Cooking level 6. Repair level 5. Advanced crafting skill card. Spirit fusion. Advanced crafting skill card. Magitech. Magitech is the fusion of magic with modern technology. Advanced crafting skill card. Magitech. Skill mastery 2. Magitech comprehension 3. Crafting speed 3. Light wind generator level 1. Mountain forest echo sound generator level 1. Autonomous mechanized sound art level 1. Remainder under analysis. S thought to himself, I've barely accomplished anything important from my 10-day plan, especially Magitech research. Advanced crafting skills profoundly affect core stats, and their flexibility far surpasses that of other common skills. The problem right now is that self-researching Magitech has its limits. Most Magitech crafting recipes are rewards from main quests, so for someone like me who always tries to avoid getting involved in the main storyline, getting those rewards is a bit. But if you pay attention, you can see that he isn't very interested in Magitech. That's highly likely, because even with the recipes in hand, he couldn't craft a single useful Magitech item. The crafting materials are unsuitable. To craft them, you need to gather very hard-to-find materials that only appear in the latter half of the story. But my situation is completely different. Just then, a voice spoke up. What are you staring so intently at? Because there's a person here who, despite being on the other side, can find any material she needs. And that person is none other than Lothio, who was sitting right in front of him. I'm so happy to see you looking well again. I was really worried, S immediately replied. Me too. I'm also happy to see you're okay, kid. Do I look okay to you? Believe it or not, I'm incredibly exhausted right now. She sighed and walked over to his side. Do you have any idea how hard it is to take care of my sun-damaged skin and ruined hair? Lothio sat down next to him. You must have been very busy, going all the way to that northern forest. One thing's for sure, you need to rest, and there are a few things we need to sort out. After Elter was deposed, it would be weird to keep the name Elter Merchant Guild, so I plan to restructure the guild into a corporation and reorganize the business system. We need someone to be responsible for managing personnel, assets, business operations, and foreign trade activities. I'm looking for someone suitable for that position. S just stared at her silently. Lothio suddenly smiled and asked, Are you interested? Waking up every morning to stroll down the road to the corporation's headquarters. The two of us, side by side, with only a single wall separating us. Your benefits will be very high. You'll have free reign to run the ELT Merchant Guild. I'll even share my personal assets with you. It's as if the two of us are, oh my god, why am I suddenly adding all this unnecessary stuff? Lothio blushed and let out a few laughs. Just then, S spoke her name. Lothio, you're acting really strange, kid. Her mood deflated instantly when she saw his suspicious eyes. You don't know anything. What? Lothio suddenly pulled her hood over her head and said, I know exactly how I feel. You must be thinking, why is this kid acting this way? I can't make such a serious decision. It's like taking advantage of a young girl's feelings. You're thinking something like that, aren't you? You probably want to keep our relationship in a safe, professional zone. Hearing that, S raised an eyebrow. Not exactly. But you don't understand. In a world where hundreds of gold coins can easily pass through one's hands, if you don't betray them first, you'll be the one who gets betrayed. After living my entire life in a society like that, what do you think is the last thing I'd need? It's someone who will never betray me, someone who will always be by my side. As she said this, Lothio smiled warmly at him. She gently placed her hand on S's. Someone who will never, ever betray you. No matter if you wake up one morning to find all your money and fame have crumbled away. No matter if the whole world abandons you. Some would call such a person family, some would think of them as a lover, and others would call them a life partner. But seeing the rise and fall of merchants, Lo worried that one day she would face a similar fate. He looked down at her small hand, which had always lingered in that timid girl's heart, and Lo continued, I'm not asking for anything more or less than this feeling. Just stay by my side, okay? E looked at her, stunned. Lo dropped her smile and said, I'm serious, Lo. Hearing that, she burst out laughing. It had no effect. What a pity. I was so close. He frowned slightly. The kid's tone was much higher just now, a clear sign she was trying to win him over. This mischievous girl. I'm human, you know. I can feel sad and angry too. What about just now? Did what I do make your heart flutter even a tiny bit? I even put on this seductive expression. Your heart should have skipped a beat, E replied bluntly. What a shame. Her face immediately fell. You know, not all of it was a lie, she said. The atmosphere fell silent. E finally spoke. My plan is to graduate from Sylvania Academy. Until then, I have no intention of leaving this school. I haven't even decided what I'll do after I graduate. Lo suddenly stood up and said, well, I can wait until you graduate, but did you know you don't really have a choice? Senior, she took out the letter you sent before. You should have seized this golden opportunity immediately. I'm so happy I got to talk to you again after all this time. E let out a weary sigh. He thought to himself, just thinking about what might happen, I feel like I just made a huge mistake. A heavy weight pressed down on his heart. Lo quickly left, telling herself, I was so close. You're mine now. I was going to confess everything and end the conversation there, but his expression threw all my plans into chaos. If I don't leave right now, I'm definitely going to put on an extremely sorrowful face. I even brought back the money for the high-end crafting materials he bought. It'd be a bit awkward to go back now. Maybe I'll just leave it in the bushes. Just then, the door to the wooden cabin creaked open. Yanika Failover, still half asleep, stepped outside. Hey, yes. Oh, right. He went to the riverbank. I should probably grab a bite before he gets back. When the two girls saw each other, one coming from the river and the other coming out of the room, they both jumped in shock. Why did you come out of there? Senior, then why did you come from the river? For them, this was the beginning of a great disaster. Afterwards, under the vast blue sky, Mug's voice echoed throughout the forest. Your meat and vegetable consumption for today has been too low. Young master, you must get adequate replenishment during dinner tonight. Your fluid intake has also been insufficient. S, who was busy splitting a pile of firewood, answered perfunctorily. Yeah. Mug was extremely worried about him. If you collapse again, I think I might just die. For this humble servant's sake, please live a healthy life. I wish for your contract with me, E, to last for a very long time. Are you lecturing me? But no matter where we go, the corruption of this society exists. I'm sorry, Mug. He took 3 letters out of his bag. So, thanks to D and Yenica Fileover, I've stocked up enough food and firewood. Thanks to Lo, I've finished the furniture for the house. The only thing left on my mind are the 3 letters I received before I collapsed from overwork. One of them was from Lo, a warning to be careful because no one knows what Elter's next move will be. Another was a personal letter from Princess Fia. It was about GZ Finn's actions. The last letter was from the Academy, but the sender was, surprisingly, Professor Glazer himself. He sent me a message saying he wanted to see me in person after class, but unfortunately, I fainted and couldn't meet him. Now I have no way of knowing why he called for me yesterday. Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and the final chapter of Act 2 has begun. I still remember the plot of this final chapter quite clearly. Glast has always believed that only a few exceptionally gifted individuals can change the world's destiny, and he aims to resurrect the greatest sage in history, Sage Sylvania. He researched a forbidden magic that could alter and reset the world order. To complete this magic, he needs the Sage's grimoire, but Sylvania Academy fell for Lo's trap and sold the book. Desperate, he decided to steal the book with the intention of transferring the Sage Sylvania's soul into Ayla's body to become the pioneer who would usher in an age of progress once more. This is the story of a madman. But Tail appeared to save Ayla, navigating through all the traps in the aqueduct, the secret laboratory, and the soul library, when his entire plan was unexpectedly ruined. His final words before falling from the magic tower, even though he was only concerned with the Academy's development and had even sacrificed his entire life to search for gifted individuals, those final words were, what were they again? I forgot. Anyway, the final battle of the Glad's invasion arc involves exchanging the Sage's grimoire for a resonance ritual. It all started when Glast kidnapped Tail's companion, Ayla. Ayla, it seems you've woken up. Ayla, stay away from me. She and another person were locked in a cage. Outside, a monster was staring at them. The monster in this underground canal is pretty scary, huh? Ayla screamed in panic. It's all your fault. Why would you do this? I hate you, Jot. He looked at her calmly. Isn't this a bit much? We were both kidnapped. I was taken too. Act 2. Final chapter. Glad's invasion begins. 3 days ago at my cabin, I was busy assembling the furniture Lo gave me. Although I finished all the pending tasks from those 10 days, I unfortunately didn't train at all during that time. The attack on G must have started by now. It's just a shame I didn't get to upgrade my Magitech stats. To continue my Magitech research, I need more materials. Wait a minute. I remember there's a very effective method to increase Magitech stats. The final stage of the battle with Glad takes place in 4 locations. Among them, the one with the highest difficulty is Stage 3, the secret laboratory. The boss of this stage is the terrifyingly powerful spirit of the head librarian. She's so strong that without the Holy Sword's ritual, she's incredibly difficult to defeat. But that's something for the main character, Tail, to handle. I'm only interested in the contents recorded in the Soul Library. That place contains all sorts of valuable Magitech formulas. If I remember correctly, there are at least over 20 types, and there are even 2 formulas to create legendary Magitech items. It's too risky. But if I have another companion, looking at Yanika Failover standing behind me, I guess it'll be fine. Scene change to Sylvania Academy. E from Class 3 and Ayla from Class C are both promising candidates for selection into Class A in the upcoming semester. This year's class at our academy has many exceptionally talented individuals. Model Glad stood at the lectern and announced, "Even though you're joining the class midterm, your studies will not be interrupted, so you don't have to worry about that. There are many talented students, and Class A, which has only ever had 3 members, will likely grow to 5 next semester. During Glast's entire tenure, Class A didn't even exist. Isla's combat abilities might not be high, but rumor has it that she's extremely sensitive to celestial magic." Just then, D suddenly stood up, catching Lo's attention. "What's this?" he said bluntly. "I have a question, though I'm not sure if I should ask it. Can we really divide classes based on talent alone? There are still many students who hold great potential, like unbloomed flowers that only reveal themselves under certain conditions through their own efforts." Hearing this, Professor Glast's face darkened as he asked, "So, are you implying that I'm belittling and misjudging their efforts by ignoring them and causing their studies to stagnate?" The boy simply stared at him blankly, then said nothing more. "I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Actually, the best way to ruin a person's life is to deliberately find their hidden talent and then bury it." Lo sighed wearily. She thought to herself that before they entered Sylvania Academy, the professor had conducted a background check on everyone, which fueled his prejudice about talent. The thing that made him somewhat conservative was probably his daughter, Professor. Professor Glast's one and only daughter, Mu, was a pure-blooded mage. However, he had placed far too many expectations on her. From a parent's perspective, that was completely normal. But Mew believed that his expectations didn't come from his position as a father, but from his position as Professor Glast, the head of the magic department. And because of that thinking, she joined the nobles' invasion from a very young age. Afterward, it was said that because of that incident, Professor Glast began to obsess over certain types of talent. Most of his teaching time at Sylvania was focused on researching mystical magic, also known as apocalypse magic. But if you look at his past, it's clear that what he was pursuing wasn't that apocalypse magic, but rather the person who invented that ultimate magic. The one considered a genius among geniuses throughout the long history of the Great Sylvania Academy. But perhaps the reason he wanted Isla in Class A was to serve his research on apocalypse magic. Just then, he suddenly said her name, cutting into Lo's thoughts. Never mind. This isn't related to your studies. Mu, I'll contact you later." She, of course, had already guessed his intention. Was it about the Sage's Grimoire? Unfortunately, that book is a crucial resource for researching apocalypse magic, but whatever that old man says now is useless. Sooner or later, the secret formula in the grimoire will be mine. In Class S, today's instructor was Clara Lane. That's all for today's lesson. The time for the grimoire's secret formula to be revealed is approaching. S silently calculated that although it was risky, he still had enough time to complete his plan. The key to this plan is to stick close. I have to stick close to Ed Rothtailor's route from Stage 1 to Stage 5 to rescue Ayla and collect all the items he leaves behind. I've even compiled a list of essential items to bring, especially for Stage 3, getting all the Magitech items from the Soul Library. The Magitech item, Eye of Chloeal, temporarily increases magical power and the proficiency of all related skills. The Magitech item, Black Hourglass, restores all physical states from a few seconds prior. These items all contain incredible power. However, these things are very difficult to collect. Most can only be created in the later parts of the storyline, so they won't be of any help to Ed Rothtailor anyway. I'll be the one to hold on to them. Also, I'll observe Ed Rothtailor's development in Stage 5 and then return to the tent. After that, his plan would be complete. The day the secret formula in the Sage's Grimoire is used will be the day Professor Glast's attack takes place. I told Yanika Fileover that something was lost down in the sewers, so we both had to go down there to look for it. I thought she hated dark, narrow places, but no. For some reason, she seemed even more enthusiastic than before. Maybe she's worried about me, but either way, it's so embarrassing. But with this companion by my side, my plan has become perfect. Just then, his train of thought was cut off by a voice. Hey, Student S. Clay looked a bit dazed as she looked at him. Professor Glast is calling for you. An assistant professor of Professor Glast. Huh? I heard her mention coming to the tent recently. Was this why? Tomorrow is the day the Grimoire's secret formula is revealed. Why now when I'm so busy? He frowned slightly and replied, all right. I fainted a few days ago, so I couldn't reply to his letter, but I can't believe he's looking for me again. Could it be something really important? Later, at Professor Glast's office. Why are you here? Et was completely surprised to see Ayla here too. I haven't even done anything yet. Her reacting like that. Isn't that a bit much? Man. Even though my relationship with Ed Rothtailor over the past 10 months hasn't been good for a single second, and he even shot at me with a bow and arrow later on. We both have our own agendas. But the important thing is, this girl, Ayla, who is supposed to be the one kidnapped before Professor Glast's attack tomorrow, is standing right here. And why was I summoned too? No way. He suddenly realized something and threw the papers on the desk into the air. No records, no research notes, no magic books. There's nothing here that could have changed the future. He looked frantically at the scattered papers. He finally found the paper with his own information on it. If it's something related to me, it has to be this. Could this be the report from Assistant Professor C after she followed me? If so, it's possible that Professor Glast already knows what I was planning to do in Opusar Hall. But what does that have to do with the current situation? Et's eyes widened. He frowned and took out his dagger. Witnessing this, Ayla had no idea what he was doing and screamed loudly. Just then, the door to the room opened. Professor Glast slowly stepped inside. Professor Glast, please save me. He has a knife, but to her surprise, not only did he not help, he activated an attack spell, Celestial Magic, Medieval Prison. Her body was restrained by its power. Just then, S's dagger flew towards him. Seeing the symbol carved on it, Professor Glast was surprised. What the A large explosion erupted right there. You grasped the situation quickly. Your reaction was very smooth. Did you go through all of my research materials in that short amount of time? But this is strange. How could you have possibly known my intentions from just a few documents? He slowly stepped forward, while the boy quickly hid behind a board. Is there really a need to pressure me like this? Don't you just need Ayla's sensitivity to celestial magic, Professor? You've already gotten what you want, so there's no need to involve me, and I'll keep quiet about this. After hearing him, Professor Glast said, I have my purpose, and everything is for that. So do not take it lightly. The boy frowned slightly, thinking, can't you at least explain? This has gone too far. Instead of avoiding it with vague words and telling me not to take this lightly, don't take this lightly? Honestly, even if I successfully escape from here, Professor Glast won't let it go. It'll probably mess up the plot even more. Besides, if I get kidnapped here, I'll probably be locked in the secret lab with Ayla. It's like he's putting the plot on an express bus straight to the stage I need to be at. So, should I just let myself get kidnapped like this? Seeing that he was no longer hiding but standing up, the man asked, Oh, are you trying to force my hand? Or have you already come up with a plan? Actually, it's not that bad. Professor Glast continued to use Medieval Prison to restrain S. The papers on the desk flew chaotically around the room. He slowly walked towards Ed Rothtaylor. Earlier, Clara Lane had told him, At first, I was skeptical, but I can't believe he could achieve such results. Despite having to live in a wild place, it's as if his days are 48 hours long. I can't imagine how much sweat and effort he put in to achieve these things. Professor Glast replied without any emotion. What you're saying now is very different from the assessment you made not long ago. Claire Elaine, because I didn't think his academic performance would be so outstanding. Observing his fighting style through the crystal ball, I can say that Ed Rothtaylor's fighting spirit is extraordinary. However, it is clearly the fighting style of the weak, thoroughly analyzing the opponent and using every trick possible. That can only be called effort, not talent. The look on his face shows no sign of anxiety. It reminds me of something I lost in the past. My daughter, who swore she would make her father's name famous in her own way. That memory surfaced once again. While he wasn't looking, Mu Good Game secretly slipped out of S's body. It quickly left the academy, flying off somewhere else. Mu Good Game flew straight to the northern forest, to his wooden cabin. Inside the small hut, Yenica Failover was currently cooking a large pot of soup. She had no idea what was happening on his end. You're a little late getting back. And to conclude my journey, exploring magic on the southern continent, after having personally explored every corner of the world, I realized that magic still holds countless truths I have yet to grasp. That title of Great Mage is but an empty name to me. My master, Sylvania, who passed away at such a young age, remains in my memory as a young maiden. Looking back on those dark days now, I realize just how many ups and downs I've been through. Sadness once gnawed at my heart, but the day you left me has, with the passage of time, gradually settled. But that memory is now just a picture painted in the colors of recollection. Yet for someone who has lived for so many years, there are times when I can't stop the emotions of that year from surging back. It is the regret for things that are gone that can sometimes drive one's mind to madness, disrupting natural senses, and even distorting the truth. I can't deny that at times, a desire to see Master Sylvania's face again rises within me, but what is lost cannot be held onto, no matter what you do. Pity those who are left behind, forced to walk on by themselves. For that reason, you must be strong. This is for you, the most important girl in my life. These final words in this book, I dedicate to you. Lucy Mariel's magical expedition on the southern continent. Excerpt from the words of Chloeo. Ugh, I miss you so much. C. L. Death was so close to him, and more than anyone, he accepted it calmly and passed away. So there was nothing his granddaughter could do but see him off one last time. Will there ever be a day when all the wounds of the past are healed, or when even the deepest scars disappear? The only thing that could make her forget that persistent longing was the happiness of holding a huge bag of beef jerky. Lucy Mayriel cheerfully took out her small pouch, but when she opened it, there was nothing left inside. Huh? It's all gone. She glanced over at Yanika Failover, who was standing by the large pot of soup. Next to her, Moogood Game was flapping its wings, saying something. Immediately after, its body radiated a powerful surge of energy. Seeing this, Lucy Mayriel frowned slightly, not understanding what was happening. Scene changed to the main lecture hall, where the ritual for the transfer of the secret seal was underway. The scholars would sell the sage's grimoire to the merchants, with only representatives from both sides present to sign the contract. Among them, only the delegation leaders received the most attention. Lortel Caheln, the temporary chairman of the Elter Merchants Guild, and Obel Forxus, the headmaster of the Sylvania Academy. She squinted, silently sizing him up. The same age, the same demeanor, but he was still a far cry from that guy, Ed Roth Taylor. After the auction for the grimoire ended that day, that man came to see me and demanded I hand over the book to give the grimoire to Jeezy Finn from the start. I was planning to do that anyway. NN, you don't need to worry about that anymore. However, the price he'd need if he wanted me to betray Princess Fia was 12,000 gold coins, even though I quoted an absurdly high price. Agreed. I will bring the money at once. He still readily accepted. And have you heard that Elter has dispatched a squad of mercenaries straight to Sylvan? I'm telling you this for your own good. Be careful, and don't let there be any mistakes this time. Even if he is a disagreeable, cunning bastard, it doesn't matter. The information he provided about Elter is very useful. And besides, I managed to sell the book. The preparations are now complete. Glast is acting as the witness today. He has now removed the official ownership of the book from Mr. Oral Fixuser, representative of the Elter Merchants Guild. Chairman Lo Theo, please step forward to confirm the book's new owner. Lo thought to herself, now I've made a huge profit from this book. He truly should have full authority over S. She couldn't help but smile. But right after, a surge of purple energy mixed with black suddenly appeared. A magic circle, which had activated under their feet at some unknown moment, erupted with such violence that Obel Forxus and Lo were both forced apart, forcing Principals O and Lo to keep their distance. And it didn't stop there. A horde of monsters crawled out from the magic formation. Principal O quickly created a barrier to block them, while Lo stared blankly at Glast and the book he was holding. A grimoire. A blinding light enveloped his body, and just a few seconds later, both Glad and the book had vanished. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. That old bastard disappeared, and with him, my chance. Even though I didn't get involved, the story is still full of obstacles. Act 2, the final chapters of the Great G subjugation, begin at Glast's secret laboratory. Isla screamed in fear. Why are you here? Get away! You're so disgusting. Oh my god. Paying no mind to her reaction, he thought to himself, by now, Glad has probably gotten the book. But another, unfamiliar voice spoke up. Shut your mouth. If you keep screaming like that, you're gonna wake up the sewer monsters right in front of you. A large, fat man stood outside watching them. Behind him was a massive monster. He is Kung, a researcher of astrology. You should feel lucky. Glast has given us permission to use the two of you as test subjects, since you still have some use. A showed no emotion as he asked him, Is that so? Kung saw this and said, You're pretty good at keeping your cool. But while I review the experiment results, I'll be keeping an eye on you, so don't even think about trying anything funny. He sat down in a corner of the wall and thought, What can I even do in this situation? Just wait here. Taylor will lead a team to attack this place. The library area that Taylor passed through has probably been destroyed by now. I could have gathered all the copies of the Magitech formulas from countless magic books there to complete my mission, but now there's nothing I can do. I can't do anything. The only thing that pisses me off is how smoothly everything is going for them. A glanced over at Ayla, and I'm stuck in the same place as this brat too. Her face was pale with fear, and she wouldn't stop screaming her head off. If you take one more step, I'll scream. Don't come over here or I'll bite my tongue. I'm serious. Does this face look like I'm lying? Like I'd have any ill intentions toward a kid like you. If I wanted to hurt you, why haven't I done it already? If I try to see it from Taylor's perspective, I can kind of understand how Ayla feels right now. She was still very wary of him. Lies. I can't believe a single word you say. A growled in exhaustion. Stop with the empty words and sit down. We just need to wait patiently. Taylor will come. Ayla's eyes suddenly welled up with tears as she glared at him with hatred. Taylor? You think you have the right to call him by his first name like that? And why not? I apologize for what I did during the entrance exam, but I had my reasons. And the truth is, I did my part in the battle against Gloscan. Even if you don't believe me, you have to believe in Taylor. He'll definitely come to save you. Ayla couldn't believe the words she had just heard. An apology? TL is actually saying he's sorry? He let out a tired sigh. Just then, Mug flew over in a hurry, crying and making a fuss. Young master, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Is your hand scratched? Are you weakened by anti-magic? Is your vision still okay? Are your sense of smell and hearing affected in any way? Can you still feel your fingertips and toes? Are you exhausted or in any pain? Do you feel dizzy? Is your heartbeat irregular? I followed the trace of your magical energy all the way here, but because your spirit empathy ability is still only mid-level, it took me a while to find you. Please forgive me, Mug. I sincerely apologize for not being able to arrive sooner. A didn't blame it at all. Instead, he gently patted Mug's head. You silly little thing. Where have you been all this time? But you did a great job finding your way here. Isla suddenly asked him, is that a spirit? You know, spiritmancy? At the beginning of this semester, his basic magic skills were still terrible. None of your business, kid, he thought to himself. Finally, someone decent to talk to. She frowned and continued, if that's a spirit, it can send a distress signal outside. We could ask a student or a professor who can sense the spirit's presence to come to our rescue. A glanced at her and said, I don't need any more variables like that. Mug chimed in. No need to worry, young master. Although I, Mug, cannot guarantee your safety, I am very well trained for reporting in situations like this. He looked at it, a little surprised. What? It took me about half a day to get here, evading the monsters and the golems. The return trip would take about another half a day, so it's been 2 days in total since then. But I still remember that face clearly. Lady Yanika Failover was beautiful even in her rage. It turns out that something called cold fury really does exist. Not only that, but that fox-faced merchant woman and the little witch who always wears a magic hat often came to the tent to discuss cooperation. With forces of this scale, we practically have an army of hundreds of thousands. Please rest assured, sir. The rescue team will be down here soon. Just sit tight and wait. Mug smiled, extremely proud. But contrary to its expectations, A wasn't happy at all. In fact, he was so angry he was grinding his teeth. You damn bastard. Isla saw this and couldn't help but chime in. Exot Taylor, why did your expression suddenly change? What on earth is going on? He didn't answer them. He just stood up and forcefully threw Mug outside. Hey, you over there. Hey, whatever your name is, researcher. I've changed my mind. I can't stay here anymore. I have to get out. A continuously shook the cage. No, really. I have to get out of here right now. I'm not kidding with you, Kung frantically told A. If you keep shouting like that, the demons on the other side will wake up. I'm telling you, if you don't let me out, the ones who'll be in big trouble are you, not me. Hearing his threat, the man smiled. Well. Finally, the truth comes out. You're just a mediocre student. Watch your mouth. Isla also didn't understand why he was suddenly acting like this. Why are you suddenly panicking like this? You said if we waited here calmly, Taylor would come to rescue us. Shing. Just then, Mug produced a ring of keys and handed it to him. Just as you said, Master, your grasp of the situation is truly astute. I don't know how you knew the exact location of the keys, but with your detailed guidance and decisive actions. Before it could finish, A cut it off flatly. Let's get out of here. He thought to himself, these guys are always doing such pointless things, and with that, he opened the cage door. Just as Isla was about to follow him out, he suddenly slammed the door shut. He glared at her in silence. From now on, you will only answer with yes or no. What? Outside, there are many different kinds of monsters for research purposes and various cursed magical items. Basically, this is very dangerous. From now on, you have to listen to me. If they find out I'm gone, just say I escaped. That way, they won't hurt you. Besides, you can't run far dragging that injured leg of yours, right? But all right, stop arguing. Will you do as I say or not? Ayla, though she had many things she wanted to say, could only nod obediently. Good, stay here calmly, don't move. With that, A immediately ran off. I'll handle this. I can't prevent unexpected events. These are all minor variables. I'm confident I can find a way to resolve them. My stats have all increased significantly, so with the information I already have, I can handle most obstacles. However, there are still variables that can't be controlled independently. Yanika Failover or Lo are also joining the battle. I think I have a way to deal with it, but there's also that little witch who often came to the tent wanting to cooperate. No matter how many hours a player puts into this game, even the most skilled gamers can't find a way to defeat that transcendent enemy. Bad ending number 27, Lazy Lucy. But since that event wouldn't happen without the player's intention, I've barely paid any attention to these things. When the necessary conditions are met, it will inevitably lead to a tragic ending. The initial condition. After the incident, Glast and Lucy Mayriel met. I have to find a way to stop Lucy from coming here. At Sylvania Academy, Jay was busy training his muscles. He heard a voice and answered. What's wrong? Taylor was out of breath but managed to gasp. Please, help me! We have to go save Ayla. It's Act 2 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. The final chapter of Phase 1, The Pursuit of Glad. The one who let Glad escape from the extraction hall is now asking for Jay's help. He will soon lead his comrades to pursue Glast through the underground sewers. The route for the final chapter scenario is very familiar, but right now, Lortel is in the extraction hall. No, the sewers. Next is the spirit library, and below that is the monster research area where S is. At the very end is the central laboratory. Going through these routes in reverse is a very interesting experience. The monster research area is usually a huge pain because all the monsters get released, but since we're going in reverse, the monsters are still locked up, and we can pass through easily, thank goodness. The meeting between Lucy and Glast will definitely lead to a bad ending, so I've got to hurry. The problem is, S is currently hiding behind a door. In front of him is the spirit library, where a girl is surrounded by an orb. The one in charge of this place, the librarian of the spirit library. S skillfully slipped inside. I've forgotten her patrol patterns, but even if I have to fight, I know a few strategies to deal with her. But that librarian is basically experience points for Taylor. Later on, enemies will appear that can only be defeated by Taylor's swordsmanship. If the main character, Taylor, isn't trained enough, completing the dungeon will be difficult. Act 2 is the phase where Taylor needs to mature more, especially by learning essential skills. The revived demon of the sewers, the one that gives the most experience points, has to be defeated by Taylor himself. That's why, for this journey, I just need to bring some essential magic tools and sneak out. A device that creates a thunderclap. While she's floating around the room, I'll take the chance to grab a few good items. Next is a one-way light-dimming device. I'll have to return this when I'm done. What a shame. Then, Mugi whispered to him, "If we leave now, she won't notice us." S sighed in relief. All right, let's get out. But before they could move, the library began to shake violently. S frowned and wondered, an earthquake? I don't remember any event like this happening. And it didn't stop there. A surprise attack shot towards him. S was completely shocked. Turns out, Gina had discovered their presence. A loud scream echoed out. Damn it. 30 minutes before the earthquake, a man was so terrified after seeing the monster summoned by Glast that he couldn't move. Just in the nick of time, the monster suddenly froze over. Lortel arrived at the scene. If we don't handle this smoothly, Sylvania Academy's reputation will be destroyed. We had a meeting with all the key personnel of the Academy, and yet the grimoire still got stolen. On the other side, Abelforxes quickly dealt with the remaining ones. It might take a little time, but I will take responsibility for retrieving the grimoire. Can you wait a little longer? Whatever Glast is planning, the outcome won't be good. What do you mean by that? In this situation, we at least have to tell the president the truth about the 3 taboos. Do not bend the laws of the world, do not blur the flow of time, and do not refuse humanity's framework of fate. Those are the 3 taboos: pursuing immortality, resurrecting the dead, reversing time. Lortel frowned slightly. Could it be that Glast is trying to resurrect the dead using the holy arts? If that was the case. Obelforxes understood immediately, without her needing to finish. You want to ask me if he's gone mad, don't you? Lortel nodded. But I'm really curious. Everyone always said he was a genius who would advance the world, yet he fanatically worships and admires the great sage Sylvania, and his daughter, Muji, who he believed died tragically because her talent was too lackluster. Obelforxes said in a low voice, if he really could complete the holy art of resurrection, who do you think Glast would bring back? Hearing this, she didn't understand what he meant. Just then, the door to the room burst open. There's big trouble, Obelforxes. A few minutes ago, Taylor was pursuing Glast. He's escaping towards the sewers. According to witness testimony, it wasn't just the grimoire. A student was kidnapped too. Ayla, a first year from the magic department, and Exot Taylor, a second year from the magic department. Hearing this, Lortel froze in shock. A sudden roar echoed out. Senior S was kidnapped, and this noise and shaking, Obelforxes is the greatest mage of this era. He promised he would bring back the sage's grimoire. If he makes a move, S will definitely be saved. So, waiting here is the most logical thing to do. But she anxiously snatched the spyglass from someone's hand, and then Lortel ran towards the door. To get a better look at the situation, the sound and tremors were coming from the sewer entrance in the middle of the forest. A massive dragon was roaring continuously, unleashing a barrage of fiery blasts. If you looked closely, you could see S standing on its head, crying his eyes out. Lortel said in a low voice, I'm going too. Honestly, Mr. President, if you're going to keep acting so cold, I'll just have to go get the grimoire myself. Leave the necessary personnel for negotiations. The rest of you, with me. Lortel, joining the fray, is an alchemist whose combat prowess is recognized by the Alchemy Society. Dorothy, the captain of Alchemy Team 53. Her combat power is enough to make even students from the combat department struggle. Even the top students of the Alchemy department, like the first-year Alavisa or the second-year Nodan, often came to learn from her. But in her first year, Dorothy didn't stand out much. That's why Glast, who recognized her true talent, was a benefactor to her. Dorothy believed that Glast must have had a reason for acting so radically, even if she didn't know his exact intentions. But she was determined to carry out his request to protect the sewer entrance. However, Dorothy couldn't stop shaking. I really can't do this, Professor. The fire dragon spirit and Janika were now standing in front of her. Janika growled, Answer me. Where is S? Dorothy was so scared she passed out cold. Janika jumped down from the fire dragon's back. See? I told you it was this way. Yeah, it's not like I have to listen to anyone this time. Let's see. So, at the second fork, turn right, then left, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Ugh, my head. Just then, she realized who had just fainted. Whoa, isn't this Dorothy, the captain of Alchemy Team 53? Don't tell me it was my fault. I should at least cover her with something. Right then, Lortel's voice suddenly rang out. Oh, is that Senior Janika? Lortel and a group of people were standing nearby, the worry clear on her face. When it comes to the top-ranking students of each year besides Luca, she's the one with the most impressive power in Sylvania. She might destroy the entire sewer system and do anything it takes to ensure S is safe, so what if she does? Lortel imagined the scene. Janika, after saving S, would hold him in her arms and say, I'm here to save you. You're not hurt, are you? It must hurt a lot, right? I was so worried. Are you okay? Let's go back together. I've already made dinner at the cabin. S would blush and reply, Janika, you're the best. Getting kidnapped out of nowhere was so scary. And then, the two of them in wedding clothes, arm in arm. Of course, it could only be you. Janika, let's get married. Do you want a son or a daughter? She suddenly cried out. No way! Lortel is capable of assessing any situation calmly, but when S is involved, that calmness seems to completely disappear. She smiled and walked closer to Janika. Senior Janika, I heard that Senior was saved, which isn't happy news, but it seems he was badly injured when he was kidnapped. He's lying in a hospital bed and keeps asking for you, Senior Janika. He's in the cabin right now. What did you say? Lortel thought to herself. I'll save Senior first, after I lure Janika away. But, hey Lortel, why are you suddenly telling me this? Janika stared at her with murder in her eyes. I rushed here as soon as I heard S was here. I've only been searching around the entrance until now. How did he get rescued already? I was the first one here. How could I not have noticed? Janika Filover, who seems indifferent to everything, is always so proactive when it comes to S. Lo forced a laugh. Never mind then, this isn't the time for jokes. But still, are those guys high-ranking staff here for S? Ah, I forgot. That bunch of higher-ups can't fight at all. How pathetic. It's not that they're dangerous. Hearing that, Lortel Cahelm thought angrily, damn it, how can he be right about every single thing? They really are dangerous. Janika Filover continued. At first, I asked Lucy for help, but she was just yawning and wandering off, not listening to a word anyone said and just doing her own thing. So I went alone too. The two girls glared at each other with hostile eyes. But this is just business as usual. That's right, this isn't the time for us to be fighting. It's not like there are any other rivals left, right? Everyone, wait here. Lo ordered the group in a soft voice. No need to say anything more. I'll search to the east. Yes, I'll search in the opposite direction, Lortel Cahelm replied. The most important thing now is to rescue S quickly. Just watch. I'll be the one to save S first. Meanwhile, in the psychic library, Gina had discovered S and Mug's presence. As he felt the entire room shake violently, he had no idea what was happening. An earthquake on the other side. Who will be the first to save the endangered S? Just then, the ceiling cracked and shattered into pieces. A blast of magic shot down from above, striking Gina before she could defend herself. S and Mug quickly hid in a safe corner, hoping it was just an earthquake. Gina was now completely motionless, lying flat on the ground. Then, a sleepy yawn echoed out. Little Lucy was sitting on a pile of rubble, half asleep. I was bored, so I came to save you. The contest is over. The crimson light of the sunset shone down from the distant horizon, enveloping the figures of two men discussing official matters. One man turned to Obel with a worried expression. Are we really just going to let this happen? Obel revealed an equally bewildered expression. It's dangerous, but this will be a good opportunity for the students to mature. After all, flowers bloom most beautifully after their leaves have fallen. The other man questioned, but is it necessary to push them this far? This is clearly the most brilliant golden age in the history of Sylvania Academy. The man spoke as he recalled just how dazzling the current students were. This class is, without a doubt, the most special one in the Academy's history. This year's students are a generation of talent unlike any other in Sylvania's history. After a moment of thought, countless prime examples appeared in his mind, reinforcing the credibility of his arguments. Every single student is the cream of the crop, holding infinite potential, capable of creating miracles. If anything were to happen to them, how could we possibly take responsibility? Obel tightened his grip on the leaves in his hand. Is that so? But I have a feeling that someone is warning us. He clenched his fist tightly, a pensive look on his face. The coming trial will be a fierce storm, and only the most outstanding talents will be able to withstand it. Though it will be difficult and dangerous, this is a test for all of them. The sky was growing dark, but it seemed to cling to the last rays of sunset. In a simple house, smoke rose from the chimney, and what looked like a black hole appeared on the distant mountain. It was like a cosmic void, deep and vast, and from it came a voice of denial. No way. Someone appeared on the ground, frozen solid. A boy clutched his forehead, full of regret. It can't be, this can't be happening. Lucy looked at him with hopeful eyes. Do you have any beef jerky left? The boy clutched his head and grimaced. There's none left. Hearing this, Lucy seemed a bit crestfallen. Guess I'll have to find a place to take a nap. Seeing her about to leave, the boy immediately ran after her, calling out, You can't, Lucy. She found this very strange. The current situation was complete chaos. Based on the time, Yanika Filover and Lo must have entered the sewers by now. I have to get there. At their current growth rate, they could totally defeat all the bosses in the latter half of the story. Therefore, skipping one of Glast's bug monsters won't affect the plot, since everything is still under control. But the problem is this. If Lucy meets G, the bad ending event will be triggered. He frowned, holding Lucy back. Hey, don't go anywhere. Stick close to me. Lucy was curious. Why? S fondly remembered his time with her. Because in the most difficult times, your quiet presence by my side is what gives me strength. S's expression suddenly turned serious. What is it, Lucy? You're very strong. When I'm with you, I feel at ease. You don't have to do or say anything. Just being by my side is enough to calm my heart. Lucy dodged to one side and leaned down. Sniff, sniff. Are you really sure there's no jerky left? Seeing that Lucy cared more about jerky than him, S got jealous and raised his voice. Stop going on about jerky. Please, just stay by my side until we get out of these sewers. Then he suddenly crossed his arms and lowered his voice. If you want to go outside, I'll take you, but I need to take care of a few things first. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I agree. In return, I have a request too. In a flash, Lucy was on S's back. He gritted his teeth and ran forward, thinking to himself, I have to go back the way I came. After getting what I need from the psychic library and finding Lortel Caheln in the sewers, we'll get out of here for now. Beads of sweat dotted his face. Lucy still hadn't forgotten to ask about her favorite snack. No way! There really isn't any jerky left! S was at his wit's end. It's all gone. Outside the building, a swarm of dragons glittered. How enormous and terrifying they were. Suddenly, a hand stretched out, radiating a blazing energy. Fire energy enveloped the entire space. Skill, Fire Burst has been upgraded. Skill, Mana Sensory has been upgraded. This is the sweet taste of joy from level grinding. She seemed worried. A flood of experience points poured in from the horde of monsters. Arson. There's a concealment barrier somewhere around here. Her superior mana sensing ability and sharp judgment had even been acknowledged by Glast himself. Unlike Yanika Failover, who leans towards communicating with spirits, Lortel Caheln has a knack for finding paths. She's usually all talk and boasts, but now, she's dead quiet. Suddenly, Lortel Caheln realized that she genuinely wanted to help someone. An invisible bond, one that couldn't be bought with money, was starting to form. Lortel Caheln touched the wall, pensive. She sighed. That feeling, it was just like that day. The sound of a heartbeat. A memory of her fighting in the trial flashed through her mind. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Oh, there you are, Lortel Caheln. Her expression was quite surprised. Senior. That person clicked his tongue. S looked at her, loaded down with items. I was kidnapped. S was carrying Lucy on his back and holding a ton of stuff. He said to Lortel Caheln, Thank goodness you're here. Help me carry these scrolls. They're too heavy. I can't hold them all. Lortel Caheln looked at them in astonishment. What is all this? These are all high-level crafting recipes. Her expression grew more and more bewildered. Ah, no, more importantly, Senior, weren't you in danger? Yeah, it was really dangerous back there. S hesitated. But it's all been taken care of. He turned his head and called to Lucy. Seeing Lucy and S together, Lortel Caheln looked annoyed. This is dangerous. Really dangerous. How could she get so close to him? It's so annoying. I can't stand it. She thought of the infuriating sight. Yanika Filover Fervor is just a timid little girl who doesn't dare to do anything. And yet I've tried so hard just to get close to him. A memory from the past surfaced in her thoughts. That night, on the way back, I almost burned down the entire forest just because I was thinking so much about him that I dropped my torch. How can he stand there so casually, flirting with another girl right in front of me? Lortel Caheln took the pile of scrolls from his hand, her heart boiling with rage. Could you hold these crafting scrolls for me? If the shop can prepare the materials, I'll swing by to pick them up. If you want to sell something, just let me know. Consider it my way of thanking you for all your help. The price is negotiable. Lortel Caheln looked at him and cried out, But, Senior, she thought to herself, I have to use this chance to push out all my rivals and seize the advantage. Suddenly, he moved close to Lortel Caheln and whispered, Please, Lortel Caheln, who else can I ask besides you? He had once again stoked the fires of her anger. This is just too much. After all this, you still have the nerve to ask me to do things like that? Lo's ears are sensitive. Besides you, who else can I ask? I'm really grateful to you. Suddenly, her expression brightened with excitement, her eyes lighting up. Or maybe, Senior, you need a receipt for that too? But inside, she thought to herself, I'm such an idiot. Why can't I control my emotions? Suddenly, a voice called out, making both of them and Lo curious. Lothu! He sounded like he'd run a long way here. His voice hurried and out of breath. I finally found you. The situation is critical. No one should let their guard down. The whole group went searching together. Buseo, the top first year of the combat division, spoke nervously. Do we really have to go this deep? It seems pretty dangerous. Let's just go back. Lilia, the top first year of the alchemy division, shouted angrily. There you go, saying stupid things again. Aren't you going to save Ayla? Buseo immediately retorted. I never even liked Ayla that much. Why should we risk our lives for that S. Taylor guy? I'm sorry, but I have to save Ayla. Please, Alavisa, the top first year of the magic division, chimed in. You know Ayla is a good person. We've come this far. Don't give up halfway. Buseo, someone's finger pointed up in amazement. Oh, hey there. The self-proclaimed prophet, Ao, raised his finger and squinted. I feel something strange up ahead. Her prophecies, though as vague as a glimpse into the future, were often frighteningly accurate. Ao squinted. I have a feeling this opponent will be very strong. Suddenly, in the distance, a fire broke out amidst a cacophony of screams. I don't know. I really didn't know anything. There was no such plan from the beginning. It was just a moment of impulse. Please spare me. I'm begging you. A girl was lying on the ground. A looked curious. Is this the right way? Or did we go too far to the right? What's this? A shining dragon appeared. Yenica Failover raised her hand in greeting. Hey there, my juniors. The group on top waved back. Yenica Failover, senior. This feeling, I'll never forget it. Fear, deeply rooted in the subconscious, resurfaced, paralyzing reason with terror, leaving only distorted, fearful thoughts. We're not sure if we can win, but we'll do our best. Yenica Failover looked at their faces in shock. What's wrong with everyone? Did I do something wrong? Or was I too harsh with Clay? But she just fainted on her own. Ao tried to stop Taylor. Taylor, calm down. Calm down. Taylor yelled, determined to get away. Even if our chance of winning is slim, I have to save Ayla. Stop. The space in the room suddenly fell silent at the sound of a voice, accompanied by his thoughtful, pensive expression. Exot Taylor. Yenica Failover ran to him and cupped his face, examining his injuries. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Lotheo, standing nearby, saw this and looked visibly annoyed, and the boy next to her seemed just as angry, calling his name Taylor Alavisa, and I know S's fighting style all too well. With just a few basic spells and some archery skills, he once held off the three of us all by himself. And now his teammate is Yenica Failover. After the incident at the Off-Eiler Hall, he's gotten much stronger. The group looked worried. If it were just senior Yenica Failover, we might have been able to get past her. But now that S. Taylor is here, our chances of winning are zero. They held S in high regard. There was no hope in this fight. Someone's hand rested on his shoulder, followed by words, Go, Taylor. Ayla is waiting for you. Go and stop Glast. Taylor, it's time for each of us to do what we must. You handle the script, and as for the variables, I'll take care of them. From now on, the hunt is my job. The report from the Merchant Guild staff was like a ticking time bomb that had finally exploded. The mercenaries hired by the Golden King, Elter, have infiltrated the academy. The one who was supposed to be utterly defeated with no chance of a comeback in the original story. The secondary mid-boss of Act 2, the Golden King Elter. He was defeated earlier than expected, and in an unforeseen way. However, unlike in the original story, he managed to escape. Lo knew very well that Elter was plotting his revenge. And yet, an image of Lotheo from the past stood before many people. Everyone, follow me to the sewers. Just leave a few people behind at the academy. The old fox had grasped her weakness. Most of the Merchant Guild's forces had been dispatched here. The messenger continued. The headquarters is completely empty right now. We have to go back immediately. I've acquired a good number of formulas for making magic tech and magic tools. They might be more useful than I thought, but if I had to choose one thing, one ultimate thing to help me survive in this world, if you were to ask what the best thing is, it would definitely be information about the future. The script is unfolding before my eyes, 5 acts in total, and we are currently in Act 2, the final chapter, the Great War. Act 2 is almost over. The plan to let everything proceed according to the original story is still the top priority. If Elter is the secondary mid-boss of Act 2, then he must disappear within this act. Just like in the original story, I will go and take down the Golden King, Elter. Someone mumbled his name and immediately got a response. Yes, Senior. For now, just go straight inside and you'll get there. As for the specifics, we can ask Ayla after we've rescued her. As for Taylor, when he heard this mentioned, it was ultimately the young protagonist himself who had to end this damn script. Only Taylor, after learning all the special skills and fully developing, could face that person in the final act. There's still a lot to do inside the sewers. Later, when the magic tower summoned by Glast casts its dark shadow over the sky and unleashes terrible magical rain, there will surely be many casualties. And then, countless other arduous challenges await. Challenges that are nearly impossible for human strength to overcome. The young boy looked back and heard the parting words. Do your best. I don't think I need to give you a long pep talk. The group moved forward together, didn't they? They talked amongst themselves as they walked. The goal is the ultimate prize. He's definitely targeting the guild to cover his tracks. Because selling that set of magic tools on the cheap, along with the incident at the hall, made him a suspect, and he thinks I'm the one who pulled the strings. Alright, then let's go report the mercenary infiltration to the academy first. Yanika Failover turned to say to S. Wait. S seemed very rushed and anxious. Sorry, Yanika Failover, but we don't have time. Yanika Failover sighed. Not this again, Yanika Failover yelled. It's too dangerous for you all to go there. Her shout caught the attention of S and Lothio. Both of them turned their heads. Yanika Failover asked him, Are you planning to deal with the Golden King, Elter? I don't know exactly what happened, but you were just kidnapped and you only just escaped, she said with a very worried expression and an exasperated tone. He just fainted from exhaustion the other day. Besides, this is about Elter. To be blunt, it has nothing to do with S at all. I don't want to see you get hurt anymore. S felt those words in his heart. She's right. It's true that this really doesn't concern me. But I can't just tell Yanika Failover that I need to handle a huge variable like Elter myself to feel at ease. He turned his head and looked back at the two of them. Well, lucky for me, to catch the Golden King Elter, I need either Lothio or Yanika Failover to come with me. I can just use that as an excuse to bring them along. And now Lo is even agreeing with Yanika Failover. Senior Yanika Failover is right. We shouldn't let you take risks for our own selfish reasons. It's best for you to stay put and recover. Lo and Yanika Failover were now standing right next to each other, with no distance between them. As the two became so in sync, harmonizing in both body and soul, S watched their figures and couldn't help but marvel. Amazing. They used to hate each other like cats and dogs, and now they're on such good terms. He spoke up, Thank you, everyone, but I can't just sit back. He was responding to the feelings of the two girls. Unfortunately, this isn't an outsider's business. Hearing this, both girls were extremely surprised. Huh? Lo was confused. What do you mean, S? An outsider's business? With that said, he continued on his journey. Let's go, everyone. We're out of time. The staff member who gave the report went with them. Yes. As he walked, S thought, Why isn't it an outsider's business? It's always at times like these that I get flustered and don't know how to explain. Yanika Failover playfully cut off his train of thought. Well, it's true I'm not an outsider either. Right. S has a deal with Lo, so if Lo loses control of the Merchant Guild, S will have trouble distributing magic tools too. Right? Exactly. Then there's no way you two are strangers. Ed mulled over Yanika Failover's words as Lortel Cahelm suddenly blushed, shyly covering her face with both hands. Yeah, that's right. Neither of them are strangers, Ed thought to himself. Yanika Failover is so damn smart. The way she can twist my words so quickly. Just what you'd expect from the valedictorian. We'll deal with that later. The scene before us. Each rocks and rubble littered the ground. It's a total mess. People were murmuring. That guy, Tay-El, had been ruthless with everyone, sparing no one. He looked truly terrifying at that moment. On the floor lay the body of a girl, her face covered. Ed looked at Yanika Failover, confused. Did you do this? Yanika Failover immediately tried to explain. It wasn't on purpose, I swear. It was just one thing led to another and it ended up like this. Lortel Cahelm is so cruel. Yanika Failover. Yanika Failover cried out. Hey! I'm not some heartless, cold-blooded person, okay? Don't get the wrong idea. The announcement says we're almost at the exit. We'll talk more when we get outside. For now, we have to report the mercenaries to the academy. My carriage and the staff are waiting at the entrance. The carriage outside has been overturned. 3 people were collapsed on the ground. As the group looked at them, Lortel Cahelm realized he had arrived sooner than expected. Elter was already standing there. He spoke up. Clever girl. I was the one who taught you how to manage documents. Even if you turn the entire merchant guild upside down, you won't find a shred of evidence to incriminate me. He stood there so defiantly before everyone, but his personnel management has a fatal flaw. All it took was a little intimidation for them to confess where you went. The guild employee who was with them spoke up. I'm sorry, my lord. Lo laughed with contempt. Elter looked at her and said, That's right. You should be smiling in a moment like this. After all, I spent a great deal of time teaching you that fake smile of yours. Ed pointed to the employee next to them. What a pity. The only evidence is your own confession. It would be such a waste to have to ruin a pretty little thing like you with torture just to get a statement. The people who'd been knocked to the ground earlier showed a strange sign. Their eyes seemed to emit a red glint of light. He swung his blade down, a blinding flash. He's getting help from Kabilo, Theo shouted a warning. Everyone, be careful! While parrying the blow, she tried to reason with Elter. I knew you wouldn't come alone, but I never thought you'd dare bring mercenaries into the academy. His voice rang out. Do you want to compare my forces with the ones from last time at Trish Hall? I'm afraid they're quite different. This time won't be so simple. Those soldiers drew their bows. These are the top mercenaries on the continent, Elter announced, giving his order. Except for Lortel Cahelm, it doesn't matter if the rest live or die. He waved his hand. Finish this quickly. And with that, the soldiers aimed their bows at everyone. Countless arrows were fired, all aimed at the group. S watched the arrows whizzing toward him and used a defensive spell to control them. They were enveloped and protected by the magic. Janek warned him to be careful. S, they move and attack with textbook precision. S said, thanks, Yenika failover. Elter stood to one side, arms crossed, observing the fight. Spiritmancers really are a pain. But then he took out some kind of artifact. I told you this time would be different. The legendary grade magic tool, Bullerud's Prejudice, locks all mana in the area for 10 minutes. A single-use item worth hundreds of gold coins. Bullerud's Prejudice is similar to Alavisa's Forget-Me-Not reagent, but its mana-locking effect is far more powerful. Its weaknesses are a long activation time, and the fact that it's easy to spot, but its power is undeniable. He noted that their overwhelming force and the battle-hardened mercenaries' formation made it impossible for him to break through and stop Elter from using the tool in time. And most importantly, Lortel Caheln revealed, we're all mages, so all of our magic will be sealed. He definitely knows our exact strengths. We're screwed. S spoke directly to Elter. Elter, the Academy won't let you get away with this. How do you plan to handle the consequences? He laughed loudly. At least it's better than losing your life, isn't it? I should have foreseen this from the very beginning. The flap of a single small butterfly's wings is enough to send the whole world into chaos, Ed thought. I understand that better than anyone, especially since he's an intermediate of the second regression. If I let him live, just how chaotic will this world become? The Golden King, Elter, an intermediate of the second regression. The villain who was supposed to be overthrown and kicked off the stage by his own daughter, Lortel Caheln. The man who murdered Lortel Caheln's parents. The man willing to use anything to achieve glory and power for himself. Clearly, a monster. Because the reason Elter is cornering us in such a detestable way is just for his own survival. Same as me, Ed told himself. But I won't go easy on him. I can't lie and say I was prepared to deal with all the variables I've caused. Go ahead and call me selfish. Suddenly, Ed's voice cut through. Stop! This is my business. The sound of footsteps echoed from somewhere. Lucy, on his shoulder, seemed to have woken up. Her first words were, "It's so noisy." Suddenly, a powerful, blinding light burst from her slender body. The sheer power of the light was blinding to everyone. The Lu of Sloth had awakened. Few know that the final book of the great Archmage Glock's life, the Record of Observations, was written in a simple thatched hut, a far cry from his usual glamorous image, and a far cry from the Lucy he saw in his dreams. Heeding Glock's teachings. You possess innate talent and the blessings of the stars, but that does not mean you are allowed to stop learning. Always be humble in your learning, and use your power for the sake of everyone. And be wary of the loneliness that creeps into your heart. Overwhelming power always comes with a piercing loneliness. Archmage Glock set the paper down on the desk. All right, I'll stop here. Lucy was incredibly curious. But you must promise me 3 things. His expression was kind and benevolent. You must not kill. Even by accident, you must not let those small hands be stained with blood. And, at least for your time at Sylvania, live the life of a true student. Lucy could sense that the mercenaries Elter hired were all seasoned veterans. Just watching the way they moved was enough to know they had survived countless battles. The fact that they survived to this day was proof of their strength. Survival instinct was ingrained in their very flesh and blood, and right now, that instinct was screaming as Lucy's footsteps came to a halt. It was screaming at them to stop. The ethereal aura of light that radiated from Lucy's every step was magical. Her appearance and aura made Elter's jaw drop. What kind of magic is this? One of the men scowled, his face darkening with anger. Are they all insane? Run. However, younger soldiers often lack experience and the ability to judge a situation. The man gripped his sword and charged toward the light. Unlike her appearance as a mage, Lucy rarely used magic. She immediately sensed the threat. She intercepted in time, just before the man could attack her. It was simply magical power created by compressing mana to its absolute limit, pure, unstoppable force. Elter now wore a worried expression. He held up a piece of paper. There's still not enough time. Just a little more time. Lucy's eyes flashed as she turned toward him. You're the ringleader, right? All I have to do is take you down. Suddenly, a hand gently touched her shoulder. Lucy turned her head to look and began to speak. All right, that's a no. She whipped her head around, sensing a bad omen. Across the dark night sky, mysterious streams of purple light suddenly appeared. 7 stars now aligned in a straight line, shining brilliantly in the night sky. It felt like a wave of destructive power, the forbidden magic of Professor Gloss. Magic that could distort fate itself. A hazy mist enveloped the space, and the magic tower covered the sky. This was the stage for the final chapter of the second act, the final battle. Lucy looked up. This timing is perfect. By now, TL should have finished clearing out the monsters in the sewers and learned the necessary skills. The team is all assembled. With just a little more time, TL can definitely stop Gat. The demon realm activated at the same time as in the original story, which means the script is still proceeding according to plan. Of course, with magic this strange and unusual, everyone else besides me is bound to be confused. S contacted both Yenika Filover and Lutel. Even top students like Yenika Filover and Lutel couldn't understand what was happening, so that means absolutely no one else could. Lucy suddenly spoke, making me look up. Each magic tower is tasked with absorbing and processing mana from the sacred domain. Lucy was floating in midair, so it seems someone can do it after all. I looked up at her form. The Forbidden Resurrection spell. The ending of Act 2, which you could watch after completing the stage, still made me curious. After everything was over, Lucy woke up from a long sleep and spoke nonchalantly. She was sitting on the ground, rubbing her eyes, now in the form of a little girl, so that was it. According to the original story, Lucy should have been napping on the rooftop of Trish Hall right now, but because I wanted to use Lucy as a strategic piece, I woke her up earlier than planned and put her on the main team. As a result, when he was cornered, Glad offered Lucy a deal. The one to be resurrected by the forbidden spell wasn't the legendary Sylvania, but her master, the Archmage Glock. And just like that, Lucy became my enemy. At that time, our entire team was completely wiped out. The last image was just the sight of Lucy's back as she coldly walked away from the sewers. The Lucy of Act 2 was an impossibly strong, invincible boss. Even if the most veteran gamers spent hundreds of hours researching, they still couldn't find a way to defeat Lucy at this point. Variables outside the main scenario, unexpected situations that arose. It was all up to me to fix them. And sometimes, I'd suddenly think. My hand felt like it was grasping at something invisible. Could these variables, like that legendary grade magic tool, the Prejudice of Byrus, really change the ending? Ribbons of light wrapped around a vial, sealing all mana within range for 10 minutes. That light source enveloped the entire space, and all of us were submerged in those bands of light. Elter suddenly shouted, "Now's the time." He thought they couldn't use magic anymore. A wind blade suddenly appeared, a stream of dark energy different from the usual green. I reached out and touched it. Could I really break that predetermined, dark ending? However, even though I knew a lot beforehand, there were still things beyond my control. Elter immediately panicked, his eyes wide, his mouth stammering. What the hell is this? He seemed completely bewildered. Looking up, even the terrifying sealing power of a legendary-grade magic tool has its limits. It's easier to stop a flood than to extinguish the fire in her heart. "Let me clear the way." Lucy appeared up high, so small yet so powerful. Lucy spoke, "I have to go where I need to be." Elter still couldn't take his eyes off Lucy's aura. Elter's seasoned experience was no less than that of a battle-hardened mercenary. His eyes looked soulless. His survival instincts were screaming at him, the Golden King, that the young mage before him was the god of death incarnate. Lucy snapped her fingers, releasing a wave of energy. Elter looked at her with suspicion. I said to Lucy, "Do you have any idea you could die doing that?" Lucy knew that full well. I stepped between them and said, "If you don't want to kill him, then stop." How strange. For this guy to be worried about Elter's life. Lucy seemed like she wanted to say something. An image of Lucy with Archmage Glock flashed in my mind. I couldn't let those small hands be stained with blood, not even by accident. The person she was worried about wasn't the Golden King, who was about to die, but me. Lucy got into her stance but then hesitated. Then she stopped and turned her head away. "I understand," I asked from behind her. "Where are you going?" Lucy didn't turn back, only replying, "It's all over. I have to go." Conversations with JT always ended like this. So when S asked the question, she paused. "You don't regret it, do you?" She didn't even bother to answer. Then Lucy flew up, leaving S to watch her, seemingly lost in his thoughts. The records of Glock's journeys. The final chapter showed an image of Lucy with Archmage Glock. What is lost forever will never return. The one who remains can only become stronger. How sad. So, be strong. Now, an image of Lucy, treasuring a thick, ancient book in her arms. I dedicate the final lines of this book to you, my child. You were the one who brought my life to a close. Archmage Glock's face, when he was with Lucy, was still the same as warm as it had always been, along with the affectionate way he called her name, Lucy. She was overcome with emotion thinking about those memories, then muttered his name absent-mindedly. And then, Lucy vanished, right before S's eyes. Scene change. Out at sea, there was a group of people in a boat. Someone said they had confirmed all 57 people were on board. It seems everyone retreated safely. Lady Janika will be back soon too. Elter's fate will be decided later. For now, just hand him over to the Elter Merchant Guild to deal with. Lutel will handle everything. Ending this karmic debt with Elter is her responsibility as well. S ran up, panting as he climbed the stairs. I must have overexerted myself, running all the way from there to here, the highest point in Sylvania, made my whole body ache. This is Trish Hall, where it all began. So many nostalgic memories were made in this building. The place where Glad stole the secret history of the celestial sphere, and also the place where Taylor began his journey. Climbing the stairs Memories of this place came flooding back. The academy took care of the injured, and I never thought I'd come back here before. And yet, in the end, I still had to come here to sort everything out. My journey to go against the script, which began in that secret research room, has now come to an end. Right here, in a way I never expected. The place where Taylor began is also where my journey ends. Lucy's figure appeared in front of the building. One of the buildings destroyed by Janika was the Glock building. The scholarship I received was also from the Glock Foundation. Even though he lived a simple life, he dedicated his entire fortune to Sylvania Academy. His mark is present everywhere in this academy. So, finding Lucy wasn't difficult at all. I stood before the large, messy building with a panoramic view. I guessed Lucy would be here. A place where you can look out over the entire academy. I guess I understand how Lucy feels right now. Because to Lucy, the academy is Glock's last memento. The entire school was surrounded by magical power. Lucy and S were looking at the whole scene from up high. Suddenly, Lucy called out, "Hey," and asked a question. "What is it?" Then she said, "Got any beef jerky?" It seemed I was no longer a stranger to this kind of question. I thought, tsk. Of course it's the same old line. Then I replied, "I told you earlier we're all out." I walked over and asked, "Lucy, what are you doing here?" Lucy, with her back to me, patted the spot next to her, gesturing for me to sit down as she said, "Just thinking about old times." I didn't sit. I leaned my hands on the ledge, looking down from up high, and remarked, "If you fell from here, you'd definitely be a goner, huh?" Lucy suddenly spoke up. "A long time ago, something really sad happened. I cried a lot. But at some point, I stopped feeling sad anymore." I asked, "Why?" She paused for a moment before speaking. After thinking about it for a long time, it turns out the reason wasn't anything special. Lucy's face was pensive as she continued, "It's just because so much time has passed." She thought of Glock and added, "It's true that a lot of time has passed, but deliberately reopening old wounds is just a foolish thing to do. Even if I tried to use magic to resurrect him, in the end, he'd just have to pass away again. Actually, he had been ready for his death for a long time, so he might just get angry and die all over again." I sat down next to Lucy and listened to her continue, resurrecting a great archmage who dedicated his entire life to magic research. Using a forbidden spell like that is nothing but an insult. Yeah, I knew that from the very beginning. Wanting to resurrect him, it was all just my own selfishness. Suddenly I spoke up. "So, Lucy, are you really okay, kiddo?" I thought to myself, even though I have no right to say this since I'm the one who stopped you, I still have to ask. Remembering what happened earlier, I silently judged that Lucy changing her mind about resurrecting Glock was probably just due to a mood swing. If Lucy changed her mind again, there's no telling what kind of terrible things could happen. Lucy called out, "Hey, S, it's like I have a premonition every time she calls me." I figured what she was about to say would be the same as all the other times. I was speechless, my head aching as I thought, how can she be thinking about beef jerky in a situation like this? But surprisingly, Lucy just said one thing. "Can I borrow your shoulder for a bit?" The hat on her head had been taken off. Lucy leaned on my shoulder. I thought, so this is why she wanted me to sit next to her. It was just for this, huh? My thoughts turned to glass. You're off somewhere else right now, in a direct magical duel with your own students. It's unlikely anyone will be as passionate about researching resurrection magic as Glast was. The magic of raising the dead, it ends here. The dead are still dead, and loss is still loss. Even though everyone experiences loss in different ways, in the end, it comes for us all just the same. That's why we have to learn to accept that loss and use everything we have to heal those wounds. Thinking of Lucy, I thought, Lucy, the ancient weapon created by Glad using holy magic in another place. The sword-wielding students watched Glast's magic, their faces a mixture of fear and anxiety, yet they still clutched their swords tightly. Suddenly, Ayla was flung into the air. Someone screamed her name as the narrator's voice began. Chapter 2, The Final Battle. Glast unleashes a magic golem, controlling the giant's magical hands. He controlled them, encasing Ayla within a red sphere, the heart of the golem. As she lay unconscious, Glad's expression became terrifyingly dark. He decisively lowered his arm, and instantly, the giant golem struck down, shattering everything. Shards of rock flew in every direction, relentlessly destroying everything in their path. Under Glast's command, the battle entered its final stage. Rescue Ayla, who is trapped inside the golem's heart. The giant targeted TL, attacking him without hesitation. The situation grew tense as the thick dust began to settle. It turned out Bai had quickly blocked it with her magic shield. He yelled, "Go, TL!" Immediately, TL charged forward with his sword. He jumped directly onto the giant's arm, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Ayla." At that moment, Glast looked up. TL swung his sword with all his might, aiming straight for the center of Glad's head as he screamed, "Give her back!" Glad's blood splattered across his face, his eyes glazing over. Glad's inner monologue begins to play out. "My vision has been failing. I don't know when it started, but I can't see anything. Without my glasses." In the moment of his death, he had only one thought: a professor's life is finally quiet. Glad recalled memories from his time at the academy, remembering O's habit. He would always stop by for a cup of tea, a habit that never changed even after he became headmaster. Glad sat reading from dawn. He thought to himself, sitting at the large desk in his private study. I read the sage's grimoire, analyzed the power of holy magic, managed the curriculum, and review lesson plans for the students. The piles of books just grew taller and taller, and then the scenery outside the window changed. Snow fell. He narrated again. A first-year student from the old elemental studies program. She was constantly coming to my private study. Dodothy arrived to see him, carrying a sack. He remembered it clearly. She said she wanted to learn intermediate magic ahead of schedule. Another time, Klee came by. The young, troublemaking professor looked fearful, clasping her hands awkwardly and saying, "Professor, I'm so sorry." Glad judged her silently. Always so awkward and apologetic, he continued narrating. When I became the department head, I just stayed in one place. If you immerse yourself in work, the painful memories fade away before you even realize it. Sunlight streamed through the window, filling the room. The wind blew, and petals drifted gently past, Glad as he read. He continued his monologue. When I became the department head, I just stayed in one place. Time seemed to rewind, with Glad still sitting in his familiar spot, working. People came and went. He thought, if you immerse yourself in work, the painful memories will fade away before you even realize it. Back in the present, a heavily injured Glad spat out a mouthful of blood, but his right hand was still casting a spell. He attacked TL, sending him flying. TL's sword snapped in two. Celestial magic, time reversal. Glad looked at the magical power in his hand, chanting, "The painful memories don't disappear." Instantly, his eyes widened, and a terrifying power was unleashed, radiating in all directions. The power forced everyone to grit their teeth and struggle to resist. Someone shouted, "What? What is that?" "Celestial magic. That power transforms." Multi-layered prison of time, everyone began to turn to stone, frozen in place. Bai felt more danger than ever before. He used all his strength to push TL forward, and right after, Bai was also frozen in time. Thankfully, TL held on, plunging the remaining half of his sword into the magic wall. Glad was lost in thought. He mused, "Sometimes my vision grows dim." Then he closed his eyes, thinking, what appears in the lingering darkness behind my eyelids are the things I've lost. Glad remembered the image of Mayugia. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as if he'd remembered something. That's right. It's almost done now. TL had climbed up to where Glad was standing. As if possessed, Glad cast his magic, yelling, "So just give up. Don't stand in my way." He thought, I must try to reverse reality. Glad's magic grew stronger, accumulating power until the time was right. In that fateful moment, a brilliant golden beam of magic shot out, striking Glad's spell head-on. The force of it made him falter. When his vision cleared, Glad exclaimed in surprise, "The Holy Sword Ritual! It's a celestial magic! Time reversal!" Time shifted, and Glad's giant was sliced in two. As time began to flow again, color slowly returned to all the people who had been frozen. Time began to flow normally again. Suddenly, Glad said, "It's useless." He thought, even if I have to trade what's left of my life for it. Suddenly, Glad coughed up another mouthful of blood. Cough! His whole body was thrown back by another power. Ice magic. Ice spear, TL yelled. Now's our chance. Immediately, everyone who had just been freed from the time freeze attacked all at once. Glad still spoke casually. Is that all you've got? But in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock as the combined resonant power of everyone's attacks completely destroyed his giant. Ayla was freed from the golem's heart. TL cradled her in his arms, and behind them, an entire magical construct collapsed. Glad slowly descended. When he finally landed, he coughed once, lowered his head, and said, "All right, you kids win." Immediately after, he fell from the magic tower, his body cut through the wind. In that moment of falling, Glad managed to say one last thing. "I miss you, Mayugia." Just before hitting the ground, he fell through a celestial magic spatial jump, appearing at the base of a tree. It was a magic circle that had been left behind, like a final escape route. He collapsed by the tree, coughing violently. He thought, but somehow, this escape comes too late. It's useless, even if I try to staunch the bleeding with my magic. The narrator's voice explains. In the original script, Glast wouldn't have been able to do anything else either. In reality, everyone could have predicted this scene. Glast was sure to die here. Glad looked up. Ish, why are you here? Isn't it past the dormitory curfew? The reflection of GN appeared on Glad's cracked glasses. He continued, however, there is one thing I want to confirm. High on the tower, a massive magic circle was activating. It radiated a ferocious power, crackling with small bolts of lightning. Lotheo thought as she ran, the mercenaries have already been driven off the island by Senior Yanika Filover, and Dad is locked up in the Merchants Guild. So all the dangerous elements have been dealt with. We promised to meet at the sewer entrance after everything was done, so I just need to make sure my senior, who's rushing to the main hall, is safe. That should be it, right? Just then, she saw him standing with Lucy and waved. Oh, but Lotheo's attention was fixed on Lucy's hand, which was gripping his shirt. That was a danger signal. In her mind, a voice screamed, "Danger! Danger!" From inside the sewer, Claire Elaine struggled to drag an unconscious Dodo Thee out. E saw them and thought, that's Dodo Thee, the valedictorian of the 53rd class, and the teaching assistant. Looks like the situation in the sewers is over. He looked at Clay's tear-filled eyes and wondered, is she crying? What's wrong? But when the two of them saw him, they both screamed in terror. After that, Janika and Taken arrived. E, that magic tower used celestial magic, didn't it? If so, there's something I want to go check. Lately, Janika's meetings with the spirits have just turned into sessions to criticize S. But in truth, Yenika Filover's original intention was a good one to protect the northern forest where the spirits live. But a few days ago, Taken sensed a source of magical power similar to those magic towers emanating from the northern forest. If it's celestial magic, then we don't even need to say who is responsible. However, no magic towers have appeared in the northern forest at all. So, what was Glass doing in the northern forest? A quietly pondered. Considering nothing special was happening in politics, there was probably no need for him to intervene. But if a figure of Glass' stature wasn't eliminated, his influence on future scenarios would be unimaginably huge. I had finally decided to verify this, but when he saw me, Glassed, his body covered in wounds and leaning against a tree trunk, showed no particular reaction. Oh, isn't it past curfew for the dorms? Yenika Failover and Lo arrived right after. Seeing him in this state, they were utterly astonished. What are you doing here? Glad coughed up a mouthful of blood, but still answered in a strained voice. Just watching the moon. Is it funny? You're not funny at all. That's strange. I find my own appearance quite comical. Looking down from up high, a failure. You must have already known, right? Exactly. Joe Taylor, I knew I would fail no matter what I did, but it was reckless of me. I never expected to be defeated by a student. Even if I had won, Headmaster OB wouldn't have let me be. Was it because of our past feelings that he didn't act from the very beginning? In any case, he's not suited for the headmaster position. You're a more outstanding student than I thought. It's a shame I discovered you so late, A asked in a low voice. Then why did you kidnap me in the first place? Glad smiled in response. You have quite an exceptional talent. At first, I intended to draw you in to use you for my plan. Of course, you fainting from exhaustion ruined that plan. I quickly kidnapped you, but by the time I returned, you had already escaped. If you think this lonely death is the price I must pay, then compared to the sins I've committed, this trade-off isn't so bad. After all, the 17 years I spent with my daughter weren't lonely at all. She's 17 years old now? That's right, 17 years. It's long if you say it's long, and short if you say it's short. It continued to ask, Claire, Elaine isn't a stranger to you either, is she? Clay spent 4 years on her bachelor's, then 5 years as an assistant professor. If she had stayed until my retirement, we probably would have known each other for 17 years. I met Claire Elaine. She broke down crying. Hearing this, Glass's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, she was still trying to smile through her tears. Glassed. He really is the kind of person everyone hates. Among all the people I've met, he was the most stubborn and obstinate. All he knows is how to delegate work to others. Arrogant, conceited, tyrannical, and he loves to lecture. If anyone did something wrong, all he did was reprimand them. In any case, it's really hard to like him. But he was a true scholar. At this point, Clay couldn't hold back anymore, her whole body shaking as she cried. He was someone who could see the talent in very ordinary students. Perhaps everyone could guess Glast's words. Duduthi also spoke with a trembling voice. Although she didn't know what Glast was plotting, he was the one who had discovered her talent. No matter how you put it, he was still a man who arbitrarily used his own students as bait, wasn't he? It's undeniable that he had lost his way. Now, there is no one around him. That's why he mocked himself, saying he would die in solitude, but that was just his delusion. Thinking back, Clay became an assistant professor at a young age. Du Thi, the head of the alchemy department. They were all people who were judged as talentless. Although Glass said such people were worthless, he never stopped searching for and developing hidden talents. Just like his own daughter, it was as if he was saying they were valuable people. Too long a time for a lonely death. To someone, he was a teacher. To another, he was a colleague. He still lives on in their hearts. Glass was severely nearsighted. At some point, he couldn't see anything without his glasses, not even himself. After hearing this, he fell silent, then said in a low voice, Before I used magic to summon demons, I saw the soul library. I cleared everything out, choosing only the legendary crafting formulas, but it seems it was all for nothing. A frowned slightly. What do you mean? There's more. He took out a key from his chest. A startling sight. I have to clean up everything with my own hands. Isn't that just reaping what you sow? Now, that library is yours. A stared blankly at the key in his hand. Why are you giving this to me? What, you're complaining about a gift? Under the desk that the wind is protecting, there's a secret safe. Open it when the Academy conducts its investigation. And finally, Lucy, Glast was now starting to gasp for air. From time to time, those around him would see her standing behind him, looking bewildered. She looks so sharp. At that moment, I really wanted to know what kind of expression was on Lucy's face. A thought to himself, it's a shame that from my position, I couldn't see a thing. A body lay face up under the Genover tree, covered with a silver-white blanket. At first glance, it seemed as if it were peacefully asleep. We just stood there silently, watching for a long time. The sky was beginning to brighten. At Sylvania Academy, the Glad incident, the Ophelis Hall occupation incident, and now, the theft of the Sage's grimoire. You've been present for all three. What a string of bad luck. Jaw Taylor, my name has become attached to every major incident at the Academy. The department head frowned at him. For some unknown reason, you were kidnapped by Glast, found a chance to escape, and tried to call for help, then coincidentally ran into Taylor and the others. Is that all? He's the department head now, huh? A immediately replied, yes, exactly as it's written in the report you're reading. Yanika Failover and Lo were just rushing to help me. So, you abandoned Isla, who was also kidnapped, and ran away alone. Isla couldn't move because her body was injured. Besides, she didn't trust me, so I snuck out alone to find help. All right. The department head stood up, meeting his eyes. To be frank, I suspect you. Your words seem plausible, but the series of coincidences, from the perspective of a department head, this is truly suspicious. He glared menacingly. Although you're pretending to know nothing, I have a feeling you know more. I'll take that as a compliment. This cunning attitude of yours is exactly the same. He slammed his hand on the table and said, but just like the incident at Ophelis Hall, in this case as well, you are a student who was harmed due to the Academy's negligence. A frowned, looking at the paper placed on the table. This isn't the report I wrote. Ah, what the department head is looking at is my report card. The department head praised him softly. Exot Taylor, you have put in a great deal of effort. That is something I cannot deny, and you deserve to be rewarded as a student. After leaving his office, I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Just then, Yanika Failover's voice rang out. You're out. Seeing her, he said, sorry for making you worry. Yanika Failover, are you hurt? I heard you got into a bit of trouble, so I was really worried about you. Worried? Worried about what? I'm fine. Don't worry. But right after, the spirit on her shoulder chirped something to her. Huh? Yanika Failover blushed and said, that's right. Actually, it's not that I'm not hurt. I think I got hurt a little while saving you, You're hurt? He asked worriedly. Yeah, where exactly are you hurt? Here. Probably my waist. Around there. I think so. Ah, Janika. This incident makes me feel something. This is wrong. Whenever I'm in trouble, you always help me as much as you can, but I just took it for granted. But this time, you even got hurt saving me. Didn't you feel anything seeing Glass send? When someone dies, it's too late for regrets. Yanika Failover looked at his grim face as he tried to explain. He continued, I feel ashamed of myself, like I'm just a burden to you. I'm so grateful that you always treat me so well, but in the end, you're the one who gets hurt. Yanika Failover? I'm sorry, Janika. Because of me, you got. I'm sorry for causing you to suffer such unnecessary injuries. She hurriedly cut him off. I'm sorry. I lied. I'm not hurt at all. Sorry. I'm sorry for lying to you. That's right, Yanika Failover. You're in the Ophelis Hall dorm, right? Maybe starting next semester, I'll. Hearing this, Yanika Failover looked at him with sparkling eyes. Ophelis Hall? I didn't expect you to be this excited. So many things have happened, but everything ended just as quickly. Act 2 can be considered a smooth ending. S recalled the dean's words, end this miserable, wandering life and return to being a proper student. If you do, I will permit you to move into the Academy's dormitory. He looked around his wooden shack one last time. Personally, I'd rather build more fences, plant some year-round edible crops, and reinforce this slightly leaky wooden house. So is this camping life really coming to an end? S opened the door to his room, and suddenly something fell from above, landing at his feet. Lucy was dazed, lying motionless on the floor, her eyes wide with an expression as if she had just seen something terrifying. Lucy murmured, an end? It looks like it's about to rain. This scenery isn't Actron Island, it's the Gaiman mountain range in the Northern Empire. Why am I dreaming of my childhood right now? In those old childhood days, Lucy, with her small body, walked to a small house in the middle of a dense forest. The face of the old man in the house, a man sitting in a chair with his back to her. Lucy saw him and was stunned. But right after, the warm house suddenly became dark and old, with cobwebs spun everywhere. The old man slowly turned his head. He was now just a skeleton. He screamed in a loud voice, "Why didn't you save me? You had the chance. Why did you pretend not to know? This is a nightmare." Lucy showed no expression at all. She simply closed her eyes. Then, when she opened them again, everything had returned to normal. It was still the familiar, elegant room with the maids waiting there. "Lady Lucy, you're awake. Please, let's get ready for school." She remained silent, not saying a word. High-level spatial magic. A blinding flash of light appeared, forcing the maid to cover her eyes. A series of magic circles appeared in the sky, and in the middle was a dazzling light. I don't know why, but right now I really want to go to the northern forest. In the blink of an eye, Lucy was standing on the roof of the wooden shack. She stood there, looking down from above at S, slowly walking into the house, a sense of relief for no reason at all. It's going to rain hard soon, Lucy thought with a smile, but then she heard his voice ring out. So is this camping life really coming to an end? Lucy jumped, startled, and carelessly fell straight down, ending up sprawled on the ground. Right next to Meow's feet is a very unpredictable species. They never play the way we want them to. A little petting might soothe them. They often pretend to be a noble and proud species. Only when we lose interest and get busy with our own work do they start to cling to their owners. That's their nature. If you want them to do what you want, it's best not to pay them any mind. S stared at Lucy with wide eyes, said nothing, and just walked inside, leaving her lying on the ground. Scene change to Sylvania Academy, in S's classroom. Professor Bowen was enthusiastically lecturing, showing off his style at the podium. Those who want to befriend a cat just need to ignore it. Don't show any interest or anything. You'll be surprised when they're the ones to cling to you first. This can sometimes be harder than dating. The female students below couldn't stop laughing during the monster ecology class. It's surprising that cats appear in this subject. S sat at the back of the class, showing no emotion as he sat there quietly, led by the veteran Professor Bowen. This lecture is very popular, so everyone gets high scores. Initially, my grades were very low, but I don't know when it happened, but my training progress has gradually become faster. Now, there are almost no students who can surpass me in the exercises for most subjects. Class is dismissed for today. He quickly packed his things, but Professor Bowen said, "Oh, and could you please come to the lab after the lecture?" Later, at the lab, he asked him, "Do you know about the undergraduate scholarship program?" S immediately replied, "Doing some tasks for the academy in exchange for a partial tuition waiver? You know it well, don't you?" S, this is your chance. What is the work specifically? Bowen said in a low voice. Most of it is work for the academy, but it will probably be mainly assisting Assistant Professor Clea. Professor Gloss left a ton of work behind. Clea is an outstandingly capable student, but she can't handle it all on her own. Let's see, first there's the end of semester evaluation, then the conference program during the break, and when the break is over, there's the placement test for the first-year students. When you meet the first years, don't be too stiff. Hearing this, S thought to himself, if it's a first-year student, then that person will surely be registered as well. Scene changed to another room. Lortel was now holding the grimoire she had retrieved. Indeed, the feeling of resonance with the magical power was intense. Anything. Anything? She raised an eyebrow, wondering if she could really sell this thing to that goblin guy. S had made such an unreasonable request. Perhaps from the very beginning, he didn't want this item to fall into the goblin's hands. Lortel felt a headache coming on. Come on, this is a business transaction. Just think about the money. That's right, maybe I need to be more decisive. Lortel's motto is, never put off till tomorrow what you can do today. She took out the letter S had sent before. She thought she could really accept any request, as long as she had the certificate of purchase for the sage's grimoire. Anything. Lortel blushed, looking at the letter, then smiled and took out a pen and paper to write. Just this once. This is a notice about the special winter break. If Professor Gloss isn't teaching, then who will be the substitute? Oh, I don't need to worry about the camp anymore. She let out a soft sigh. It's the end of the semester, so I'm probably not the only one who's busy. Both Yenika Fauvel and my senior will be just as busy. As for Lucy, there probably won't be any significant changes. But why? Just as she put pen to paper, the nib of Lortel's pen, she frowned, wondering to herself, why do I have such an uneasy feeling? At the same time, at the wooden shack, we're almost out of firewood. S was a little surprised to hear that. Lucy frowned at him. Winter is coming, and we're going to run out of firewood. That's true. But before he could finish his sentence, she quickly cut him off. Why haven't you been hunting lately? He couldn't help but wonder suspiciously, why is Lucy suddenly saying something useful? But maintaining the camp now is pretty useless. I think going to Dexter Hall now wouldn't be so bad. That way, I'll see Lucy less, so maybe the plot can stabilize somehow? Right after that, Yenika's voice called out, "Hi, S!" She smiled, running quickly towards the shack. Seeing her, he asked, "Is class over for today?" "That's right. Professor Mauzia's afternoon class was canceled, so I came here to rest. Once the winter break starts, you won't be staying at the campsite anymore." so I'll come as often as I can now. I was really happy and loved my time here, but knowing that this life is about to end, I feel a little lonely. I really love this campsite. It's a shame I can't come here to hang out anymore. But S, your living environment is important, so if you decide to move into Dexter Hall, call me, okay? I'll help you with anything you need help with. Yanika couldn't hide the excitement on her face. There's a lot to do, you know. In contrast to her, Lucy was extremely gloomy, her eyebrows constantly knitted together. Hearing her, S thought, things to do? Yanika didn't stop talking and continued. Most of my classmates live in Dexter Hall, so we'll definitely see each other often. Oh, and if we run into each other at the student cafeteria, let's eat together. I usually eat early. On days when Clea can't make it, I eat alone. On the first day you're there, I'll show you all around the place. Let's meet tomorrow morning. Ha, and you need at least 2 people for a study room. So if you need an extra person, call me. S didn't answer her, instead taking a key out from his pocket. I have to go see the secret treasure in the library that Professor Gloss mentioned too. Just then, Yanika placed a letter in his hand and said, "Oh, right, the application form for Dexter Hall. That's right. During application season, late applications are often overlooked, so it's better if you fill it out first and then think it over carefully." S quickly took it. "Oh, you were worried about this too? Thanks a lot, Yanika. I wrote one before too. Let's fill it out together now. First, you fill this part." Before she could finish her sentence, a figure flashed past. Lucy suddenly stood, blocking S. She slowly backed away, her eyes full of vigilance as she looked at Yanika. "Stop, don't take that." I just couldn't understand Lucy's actions since that day. Thanks to my steady accumulation of experience, I had achieved great results. Young Master S and Yanika Failover stood nearby, praising me endlessly. "Your progress is truly incredible," but her expression was a bit timid and fearful. "Your spirit perception has already surpassed that of a novice spirit mage, and your basic mana sensitivity has improved significantly." It turned out that, over by a tree, Lucy was frowning and staring daggers at her. Yanika Failover forced a smile and asked, Lucy, did I do something wrong?" Normally, the maids at Awful Hall would help Lucy keep up her appearance, but today she had snuck out of the dorm before dawn wearing only her pajamas. Her magical power has increased. S was engrossed in his book, his body radiating abundant power. It was time to slowly cast an intermediate level spell, but just then, Lucy appeared out of nowhere, completely shattering the mood. Even when he was eating, she wouldn't stop clinging to him. S thought to himself, "Why is she being like this? If I did something wrong, I can just apologize, can't I?" Lucy seemed particularly hostile towards Yanika Failover, but it looked more like fear than aggression. In any case, learning intermediate magic is harder than I thought. S tiredly lay down on the bed. He opened his eyes and looked towards Lucy. "What is it? What will you do when you leave?" "I have things to do." He took out a key and replied, "I need to check the fireplace and the furnace. The temperature can drop below freezing at night. If we're not careful, we could freeze to death. If we move to Dexter Hall, we wouldn't have to worry about this. I have to get all this done before I can go." "Hey." Lucy looked at him with a serious expression. "S, come with me." A red rope was tied to a tree trunk. The rope was dropped down into a cave. S was climbing down the rope. He turned his head and asked, "Why did you follow me all the way here, kid?" Lucy didn't need a rope. She used magic to descend. She bragged, "If we used my magic, we could have gone down together." A moment later, S's feet also touched the ground safely. He sighed. "Yeah, okay." He scanned the area before answering what Lucy had said earlier. "I have to see if I can climb up and down by myself, so I don't need any help." Looking at the items on the shelves, he calculated, "We can't get everything in one trip. We'll definitely have to come back here again." He walked over to a dust-covered cabinet, pulled something out, and exclaimed, "I can't believe there's a secret safe hidden in here." As he inserted the key, he couldn't help but wonder, why did the professor keep this key until the very end? A blinding light emanated from where the key was inserted. When he opened the safe, a huge surge of power rushed out, making both S and Lucy struggle to stand their ground. His eyes lit up when he saw what was inside. "So this is it?" It wasn't until nightfall that voices could be heard by that tree trunk. "We're close to the exit, I know." S faltered for a moment and sighed. He thought it was about time he went to get the materials needed to craft the Magitech device he'd had prepared, but first, he needed a ladder. Having come this far, S wanted to rest for a moment. He figured if he hadn't built up his stamina beforehand, he probably would have had to give up by now. Lucy looked at him pensively and asked, "So, what is that?" The system immediately displayed an info window. Legendary grade Magitech tool, Glads's Golden Phoenix Ring. This magical device allows the user to bend the flow of time and draw mana from the future into the present. Crafting difficulty is 4.5 stars. S now held a ring with a phoenix carved on it. He mused to himself, "I can use magical power from my future self. Theoretically, that means I can use high-level magic right now. However, if I do that, I'll be unable to fight for a period equivalent to the amount of magic I borrowed. Using this recklessly would come at a very steep price. So if I'm going to use it in combat, there's only one way, as a trump card when I'm backed into a corner." Even so, S still wondered, but what if I don't use it for fighting, for example, for a spirit contract? The reason Yenika Filover can command so many spirits is that she not only has high sensitivity, but also a massive mana pool. Beginner spirit mages like me only have 1 or 2 slots and have to train a lot just to speak with low-level spirits. Simply put, my maximum mana isn't enough. If I could increase my maximum mana, even temporarily, it would theoretically be enough to form a contract with a high-level spirit. Of course, that's a brute force method, and it's full of risks. But at that moment, Lucy's voice cut through his thoughts. If I had the time to make something like that, I'd rather. Before she could finish, he shot back. He clenched the ring in his hand. That was all in the past now, S and Lucy. Perhaps even if we searched every nook and cranny of that library, we wouldn't find anything more valuable than this. Professor G was not one to waste his time. After resting, S continued the climb, his mind still racing. Professor Glass always said that pushing talent to its breaking point was a sin, but this is an item that can shatter the very walls of talent with overwhelming magical power. He could now see the light from the cave entrance above. His thoughts continued. That must be why Professor Glass researched Magitech devices, something he hid from the world, a secret he kept until the very end. It was all a gift for his daughter. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. Now, Lucy told S, a long time ago, I lost a button. It was the one on my cuff. I didn't realize how important it was until my sleeve felt too loose and was hard to wear. So, I struggled with it for quite a while. S's hands reached the edge of the cave entrance. Is that so? She continued her story. After it was gone, I realized just how important the things that seem trivial really are. The things I used to think were insignificant turned out to be incredibly important. By now, S was sitting beside her, listening. He was panting with exhaustion. Finally, Lucy got to her point. The truth is, I followed you because there's something I want to ask. Hearing that, S's expression grew serious. Lucy's face was cold. She asked, Are you planning to go to Dexter Hall now? She sounded a little sad. Do you have to go? S was so stunned his jaw dropped. It was a completely unexpected question from Lucy. Until then, S had decided to remain neutral on whether to move into Dexter Hall or stay at the camp. Hearing her question, he explained his reasoning. Living at Dexter Hall would obviously be more convenient. Besides, trying to live out in the wild during this freezing winter isn't a smart move. Hearing his answer, she didn't argue, simply agreeing. Then Lucy abruptly changed the subject. It's going to rain soon. Lucy usually knew when it was about to rain by looking at the dark clouds and feeling the moisture on the bridge of her nose, but S dismissed it. You're not always right about that. He pointed out that it wasn't the rainy season. Lucy kept her gaze fixed on the sky. What falls from the sky isn't always rain. Still, after a long rainy season, it was easy to mistake the signs, even when the season was over. S spoke up. Anyway, I've rested enough. I've been so busy I haven't gathered enough firewood for winter yet, and I can't manage it all alone. So, if you have the time, give me a hand, kid. S smiled gently at Lucy. Besides, you know we're short on firewood. Suddenly, she threw her arms around him, taking him by surprise. She asked again, Really? Snowflakes were slowly drifting to the ground. Lucy was leaning on him. She kept asking, Really? 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 S sighed in defeat. I've gotten completely used to life at the camp. If we can just improve our living conditions a bit more, I'm positive that staying here would be much better. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly froze. A second later, he lay flat on the ground, reconsidering. A new beginning. And that is how Act 2 ended. Now, for Act 3, the scale of the challenges will become much more difficult. When I close my eyes, a flood of thoughts fills my head. The showdown between Princess Fia and Lute Heel, both vying for the position of Student Council President. New protagonists and new enemies will enter the academy as freshmen. And the person standing at the end of this stage, the final boss of Act 3, the awakened one. As Lucy finished her thought, her eyes fluttered open. He was a little worried about the girl standing in front of him. It wasn't an easy task, but for now, I put my worries aside. After all this is over, I'm sure we'll both live long and healthy lives. When I saw an expression on Lucy's face that had never appeared in any scene or route, I felt confident. Sometime later, winter arrived. I was shoveling the layer of snow off the ground. S was clearing the snow in front of his house. When snow falls, it brings a feeling of warmth, but when it accumulates, it just means more work is piling up. By the time I finished cleaning everything up, the sun was already high in the sky. It's been a while since I decided not to overwork myself. Even if the workload is heavy, I've been called to work tomorrow. Because I'm a scholarship student, I decided to finish all my work today. I have to quickly prepare enough firewood and food. The weather is cold, so I don't have to worry about preservation. The food issue was quickly taken care of. Instead of receiving a dormitory subsidy, I decided to get a tuition subsidy. So, the tuition problem was somewhat solved, and I no longer had to live by scheduling my time down to the hour like in the early days. Instead, I divided into 5 parts: morning, noon, afternoon, evening, and late night, but that doesn't mean I can just sleep like this. He was referring to Lucy, who was sleeping here. I was thinking of throwing Lucy out. Even though the protective magic surrounding Lucy showed that the cold wouldn't get to her, I still felt guilty. He sighed helplessly, wondering when he would ever get a break. If I had to face a risk, this was probably the time. He now held the ring in his hand. It was time. He immediately clenched the ring, and it radiated a powerful golden magic. S's voice rang out. Are you listening? The scene shifts to a magnificent, splendid palace. Someone's voice introduces the taste of pastries managed by a former royal pastry chef. The rooftop space is filled with the scent of flowers and herbs. The high-class tea and cakes from La Belle Bakery are hard to book because they're always full. But if I didn't use this bakery as bait, how else would I lure you here? Yenica Failover found this a bit hard to hear. Bait? It sounds like I just took the bait. Klee stood up and got straight to the point. All right, let's stop beating around the bush. Yenica Failover, I think you're getting dangerously close to the limit. You're head over heels for that Shotal guy, aren't you? Yenica Failover's face darkened, having been found out. How did you know that? Clay, with a furious expression, yelled back. How could I not know? But I have no intention of stopping you, she explained. When you first fell for that S guy, I felt totally drained. But after reevaluating for a while, that Shotal guy isn't as bad as I thought. So, I decided to just accept the situation. What she was angry about wasn't that. Clay moved closer to Yenica Failover, questioning her with a serious face. Does your heart ever pound like crazy when you're near that guy? Do you blush and avoid looking him in the eye? No. Yenica Failover started getting nervous. Why are you suddenly asking about that? But Clay just needed a yes or no answer. She didn't care about anything else. Yenica Failover immediately looked away, explaining that instead of feeling flustered or anxious, she felt warmer and more comfortable. Hearing this, Clay's face grew extremely tense as she shouted, "That's it!" The air around Yenica Failover turned gloomy as she realized she was heading for one of the worst possible romantic endings. Bad end, number 13. Her best friend Clay exploded with rage. Oh my god, this dense girl, what's the point of a relationship if it's completely one-sided? You have to make him miss you like crazy. She got so close that Yenica Failover had to push her away slightly. Klee introduced a new concept. If you're the only one following him around, fawning over him and praising him, how can you call that dating? That's called a relationship of worship. Yenica Failover found this reasonable and quietly shed a tear. Klee took her hand and reminded her. Okay, Yenica Failover. Anyway, winter break is coming soon. You know his face is handsome, and girls are always swarming around him, so you have to find a way quickly. But I have to go home, so I'm worried sick. For example, you need to learn how to stimulate his protective instincts, instead of just playing push and pull like you are now. Anis, sipping her tea, had to praise her. As expected, Clay is someone who learned about dating from her friends' love lives, but she's completely right. However, the change in Shot Taylor's reputation was largely due to Clay herself. Because that man was the one Yenica Failover liked, she had relentlessly said good things about him to Belle, the academy staff, and even her friends, so gradually, everyone came to believe it. Thinking this, Anis put her teacup down on the table. She thought deeply. My opinion is a little different. Anis recalled seeing her being scolded by the librarian for returning a book late. I thought she didn't have a shred of dignity. Looking at these things, she wondered how she could have ever become a professor. The senior professors often discussed the abilities of Professor Clay, who was blessed in some way. She had completed her studies under the guidance of top scholars like Gladlast of Lavan, and this time, she even managed to get the most competent teaching assistant. What's this? A student wants to offer help? This must be heavy, right? Let me give you a hand. Assistant Professor Cleo, aside from her excellent academic skills, has no other practical skills to speak of. The reason she can handle all the important tasks is… Anis smiled. Thanks to that guy. No, it's fine, thank you. A second-year student who makes even the academy staff with years of experience nod in approval. She is the best assistant. Claire Elaine's research room wasn't very tidy. The fact that the room is always kept neat now is all thanks to Anis. From the student library, the gig hall management, and the dormitory duty office, she had gathered S's personal information to the point of basically stalking him. If she were caught, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. But with her charming smile, she easily overcame any suspicion. Except for Yenica Failover and Clay, not many people knew her true personality. To Anis, human relationships were ultimately all about saving face. She had 20 minutes before Clay arrived with snacks from the bakery. Before then, she would analyze all the information on Jot Taylor's personality and background. She began to read. The Jot Taylor family, the most powerful clan in the empire. He is the second son among 2 sons and 1 daughter from the family's direct lineage. This kind of side information is useless. Let's look at his biography. Based on this, Jot Taylor successfully usurped the position and became the official heir at the age of 2. He must have been so arrogant as a kid. At 5 years old, he was baptized at the church. At 8 years old, he officially began learning the etiquette of a duke. So, he probably finished that by age 12 and moved on to other lessons. But looking at his grades from his first year, he wasn't some kind of super genius. As soon as she entered the academy, Anis became aware of her difficult family situation and was forced to stand on her own 2 feet. She had to survive as a teaching assistant and a scholarship student, to the point where she had to look up to someone a year younger as a role model, proving her ability to survive despite any circumstances. Of course, Anis didn't have the ability to see the flow of money or smell gold, but she had her ways. Let's see the report. Jot Taylor, history of the Jot Taylor family. Second son of 2 sons and 1 daughter. Direct line of the head of the most powerful family among the clans of the GER Empire. Living in an oppressive environment, he must have been indoctrinated with authoritarian ideas. What's certain is that he was raised without having to worry about money, has no academic talent, and didn't show any noteworthy abilities during his first year. He shows a lack of self-confidence, has a high probability of preferring a gentle and innocent type of woman. Although he is the head, he has a tendency to evade responsibility, preferring to go with the flow. He would rather go with the flow than engage in debates, wants a place to express himself but without it being too troublesome, and prefers relationships that can be handled or discarded when necessary. Of course, he has good looks and is used to luxury, so he must love expensive things. But on the other hand, people like him, who have some accomplishments, might find simplicity more appealing and could be easily swayed by flattery. His favorite topics will revolve around luxury and dignity. He prefers giving gifts to show off his wealth rather than receiving them. Considering the situation, now isn't the time for grand gifts, but if a small gift makes him happy, you'll definitely win his favor. The key is to be someone he can rely on instead of being obsessive, and to be humble instead of competitive. He's sensitive to gains and losses, so appealing to his humanity with just a few words would be ideal. Check how he has changed since being expelled, and adjust your tactics accordingly. Find out his feelings for Yenica failover, see if he's swayed by other women. If he is, see if he feels genuine guilt and remorse. Those two will just ignore everything, act like they're the center of the universe, and then wallow in their own pathetic misery. One more thing. My position as a teaching assistant and his senior will be my advantage in doing this. However, based on his preferences, the ability to read his mood and seize the right moment is also crucial. His ideal type isn't too complicated. He's the living embodiment of the stereotypical desires of someone from a wealthy, noble background. The recent changes in his environment have cornered him, creating a lot of turmoil. But a person's nature, formed over more than a decade, can't change in just 1 year. Although he's managed to polish his reputation a bit, his characteristic arrogance doesn't seem to have disappeared. After reading through the long string of information, she concluded that, in the end, it wouldn't be that difficult. Everything will follow this pattern. Anis smiled. Time for a little practice, I suppose. Just then, Clay came back with some pastries. She'd bought some Mont Blancs from La Belle Bakery. Here, eat up, eat up. She was surprised. You already made tea? Anis, you've really changed. You even guessed I'd bring back snacks. But unfortunately, Clay spilled the cup of tea. She cried out that it was hot. Then, feeling guilty, she glanced at Anis, mentally scolding herself for being clumsy again. Anis is definitely going to yell at me now. Contrary to her thoughts, Anis was concerned about her. Are you hurt? This made Clay's eyes widen in astonishment. Anis thought, that's a relief. You're not hurt. I'm so glad. This attitude was like she was a completely different person, stunning Clay. The scene changes to S's residence, where he is inspecting his clothes. I have to wear my uniform during the break anyway, so it's hard to get it washed. Thank you very much, Belle replied respectfully. There's always a mountain of laundry, so one more uniform is no trouble at all. Besides, you've helped me out quite a lot. She recounted, lately, while washing Lady Lucy's clothes, I found many strands of blonde hair on them. And when washing the young master's clothes, they have the scent of the lady's candles and strands of white hair from her. S recalled that Lucy had indeed been much clingier lately. He was impressed that Belle could figure that out just from doing the laundry once. If this woman weren't a maid, how far could she go? She wondered. But, young master, why are you using polite language with me? It was simply because S felt more comfortable that way, but the maid felt more at ease with informal speech. Not backing down, he replied. I prefer speaking formally. He felt that, in reality, with her position as head maid, she could almost be considered a veteran employee at the academy. Besides, I'm no longer a noble or a student of the officers' hall. Speaking informally like that doesn't feel right to me. Even so, Belle just thought he was acting strange as always. S had to explain clearly, I will treat you with respect, because you, Miss Belle, are the head maid. You have many people to look after and must have a lot to worry about. Belle remained stubborn and advised him, let's see. Just speak comfortably and normally. The one who needs to worry about those around them is probably you, S, even more than me. Hearing that, he just stood there with a blank face, not understanding what she was talking about. Finally, she conceded, oh, never mind. Excessive worry just becomes a burden. However complicated your relationships get, S, that's your own business. Anyway, if you have laundry, please just tell me. My workload has stabilized now, so it's fine. The renovation of the officers' hall is also complete. The two of them looked down from the window and continued their conversation. Restoring the hall in almost one semester, it seems the academic department put in a lot of effort. The new students will be arriving, and out of the 7 new students we'll be serving starting this break, 1 is already registered for the hall and is moving their things in. S wondered who it was, but it seemed he already guessed who. It's her, isn't it? Belle confirmed it. Yes. As I thought, you already knew. S felt helpless. This break is going to be a lot of trouble. My little sister is coming. A moment later, at a snow-covered house, someone's voice spoke up. I'll probably head home for this winter break. Why? Is Elle the librarian going home too? Zix, who was practicing a handstand, explained, Yeah, how'd you know? I want to spend time with Elka. You're staying at the camp during the break, right? S, who was sitting by the fire reading a book, answered, I guess so. I'll be a 3rd year soon, so I need to learn how to use intermediate magic. I'm planning on doing some research. Zix reminded him, just a year ago, you were still learning basic spells. Don't push yourself too hard. After finishing his training, he asked doubtfully, I can't sense any of your magical power right now. Did you train until you completely exhausted your mana again? Suddenly, he placed a hand on S's forehead to check, then asked, It looks like you have a fever too. Are you sure you're not sick? S blushed and made an excuse. I have my reasons. Don't worry too much. I just don't think I'll be able to use magic for a while. Somewhat reassured, Zix put on his coat and left. If you say so, then fine. The best thing about Zix's easygoing nature was that he would just accept that everything has its own reason and let it go, which made things much easier. He then recalled his conversation with Ayla and related. Oh, right. Ayla was asking about you. Apparently, there was a misunderstanding last time. Ayla said she wants to meet you and formally apologize, but she didn't know where you lived, so she asked me. But I didn't tell her, since that's personal information. S closed the book he was reading and said casually, Just tell her I don't need an apology. Tell her I have no issues with what happened. I don't need her to apologize, and I don't hold any grudges. Zix commented bluntly, Instead of calling that forgiveness, it's more like you're just indifferent. S then became a little curious. By the way, you're pretty tight-lipped yourself, aren't you? He tossed a pouch of money towards him. Do a job for me before you go home. This is a small payment. S recalled that night. I was using Glast's underground library, and it's a huge mess inside, so I need someone to help me clean it up. He caught the money pouch and agreed, I don't have a problem with that. I can just treat it as a form of training. But what are you planning to use that library for? S took out a pen and paper and wrote something down. I'm going to use it as my workshop. Hearing him say that, Zix grew curious. You're also practicing how to make magitech? You're training yourself to survive at the camp, using mana, elemental magic, magitech, and even a crossbow. And you're starting work at the academy tomorrow too. I guess people like you are the ones who succeed, huh? But don't overwork yourself. By now, S had finished writing his to-do list for the winter break, which included 9 tasks. Let's see. Tomorrow. Work for the scholarship students. Time passed. The next morning at the academy, a voice rang out. Scholarship students. Thank you all for coming today. Right now, Assistant Professor Kleeing is unable to communicate. She had to resolve issues with the conference program and check the class schedules for the next semester, so she's been awake for 44 hours straight. Therefore, as the chief assistant, I will be guiding you on all important matters. By this time, everyone had arrived. Anis began to assign the scholarship students their duties, which included basic preparations for the upcoming new student placement test and proctoring on the day of the exam. S thought about the placement test for new students. The annual exam was usually handled by Glast, but this year it was Claire Elaine's turn, just like the last time. Of course, I already knew the results. The only surprise is that Kobe is here too. Anis, please explain in more detail. Last year it was held in the forest north of Akin Island, but this year we're doing it on Mount Ozon in the northwest. Then she assigned the tasks. Kobe will go get the items we pre-registered for from the guild building. Senior Anik will assist Professor Klee. And finally, there's TL. She silently judged them. There was one thing both Clay and Yenika Failover were overlooking, and that was the sheer number of women surrounding So Taylor. Just one look at his face and you could tell he was a playboy. Since we're working together as scholarship students, this is a good chance to test him. After reading the file, I was able to perfectly embody the ideal type of person he wants. In just one night, if he's a man who's easily tempted and can't resist it. So Taylor, I will take responsibility and separate you from Yenika Failover. Amy seductively brushed her hair back and smiled. You're coming with me to scout the field site, the northwest of the academy, the snow-covered Mount Ojan. Someone's footsteps crunched as they muttered, This mountain isn't that big, but a mountain is still a mountain. There are a lot of pretty dangerous areas, and in this season, if any student slips, they could get seriously injured. After walking for a while, she sighed, I'm so tired. You don't seem tired at all, do you? Seeing Anus was tired, he also stopped. It's about time for a break anyway. Let's rest for a bit. She forced a smile. Oh, Thank you so much. You're so thoughtful. Maybe I've been misunderstanding a lot of things about him. He wondered. Misunderstanding? She quickly explained. You probably have some idea, right? I'm Yenika Filover's best friend, so I get really worried if she's hanging around someone bad. Because I was a little worried, I've been acting pretty cold and distant toward you. Taking a piece of paper from his pocket, he replied, It's fine, I didn't really notice. Come on, we need to check the next point and get this done quickly. He showed a bit of concern. You must be tired from your life as the head assistant. It must have been really tough for you. Anis blushed. Yeah, but it's okay, because now I have Sote here with me. She linked her arm with his. Of course, the other two are a big help, but you're the one who motivates and helps me the most. I'm sorry if this hurts you, but you were disowned by your family, weren't you? Her expression turned sad. Me too. Right after I enrolled, my family fell on hard times, but I still wanted to come to this school, so I had to endure it all alone. I feel like I went through a long, harsh winter all by myself. Sote looked at her, assessing her. No doubt, everyone saw her as someone with tenacious vitality. Whether it was money problems or other issues, she always handled them herself. He gently comforted her. Don't be too sad. You're doing a great job, but it seems my image in her eyes. Anis tugged on his shirt. Thank you. Her face turned red. We have quite a lot in common, don't we? Anis's attitude surprised Sote. Isn't she supposed to be the cold, practical type? Suddenly, her foot caught on something. Sote quickly caught her and warned, Be careful. She was embarrassed. I'm sorry. I accidentally tripped on a rock. Sote looked down at the path, puzzled. A rock? Her face was bright red. Wait a minute. Why am I so hot? I'll calm down in a second. Immediately after, she pulled away. You stay here? I'll be right back. Now somewhere else, Anis remarked to herself. On the outside, Sote seems so reliable and serious. Is it all an act? This is tough. A friend who's gone through the same academic hardships. That challenge creates a bond of empathy. Sote looks capable, but on the inside, he seems weak and in need of protection. I wasn't sure if he liked mature charm or youthful cuteness, so I tried to combine both. I also tried some physical contact, culminating in that accidental hug. Everything is going almost exactly according to plan. Did I get too into character? She looked down at her hands, embarrassed. Either way, he's not what I thought. He's even better than I expected. His body is amazing. He acts like a perfect gentleman, but he's much tougher than I thought. I thought he was just the son of some ignorant noble, but surprisingly, he's pretty smart. And his looks, well, it's no surprise Yenika Filover fell for him so easily. Anis was lost in a daydream when she suddenly realized, I get it. Is this how he seduces all those girls? But I'm different. Over on his side, Sote let out a breath. He had reached the mountain peak. He exclaimed, It's so beautiful. The scenery of Mount Ojin was enough to make a person forget their worries for a moment. However, there are still some things I haven't figured out how to solve. For example, the matter of Tanizat Taylor. The villainess is probably the most accurate way to describe her. Befitting her title as the daughter of a ducal family, Tanny is a political genius. All of her political skills and schemes were developed instinctively. Using them, she's aiming to become the first-year student council president in Sylvania's history. Before long, she will have swayed all the influential figures in the academy. Belle said Tani arrived at the dorms earlier than everyone else, probably to spread her influence as much as possible before the semester began. Tanizat Taylor isn't a side character. She's a major villain. I remember her clearly, so from the beginning, I thought I could prepare well. The problem is, how will Tanizot Taylor treat me? I have no idea. Tani knows, but I don't, because I'm not that other guy. I am me. The original Sote Taylor was just a minor villain who made a brief appearance at the beginning and then disappeared. He wasn't even mentioned in detail in the character settings. Thinking back, it's not surprising, because he was definitively a side character. Because of that, there are no clues. Absolutely none. Therefore, this is a problem I can't possibly figure out. What will Tanizot Taylor think of Sote Taylor? To Tanizot Taylor, Sote Taylor is trash. Sylvania is full of shining stars. The princess of the Gloger Empire, the de facto leader of the Elter Merchant Guild, a spirit master who can control high-level spirits despite being a teenager, a great alchemist who created the elixir Kadan as a mere student, a monster who rules the vast northern plains, the demon sword of the Noten family who has mastered holy swordsmanship, and best of all, the rare genius mage blessed by the stars from the great archmage G.L. Ket, a feast of all stars. Just thinking about it makes my heart pound. It's impossible not to admire Sylvania Academy. I will blend in with them and live a fulfilling academic life. A servant spoke respectfully. Young lady, your luggage has been arranged by the maids. It's the second room on the third floor. Please complete the dormitory check-in procedures with the servants. A pair of feet stepped down from the carriage. She thought, there's one place I have to stop by first. The servant listened. Yes, I understand. The The first thing to do in Sylvania, this long-admired land of learning, is deal with the name So Taylor, the one who tarnished the honor of the Tani family. I, Tanizat Taylor, the second daughter of Duke Taylor, have decided it's time to take out the trash. She read a letter. As a father, I am delighted to hear of your desires. I will fully support your ambitions. Represent me and get to know everyone. Expand your influence. She resolved, I will meet your expectations, father. Before coming to Sylvania to study, Tani made 2 resolutions to her father. Sylvania will grant you the utmost respect due to your status. But at its core, it is still a land of learning. Even the princess herself must show minimal respect to the teachers in academic matters. Therefore, do not be arrogant because of your noble status. Those who study above you are all your seniors. At that moment, Tani was having tea with someone. She expressed her gratitude. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me, senior. She started the conversation. Since you already know about that man, I won't need to explain at length. He is a stain on our family and a disgusting person. I grew up with him, so I know very well. That must have been very difficult. Even so, my childhood was nothing compared to yours, senior. It wasn't difficult for her to guide the conversation so naturally. Ed Roth Taylor criticizes the essay, but he's just a braggart with no dignity whatsoever. A crude person. Yet just because he's older, he's considered the heir to the family, with no determination, only trying things half-heartedly before giving up. However, his pride is too high for him to ever admit his own incompetence. He's only just awakened a tiny bit of mana sensitivity, yet he acts as if he's some great mage. I was shocked when he got into Sylvan like that, but it's a relief that it hasn't even been a few years, and he's already gotten caught up in trouble and ended up like this. I never thought the reputation of a bottom feeder could be so helpful. So what do you think? Of course, someone like you, senior, must have seen right through him immediately. As she said this, Tan's face was filled with anxiety. She felt that something was strange. Why did it feel like she was talking to herself? Her father's words echoed in her mind. Remember this. When you meet the person I introduce you to, you must always treat him with respect, especially during negotiations and transactions. He is someone you must never take lightly. That girl and I met during a project related to acquiring the Sage's Grimoire. It will surely be an interesting experience. But whatever. The oppressive aura was crushing Ed Roth Taylor, she told herself. Just hang in there. Ed Roth Taylor's eyes met the glowing eyes of the person opposite her. What's wrong? Keep talking. Ed Roth Taylor's entire body felt as if it were being coiled by a giant snake. She gasped for breath. Are you angry? The other person asked with a smile. Angry? What are you talking about? Her face was full of cunning. How interesting, she exclaimed. Scene change. On the table is a piece of paper with a to-do list for the winter break. S has completed 5 out of 9 tasks. He held 2 books. One was an intermediate-level magic guide focusing on bombardment, and the other was an intermediate-level magic guide on the origin of wind. I picked these up from Glass's library last night. It's convenient to be able to look at books without having to return them. The first day's work for the scholarship student was more or less done. I feel like Anis's situation is even tougher than mine. He reached his hand toward the pile of firewood, but it didn't burn, which made him remember. Ah, right. Even though I can't cast it because I have no mana, I at least want to master the theory a bit. Let's see. Before, that kid always appeared in various unpredictable places, but now her sphere of activity is confined to familiar territory. S called out to Lucy, who was sleeping on the bed. Hey Lucy, light the fire for me. I could lift the kid up without any difficulty. Lucy was so light I wondered if she might be malnourished. He carried Lucy over to the pile of wood and pointed over there. Instantly, her magic made the fire blaze up. He praised her. Good girl. Lucy said she wanted to be outside too. He immediately agreed. All right. She sat next to him and smelled perfume. He just replied nonchalantly, Is that so? I was busy all day working at the academy and doing a field survey with Anis, so her scent probably rubbed off on me. With a worried look, Lucy probed, Are you running a fever, or are you sick? You've been found out, haven't you? She reminded him. Don't get sick, okay? If you get sick, you could die. Lucy reached out her hand to heal him. If your mana is in disarray, let me fix it for you. But strangely, her magic had no effect on him. Lucy was surprised and corrected herself. It's not in disarray. It's completely empty. Hey, you're really reckless, you know that? S remained resolute. I can still handle it, Lucy announced. After winter ends, I'll probably be even stronger. Then she asked, Hey, can I ask you for something weird? S was confused. Something weird? She proposed. Can you pat my head for a little while? In the end, Lucy laid her head on his lap. S read his book while patting her head. With her head being patted, Lucy revealed a satisfied expression. Suddenly, a greeting made him turn his head. Long time no see, senior. It was Lotheo. He wondered, Did you come here because of the favor I asked of you? You could have just told me to come to the Merchant Guild. Why come all the way to the camp? She stammered. Actually, I came because I have something to talk to you about. She observed Lucy resting on his lap. There are a few things I wanted to ask you. Scene change to another location, where someone's voice rings out. The story is a bit long, but thank you both for listening until the end. The main point is quite simple. Ed Roth Taylor smiled warmly. If you support me, Senior, and help me punish that man, I will provide the most generous reward possible. For example, the Elan family is famous for its renowned archaeologists, is it not? I can share some of the artifacts stored in the Joe Taylor family's repository. Elka grew excited. Really? Liz, who was behind him, also stepped forward. Is that so? He wondered. Tan, right? Her eyes intently observed his sturdy physique. She could even clearly feel the amount of mana flowing through his body. I need to get this person on my side. With a grim face, Liz questioned, Are you Senior's younger sister? Ed Roth Taylor confirmed. That's right. Her face was now filled with fear. Suddenly, he broke into a cheerful smile. He turned his head back brightly. Elka, did you hear that? This is Senior's little sister. Then he took out something like a sphere and handed it to Ed Roth Taylor. Zeech explained, This is a basic Magitech tool used in the mandatory classes for first-year students. Instead of buying a new one, just use this. This is a mana sensitivity training tool, and it's already been set up, so it'll be easy to use. Before she could get over her surprise, Zeech asked Elle, By the way, did you keep your notes from Professor Delo's elemental chemistry class? She replied, Yeah, I have them right here. I was about to throw them away. And so, Zich's voice rang out. Hey, take this and this. You probably don't need this one. Ah, but whatever. Just take it too. If you don't need it, you can just throw it away. Without a summary, there will be a big difference in learning efficiency. Elka, do you still have the flower crown from Professor Hen's class? A moment later, the two of them were panting tiredly, wiping sweat from their brows. Tan was holding a pile of stuff. She wondered, You heard my proposal clearly, right? They finally remembered. Ah, you were planning to do something to your senior, right? S sighed. Ah, right. It's normal for siblings to compete with each other. There's no way you can get along perfectly. As they were talking, a voice called out, The train is about to depart. In the end, he cheerfully said goodbye. Anyway, you're his little sister, right? It was nice meeting you. I'm Zeech, a second-year student, and also S's junior. He added cheerfully, Due to a few things, we both owe each other a little, and we've known each other for a while now. You could call it a special relationship. You're just like your brother. You have a very dignified aura. You surely have a promising future ahead of you. Zeech walked past, placing a hand on Tan's shoulder. He encouraged her. You're so lucky to be born into a good family, aren't you? The two of them bid her farewell. Anyway, do your best. Let's work hard together. 1, 2, 3. Fighting. At the same time, because she was holding so many things, Ed Roth Taylor fell over, fighting. She truly didn't understand what was happening. What is this? Scene changed to the professor's building, Professor Clay's office. Anissa's voice rang out. You've worked hard. Professor Clay was looking at herself in the mirror. Her face was utterly exhausted. Anis spoke up again to remind her. Once you finish the placement tests for the first-year students, you can rest for the remainder of the break. She looked at Anis, who was still organizing a pile of papers, with admiration. Is this what they call youth? Anis, you're amazing. It's been 2 days, and you still look so full of life. Amazing. While organizing the documents, she commented, As expected, you can't rely on the external scholarship students. Neither Anisser nor Gobi can handle paperwork neatly. In the end, I still have to redo it from scratch. The only exception is Exot. His paperwork is perfect too. She recalled her inspection with S. This entrance could cause students to get lost. We should block it off. The snow is very slippery. It'll be a bit difficult if it's still this slippery on the day of the exam. Practical problem-solving skills didn't seem to be something commonly found among high-ranking nobles. It would be a lie to say I wasn't surprised. I didn't expect him to have not lived a pampered life like I thought. Clay approached Anis to probe. By the way, Anis, you're staying with S, right? How is it? Something like that, yes? Her eyes turned serious as she added, This is a student secret. I had some investigations to conduct regarding the Officer Hall occupation incident, so I was tailing him to see. I never expected him to have built a camp that's bigger and more impressive than this laboratory. The tools, workbench, fireplace, display rack, drying rack, and smoke ventilator all seem to have been made by him. You can tell just by looking how much he's persevered. His grades have even improved a lot. Even Glast acknowledged it. On top of that, he even made a pact with the spirits. Spirit-related training is normally inaccessible, so she had no idea how he managed it. Wow, he must have worked incredibly hard. Hearing this, Anis's eyes widened in amazement. Oh, and another thing, his practical skills have improved to a surprising degree. There's no way those nobles, living like hothouse flowers, could ever achieve that kind of real-world sense. In the end, Clay felt like the two of them had a lot in common. Anis felt helpless. As for me and S, she appreciated it. Thank you for thinking so highly of us. But still, he really doesn't seem like a bad person. I can't just encourage her to fall for him based on a few opinions. However, when I interact with him directly, I can't find a single flaw. He's just a proper and kind man. Hey, is he really a good guy? He's good-looking, doesn't have an arrogant attitude, and is highly regarded by Professor Clay. He's also more of a gentleman than I thought. I just happened to find that out. And his family is great too. He even smells nice. It seems he keeps up his hygiene pretty well. Seeing Anis not responding, Clay asked, "Are you daydreaming?" Suddenly, she slammed the table and shot to her feet, quickly opening the window. "It's a little hot, so I'm opening the window." Clay hurriedly agreed, but also reminded her, "Sure, open it for some fresh air, but make sure the papers don't fly away." She was worried about Anis. "Are you okay? You seem to be overworking yourself." But Anis was lost in her own thoughts. This is a huge problem. This is really, really not good. It was indeed a huge problem. Anis's face was flushed. What am I going to do? Then, she suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. She recalled Clay's words about him making a pact with a spirit and reasoned to herself, there's no way he could have formed a pact with a spirit on his own in such a short period. Yenika Filover must have been with him, helping him commune with the spirit. That spirit must be a capable and trustworthy one. Anything can be reported to Yenika Failover. At this thought, Anis's hands trembled as if in fear. Professor Clay gently asked Anis, "It seems like we're done with all the work. Would you like to go get a snack?" What should we get, I wonder? But by the time she had put on her coat, Anis had already vanished from the room. Someone's thoughts drifted aimlessly. The Fervor family's motto is to live in harmony. Her noble heart always cared for and loved everyone. It made her shine. It was a life where the concept of loneliness didn't exist, always surrounded by sincere friends. However, no life is without its worries. Yenika Filover was sitting under a tree, sobbing out a name, Anis. Just then, Ed Rothtaylor suddenly approached, waving, "Hello! It's a pleasure to meet you, Senior Yenika Failover." She was panting and covered in sweat as she explained, "I wanted to introduce myself and talk with you." Yenika Failover Fervor stood out among the third-year students. Her fame and talent truly made her an ace in the hole. For her own purposes, she was someone Ed Rothtaylor needed to get on her side. Ed Rothtaylor recalled Lothio putting an arm around her shoulder and reminding her of something. She had trembled and thanked her. Senior Lothio. Now, Ed Rothtaylor asked, "Would it be all right, Senior Janik?" But a fire of rage was already burning in Yenika Failover's heart. Seeing this, Ed Rothtaylor was completely astonished. Lothio's words about Yenika Failover echoed in her mind. Don't worry too much. Senior Yenika Failover is very kind and thoughtful. But contrary to that, the Yenika Failover before her now was like a blazing demon. She'll always listen and believe whatever anyone tells her. Yenika Failover's face was now filled with utter anguish. Tears streamed endlessly from her vacant eyes. "We've found most of the ingredients you need, but the legendary crafting materials are too hard to find. They're especially scarce in a winter like this," Ed said as he poured some water. "Well, it can't be helped then. Still, thanks, kid. You're busy yourself and yet you're still worrying about me." Lothio stretched and replied, "It was on my way, so don't worry about it." Ed handed her the cup of water and grumbled a little. "Why didn't you just rest instead of coming all this way just to tell me that? The road here isn't exactly short." Lothio took the warm cup, warming her hands as she replied gently, "Don't worry, I came here to rest." The moon smiled. The moon that was once as full as a platter now showed only a sliver of itself. Time flies when you're caught up in the hustle and bustle of life. Even the river seems to fall asleep. Winter brings tranquility to everyone, but how each person receives it is different. For me, this winter is a time of trial, a time to protect myself from the harsh cold. Winter break to-do list. 1. Organize and clean the workshop. Complete. 2. Check material storage. Complete. 3. Expand the cabin. 4. Review the main plot. Complete. 5. Go over the scholarship students' work. Complete. 6. Improve minimum magic engineering proficiency to Tier 3. 7. Learn special archery-related skills. 8. Learn intermediate magic theory. Complete. 9. Form a pact with a high-level spirit. Although it was a busy time, anyone who has walked alone through quiet streets on a winter night knows this feeling. The feeling of passing through a sleeping world, enveloped in solitude. Winter has that kind of magical power. Just then, Lothio spoke up cautiously. "Hey, why is Lucy sleeping there?" Ed, who was reading a book while stroking the head of Lucy as she slept on his lap, said innocently, "Winter." Lothio grew impatient. Is that supposed to be an answer? Her face twisted in annoyance. Maybe that was a bit vague. Did I overreact? She thought, before composing herself and changing the subject. To be honest, I wouldn't have come all this way just to talk about supplies, Ed asked seriously. Is there something else? Lothio took out a glowing item. Oh, are you going to pretend you don't know what this is? Ed looked at the item, astonished. You actually managed to get it? Lothio replied confidently, I did. The item sparkled for a moment, and then a letter materialized in her hand. With her cheeks flushed, Lothio said cheerfully, This is getting interesting, isn't it? I will give you anything. So, by any means necessary, obtain the Sage's Grimoire. As a merchant, it's only natural to want a return on my investment. Hearing this, he broke into a cold sweat and looked away. Seriously, kid, just how big of a favor are you going to ask me to do? Lothio whispered slyly in his ear. Of course, I won't make an outrageous request that would feel like a burden or be impossible for you to fulfill, senior. All I ask is that you stand with me. Confused, he peeked at her through one eye. That's right. This is Act 3. The confrontation between Princess Phonia and Lothio will officially begin. Sensing this, Lothio has started to meddle in the politics of the Princess of Benevolence, Phonia Elias Clo, Lothio's mortal enemy. If the scenario goes according to plan, she will rise to become the Student Council president, seize control of the academy, and expand her power. And using that power, she will be the main character who exposes the darkness of the Jodl family in Act 3. Lothio continued. At some point, everyone in the academy will have to choose a side. When that time comes, please, just stand with me. That's all. Finished, she stood up to leave. Who wins between Phonia and Lothio will depend on the protagonist's choice, he thought, and that's not me anyway. After thinking it over, he said, I don't think it would really mean much for me to be on your side. Hearing that, she smiled and replied, That's right, senior. Even though your reputation at the academy has improved a bit, your support wouldn't bring about any significant results. You are, after all, just another student. Ed frowned at her words. You're being awfully blunt, you know? Lothio just kept smiling. And this isn't about politics. It's simply a matter of whether it means something to me or not. Then, she turned back and gave him a meaningful look. After a bit more back and forth, he finally agreed. All right, fine. That's not too hard. Lothio quickly burned the letter in her hand. Ed watched the scene for a moment, then began his assessment again. Lothio, with a captivating smile, reveals a sharpness that makes it seem as if she has 1,000 different faces. But then, Lothio suddenly turned around, a beautiful smile on her face under the moonlight as she exclaimed, I'm really happy. E wondered to himself, she can make an innocent face like that? Sometime later. Since it's vacation, there are no classes or duties for scholarship students. I planned to sleep in for once, but I woke up early out of habit. As Phonia was nodding off, she stretched and said, Can you start the fire for me? I talked with Lothio for a long time last night, and something's been on my mind. Lo then asked the senior, You have a little sister, right? Your sister seems to be upset about something. I'm not sure if she really sees you as the family's enemy, or if it's just some resentment from sibling rivalry. To be honest, it's actually kind of cute, so I introduced her to a few people. She's planning to walk around today, and she'll probably come find you tomorrow morning to clear the air. The biological sister of the body I've possessed. How am I supposed to handle my relationship with her? It's a complete mystery. No matter how much I think about it, I can't figure it out, so there was nothing I could do. Just then, Ed Roth-Taylor appeared with a few people and said, Oh, it's been a while, big brother, since we haven't seen each other in so long. I brought you a gift. Are you tense? Or are you feeling awkward? It looks like she's afraid of something, but at least she doesn't seem to hold a grudge. Okay, I get it. Anyway, during my time at the Rossdale mansion, I at least had a good life with the family. E thought to himself. My apologies for being so quick to judge. As E thought this, he suddenly stood up, covering his face. Ed Roth-Taylor was completely startled by this. E recalled that time. A plate of steak was smashed, along with the question, How dare you bring this to the heir of the Rothtail family? Meanwhile, Ed Roth-Taylor calmly ate her portion. Ed Roth-Taylor, you're so good at hiding your contempt. Your patience is truly astonishing. You're really good at handling things and being perceptive. Back then, that guy was incredibly arrogant and cruel, stomping on the maid's face. The maid was kicked down next to the thrown piece of meat, terrified. Sobbing sounds. At that moment, Ed Roth-Taylor's hands started to tremble, and finally, unable to bear it anymore, she screamed, Please, stop. The room fell silent for a moment. Then that guy spoke up again, mocking her. What are you trying to say? Do you actually care for or pity those who are nothing more than tools? This guy's face was twisted with cruelty. It seems you haven't quite become a true noble yet. Back in the present, he took the box and smiled happily. Thank you. I'll make good use of it. I'll wear it to the academy next semester. To be precise, I've been expelled from the family. I can't believe you came all this way for someone who isn't even your real brother. But thank you, anyway. Then he turned and walked away decisively. A bewildered Ed Roth-Taylor called out to her brother. Suddenly, E said, What are you standing there for? Sit down by the fireplace. Just wait a moment. We're running low on blue herbal tea. Don't bother making any. Ed Roth-Taylor noticed the girl sitting by the fire and was startled. This is, E reminded her. You don't need to worry about her. But you, don't just lie around there. By now, Ed Roth-Taylor had sat down. E brought out 2 cups and said, I heard you walked around the other academy buildings to check things out. So, did you meet anyone interesting? Ed Roth-Taylor replied hesitantly. Ah, yes. I've heard a lot about you. About me? He asked, surprised. Not many people know me well enough to have good stories to tell. The moment the name Yenica Filover was mentioned, all 3 of them immediately became extremely tense, their faces turning pale. Seeing their expressions, E realized the answer, So you've met her? Yanika Failover is very kind, right? Among all the people I know, she's probably the kindest and most gentle. Ed Rothtaylor agreed. Yes, Senior is really kind. She's a truly good person, and she's also very strong. That high-level fire spirit, the fire salamander. She summoned it and threw the maids around like they were toys. She said if I didn't answer correctly, she wouldn't let me off the hook. Then she quickly corrected herself. That's not it. Senior Yanika Failover is very considerate and gentle, and she encouraged me to do my best in my studies. E was shocked to hear that. You saw her summon a high-level spirit? Ed Rothtaylor explained in a panic. I didn't see it. I really didn't see anything. It was all in my imagination. People say that's what high-level spirits look like, so I just imagined it. Please don't misunderstand. Seeing this, E just sighed. Just as he'd expected, something was very strange. The Ed Rothtaylor I know isn't this timid. After all, everyone who's ever met a Rothtail holds a grudge against me. Seeing his sister's pale face and fearful expression, he called out, Hey, Ed Rothtaylor. It startled her. E said seriously, Look, I'm living my life to the best of my ability now, so don't give me that look. I was already expelled for my past sins. Back at the mansion, I was pretty pathetic and useless, wasn't I? There are things that can't be undone now, but anyway, I'm sorry. As he spoke, he handed a cup to Ed Rothtaylor, who quickly took it. E smiled gently and continued, I heard you want to become the student council president. I fully support you in that goal. I might not be able to help much, but I know you're always trying your best. Keep up the good work. Then he observed Ed Rothtaylor's expression. Even so, he thought, I know Ed Rothtaylor can't become president. She's a villain character who only exists to make Fia look good. Besides, Ed Rothtaylor Rossdale is the first relative I've had the chance to interact with. So no matter what, I feel a deep connection to her. But with this expression of hers, I have no idea where this relationship will go. Ed Rothtaylor looked incredibly tense, as if she might pass out from the pressure. A moment later, the sound of exhausted breathing could be heard. Panting, I almost let my guard down. I know what that piece of trash is really like, but I almost died just for bad-mouthing him. In that moment, I understood what true blinding rage was. Senior Yanika Failover seems to trust and follow that bastard, but it's strange. Sylvania is filled with elites, including the #1 mage, the rare genius, Lucy Myrtle. In a place full of talented people like this, no matter how good Ed Rossdale is at acting, he's bound to be exposed soon. Suddenly, Lucy appeared. The two girls looked at each other in shock. The room next to mine? She thought. Well, even in Ophelis Hall, the Academy's best dormitory, pathetic and clumsy people like him are bound to exist. Lucy spoke up. You're Ed's little sister? Ed Rothtaylor sighed, thinking, that guy Ed is so lucky. Unexpectedly, Lucy stood on her tiptoes, patted Ed Rothtaylor's shoulder, and said kindly, if you run into any trouble, just let me know. With that, she opened her door and went inside, leaving a dazed Ed Rothtaylor staring after her. Ed Rothtaylor's eyes widened in shock. In Ophelis Hall, the most prestigious dorm, only the top student could use a gold nameplate. Room 302, Lucy Merrill. She's that rare genius mage. Ed Rothtaylor was hit with another huge shock. I don't know anything, a piercing scream echoed. It seems it will take Ed Rothtaylor a long time to adjust to Sylvania, and it's definitely not her fault. In the Rose Garden, a voice rang out. Anus slammed the table and said loudly, Introduce me to a male student. If possible, I want someone handsome, tall, and talented. Bio broke out in a cold sweat, looking a bit helpless. You're not exactly the type to casually meet up with guys, are you? I never thought you had any dating experience to begin with. Hearing this, Annis just hung her head, looking gloomy. Seeing this, Bio quickly explained. My apologies. I didn't mean anything bad by that. I just thought you weren't interested in romance. You're always busy and completely dedicated to your work. Just like that young master who's about to be a third year. Thinking about it now, you two have quite a lot in common. Hearing this name, Annis gave a strange start. Bayo saw her reaction and exclaimed in shock, You know him? Annis's cheeks turned pink with embarrassment. She helplessly ran a hand through her hair and said, I guess I really can't hide anything from you, Bio. That's right, it's just as you think. I heard a lot of bad rumors, so I met him to see for myself. But surprisingly, we have a lot in common and get along well. He has this quiet side to him, and he's not bad. Bio had a speechless look on her face. So in the end, you chose Ed. Yeah, I'll admit it outright. Annis placed a file on the table and declared, I feel a little drawn to him. Actually, this is good news. If someone like me can be attracted to him, it proves that Nick made the right choice. In the end, as long as I can get my feelings under control quickly, there won't be a problem. After listening for a moment, Bio spoke up seriously. Lady Annis. Annis continued, if you think of it like a malignant tumor, then catching it early is a blessing. It's not like he's the only male student in the world. If we find another man to be a replacement and publicly announce that we're a couple. But just then, Belle said something that completely startled Annis. Does she even know about your feelings? She gathered the documents and calmly offered her opinion. First of all, the idea of finding a replacement could be a huge insult to the person involved. Even for you, Lady Annis, you've never been this inconsiderate of others. My feelings are already for someone else, so I'll just end things by finding a new lover. Is that what you're planning? Annis closed her eyes and spoke with a sense of helplessness. Actually, I passed by the teacher's lounge yesterday and saw Yanika fail over, but we didn't greet each other. Things felt a little awkward. She looked sad. And next week, I have to proctor the class placement exam with S. I feel so guilty about Yanika Filover. I don't know how to face her. Annis was so worried she was trembling. Unexpectedly, Bio reassured her. Maybe it's not as serious as you think. In fact, it might even have a positive effect. Hearing this, Annis asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Belle then explained, "Lady Yanika Filover is always kind and sincere to others, and she has 2 friends who always protect her from getting hurt. Wasn't the problem from the start that she's just too perfect compared to everyone else? Sometimes, being too perfect isn't always a good thing. I was very shocked by what you showed me today, Lady Annis. But when I think about how you trusted me enough to confide in me, I'm truly grateful for that. Sometimes, imperfection adds a certain charm. You could call it a protective instinct. That other friend of hers really stirred Yanika Filover up. That guy is strangely popular, so we need to find a solution quickly. It stimulates the protective instinct more than just pushing and pulling like this." The words protective instinct became clearer in Annis's mind. Thanks to Bio's encouragement that she didn't need to feel guilty, her thoughts began to clear up. An image of Yanika Filover appeared in her mind, and she couldn't help but smile. When she's confused and tired, Yanika Filover would definitely go to a very predictable place. The scene shifts to S. It was now nighttime in the snowy forest. As soon as he saw the person sitting by the fire, he called out in surprise, "Oh, when did you get here?" But Yanika Filover just pressed her lips together and lowered her head in silence. It's time to start preparing the materials to build the shed. I want to expand the space inside the cabin, but with this holiday schedule, I'll have to hurry. While he was calculating, S's gaze shifted towards Yanika Filover. She was hugging her knees, looking very down. He stood there watching her for a long time, then poured a cup of water. Handing it to her, he looked up at the sky and sighed. "It's snowing again. Look how it's piling up. Seems like we get a snowstorm every 2 days." Then he asked gently, "If you're in trouble, you can talk to me." Yanika Filover just sat there, holding the cup and replying sadly, "I'm sorry, I can't say." "All right then, I won't force you." This made Yanika Filover pause, S's gaze seeming to encourage her to hang in there. Yanika Filover looked at him, her lips pursed with emotion. What we sometimes forget is that Yanika Filover is also going through some very tough school days. Her dejected expression, head down, hugging her knees. Like a small animal backed into a corner, it's hard to ignore. S looked at her helplessly, not knowing how to help. The two of them could only rely on each other, spending a bit of a cold respite together. Winter continued. The cold was so harsh that you couldn't survive with just a single blanket and a fire, and yet spring was also approaching. My father, the head of the family, was often absent due to work at the royal palace, but the Zoe Taylor estate was always peaceful. However, after the death of the eldest daughter, Awen Zot Taylor, a new successor took over, and everything was thrown into chaos. What kind of person was Zot Taylor? There's a saying, if you want to see a person's true nature, give them power. A pathetic wretch who, with the little power of a successor in his hands, acted as if the whole world belonged to him. That damned piece of trash went mad, flipping over the dining table and demanding, "What can you do?" Looking at me like that. "Kill me?" Then he bent down, picked up a sharp knife, and continued, "Fine. Sister Awen is dead anyway. Isn't that a good thing?" S placed the knife in his little sister's hand. His face twisted in fury as he screamed, "Well, now if I die too, the position of successor will be yours. So, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and stab me. Do it. Hurry up and drive it straight through me." Ed Roth Taylor was so terrified by the situation that she collapsed to the floor. He just laughed manically. "Ha ha ha. What's wrong?" Ed Roth Taylor. Her face was pale, looking up with a mixture of terror and hatred. That was life back then. In a flash, a breath snuffed out. Those eyes. Then they looked down at me. Those eyes have weighed on me for half my life. Even though he never raised a hand to strike someone of his own blood like me, the family couldn't save Awen. The people in the mansion couldn't do anything either. I survived as a useless coward. Just when I was nothing more than a soulless corpse, an opportunity arrived. It was the news that Zot Taylor had been exiled. Tan immediately and happily drew up a plan. That man has been exiled. All that's left is for me to prove myself. The upcoming Student Council President election is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. First step, pass the class placement test. On the day of the placement exam for new students, Annis was carrying her things when she turned around and warned anxiously, "Don't come near me." Seeing S, she quickly turned away. His scent, his gaze, his aura. "Class, none of it suits me anyway. Just don't come near me." Annis was being very firm now. There must have been a reason. Suddenly, Klee appeared, announcing with a smile, "Looks like all the important locations have been covered." Shall we head up the mountain and prepare for the exam now? Unlike the last challenge, which was held in the northern forest, this year it's being held right here on Mount OGN. Since Professor Glast was absent, Clara Lane was presiding over the exam, and there were quite a few changes. This exam was different from the last one. Here, students had to search for magic stones hidden deep in the mountain. This time, the magic stones weren't hard to find. In fact, they were very easy to find. The stones couldn't be hidden, and there were no point differences based on the type of stone found. Anyone could find a stone and place it on the Altar of Rebirth. The Altar of Rebirth, a test to help students get placed in Class A. At first glance, it seemed easy, but Clay's face took on a wicked expression. You have to do at least that much to get into Class A. Class A is no joke, you know. Fight and win against countless monsters and wild animals. An extremely difficult level that only the top first-year students could pass to enter Class A, the so-called survival on the hellish Mount Ogion. And in the end, not a single new student at Sylvania Academy qualified for Class A. S could only let out a sigh. Of course, up to this point, it was all part of the script. The event where no one gets into Class A had to happen, as it was connected to important future events. Therefore, I couldn't specifically tell Claire Elaine about the difficulty level. Even if I had to write a report later, I felt at ease, because although it was called an extremely difficult survival test, there would be no casualties among the new students. They would be fighting against imaginary monsters created by a Magitech device called the Illusion Disc. The Illusion Disc summons illusions of low-level monsters and beasts. All we had to do was ensure safety after installation. Among them, the purple Illusion Disc was the most important. From what I remember, that's the reason why there was no Class A in the first year. The rare grade Illusion Disc summons illusions of high-level monsters and beasts. It's admirable that she handles all the important matters herself, but as Anis was still struggling to carry that bag by herself, a voice suddenly called out, "Hey, if that's too heavy, let me carry some of it. You're falling behind." She tried to force a smile in response. Thank you, Senior Onyxer. It's really too heavy for me." S was the one looking on with concern. Just then, he reached out, intending to hand it to me. But Anis kept her forced smile, then suddenly cried out and dodged to the side with the bag. S cried out in alarm. "Ah, that's dangerous." But Anis's foot had already missed a step. But in that moment, he quickly reached out, caught Anis by the waist, and lifted her up, but her hands had already let go of the bag. Seeing this, his expression grew grave as he yelled, "This is too dangerous." The colored discs went tumbling down the stairs, forcing everyone to scramble out of the way. The most important one was the purple illusion disc. Just then, one hand snatched a disc from the air, and another hand quickly did the same. The other student said in a panic, "You have to be more careful. What if they break?" S let out a sigh of relief, while Anis was still blushing. Oh, just what you'd expect from the valedictorian. The script for this whole semester was almost ruined right from the start. Just then, the student held out the colored disc, and it suddenly shattered, its contents spilling out. The three of them froze, all staring down at the mess. The student asked frantically, "Now what do we do?" S wasn't paying attention anymore, and he unconsciously let go, making Anis fall. Why does everything seem to be going too smoothly? Last year's joint combat training was the event where that weak student, Tai, held a sword for the first time. It was an event that drew a lot of attention because he defeated Lucy. Although it distorted the script and caused Yanika failover to quickly turn dark, this year's focus duel is also an important event. The talented first-year students from the elite class have been challenging the generation of famous main characters all this time. The battle began, and the new first-year students went berserk. They didn't hesitate to use any means or tricks necessary, gripping their swords tightly before unleashing countless powerful strikes. Every single one of them was defeated by Tai Lee alone. Tai Lee, you've become plenty strong over the past year. He made a deep impression on everyone, and the Saintess, Clarice, hiding her identity in the crowd, took notice of Tai Lee. The story ended there, and while it's understandable to be moved by Tai's growth, the relationship between the Saintess, one of the four main heroines, and Tai is very important. I need her power in the battle to subdue Lucy in Act 3, and more than that, she is a very important person. Therefore, this event needs to happen exactly as it was originally scripted. To make that happen, the first years have to rebel as planned. The real reason the first years rebel is because no one could get into Class A during the initial placement test. And the reason they couldn't get into Class A was because the passionate assistant instructor, Clay, used these purple illusion discs in the test. Everyone looked at the shattered purple discs, wincing as they complained, "Ha, what a mess. It looks like the circuitry got twisted from the impact. We'll probably have to ask a professor specializing in magic engineering to fix it." Seriously? After all the effort we put in, this happens. Just then, Anis could only slump her shoulders helplessly, not knowing what to do. She started, her face full of guilt. "I'm sorry. I should have been more careful." At that moment, voices discussing a solution rose up. Just sitting here complaining won't fix this broken magical device. If things go on like this, too many students will get into Class A. We have to solve this. That guy can definitely solve this. As S refuted her, Bellbrook, who was beside him, cried out in surprise upon hearing that. Huh? But S suddenly threw an arm around Bellbrook's shoulders, startling him. S coldly called out, Bellbrook. Bellbrook's face twisted in fear. What? The starting point for the placement test, the entrance to Mount O. When do you most clearly feel that you've arrived in the land of academia, Sylvania Academy? If you asked Ed Rothtaylor, she would say it's when she has the honor of welcoming a noble as her classmate. Even if they're royalty, everyone is a student of Sylvania, so they all wear the same uniform without distinction between high and low status. However, if there is an exception to such unspoken rules, it would only be for the spiritual pillar of millions of believers, the saintess, Clarice. Just then, Clarice appeared and said cheerfully, "Thank you, but there's no need to be so formal. Stuffy formalities only make academy life more burdensome. For everyone's sake, let's simplify our etiquette." Everyone, tense and sweating bullets, replied, "Yes." Suddenly, a greeting rang out, making Clarice turn to look. "It is an honor to meet you, Clarice." Ed Rothtaylor smiled warmly. "I am the successor of the Joe Taylor family. My name is Ed Rothtaylor." "Oh, the Joe Taylor family." Clarice recalled the family head, Jebin. "I performed his baptism ceremony long ago, but I was too young at the time, so I don't remember much." Ed Rothtaylor bowed politely. "That was our family's honor. When I come of age, I will also undergo the baptism ceremony." Clarice gave a friendly smile. "I look forward to it." This was Ed Rothtaylor. Afterwards, her eyes took on a scheming glint. A conversation with the saintess is a noteworthy event. It's very useful for the student council president election. But the immediate focus of today was, just then, a magic flare was fired, bursting like a firework in the sky. Along with the announcement to begin, the alchemy department was to meet at the Academy Plaza, the magic department at the foot of Mount Ojin, and the alchemy department in the basement of OB Hall. Each group would gather at a different location, and the test content would also be different, but the goal was the same: get into Class A. Then Ed Rothtaylor, along with the other students, started running forward with all their might for the full tuition waiver, access to Officer Hall, and use of the welfare facilities reserved for the honored students of Class A. Anything a student could want. The student flashed a savage, triumphant smile. "Sweet, I found a magic stone. Gotta run. I have to place the stone on the sanctuary before anyone else to get into Class A." While all the new students were there, another student casually slipped past the first guy and said nonchalantly, "Gotta hurry." While nobody is busy muttering to himself, "Damn it, Joseph, get back here." The other guy gave chase with all his might. They were all heading towards the mountain peak. Just then, someone picked up a stone and exclaimed, "So many stones." Ed Rothtaylor picked one up while seriously analyzing the situation. The test surely isn't just about offering magic stones to the sanctuary. There must be something special to clearly differentiate the students' abilities instead of just draining their stamina. I need to slow down and be cautious. Suddenly, a cry rang out, startling her. Whoa! Before Ed Rothtaylor's eyes, a female student had collapsed to the ground, her shoes off in front of her. She was taking them off. "Huh? Am I seeing things?" Ed Rothtaylor asked with concern. "Is your leg hurt? If it is, let me call an instructor to help." The girl suddenly blurted out, "Ah, no, it's not that. I'm just trying to step on it with my bare feet. I was just trying to step on the snow barefoot. Oh my God, it's so cold." The girl's expression was incredibly excited, but Tan was still confused. "Barefoot out here?" Her friend, eyes sparkling, explained. "Oh, am I not supposed to? Isn't this a normal thing to do? It's one of the things I wanted to try. I always imagined doing it when I saw snow outside the window, and it's softer than I thought." This display made Ed Rothtaylor sigh. Those eyes, that attitude, for sure. She must have hit her head right when the exam started. How pitiful. "I'm done." Faced with her friend's cheerful expression, Ed Rothtaylor helplessly crossed her arms and introduced herself. "I'm Ed Rothtaylor, the second daughter of the Ed Rothtaylor family. It seems we're the same age." Hearing this, her friend exclaimed in surprise, "Ed Rothtaylor. I heard that everyone from the Ed Rothtaylor clan are outstanding people of high status. It's not like everyone's like that," Ed Rothtaylor immediately retorted. The girl was surprised to hear that. "Huh?" She let out a sound. Ed Rothtaylor turned back, frowning with an unhappy expression. No matter how powerful a clan is, after so many years of maintaining the bloodline, there are bound to be some useless ones, and even some truly terrible ones. Then she remembered S's expression. Thinking about what she saw at his camp, it was like he had completely transformed. Right now, I'm not sure what JT's true face is. Besides, the fear from back then still hasn't subsided. Hearing this, her friend said, But I don't think you're that kind of person, Tan. If you're from the Ed Rothtaylor clan, and I'm from the outskirts, then I should show you proper respect. Right, my friend?" Her eyes sparkled, showing her admiration. Ed Rothtaylor turned away, helplessly refusing. That's not necessary. This is Sylvania now. The girl just went, oh, then smiled and said, it's Sylvania, right? Right. She introduced herself seriously. My name is Killy. I'm from a small city in a county to the east. I don't know much about the outside world. If I do anything stupid, I'm sorry in advance. I'm not very used to places like this. Ed Rothtaylor then said, I'll just speak casually since we're the same age. Is that okay? Of course it is, Killy replied. Ed Rothtaylor reminded her again, you need to hurry up. This is a test, you know, Killy casually continued. Oh, right. We're in the middle of a test. Then, Killy smiled cheerfully. But I don't really want to get a high score. If you get into Class A or something, you tend to stand out too much. Ed Rothtaylor gritted her teeth, angered by every single surprising word she said. Killy grabbed Ed Rothtaylor's hand and explained, I don't really care about the tests, so I'll help you with yours, Tawny. Maybe that way, our relationship can become more special and closer, right? As she spoke, she pulled Ed Rothtaylor along, running forward. This is the first time I've ever had a friend my own age. Ed Rothtaylor was bewildered by that casual innocence and quickly gave a serious warning. What? You can only be this casual because it's me. If you slip up and act all friendly with people like the princess or the saintess, you'll be in big trouble. Really? Killy asked worriedly. Done. Ed Rothtaylor decided to ignore it. Strictly speaking, even someone like me. Whatever. Forget it. Let's just hurry. 30 minutes after the test began, the red-haired boy was now running furiously up the mountain, joyfully shouting, I'm in the lead. Just a little more and I'll be at the summit. No matter how good Joseph is, I'm still superior in terms of physical strength, but running at full speed is a bit much. I thought I was going to die. Suddenly, a figure like a demon uttered, well, then all that's left is for you to die. The newcomer threw a punch right into the red-haired boy's face. Cough! The red-haired boy was knocked to the ground, his body trembling, unable to get up. Bellbrook spoke up. Oh my, how scary. Why did you suddenly appear like that? Seriously. Huff, huff. Even if it's a bit cowardly, you're utterly shameless. Not like a senior at all. And so pathetic. But, like he said, a surprise attack isn't so bad, is it? His face flushed with excitement as Bellbrook coldly put an arm around his shoulder and yelled, Why is it only me? S spoke seriously. You're not the only one doing this. Suddenly, there was a huge tremor from the forest up ahead. Bellbrook and Anise will block the first-year students on their way from the middle of the mountain up to the shrine. If any student can get past us, that person will qualify for Class A. Anise appeared majestically. She was determined, thinking, it's my fault things turned out this way. I'll do my absolute best. Then she continued assigning tasks. Senior Onyxer, the master of flight magic, will supervise safety and report any changes to the exam's content. If you start writing now, you can finish before the exam ends, right? Clara Lane closed her eyes and nodded. If you don't sleep, the professor reports the materials. Senior Onyx is in charge of safety. Bellbrook guards the southern entrance. I'm in the north. Clara Lane was on the verge of tears, and Anise was worried. What about you? S looked around and replied, I'll be here, because I have to protect the shrine. Clara Lane was now worried too. S, you can't even sense your mana right now. Are you going to be okay? S calmly explained. I have an idea in mind. Up here, in the air, on one side, everything was still exploding and in chaos. Die. Rare grade, illusion disc. An illusion-generating device of a formidable foe. It uses the wielder's mana, crafted to a higher standard than ordinary illusion discs. It can create a stronger enemy. The difficulty of crafting this item, it's broken and can't perform to its full potential. It's very difficult to repair it completely. Moreover, I still haven't gotten my magic back. Magic Stone, an item containing a large amount of magical power. However, the one being used in this test is an expensive magic stone. Just as expected from Sylvania, he placed the stone on the magic circle, causing it to once again emit a flow of power. Rebirth Sanctuary. If an object containing magic power is offered, its power can be extracted and used temporarily. By using this shrine, I can recharge my lost magic. Mug appeared at this moment. S smiled and said, Long time no see, though I still can't quite hear what you're saying. But in terms of time, Anise and Bellbrook have given me enough with the magic stones. The goal is to not let a single person pass. Instantly, S's magical power surged and swirled around him. He closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath. Phew. Then he burst out, Bring it on. All preparations are complete. On another side, a group of students had been beaten to a pulp, lying sprawled on the ground. Run. Huff. Huff. Yeah, huff. I'm getting a little tired too. So I don't feel very comfortable right now. Ed Rothtaylor and Killy had arrived. A giant Bellbrook appeared with a demonic face, uttering, Let's end this quickly. The two girls screamed in terror upon seeing him. At that moment, behind Bellbrook, a huge tremor was felt. Smoke and fire erupted. Bellbrook turned around and said, "That's the northern entrance. Isn't that Senior Annis's magic?" Ed Rothtaylor took the opportunity and pulled Killy's hand to run. "Now's our chance. Run!" Seeing this, Bellbrook shouted, "Hey, stop right there!" Senior Assistant Annis could be considered a talent in the academic field, but in magical combat, she was only slightly above average compared to other students in her department. But even so, it was definitely not a level a first-year student could match. Her face darkened as she uttered, "All right, just try and get past me." But this new student was on a completely different level, Joseph. Unlike his sister, who had to work very hard to become the head of the alchemy department, Joseph was the youngest researcher at the Magic Association and could freely use intermediate-level magic. In a word, a genius. A strong candidate for the top spot. Joseph, still expressionless, spoke up. "There's no need to be so angry, Senior. Everyone clearly has their own area of expertise. You're just not suited for combat." Hearing this, Annis fell silent before retorting, "You're gravely mistaken. Yes, I'm angry, but it's not the kind of resentment you think it is. So, go on, get going." Joseph quickly obeyed and continued running. Anis's hands clenched and trembled. Everything was arranged perfectly, without a single flaw, but the supply of Magitech equipment was damaged, making the situation difficult. I couldn't even think of an alternative solution, but he managed to control the situation without showing any frustration at all, and even continued to lead things in a positive direction. And now, I've been defeated by a new student and failed to block the northern entrance to the shrine. More than failure or resentment, I just feel angry with myself. Because the image of a trustworthy face to resolve this situation was the first thing that came to my mind. S, who was in charge here, spoke as soon as he saw the newcomer. "You're the first one here. You already know what the test is, right? All you have to do is offer the magic stone to the shrine. But of course, I'm not going to let you do that." Joseph wasn't fazed at all, calmly remarking that the test method was as strange as he'd expected. "If I manage to take you down and successfully offer the stone to the shrine, who will the students after me take their test with?" S replied coldly. "All right, that's not something you need to worry about." Joseph just gave a cursory glance. "Right? I'm sure you seniors already have a backup plan. To be honest, I'm not that curious about it. I just wanted to stall for time to scope out the area. Is that an illusion disc of a different color, or an upgraded version I need to watch out for? That senior seems to be from the magic department, but I can't sense much magical power from him. Plus, I see signs that he's using a magic stone. He's using a magic stone to fight me. The first one to show up, ICLI, means his total power level is pathetically low. What a disappointment. Sorry, I actually thought I might learn something here. Guess I should start thinking about what kind of sandwich I'll get when I go down the mountain later." His expression was one of pure contempt. Joseph held out a hand brimming with power, then clenched it shut. Instantly, an explosion erupted where S was standing. The spell he used was a concentrated intermediate-level blast. It doesn't have a wide area of effect, but it's a vicious spell. You have to know it's coming to dodge it. Unless you can see the caster's hand and react in time, it's impossible to deal with. But S swiftly slid to the side, avoiding the blast. He dodged it? Joseph continued his assessment. Now it was S's turn to analyze. Based on the flow of mana, it was fire magic. Judging by the level, it must be either ignite or spark. Spark spreads fire out in a spiderweb pattern, but seeing how the mana is being channeled into the ground, he's generating fire, then thrusting it straight forward. It's ignite. The force of the attack shot straight at Joseph, a look of panic on his face. The scale of the flames was larger than he'd expected. This was the result of meticulously training a basic spell. Maybe this guy can even use intermediate magic. A huge explosion erupted, but right in the middle of the flames, a shield circle appeared. What a waste. Joseph stood inside his shield, hands in his pockets, thinking confidently. No matter how powerful that ignite spell is, it can't break through my defensive magic. Battles between mages are usually decided by the difference in their total mana. If we're both using the same amount of mana per spell, the winner will be the one with the larger mana pool. And that's me. This guy clearly doesn't have much experience in magical combat. Once his magic power drops and he can't maintain that ignite anymore, he'll have no way to stop my offensive spells. The art of mage battles is truly deep. But before he could get too smug, a loud voice called out, "Joseph, go!" Then a hand suddenly shot out and grabbed his head. "Ack, you monster! A defensive magic circle can block spells, but it can't block physical attacks, you idiot." S decisively drove a knee into Joseph's stomach. While he was still in shock, it wasn't over. S followed up with another knee to his face, questioning him. "Did you really think mages only fight with magic?" S's pupils glowed as he looked down at his opponent. Joseph quickly snapped out of it and rolled a few steps away. He clutched his face, bewildered. "You walked right through the fire? How is that possible?" Then, Joseph generated another surge of power. "I won't be careless again." This senior, this time he's using intermediate-level ice magic, while I'm still using the basic ignite spell. Joseph kept assessing the situation. Fire magic again? Is he trying to counter my ice magic with that? He's probably planning to use the steam to block my vision and pull the same trick again. Ha, but I've got plenty more where that came from. Joseph created a fireball and hurled it at S. It was the basic spell, Combust, but S's figure continued to charge right through the flames. He was using a skill, a blessing, a temporary boost to fire resistance. With his eyes glowing, S kept rushing forward. Joseph screamed inwardly, "Fire resistance!" As the knife lunged, he quickly cast physical defense, a ward against physical attacks. At that moment, Joseph gritted his teeth in panic. "Shit, this is insane! Where the hell did he get that thing from?" "But my casting speed is faster," he grimaced as S's knife was stopped by the shield. S leaped back, but suddenly, the knife began to emit a powerful aura. S yelled, "Mug!" Spirit explosion. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted. Joseph was thrown into the air, slammed back down onto the ground, and was only stopped when he crashed into a large tree. When the smoke cleared, a battered figure was revealed leaning against the base of the tree. Joseph looked utterly pathetic. He gritted his teeth, trembling. "Stop losing focus. Think. There's no way his casting speed for a basic spell is faster than mine. It was spirit magic. That wasn't an explosion spell, it was a spirit art. Walking through my scorching flames with his bare body. He's among the spirit arts that could only be the blessing of fire. He concealed a spirit within his magic flame. He's using spirit arts, and he probably has other magic tools he hasn't even used yet. Just who the hell is this guy?" After a moment of thought, Joseph tossed out the stone and admitted, I've lost." The stone tumbled past S's feet. Suddenly, Joseph cast another spell, preparing a sneak attack. Now, while he's looking back, this time, he used the intermediate spell, Ice Spear. A sharp spike of ice shot up to attack, but S calmly ducked, as if he had predicted it all along. Joseph didn't stop there. He swung his fist up and yelled, "Lost." The punch clearly connected with S's face, but when he looked up, he was completely unharmed, as if nothing had happened. The fist of Joseph, a man who had dedicated his life to studying magic, had done 0 damage. Just then, a pale blue aura flared to life. Joseph's face went white with disbelief. "No way. Don't tell me that's a vicious spirit right in front of me." This is the blessing of the storm. When hit by a surprise attack, it blows the enemy away. Once again, Joseph was slammed by the force of the blessing, right back into the same tree. As a shockwave spread out, S stood there, unflinching. This time, the large tree was completely gone, leaving only a stump. A blackened Joseph sat leaning against it amidst the smoke and dust. Now, he had truly lost all will to fight. Pointing a finger, he gasped, I really lost." The magic stone shattered into pieces, and his body collapsed to the ground. S replied, "All right, you fought hard. You did well, fighting to the very end. That last move was commendable. You actually landed a hit on me." Joseph then asked for his identity. "Senior, what's your name?" Ignoring the fact that Joseph couldn't even stand, S simply leaned back against the parapet. Joseph glanced up as S finally answered. "Saul Taylor." He said his name with a cold expression, gazing into the distance. "He's all yours, Senior Onyxer." Onyxer appeared just in time, grabbing Joseph and flying off. He gave S a 2-fingered salute, as if to say, "Don't worry, I've got him." Scene changed to another location. A carriage procession was making its way through a snowy forest. "But why did you enroll in the magic department? Why the sudden question?" The girl replied, "If you had gone to the combat or alchemy departments, you could have easily been the top student there. It makes me feel uncomfortable, like you gave up a lot of opportunities for my sake." He explained cheerfully, "I don't really care about being the so-called top student. From the start, I could never have been number 1 in either alchemy or combat anyway, because the top student in the second-year preparatory combat division is C. Laviale. That's him." Little did he know that in a corner somewhere, Belbruco was getting beaten to a pulp on the ground. What just happened? Belbruco was in so much pain that his eyes rolled back into his head. As his vision faded, he saw a few worried faces. "Are you okay? Was the Holy Law too powerful? Are you injured anywhere? Leave him to me. The rest of you, continue with the test." Damn it. At that moment, Belbruco looked like he was about to pass out. "Miss Belbrucor, are you okay? Snap out of it." Miss Belbrucor still couldn't believe what she was seeing. How could he possibly block something like that? 20 minutes before the end of the exam, sounds of exhausted breathing filled the air. Pant, pant. Just then, the 2 girls, Killy and Ed Rothtaylor, arrived on the scene. As soon as Ed Rothtaylor saw the person, she was horrified. "My brother, is the final test?" In front of them was a crowd of students, beaten and scattered on the ground. At the far end, La S was waiting. He spoke in a cold tone. "I'm not going to say much. Once an object of fear, once an object of hatred. Despite that, the man, A, was already covered in countless injuries. He gave a serious warning, 'Give up.' Saintus Clagii had 2 dreams. In her dream, Archbishop Velo told her that the nobility she believed in stemmed from an unshakable faith she had held onto her entire life. You must become like a pure white sheet of paper. The daydream was one instilled in her by Archbishop Yahello. And another dream, when her eyes were closed, where a song rang out, "Better to die in the mud than to live as a blank white page." Just then, Klagiai slowly opened her eyes. The person's song continued. Even the holy capital of Du, hailed as humanity's most magnificent architectural achievement, was but a sandcastle before the strange rocks of the Jiamin Mountains. Will you be content with the sky seen from the bottom of a well, or will you climb the wall to gaze upon the vast sea of stars, the azure mist of the Kin Swamp, the gleaming golden fields of the royal city of Glozan, the emerald pastures of the Buen countryside, the pearl-hued smoke of the alchemist land of Kree, the crimson roofs of the merchant city of Odyssey, the cerulean sea of knowledge in Sylvania, the land of academics, crossing the golden sea of sand of the vast St desert to the purple shadow of the lawless region of Kau. The pure white is but a tiny piece in the colorful tapestry of the world. The girl played her instrument and sang, her voice filled with pure happiness. She was the keeper of the church's torch. After leaving the church, she called herself a romantic poet. No one knew how she moved between the buildings. But when night fell and the world was fast asleep, she would sit and sing by Klagiai's window. The dream she had at night was the outside world, the world her only friend saw, whispering softly in her ear under the waning moon. They visited each other, talked, went to school normally, and hung out with friends normally. Do you know that even an ordinary life of love can be filled with sublimity? Io sat on the windowsill, advising Klagiai. Instead of listening to the prayers of millions of followers, a single hug from someone who loves you is worth so much more. Don't you know? Io said, smiling blissfully. After leaving the church, Io went to Sylvania. It was said that during vacations, she would wander the world, just like she was doing now. After she left, in her nightly dreams, Klagiai traveled through the places Ao had mentioned. Finally, Klagiai held someone tightly, and they walked together on a journey they once shared. Her shadow cast alone. It was a journey bursting with color, a stark contrast to the pure white of her life. It was the boldest fantasy she could conjure. Before she left, Archbishop Vel disguised Klagiai as Kili and reminded her, however, to avoid revealing your identity, please be careful at all times, everywhere. You must always carry those Magitech items with you. Since you are always protected by the whole A-Law, I am somewhat less worried. But Klagiai replied cheerfully, I look like a completely different person. Who would ever suspect me? Vel, feeling a bit helpless, advised, caution is still paramount. Taking the church's arrangement and heading to the academy. It was a natural detour. No one paid any attention to Klagiai as she sat on a bench on the faculty path. That alone made Klagiai incredibly content. No one bowed their head. No one looked up at her. At least, not here in Sylvania. Who would think that Kili was a saintess? Except for one person, who now, with a serious expression, warned, give up, saintess. Ed Rothtailor, still confused, blurted out, the final test is Brother S. Kili bit her lip, thinking, what's wrong with Tan's brother? That person is also Joe Taylor S. He narrowed his eyes coldly. Sorry, but could you two turn back? But since you're already here, bring it on. After speaking, he immediately unleashed his immense power. A swirling wind rose, making both of them struggle to stand. The two girls tried to brace themselves against the torrent of power. Even students who have spent their entire lives summoning spirits can't control such a high-level spirit. It's beyond graduation level. Even more, spirit users involved in research and combat are only considered veterans if they can control 5 or 6 mid-level spirits. Upon seeing the ferocious spirit that had been summoned, she couldn't help but cry out in horror. A high-level spirit, Kili warned cautiously. Let's give up. We need to think this through more carefully. Ed Rothtailor? It was Ed Rothtailor, after all, who was still standing there, stunned. That's right, a high-level spirit. The trauma from that time is stirring in my mind again. But remembering the scenes from the past, Ed Rothtailor clenched her teeth in anger. If I just stand here, how is that any different from back then? Then Ed Rothtailor's expression changed, startling Kili. You don't understand, Kili. I have no intention of giving up. High status and a noble reputation always come with responsibility and burdens, she said with a cold smile, standing straight and looking forward. I remember very clearly how everything happened 2 years ago. Achievements have to be realistic. How could someone who wasn't even good at basic magic suddenly control a high-level spirit? Ed Rothtailor charged forward with the firm belief that it was obviously a fake. All I have to do is defeat the user himself. But the spirit just gently exhaled. Immediately, Kili screamed as her skirt was blown up, while Ed Rothtailor was pushed back. How is that possible? She raised her hands to defend herself. Just then, Ed Rothtailor's gaze turned serious. Could it be? Looking again at the spirit's form and the power radiating from S, she was stunned to realize it was a real high-level spirit. Both of them were blown backward by the force. Killy scrambled on the ground, wondering in shock. Is that person really Tan's brother? Killy had an image of men from noble families, a perfect appearance, a warm smile, and elegant gestures. So when she heard that this man, the complete opposite of that image, was a scion of the Joe Taylor family, she was certain he was that useless playboy. Even though I don't know anything about the outside world and I'm not very perceptive, I could still feel it. Back then, Ed Roth Taylor had grumbled. No matter how powerful a family is, after so many years of maintaining its bloodline, there are bound to be some useless and even terrible people. Seeing the resentful look on Tan's face, Killy realized Tan held an intense grudge against that bastard. After getting up, Killy said, Ed Roth Taylor, stick to the plan and aim for the user. I'll be the decoy. As I said, I have a slightly unusual constitution. Unless the circumstances are truly special, I can't die. Ed Roth Taylor turned back, her face worried. Huh? What? But you'll still get hurt, won't you? You said you didn't care about the test. Killy stepped forward resolutely. You said he's a bad guy. She paused. That guy. And besides, Ed Roth Taylor? You're the first friend I made here in Sylvania. She turned back and smiled at Ed Roth Taylor. Normally, I would have dismissed that as meaningless, but on the way to the Holy Temple, I saw that scene. A senior from the combat department charged aggressively, but was knocked down by a mysterious, blinding light. Does Killy really have some kind of special power? What surprised me more was Killy. The girl who always seemed so timid is stepping forward. Was she always this brave? As Tan wondered this, she watched Killy's teary-eyed figure rushing forward, and her expression became one of sheer speechlessness. Incredibly, Killy just charged straight towards S and the high-level spirit waiting there. The spirit let out a sigh, perhaps out of exasperation, and reached out with its claw, but suddenly, a splash of fresh blood sprayed onto its face. When the spirit attacked Killy, she quickly created a protective circle. This was the aegis of the sacred law. Any enemy who attempts to harm the protection of the Holy Spirit will activate mid-tier or higher magic. The spirit screamed in agony, then it was sliced into pieces by that power and slowly faded away. Killy couldn't help but cry out in fear. She was thrown back by the force. Just then, S emerged from the smoke, looking exhausted, and asked, Is it over? You think I'd give up? A voice retorted from the side. Ed Roth Taylor suddenly appeared and raised her hand, unleashing her magic. Basic dispersal magic. Her power shot straight at S, was deflected into the air, and suddenly his image slowly faded away. Pant, pant, pant. Ed Roth Taylor was stunned, unable to believe what had just vanished before her eyes. No way. An illusion? An illusionary disc of light appeared on the ground, but just then, several arrows flew towards her and embedded themselves in the earth. But the arrows landed right next to Tan's feet. A voice rang out with a warning. Stay put. Ed Roth Taylor was still in a state of shock. No way. Someone who couldn't even feel the hilt of a sword now knows how to use a bow? Arrows made of mana? S now aimed his bow forward. That was just a warning. Tan's eyes widened. Is he really S? Before her eyes, the image of a high-level spirit appeared, more powerful, alongside a very cool-looking S. Tan became extremely tense and terrified. Pant, pant, just like that time. No matter how hard she tried, she squeezed her eyes shut, unable to stop the tears from falling. Then she recalled the past. I couldn't do anything as a child, and I still can't do anything now. As she was tearing up, S spoke. You must have tried really hard, haven't you? At that, Ed Roth Taylor slowly opened her eyes. S braced a hand on the ground, picking up a stone as he explained, I'm sorry. We have our reasons. Even if we're related by blood, we can't just let it slide. If we did, with your personality, you'd just get even angrier, right? As he spoke, he gently crushed the stone in his hand. Ed Roth Taylor was bewildered. Ah, there I go with the praise again, but that was impressive. If it were me, I would have run away instead of coming back. Even though it was an illusion, you tried to take me down until the very end. Ed Roth Taylor was stunned. I was wrong. I've reevaluated things, S continued. Meanwhile, a confused Ed Roth Taylor realized something had changed, he said to his sister. So you have this side to you, huh? Even though it was just an illusion, you fought me to the very end. You should be proud of that. Hearing these words, Ed Roth Taylor's emotions were in turmoil, and tears just kept falling. You're really skilled. S praised her sincerely, but she just kept sobbing for a long time. Sob, hic. Seeing her reaction, S scratched his head, confused. Huh? Is she crying this hard because she didn't get into Class A? But just then, Killy rushed over, hugged Ed Roth Taylor, and warned him, Don't come any closer. Killy was on the verge of tears too. I'm telling you, if you attack or oppose me recklessly, something bad will happen. I mean it. Don't move. At that moment, Clay and the others, standing off to one side, called out to S. The exam is over. S, come over here and give us a hand. Clayviewer is completely knocked out. Clara Lane, please update the scoreboard for me first. There's still a lot to do. Besides, the student council president election is at the beginning of next semester. Killy finally relaxed. Ah, the exam is over. Huh? What's happening to my voice? Is the transformation magic wearing off? She looked in panic as her hair began to grow longer. Killy recalled the fight from earlier. Could it have been then? Then she remembered the words of Archbishop VL. You must always carry this magic tool with you. Oh no, if this keeps up. Meanwhile, Clay was still squinting in that direction. You worked hard, huh. Meanwhile, Killy was still terrified. My identity, my school life. Suddenly, S's spirit, Mug, brought the tool a ring to her in its mouth. It glanced around furtively before whispering a reminder, be careful, don't lose it again. P, please be careful. Killy hurriedly took the item, still looking at him in confusion. Thanks. S stood up. Clay came closer, worried. S, why are you so badly injured? He replied, I'm fine, sir. The placement exam for new students has ended. Esset Tail brought everything back to how the script was written. There's just one thing. A very small, insignificant crack has formed. Aside from that deviation. Through that aberrant crack, the world below is slowly being stained red. A pair of ruby-like eyes are staring intently at S. Killy was still stunned by S's actions. He was clearly about to use honorifics just now, but then he stopped. Klee said as he walked, he looks exhausted, so let's have him rest first. We'll take care of the rest. S spoke up. Senior Onyxer, could you help me with Claviewer? Onyxer quickly replied, Yeah, I'm on my way. Then, he looked into the distance. A moment ago, I thought I saw something that looked like a person, but I was probably just seeing things. Do you know? I believe there is a beauty that transcends time and value. As S was lying there, exhausted, a voice rang out. The clearest proof is this very sky. Even the most precious works of art can be interpreted and enjoyed in many ways, but no one can look at that sunset and say it isn't beautiful. S sighed. What a complicated way of thinking. The spirit continued. In any case, for a species with such short lives, none of you humans know how to appreciate each moment. This was Mayuja, a high-level wind spirit. He just lay there, listening to Mayuja's philosophy on life. A life without ups and downs, a dry existence. That is the most terrible curse a human can experience. Humans must learn to be moved by the little things and find meaning in the everyday. Wouldn't you agree? If a human's life is like the 4 seasons, then a spirit's life is surely a long winter, a desolate existence without any ups or downs. S felt helpless against this chatterbox. Just as Janika said, he's really long-winded. Mayuja continued, someone like you is always careful, leaving no openings. But you're often callous towards yourself, collapsing from overwork, getting easily injured. These are the clearest signs. S replied nonchalantly. So what? Mayuja explained. You should start dating. You idiot. Isn't there someone around you? Someone kind, lively, and friendly. Are you strong enough for someone to lean on? You have no idea how much interacting with and developing a relationship with such a person would help your own emotional state. Am I wrong? After hearing this, Mug happily agreed. You are absolutely right, sir. Seeing the two of them ganging up on him, S thought, actually Mayuja doesn't have a contract with Janika. They just became close. Then, Mug, with the wisdom of experience, chimed in. Young master, in the spirit world, Lord Mayuja's advice is like a sacred text. You should try listening to what he says. Whether he's tricking you or not, we should just give it a try. Hearing that tone, Mayuja's face darkened as he repeated, give it a try? S was still lost in thought. So, although Mayuja and Mug don't have a clear superior-subordinate relationship like we do, it seems high-level spirits are quite fearsome. S summarized his thoughts. Mug, worried, quickly corrected itself. This lowly one has misspoken again. Just a try, you say? I will atone with my life, S spoke up, changing the subject. Come to think of it, Janika didn't look too well. Do you know anything? He asked, remembering with concern. Mayuja teased. Oho, what's this? Worried? S replied flatly. Isn't that obvious? Mayuja then said, but with Janika, how could I possibly get a word out of her so easily? Hearing that, S grunted. Mayuja looked into the distance again and reassured him. In any case, don't worry too much. Perhaps it's necessary to experience a winter once in a while. She will surely have a time when she needs to experience things and come to a realization. Life isn't always like a fairy tale, is it? You just need to wait quietly until spring comes. I suppose I should stop now. I feel bad for draining more of your mana. S sat up and sighed. Yeah, even this form isn't easy to control, Mayuja said confidently. Well, I am a premium spirit, after all. Even so, this form is still the most efficient. Hearing this, S asked in surprise, there are other forms? Maura stretched and said, wouldn't a cuter girl form be better? Sure, it's nice to look at, but you couldn't handle it, could you? Ed was quick to refuse. It's not that different from my giant form anyway. I'm just saying. Maura then suddenly leaped onto Ed, using him like a stepping stool and shouting, "Oh my god, no way!" Was it the real magic stone that kept me from noticing? You're still a bit slow on the uptake. Did you really think you could summon me with just that pathetic amount of magic power? Think about it. A spirit like me doesn't just form a contract with one person. Ed could only look up at the chattering Maura high above him as she gradually vanished into thin air, and then he slowly began to climb up through the gaps. Obviously, with my current mana, I can't summon a high-level spirit for that long. If it wasn't my mana, then whose was it? Thinking back, it's actually simple. Besides me, it must be the other person who has a contract with that old Maura. A while later, he reached the top. Seeing the person there, he spoke up. "This isn't a good place for a nap." It was Lucy, sitting here getting some fresh air. "I didn't come here to sleep. If I wanted to sleep, that cabin is much better," Ed asked. "Then why?" Lucy was silent for a moment, then explained coldly, "I don't like that fireproof cabin, so I went for a little walk." Hearing this, Ed just looked down in silence. Unfortunately, at the end of my stroll, I arrived at the Sanctuary of Rebirth. This is the final stage of Act 3. Clarice realized the true intentions of the deities and their dark side, and began to doubt them. The apostles of Toser headed to Akan Island to condemn Clarice, unaware. Those at the academy merely followed the archbishop's orders. Princess Faya's royal guards, Lut Theo's band of mercenaries, the holy knights of the holy capital, high-ranking academy officials, and even the punishment force of the main character's generation and headmaster Obel Forxus joined the battle. In that chaotic mess, all blades eventually pointed in one direction. A girl trying to protect Akan Island in accordance with her master's dying wish was branded a traitor and a heretic, but she didn't utter a single word of complaint. She just silently looked down upon all living beings. Lucy Mayriel. She subdued all the important figures on Akan Island and single-handedly defeated more than half of the punitive force. But in the end, her strength was exhausted, and she was defeated by Tai, who had learned the final holy sword ritual. Only after the whole truth was revealed when her familiar, blood-soaked, and tattered hat fell to the ground, and Lucy's body, riddled with countless wounds, lay in a pool of her own blood. Did everyone understand why Lucy had tried to kill the apostles of the gods? Turns out, that girl wasn't actually all that bad. Who knew she had a backstory like that? Words like that are just belated understanding, which is even more painful for the person involved than being misunderstood. Even so, perhaps it was due to her nature, or because she felt that nothing mattered anymore. In the end, Lucy shouldered everything by herself. Of course, I'm not about to let Lucy sacrifice herself just to preserve the original script, am I? Come on, I'm not that cold-blooded. It's just that if we let things play out like this, it won't necessarily be a bad ending. The ground hardens after the rain. Sylvania Academy will overcome its trials on its own. But there will be one trial they cannot overcome without your power, child. When that time comes, for this old man's sake, could you lend me your strength, Lucy? Back then, her master, as he lay dying, had spoken those words to her. Only Lucy knew the weight of her teacher's words. Her only living relative, the dying archmage, had left her with such a heavy burden. Lucy needs to unload these complicated emotions too. It's going to be a long fight, and there will be dangerous moments. But this is what she has to face in the scenario for Act 3. That doesn't mean I'm going to do nothing though. She suddenly placed her head on his lap and spoke. I realized something recently. Then she lay back down, using him as a pillow, and sighed. Actually, I think I'm pretty lonely. Ed opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. If there's one thing I should promise her, it's that I'll let her know beforehand the next time I leave the cabin for too long. With that thought, Ed sat still, gently stroking her so she could rest better. The two of them sat together, basking in the sunset. The next day, voices could be heard chatting in the rose garden. You're here earlier than I expected. I just wanted to get out of that place as soon as possible. Clarice appeared with a box, smiling brightly. This is for you, Miss Bello. People often mistake Annis for being from a noble family, but it's actually Clarice who is the daughter of a renowned ducal house. Bello took the gift and bowed. Thank you very much. Clarice stretched and sighed contentedly. This place really feels like home to me. This feeling of peace. Anyway, I have to go meet my friends at the academy. It's been so long since I've seen them. I bought lots of tasty snacks. Plus, I've already prepared everything for a tea party with Annis and Janik. After giving the gift, she quickly waved goodbye. Well, I'm off then. The thought of seeing them after so long. I'm so excited. I have so much to tell them. The blueberry pie I bought is seriously delicious. Clarice didn't notice that the pastry box in Bello's hands was being crushed by her grip. Bello's face was twisted in extreme tension. This blueberry pie tastes like I'm chewing on sand. The sky was still clear, with clouds drifting by. At a study table, two sides were facing off fiercely. The person sitting in the middle was extremely tense, sweating bullets. What is this? Why isn't anyone saying anything? Did they have a fight? Janika and Anis usually just joke around. Even their arguments are just teasing. This is the first time the atmosphere has been like this. Okay, I'll just try to say something cheerful. Clarice gritted her teeth, unsure how to handle this. What should I say? Finally, she forced a cheerful smile. Just then, Yenica Failover called out in a cold voice, "Anis." This made Anis jump in alarm. Horrified, Janik, his face pale, questioned her. "I heard you hugged Ed. Is that true?" Exos TL. Age, 18. Achievement, 1-year survivor. Class, high-level spirit summoner. Strength, 13. Intelligence, 13. Dexterity, 15. Willpower, 12. Luck, 11. Skills, combat skills, magic skills, life skills, alchemy skills, new creation, shield. Wooden windshield. A well-preserved wooden board, tied together multiple times with rope and anchored at the joints in the ground. It is effective at blocking drafts, but cannot withstand excessively strong winds. Crafting difficulty, 1.5 stars. At this proficiency level, low difficulty items don't really help increase my stats much. Maybe I should look for another opportunity to raise them? While Ed was hard at work, a voice rang out. "It's best to prepare thoroughly for the strong winds to come. I'm glad to see you still look healthy." The young master looked up in surprise to see a trembling, teary-eyed Lucy clinging to Bello. Ed asked, "Are you here to take Lucy?" She replied, "A directive has been issued by the academy. During the snowstorm, leaving the dormitory for non-essential reasons is strictly forbidden. Since she is the most likely one to attempt an escape, we will have to keep a stricter watch on her. We've also scheduled surveillance shifts for the entire week." Lucy reached out, pleading for help, but he just calmly said, "All right." Lucy could only let out a few muffled whimpers. Ed continued, "I'll continue using formal speech then." This made Bello slightly angry. "Then," she asked kindly, "Young master, in these conditions, can you really survive a week-long snowstorm? I don't mean to be rude, but it's going to be a bit tough with just these windshields." Ed explained, "Oh, I prepared these just to protect my supplies. Also, to prevent any serious damage to the cabin, I've tied ropes over the roof and anchored them firmly to the ground. All the traps and hunting tools have been stored safely inside. The snowstorm will last for a week, and I plan to spend that entire week focusing on magic engineering research at the Spirit Library." Having finished his mental calculations, Ed calmly said, "I already have my own shelter for the snowstorm, so there's no need to worry too much. If you say so, then I won't worry much anymore," Bello replied. Seeing her unhappy expression, Ed asked again, though she still looked very worried. "Right? This seems to be your first time experiencing a snowstorm as a manager, isn't it? Are you denying it, Bio? I was just worried about the young master for other reasons, but never mind. Perhaps I'm meddling too much in your affairs. Now I'm even more curious." S is wondering, but in the end, Bio just shut his eyes tightly and uttered one sentence. "Good luck, anyway." The young master returns to the tense situation between Janik and Anis. With tears welling in her eyes, Janik questioned her. You hugged S, didn't you?" Stunned, Clay turned to look at Anis, calling her name. Anis, looking completely guilty, didn't dare to look straight ahead. She just glanced away, avoiding Clay's gaze, trying to turn to both sides to mediate. "What's this all about? There must be a misunderstanding. Who knows? Maybe the spirits told you something wrong." Then suddenly, Anis spoke up. "That's right. Actually, I was the one who made the first move." Clay, who was still trying to explain, was pulled into it. Was it just making a move? Anis clenched her trembling hands. "Janika, I'm sorry. To be honest, I don't trust that guy at all. No matter how you look at him, he looks exactly like a playboy. So I decided to test him." Hearing this, Janika was bewildered. "What? You're lying. That can't be true, right?" Anis casually criticized him. "He wasn't my type from the start. Don't worry, Janik. Why would I want to pursue a guy who looks like a bully, always so arrogant and snappy? What's so great about pursuing someone who lives with such self-conceit, right?" Hearing her crush being criticized like that, Janika burst into tears. "Stop it. You're going too far. Anis, you don't even know him that well." The two were at each other's throats for a long time, and poor Clay sat between them, not knowing what to do. A moment later, Anis sighed and continued, I'm sorry for flirting with him without asking you first. I'm so sorry, Janika." Janika's tears dripped onto the table. "Why would you do something I never even asked you to do?" "Anis, do you have any idea how worried I was? I even lost sleep over it. I kept thinking, why would a precious friend like Anis betray me? But do I even have the right to feel betrayed? The truth is, I'm nothing to him." Anis placed a hand on her shoulder, reassuring her. "Don't worry, Janika. At the very least, you're someone very special to that man. From what I've observed, you and him might be more than friends, but not quite lovers. I'm sure of it." Janet calmed down and said, "Really? I'm special." Her eyes began to sparkle, then she started sniffling again. Anyway, to be honest, I don't think testing S was a good thing to do, but your intention was for my sake, so I can't be angry about it. Besides, you don't like S, right? Thank you for being honest." As she spoke, she hugged Anis tightly. Clay finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew. I really thought Anis had been charmed by S and fallen for him, but suddenly, She saw something that startled her. It was the tearful, devastated look on Anis's face. In response, Anis said, yeah, that's right, Janek. Clay, startled, cried out in her mind, Anis, don't tell me you. She tried to pull the two apart. Janek, so it was all a misunderstanding? While I was gone, were you so upset that you accidentally wandered into the northern forest? Only then did Janika remember. Oh, She quickly ran off into the forest. Sorry, I'll be right back. Klee waved and said, Yeah, hurry back. Anis was still standing there in silence. Klee turned to call her. Suddenly, Anis uttered, I have an idea. Klee was utterly bewildered. An idea? What idea? Anis said darkly. A murderous aura emanated from her. Introduce me to a guy. Oh, come on, Clay. Think a little more positively. Anis, greatly agitated, grabbed Clay by the shoulders. Break your prejudices. Do you want to go on a date with me? Hearing these words, Clay stood there, completely frozen. Anis shook her and snapped, Don't look at me like that. Klee said, Like what? I'm just looking at you normally. Anis couldn't control her emotions anymore, and tears streamed down her face. I'm sorry I lied to Janika, but you know what they say. Out of sight, out of mind. When this vacation is over, the scholarship students will also stop working, so I won't see him anymore. But before she could finish her sentence, she was instantly turned to stone by an announcement. The scholarship students this term have decided to continue working together as student assistants. Both Clav User and Onyxer have done an excellent job. You are all proactive and proficient in everything, so I would feel it's a waste to transfer you to another lab. S appeared with a brilliant and lively burst of fireworks. Beside him were the two boys just mentioned, standing there shyly. Clay turned back to focus on eating her cake. S, in particular, is more hardworking than anyone. Of course, by getting closer to the position of teaching assistant, you will receive more scholarship funds. At the same time, working here will be more comfortable than in other labs. Moreover, you all work together during the break, so the atmosphere must be very comfortable, right? Let's all move forward together. This announcement left Janek, who was determined to forget her crush, speechless. Details: magic proficiency level, adept, specialized magic, elemental magic, currently able to learn intermediate magic, spirit sensitivity, level 13 spirit empathy, level 13 spirit summoning, level 4 synchronized senses, level 3 spirit mug. Wind spirit card, high level spirit, Maugia, spirit sensitivity 1. Summoning efficiency is very poor. Unique skill, blessing of the storm, negates periodic damage. Secret art, updraft wind. Intermediate magic, wind enhancement. Empty spirit card. Empty spirit card. Scene changes to S's cabin. Janique walked over and spoke up. Looks like you'll be able to make a contract with a mid-level spirit soon, S remarked. Janika, you seem to have gotten your spirits back. Just the other day when you came to the camp. Just the other day, she remembered the image of the two of them leaning against each other by the fire. This made Janika's cheeks flush red. She fanned her face with her hand and tried to deflect. When was that? I totally forgot. Seeing her expression, S just smiled helplessly. It's clear that when I'm facing Janek, the defensive walls in my mind loosen up. Perhaps it's because Janek is a character completely separate from the script. Among my peers, the only one I can truly call a friend is Janek. Then Janek got back to the main topic. Anyway, I know about the contract between you and Maugia, but no matter how I think about it, it still seems strange. You don't have enough skill to handle a high-level spirit yet. Hearing this, S reached into his shirt to get something, saying, I just used a little trick. The item he took out was a legendary-grade Magitech tool, the Golden Phoenix Ring of Jur. I told her about Professor Gasser and the Golden Phoenix Ring, and also shared my upcoming plans. Janek worriedly said, Does this mean S can't use magic anymore? Then it'll be really hard to make a contract with a mid-level spirit right now, he answered calmly. When the vacation ends and the semester begins, my magic will recover. Hearing that, Janika relaxed and smiled brightly. But, congratulations. In the world of spiritists, they often say that the day you make your first contract with a high-level spirit is also known as the second time you're born into this world. By the way, are you really planning to stay in the Library of Souls during the snowstorm? You're so hardworking. S praised her in return. You're hardworking too. Always holding the top student position. Ah, now that I think about it, once the snowstorm ends, there'll be a student council president election, right? Since you're the top of your year, you'll probably get a lot of attention. Janika sat down, scratching her head with a forced smile. People have asked me about it, but I don't know, so I'm still staying neutral. S remembered from the script that even though Janika was the top student, she wasn't very prominent because she never strongly supported anyone, respecting all the candidates. Suddenly, Janika froze as if she remembered something. She quickly turned to ask, I heard your younger sister is also running for student council president, right? While wiping something, S replied, That's right. She's quite ambitious. Janek's expression turned panicked. S, are you close with your sister? S seemed lost in thought. Would you call it close? I've been disowned, so it's hard to say. But either way, she's still my family. Whether I like it or not, I'll probably have to face her for the rest of my life. So I want to get along with her too. We're not super close or anything, but I'm quite fond of her. Yenika Failover couldn't even lift her head. She just stared at the ground. Is that so? I can tell you care about her a lot. It's probably just a normal sibling squabble. Then, she suddenly grabbed S's sleeve and called out, "Hey, S." Janik, with tears welling in her eyes, asked, what does Tan like? Is there anything she wants as a gift? Or anything she likes? E asked back with a suspicious tone. What did you do to Tangent Joa? She immediately and flatly denied it. What? I didn't do anything, but his eyes remained fixed on her. Seeing Janik panic like a little kitten, he realized she was a terrible liar. It only took her about 3 seconds to confess, unable to bear the feeling of guilt. But in reality, it wasn't that serious. E could only shake his head and chuckle softly. The snow has been falling continuously through the night. They're saying there will be a blizzard starting early this morning. No one is allowed outside unless for a special reason, so if you absolutely must go out, please contact the maid, Killy. Sitting in my room holding the magic tool, I was overthinking things. The scene from a few days ago wouldn't leave my mind. The appearance of a third-year student was extremely terrifying, but more than that, it was the feeling of unease. He looked so natural that I had to wonder if I'd seen things wrong. But then Kanjiak handed me my things and reminded me to be careful and not lose them again. Be careful now, his last sentence. He was clearly trying to use formal language with me. Could he know my secret? I've worked so hard just to have a normal school life. The conditions were set through the hard work of the clerics and the people in charge at the sanctuary. If even one person reveals my identity to an outsider, everything will be over. It's not hard to get information on this man. I remember hearing those two guys arguing. For all their arrogance, they couldn't even get close to the shrine. Shut up. I was just caught by surprise. Got it? It's not like you got into Class A, either. At that moment, Killy was in the dining hall and she overheard that conversation. Joseph insisted that Senior really wasn't a normal person. I heard that among the third-year seniors, he's known for being the eccentric of all eccentrics. From what I've heard, it seems he's living in a cabin in the North Forest. Key repeated to herself, a cabin in the North Forest. Once the blizzard starts, I won't be able to leave Officer Hall for at least a week. When the blizzard ends, spring will come, and the new semester will start. By then, I might miss my chance to silence him. With that thought, Kill returned to her Kalai form, then threw open the window, letting snow whip into the room. It's terrifying, so terrifying. The darkness and the cold. Living while only looking at pure white walls and ceilings can cause a person's eyesight to deteriorate. One can never understand the romance of a world filled with color, not until they've experienced it. After a moment's calculation, Kalagia leaped out of that window. She plunged down from the high floor, her hand still gripping the ring-shaped magic tool. It slowly began to glow, and finally, it helped Kayla land safely on the ground. Arcs of power surrounded her body, protecting her. Reverting to her Killy form, she thought seriously, I can't let the freedom I worked so hard for be snatched away like this. To be sure, I need to meet him. Her decision made, she resolutely ran off to find S. Running alone on a path through the worsening blizzard, the Saintess, Kalagia, was in danger. My eyes have long grown accustomed to the dark, because my life has always been nothing but darkness. The scene etched deep into my mind is the moment I plunged my blade into my older brother's heart. My older brother, the only person who stood by my side, while all the other members of the Noddle clan turned their backs on me. Perhaps it was like a curse. My brother's final words, his voice filled with resentment and boiling rage. The flashback ended. Clay turned and asked, why the sudden change? Are you moving to a different research lab? Bellbrook scratched his head, feeling guilty. No, it's not that. Remembering the images of the past, he gave a non-committal answer. It's just the teaching assistant job at the academy. No matter how I think about it, I don't feel I'm capable enough. This time, I just ended up causing trouble again. The benefits are great, and I really like it. But hearing his hesitation, Cly interjected, Is that so? I thought maybe the benefits weren't good, or perhaps someone else invited you to join them. So that means if you wanted to, you could still do it, right? Bellbrook answered awkwardly, not daring to look her in the eye. Pardon? Yes, that's right. Hearing that, Kel smiled brightly and said, Then just keep doing it. Bellbrook's face went pale. Not knowing what to say, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Yes. For someone with no physical talent whatsoever, like Exot Taylor, this was truly the limit his body could endure. Through arduous training during the summer vacation, a break dedicated to focus and practice, it was nearly over. The skill board appeared. Advanced crafting. Spirit art channeling. Proficiency 23. Power enhancement level 4. Enchantment success rate 92%. Fire control skill. Proficiency 6. Wind control skill. Proficiency 3. Advanced Magitech crafting skill. Proficiency 4. Understanding of Magitech products. 5. Quick crafting of collected recipes. Telos' Frost Protection. Tier 1. The 1,000-year lightning-struck staff is uncraftable. The Eye of Glock is uncraftable. Deohem's Hourglass is uncraftable. By now, my Magitech and Spirit Art had reached a level worthy of being called a specialty. With just a little more practice, these two skills would become truly effective. I have to spend the remaining week focusing on this in the Soul Library. S swung down from the ceiling. It seems giving Jonic money to clean up with magic paid off. I didn't expect the scattered books to be so neatly arranged. They were even organized by subject and title. Just then, E reached up to grab a book. A voice rang out. I'm pretty sure I told you that was a secret. It seems he did it with Eka. They probably thought of it as a form of training, so they were happy to do it. Even so, I should still give them a gift as thanks. Pulling out a book, he exclaimed, let's get started. Reading hundreds of crafting recipes at once isn't effective. The important thing is to choose and focus. The goal is a legendary grade artifact, the Eye of Glocket, which temporarily increases the reaction capabilities of all senses. It halves the effectiveness of curse magic, blocks the effect of defensive magic, and grants immunity to elemental magic. Another legendary grade artifact, Deohem's Hourglass, returns the body's state to a few seconds prior, removing all damage and wounds. It's a single-use item. Craft at least one legendary grade artifact, a wind generator, a noisemaker, a crystal sphere, a blue magic orb, and a light orb. And once I've become somewhat proficient, I'll practice continuously to improve my Magitech skills. And when I'm familiar with it, I'll craft other rare grade items. He hummed happily, engrossed in a stack of books he had just found. The materials were all prepared. Now I just need my tools. E reached into his bag. After rummaging for a moment, his hand suddenly froze. Huh? His face darkened as he put the bag down and began to search seriously. He couldn't help but scream internally. I didn't bring my tools from the cabin. They're gone. A moment later, E crawled out from a mess he'd made. A critical mistake. Now I have to drag myself all the way back. Time for my body to suffer. If you live your life just staring at a blank white wall, your eyesight will eventually fade. The romance of a colorful world. Her footsteps sank ankle-deep into the snow. Killy was thinly dressed, tears welling in her eyes as she fought against the blizzard. Is this that blank whiteness? Ah, it's the river. They said the place was on the bank of the North Forest River. According to the map, this is downstream. So now I just need to head straight upstream to find it. Though her face was flushed red from the cold and her nose was running, Killy's expression was radiant as she cheered. This feels just like an adventure. Kalagia was definitely not a weak person. The holy arts she would later learn were in no way inferior to those of ordinary mages, especially her innate holy arts. Divine Protection, Holy Law Shield. Against any hostile entity that intends to bring harm to this protection's recipient, mid-tier or higher magic will be activated. Attackers with hostile intent will receive double the damage they inflict. Therefore, whether facing any wild animal or even strangers, Killy was certain not to be harmed. Killy had now arrived at S's cabin. Even so, she still felt terrified to face him. He is the successor to the Ed Roth-Taylor family and may have been baptized by the Tozer Order, which makes the whole law powerless against followers who have received the Order's baptism. Those who share the same doctrine will not draw their swords against one another. A follower important enough to be baptized would not harbor ill will towards the saintess. But Killy came here because she was afraid he knew her identity. That's right. I'll confirm it. Everything will be fine. Killy tried to push the door open. What's this? Why won't it open? When she used all her strength, the door flew open, and a bucket of red blood was knocked over, splattering across the floor. The spilled bucket of blood was an absolutely horrific sight. Huh? Killy jumped in alarm, horrified by what was at her feet, then slowly glanced upward. The image of an incredibly ferocious monster appeared, causing Killy to fall to the ground in terror and scream. She glanced away, but saw blood there too. She glanced down, and there was blood there as well. Even her hands were stained with it. Killy's face twisted in fear. Is this place hell? Then came a thumping sound. Thump, thump, thump. Killy startled in panic. Footsteps. She quickly found a suitable place to hide. Just then, the door slammed open with a bang. S walked in, his eyes glowing intensely, his face completely covered, looking terrifying. The first thing that caught his eye was the spilled bucket of blood and the demonic creature. S calmly stepped inside, while Killy, terrified, clamped a hand over her mouth and huddled in a dark corner. He leaned his hand on a rack, causing a blood-stained iron ring to fall right in front of her. S rummaged through a cabinet for a while, then pulled out a bloody knife, looking as ferocious as if he wanted to eat someone alive. Killy was so terrified that tears streamed down her face, and she couldn't stop herself from letting out a sob. Hick. Her body trembled even more violently. S finally moved, slowly leaning down. He raised the sharp knife, his eyes glowing like a demon's, and his voice cut through the air. Who's there? But when he saw the person below him, he was shocked. He exclaimed with concern, Killy? What is it? Why are you here? Why are you trembling like this? Killy couldn't take it anymore and unleashed a blast of power, pushing him away. It was a divine art of the whole law, capable of nullifying most of an opponent's magical effects and inflicting physical damage. S was both bewildered and panicked, having no idea what was happening. Lost. He took the baffling attack, and books rained down around him. In the hazy smoke, only a motionless figure could be seen sitting there. As the smoke cleared, the sight of S, motionless with a bloody head, became visible. Gasp. Killy, horrified, collapsed to the floor. I don't know why. Suddenly terrified, Killy collapsed to the floor. I've killed someone. S, covered in blood, looked absolutely gruesome. Killy clasped her hands together, tears streaming down her face as she prayed, Tozer, I have sinned. I have been tainted by such a great sin. How can I? How can I ever wash this sin away? My life was supposed to be bright and pure, but now it's been stained by an indelible sin. Someone as tainted as me must be burned in hell to atone for this. Just as a holy light began to shine, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder, and a gloomy voice called out. S, who had somehow gotten back on his feet, confronted her with an angry expression. Are you kidding me? Killy's face contorted in sheer terror. She knelt there, completely frozen, her soul practically leaving her body. Killy went stiff and fell backward. S was trembling, furious, but had no idea what to do. Back at the academy, a voice called out, Headmaid, I've received the report. Let's calmly formulate a response plan. We need to notify everyone quickly and begin the search. Management staff in the mansion is reduced, so we need to allocate our personnel as efficiently as possible. Yes, Headmaid. It was Officer Bell. She knew Killy's true identity. The church believed that, at the very least, the highest-ranking person in charge should be aware of it. If the Saintess had an accident in the blizzard, it would be a disaster that would shake the entire kingdom. That composure is just what you'd expect from the head maid. The younger maid looked at Belle with admiration. Even so, she wasn't panicking. But looking at it from another angle, isn't she a Saintess protected by the whole law? On the contrary, it was decided that handling this quietly was the best option. After putting on a fur hat and a cloak, Belle headed out decisively. I will go find Lady Killy myself. The rest of the senior maids, please take care of the other students, especially A Lady Lucy. Yes, ma'am. The younger maid from before hurriedly added another piece of information. Head maid. According to a witness, Lady Killy disappeared towards the northern forest. Belle was stunned and turned back, exclaiming, The northern forest? She recalled the image of important young ladies always orbiting around S. That is that man's territory, a man who is strangely popular with women. A raging blizzard, isolation, and harsh conditions. A man and a woman, trapped in that severe situation. They would have to rely on each other while waiting for rescue. Imagining S and Killy hugging in that tiny room, Belle couldn't help but bite her lip and break out in a cold sweat. While she was lost in her frantic imagination, another maid called out worriedly, Head maid. Belle quickly stepped into the deep snow. Lifting her skirt, she ran, determined to find them as soon as possible. The Saintess is in danger. There's a strange man living in the northern forest, a cold man who carries bloody animal carcasses. That was the rumor spreading through the school. Of course, Belle knew the truth, but she couldn't help but worry. Filled with doubt, she ran straight towards the northern forest. A short while later, she finally arrived, only to see numerous footprints in the snow. Contrary to his cold appearance, S was very easy to talk to and considerate. Even with so many beautiful girls surrounding him, he always completed his duties perfectly. He was a reliable man. But this was also what worried Belle, because if relationships became more complicated, it would be a huge headache. She could only hope he didn't know Killy's identity as she slowly pushed the door open. Belle's heart was pounding in her chest. As soon as S saw Belle, he quickly spoke up. I knew you'd come, Belle. When Belle saw the scene in the room, her forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and she stammered, Young master, could I explain for a moment? She said that she had heard everything from Killy, but if she didn't return immediately, the blizzard would get worse and it would be very dangerous. After listening, S nodded reluctantly and said, That's right. The head maid shouldn't be away from Ohio Tower for too long. He just didn't understand why the Saintess had come to his place. Although he had tried his best, something still felt unnatural. Killy's true identity was a major spoiler meant to be revealed at the end of Act 3. It couldn't be exposed so early. But she was suspicious of him. What was he supposed to do? After hesitating for a long while, he said apologetically, I'm sorry for my disrespectful behavior. Saintess, please put the chair down. Hearing this, Killy quickly complied. Her arms were already exhausted, but Killy quickly reacted. So did Belle. Both of them stared at S in shock. You just called Killy Saintess. How did you know? Understanding their suspicion, S slowly explained, I am also a follower of the Tozer order. Seeing her dispel her concealment magic at such a close distance, anyone would have realized. With that, he again told Killy to put the chair down. She hurriedly nodded and did as she was told. S's principle remained unchanged. Do not get involved with any important characters in the script. But if he just left things as they were, there was no telling what the Saintess might do. In that case, it was better to reveal his knowledge and eliminate the potential risk. With that thought, he spoke coolly. Seeing you secretly hide your identity to blend in with everyone at the academy, it seems you feel suffocated by your constrained life. I understand that feeling all too well. Hearing his words, Killy was at a loss, unable to speak. But then S leaned in close to her, his voice turning serious. How do you find this free life in the forest? Can you imagine my life? These words seemed to be a wake-up call for Killy. That's right. This man's life wasn't living, it was surviving. Everything has two sides, light and dark. Freedom is no exception. If one were a poet praising the beauty of freedom, then this man was surely the embodiment of its dark side. While she was thinking, S spoke again apologetically. I'm sorry for my disrespectful actions, but unfortunately, no one by your side would tell you these things, so I took the liberty. After saying that, he requested to switch places. Soon after, Belle and Killy quickly left S's wooden cabin. Killy followed behind and said, Sorry to have bothered you, Belle. She declined to comment, replying nonchalantly, Don't worry about it. When we get back to the tower, Killy will be warming herself in a cozy room, enjoying hot soup, and that hut in the blizzard will become a distant story. But inside it, the strong stench of blood and the weight of reality still lingered. Killy couldn't possibly imagine that behind that strong exterior, skillfully using magic to block the new student's path, was such a person. It was truly sad, his illusions of freedom shattered, but at least Killy believed her decision to leave the holy capital to seek freedom and come to Sylvania was the right one, because she had met a respectable senior. While thinking, Killy unconsciously looked towards the northern forest. Of course, Belle saw it too, which raised her suspicions. But the two continued on toward the officer's tower. Belle's heart, however, was still burning with curiosity, because she didn't understand the hidden meaning in S's words. Spring arrives when we no longer expect it, which makes it all the more special. At the La Bielle bakery, S happened to run into Lortel Cahelm. Lortel Cahelm cheerfully said she wanted to sit at the same table as S. She said she needed to wait a bit to take inventory, but the owner of this bakery didn't seem too happy about it. Seeing her, he trembled in fear and bowed respectfully. Make yourself at home. If you need anything, just let me know. Lortel Cahelm thanked him politely, and only then did the bakery owner run off. Lortel Cahelm raised an eyebrow and remarked, Absolute power is so interesting. It can even create authority that doesn't exist. S pouted and said, From the look on his face, you're the only one who finds this interesting. Hearing this, Lortel Cahelm smiled, clicking her tongue. You're so harsh. You're right, but I'm not bullying him. Let me tell you, the recent blizzard has made it difficult to supply goods to Aiken Island. The La Bielle bakery ordered a lot of unnecessary things and then canceled the order right before the delivery date. While I understand that ingredients are scarce, him monopolizing the goods from other shops is unacceptable. Where's his business ethic? Hearing this, the bakery owner rushed over and knelt without hesitation. I'm begging you, Lady Lortel Cahelm, please speak up for us. Restricting our order quantity like this is too much, please reconsider. Unfortunately, Lortel Cahelm paid him no mind, still smiling cheerfully as she told S she had a class this afternoon and wanted him to go with her to the faculty area. S let out a soft laugh, calling her cold-hearted, then went with her to school. As they walked, Lortel Cahelm spoke up. I don't want to do this either, but because of the blizzard, shipments from headquarters have been disrupted, so the Merchant Guild's budget is very tight. Even with our assets, we're forced to tighten our belts. Hearing this, S nodded in understanding. So your Merchant Guild also goes through tough times like this. It must be difficult. Lortel Cahelm shrugged nonchalantly, pouting as she said, What are you talking about? Who do you think I am? Financial management is my specialty. Don't worry. As long as we don't spend extravagantly, we'll be fine. That's what befits my status. But as she said this, she suddenly noticed something. She asked in surprise, Why didn't you bring any books to class? S replied casually, I have to stop by the library to borrow some. Think of it as exercise. Hearing this, Lortel Cahelm said urgently, It's just a few silvers. Why don't you just buy them? As she said this, she suddenly realized it was no small sum for a student. Textbooks at Sylvania were all high-end. The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached, and she hastily took out her coin purse. She asked him, How much is it in total? S immediately thanked her with a smile. Lortel Cahelm just shook her head, waving it off. She sighed and said, The Student Council President election is coming up soon. S asked with curiosity, Aren't you planning to run? She stated flatly, My work at the guild is still the top priority. Of course, it's best if someone I support becomes president, someone more friendly. If you run, Senior S, I'll support you. Hearing this, S shook his head in refusal. I have no intention of doing that, and I'm not sure I'd win. Lortel Cahelm was a bit disappointed. What a shame. I kind of guessed you'd say that. What about your sister? She said she'd rather die than support the princess. Thea frowned slightly and said, I won't explain it all, but Tanis. But before he could finish, Lortel Cahelm cut him off coldly. Even if all the top students support Tanis, it'll be hard for her to win. After all, she's only the second daughter of the Yotail family. The gap is just too wide. Lortel Cahelm's assessment was spot on. According to the script, The winner would be Princess Fia Tanzo Taylor, the pitiful villainess. No matter what tricks she used, whether she begged or did whatever it took to get votes, the gap could not be closed. Tanis would have to accept a crushing defeat and leave the stage. While he was lost in thought, Lortel Caheln asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me you support the princess, Senior?" S was slightly startled, shaking his head. "Probably not. If I had to choose, I'd support Tanis, my sister." Hearing that, Lortel Caheln nodded in satisfaction. "Then I'm relieved. Most people at the academy support Princess Fia, so I was a little worried you did too. Besides, you know I like you." As soon as she finished speaking, she leaned her head against his chest. After a moment, she looked up and said, "I almost got jealous, you know." S just stood there, staring at her blankly, saying nothing. Seeing that he didn't respond, Lortel Caheln leaned in closer, whispering, "Does this bother you? Let me check your heartbeat." But at that moment, he reached out and pushed her head away, making her a bit dissatisfied. "You keep avoiding me. Did I do something wrong?" S shook his head slightly, saying calmly, "You didn't do anything wrong, but I don't want to get involved in any romance until I graduate." Lortel Caheln was a bit surprised, her eyes widening as she asked, "Until you graduate? What about after graduation?" S didn't answer, just stood there in silence. But Lortel Caheln was very happy, laughing as she said, "I just dug up some important information. Whatever your reason is, that's a problem for 2 years from now." But her happiness didn't last long, as she heard him slowly say, "And I'm not even sure I can survive until then." Because in his heart, he knew full well that graduating was not an easy goal. The final boss he had to face was at the end of this story. Only when the main character defeats the final boss will the world find peace, and only then can he graduate, especially when he has the support of both Claris, representing the church, and Fia, representing the royal family. Can Taylor defeat the final boss, the Holy Dragon? In other words, Taylor must develop according to the script and gather enough allies. The new student placement exam ended well, and luckily, Claris's secret was kept, allowing her to continue studying at the academy. Although it's a bit of a pity for Tanis, the student council president election is about to begin, and Fia will be the winner. With that, the script has almost returned to its proper course. He could finally rest easy, but contrary to S's expectations, in a girl's bedroom, Fia woke up with her body trembling uncontrollably. Her expression was grim. After a moment, she bit her lip and said, "I'm not running anymore." The entire script was slowly collapsing. Elsewhere, in a dark room, Cavicius was huddled in a corner, muttering endlessly, "Damn it, there are so many other people. So why does it have to be me?" He kept lamenting his fate. Why me? Because in front of him right now was a duel application, something he wanted no part of. Elsewhere, in a classroom, S was being bothered by an uninvited guest who said he wanted to challenge him to a duel to learn from him. But upon hearing this, S closed the book he was reading and said coldly, "Cut the cliches." The youth standing next to him didn't give up, saying firmly, "Because I want to prove myself." S looked at him with a frown, asking suspiciously, "You're already the top student, aren't you?" The youth shook his head, "But only for the first years." He said, "I want to compete with Janika, the overall top student of the 3rd years, and also the Z, the top of the combat division, and you, S. Of course, everything must be done in order." So he sent a challenge letter to Clavier, the 2nd-year top student of the combat division first, but he was being avoided. He said smugly, "Anyway, after I defeat Cavicius, I'll challenge Alavisa and then S." Hearing his name, Bix asked suspiciously, "Why is it my turn? I'm not the valedictorian." The teenager slowly explained, "The 52nd valedictorian doesn't count, so in reality, Senior Dix is the 52nd valedictorian." Dix let out a small scoff and smirked. "So what? You plan to beat me? Then go for Senior Yenika failover and S? You should learn to accept that you can be wrong, kiddo." Hearing this, the teenager frowned and said, "I don't think I can easily defeat Senior Dix either." With a soft chuckle and a shake of his head, Dix walked over, patted the teenager's shoulder, and said mysteriously, "That's not what I mean. What I mean is, you'll never get the chance to face me, let alone Yanika Filover or S. You don't get it at all. You'll end your journey at Gobi Usur. If you want to defeat me, you have to learn to face reality first." Hearing these words, the teenager's expression darkened, but Dix didn't say anything more and walked straight out. As soon as he reached the campus grounds, he heard someone call out to him. Dix turned his head slightly and saw that it was S. S raised an eyebrow at him and said, "You did a great job cleaning the library. Thank you." The two talked as they walked, and Bix also mentioned the matter of the teenager who was going around challenging people. After hearing this, S asked, "Are you talking about that 1st-year valedictorian?" Bix nodded slightly in reply. "That's right. He's aiming for you." S frowned slightly, pondering. "As far as I know, Wade Kem's challenge streak is supposed to last from Chapter 3 to Chapter 4 of Act 3. Wade is the son of a general from the northern border. He possesses a natural talent for swordsmanship and won the 1st-year valedictorian position with overwhelming power. Not satisfied with being the first-year valedictorian, Wade continued to cause a stir, challenging and defeating one by one the famous students and valedictorians of the academy, even Zix. At that time, Zix was in a state of exhaustion and at a disadvantage. Although he fought with all his might, he still lost. Wade's seemingly invincible winning streak came to an end when he lost to Tail, who had grown tremendously over a year. At this point, Dick spoke up again. "There's a welcome ceremony for new students tonight. Do you want to go there to see what he looks like?" S shook his head and refused. "No, I have to go. I have an appointment today." Before leaving, S thanked Dix for the warning and also reminded him to be careful. He thought he didn't care about these things, but seeing the lively atmosphere of the academy, he felt a bit more energized. The fresh atmosphere of the new semester made his steps a little lighter. Dix watched his retreating back and suddenly remembered something. He muttered to himself, "I should have told him that what I wanted to talk about was related to Fia." Although they were just classmates, the two of them still saw each other often, so he knew she was in a bad mood. But whenever someone mentioned S's name, it was clear she was listening intently. Dix had observed this many times. He realized she was very interested in S, but oh well, he would find out more and tell him later. Elsewhere, in the northern forest, the biting cold had passed. 100 flowers bloomed, and insects finally left their hibernating nests. The scenery of the northern forest was even more deserving of the word spring. Luke lay on the roof of the log cabin, playing with the butterflies fluttering around her. Ma was also developing very quickly, and his sensory abilities had improved significantly. He even managed to make a pact with Ma Yuga, so he was now able to contract with intermediate spirits. Ma was currently studying with Yanika Fileover. He called this the Yanika Fileover as master mode. Although it seemed a bit childish, she appeared to think of herself as very dignified. He just went along with her. Yanika Fileover looked at him intently and said seriously, "Normally, to make a pact with an intermediate spirit, you have to travel all over the mountains and forests to find a spirit that suits you. It's not enough to just have sufficient mana to make a pact. You have to find a spirit whose mana flow resonates with yours." After hearing this, S asked with suspicion, "But when I made a pact with Ma Yuga, I didn't have to do that." Yanika Failover slowly explained, "You have an affinity for the fire and wind elements. If you're making a pact with a new spirit, you should avoid those two elements." She wasn't wrong. If you contract with a spirit of the same attribute as the elements you use, it becomes easier to control, but it's difficult to deal with diverse situations. It's best to be able to use many different elements like Yanika Fileover, or at least a few more. There's an illustration for the Spiritmancer character class in Sylvania's Failed Sword Saint. It shows a Spiritmancer wandering in nature, blending in with the rivers and mountains, and communicating with the spirits they encounter. Following what Yanika Fileover had instructed, S closed his eyes and felt the mana. A moment later, he slowly opened them. Many spirits had appeared before him, all of them intermediate spirits that Yanika Fileover had carefully selected. Seeing this, S was a little speechless. He asked doubtfully, "With so many spirits like this, doesn't it bother you? You're really something." Yanika Fileover laughed happily and said, "There's no need to refuse those who want to follow you. I've already spoken with the spirits. That being said, all you need to do now is choose." S frowned upon hearing this. "I can even choose? Let's see what's inside." The intermediate water spirit, Bolao Mug, on his shoulder continuously observed Bolao. Mug frowned slightly. This kid is just a low-level spirit, yet he's looking at us like that? But looking at the crowd of spirits in front of him, S couldn't help but mutter, "The word choose sounds so strange." Hearing this, Yanika Failover suggested, "Or maybe we can do it next time." S quickly shook his head and said, "It's nothing." MGG then said sternly, "Young master, please look at the next spirit." Meanwhile, at the Academy's main hall, the welcome party for new students was underway. Although this was an important event for the new students, Ika, the 53rd valedictorian, was absent for personal reasons. Lucy, the 52nd valedictorian, was also absent for personal reasons. The Academy staff were worried that the ceremony would be less lively, but then their absence no longer mattered. Because one of the noblest figures in Sylvania, Princess Fia, had appeared here. Even though Sylvanian culture leans towards equality, no one dared to strike up a conversation with someone of royal blood. Not even the aristocracy was so bold. Therefore, there was only one person who dared to approach her at this welcome ceremony. It was none other than Wade, the royal family's capable right hand and the heir to one of the 3 most powerful swordsmanship clans. Wade made a move with a chess piece, capturing Fia's king. She couldn't help but praise him. "You're good at chess." Wade smirked and said, "You hesitated after sacrificing your pawn. If you had continued to attack without hesitation, he would have lost already." Fia pouted and replied, "Come on, don't apply military strategy to chess. That's a trick for the royal tutors. Reality is very different." Wade nodded with a smile and said, "It seems you've been through a lot in Sylvania." Fia sighed in resignation. "I've just learned to see myself more objectively. Although I've always been confident in my ability to judge people, I'm not so sure anymore." Hearing this, Wade said casually, "Someone once said that in Sylvania, You have to learn to accept that you can be wrong. The expulsion of S was like a thorn in her throat, but it had saved Yenika failover. He built a hut in the forest, and over time, his presence grew stronger and stronger. It's said that even the new students hold S in high regard. He lives an exemplary life at the academy, and his growing existence is proof of her mistake. Mistakes aren't just made in Sylvania, but everywhere. But hiding from your mistakes like a child won't solve anything. Whether one is of noble birth or humble origins, learning is the duty of every student at Sylvania Academy. After a long moment of contemplation, Fia smirked and said, "Thanks to that, my thoughts have cleared up. Shall we play another round?" She couldn't keep running away from her mistakes. That would be a truly foolish act. It would probably take about 4 days to handle everything. Then she would go to the campsite in the northern forest. She would sit by the fire and talk with him. It had been a long time since she felt so relieved. It seemed that spring had also come for Princess Fia, but on the morning of the third day, she received news that S was dead. Before that happened, Tandi had sent a letter back to her father. The content was just to report on her situation to him. After all, this was the first time she had lived away from home, so there were things she wasn't used to. She said Sylvan's egalitarian learning environment and demanding academic schedule made it a bit difficult for her to adapt. The goal she declared on the day she left home to become the youngest student council president is slowly being realized. She said she met Lo, who is a true merchant. There will soon be negotiations for the purchase of the sage's seal. She's very worried, unsure if she's capable enough to represent the family. And there's something else that's a bit hard to say. Because GZ Finn exiled S, he is undoubtedly the disgrace of the family. But more accurately, she told him that you've been working hard and have matured so much, it's as if you've become a completely different person. The truth is, Tan was too young to remember everything clearly, so she might have been overthinking it. She recently had a dream about her childhood. The setting was the small mountain behind the Joe Taylor estate, where lilacs and daffodils bloom in the spring. She remembers walking up the hill, with both of her hands being held. One hand was her sister's, a Owen. The other hand, she thinks, must have been her father's, back when Avon was alive and wasn't a delinquent. So, she speculates that you have returned to your old self. At this point, she only left a few more lines before saying goodbye. Magef, holding the letter in one hand, and the magic dagger Ed Roth Taylor sent in the other, finally spoke dispassionately after a moment. A reply to Ed Roth Taylor. Besides the student council president election, there's also the negotiation to purchase the sage's seal. She can't handle it all alone, so he will send a trusted servant with her. Although the academy doesn't allow family servants inside, they've made an exception for business reasons. GZ Finn ordered the two people kneeling below him, "Go now." The two quickly left the room. Once GZ Finn was alone, he suddenly took off his glove, revealing a wrinkled hand with a crimson eye on its back. GZ Finn still seemed unaccustomed to this. This is the ultimate magic, an affirmation of causality, allowing the user to see the outcome of a specific action or variable. It's just that the massive consumption of mana is unavoidable, so it cannot be used frequently, but it is an absolute power. It allows him to see the certain outcome of an action he has taken. Just like now, when he placed his hand on the orb, an image appeared of another man piercing a young boy through with a dagger. That other person was none other than S. He was covered in wounds. Yanika Failover also appeared inside the orb. As she ran over worriedly, she was pushed into a bottomless abyss. She wanted to grab his hand and pull him back, but it was too late. In the end, she could only stand on the cliff's edge, watching helplessly as he fell. Immediately after, Yenika Failover's somber back appeared again. Her face was now filled with murderous intent. After watching, GZ Finn felt nothing, but this was a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before S's death, everything proceeded as normal. On the other hand, Ed Roth Taylor was extremely busy. She was estimating the results of a poll on the support rates for the student council president candidates. Princess Fia was not only famous within the royal family, but also widely known among the people of the Cell Empire. If Fia were to run, no matter what happened, Ed Roth Taylor's chances of winning would be practically zero. Of course, she was well aware that reality and ideals were different, but unfortunately, she had to give up hope. As she was lost in thought, a voice interrupted her. It was Gitch, who asked cheerfully, "Are you off to elemental magic practice?" Ed Roth Taylor nodded slightly. Gitch continued, "Are you doing okay? When you have time, you should have tea with me and Elle." At the same time, a group of students outside saw this and couldn't help but whisper in amazement, "That's our senior, Gitch. Isn't he one of the strongest people in the academy?" But before their surprise could fade, Lo also walked up to greet her. "Ed Roth Taylor, the negotiations for the seal are coming up. Come by when you're free. Just let me know when, and I'll make the arrangements." Even someone as aloof as Lucy came over to talk with Ed Roth Taylor. The crowd nearby was once again shocked, their eyes filled with admiration. They couldn't stop praising Ed Roth Taylor, complimenting her elegant demeanor and extensive connections. Hearing these words, Ed Roth Taylor took a deep breath. It took her a long moment to compose herself before she smiled cheerfully and said, "You two must be exhausted. You must be very tired today. Go back to your rooms and rest." After a few more polite exchanges, they finally dispersed, each going back to their own room. The moment the door to Ed Roth Taylor's room closed, she immediately slumped to the floor, her eyes filled with disbelief. She didn't understand what was happening. In recent days, her status and reputation in the academy had skyrocketed, but she hadn't done anything at all. If she had to name a reason for receiving such special treatment, it was because she was S's little sister. At this thought, she couldn't help but cover her face and cry. She had always thought her brother was a failure, but now she felt like she was the failure. The change was so sudden that Ed Roth Taylor couldn't comprehend what had happened. As she was thinking, a creaking sound suddenly echoed, and her room door swung open. Soon after, two men slowly walked in, greeting Ed Roth Taylor cheerfully. "Long time no see?" Ed Roth Taylor was immediately overjoyed. "Father has prepared everything meticulously. It's been a while. It's great to see you both again." One of them spoke again. "We heard you were struggling with your studies. We're happy to be of assistance." The blue-eyed man slowly introduced himself. "I am Cad. I will be gathering information on prices and the financial situation of the Merchant Guild to support the negotiations for the seal." The other man was Knocker. He would be assisting her in the Student Council President election. But Ed Roth Taylor immediately refused. "That won't be necessary. There was news this morning. Faya will not be running for office." At the same time, at a cafe near the academy, Janek told S this news. The royal secretary had made the official announcement this morning. Everyone was buzzing about it. After hearing, S sighed and said, "So, it's just been announced. It could still change, right?" GZ Finn Jaw Taylor, the final boss of Act 4 with flawless work processing abilities. Everyone thought he was a benevolent father to the Joe Taylor family, but only Princess Faya recognized his ambition. Princess Faya, who held both royal and academic power, was supposed to be the strongest ally, leading the fight against GZ Finn. That's how things were supposed to go, but she announced she wouldn't run. But at this moment, Yenica Failover suddenly came up behind S, bowed her head, and said worriedly, "I'm starting to feel uneasy." She had a feeling he was about to do something reckless again. Hearing this, S frowned and was about to explain, but before he could say a word, she cut him off. "I can't let you endure injury and pain all by yourself. I won't allow that to happen. You've been through so much already. I shouldn't let you get into any more trouble. If you're planning to do something, I'll help you." S was startled for a moment, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. "To be honest, I want Princess Faya to become the student council president," Janique asked doubtfully. "Princess Fia treated you so badly. Besides, Ed Roth Taylor is your sister, so I was planning on supporting her. But anyway, the princess has already announced she's not running. What can we do?" Just then, Gitch approached from a distance. Seeing their ambiguous posture, he asked suspiciously, "What are you two doing? Getting a little intimate for broad daylight, aren't you?" He apologized for interrupting, then asked, "But do you know why Fia isn't running?" Gitch's words made Janek blush with embarrassment. She said shyly, "Intimate? The way you talk is so mortifying." Gitch didn't say anything more and continued the previous topic. Like a pack leader who has lost its way. A pack leader who once led its entire pack to its death due to a wrong decision. It won't react at all, even when being targeted. Faya's eyes remind me of that. It's like she's lost her conviction and can't do anything anymore. At this point, Gitch raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I won't disturb you two any longer. It will rain tomorrow. You two should be careful when you leave the dorms." Gitch's intuition was sharper than a normal person's senses, so his predictions were very reliable. The worst-case scenario was that Princess Faya had lost her animosity towards the Jaw Taylor family. S didn't know what he should do now. As he was zoning out, a cheerful voice spoke up again. Janek, beside him, raised an eyebrow and smiled. "If it rains, I can practice controlling water spirits. It's best to practice near the sea. Let's go to the northern cliffs tomorrow to practice intermediate-level spirit control. Practice elemental arts after class." As S listened to her ramble on, he fell into deep thought, then couldn't help but let out a satisfied smile. "For now, I'll just do what I can." Meanwhile, in the northern forest, Lucy was, as usual, lying on the roof, relaxing and gazing at the sky above. Lucy mumbled, "Looks like it's about to rain." But just as she said it, her eyes suddenly flew open in shock. In an instant, she leaped to the ground. Without a word, she snapped her fingers. A brilliant flame erupted into a blaze. A short while later, S returned from the academy and headed straight inside, lamenting to himself that spring was so beautiful, but the rain would make it hard to go out. The pitter-patter of the raindrops soured Lucy's mood. Before long, the sky opened up. If it's going to rain, it might as well pour and get it over with. Ignoring the damn rain, S headed to the cliffs to train. Looking at the cliff face before him, he couldn't help but marvel. "So this is what it looks like." Mug popped out and said cheerfully, "This is my first time on the northern coast." Although the cliff area was vast, it was desolate and rarely visited, so there was nothing very interesting about it. But this was the perfect place to practice water-based spirit arts. Mug suggested that S making a pact with the intermediate water spirit, Rhea, was an excellent choice. On top of that, Mug just kept rambling on about combining it with magic arrows. S immediately lost his patience and snapped, "Shut up." Just then, two figures approached from behind, their voices low and grim. "It's a pleasure to see you again." The young master didn't hesitate to draw his bow. He recognized them, the mid-bosses from Act 4, the final chapter of Phase 3, Cad and Knocker, GZ Finn's close retainers, who held the family's dark secrets. Old veterans who had dedicated their entire lives to the Jaw Taylor family. They were familiar faces, but this was no happy reunion. Cad spoke leisurely. "It is a pleasure to see you again." The young master frowned at them and said slowly, "I've already been exiled from the family. The fact that you two still call me young master, I'm so touched." Scoffing, Cad sneered. "We've heard all about you, young master. We're here on Lord GZ Finn's orders. Our purpose is to assassinate you." Hearing this, he stared with wide, shocked eyes. He was about to say something when Cad spoke again. "However, we would like to retract that. We used to despise you and plan to use this dagger, coated in a highly toxic seal, for the assassination. The one who has changed so completely from before, the one who now rules the manor. But after learning about your life and reputation at the academy, we realized you've recovered your former brilliance and have become the true heir to the family." At this, Cad and his companion bowed their heads to him, saying earnestly, "We will report everything to Lord GZ Finn. Please, return and restore the honor of the Joe Taylor family." A waste of breath. He didn't believe them, keeping his bow aimed at the two of them and warning coldly, "Don't try anything." Just as expected, seeing he hadn't fallen for their trick, Cad and Knocker broke into malicious smiles. Cad's lips curled into a smirk. "You've grown up, young master." As soon as the words were out, they attacked. Cad, the Eagle Knight, with his sharp, wind-style swordsmanship. But S wasn't afraid. He calmly dealt with the incoming blades of wind. But that wasn't enough. A brilliant flame suddenly shot towards him. Lost. Knocker charged from behind, wielding an incredibly ferocious fire-type mace. In an instant, a fiery explosion erupted. Fortunately, S managed to dodge. He threw himself backward, firing an arrow in the same fluid motion. But these were, after all, close retainers who held the dark secrets of the Jaw Taylor family. They dodged with ease, raising an eyebrow at him, their tone dripping with malice. "Young master, do you remember Melina? That poor child, blinded in one eye because of a prank you pulled. And what's more, that child is Knocker's daughter. That's why he hates your guts." Without hesitating, he threw a punch, and in a flash, an illusion of a firefox lunged at S. But to his astonishment, S actually dodged it. In front of him now was a protective magic barrier. He frowned at them, saying, "Yes, that happened. But revenge is nothing but vanity." Knocker snorted. "I know full well that revenge only brings emptiness, but you're not the one who gets to say that to me." The moment he finished speaking, the mace in his hand slammed down again. But S still evaded it. Seeing this, Knocker's expression hardened. He gritted his teeth and said, "You've gotten stronger, but there's no way you can block a mace enhanced by her magic. You dodge well, but one hit is all it will take to kill you. That bow is just getting in your way. It's slowing you down and keeping you from watching your surroundings." Immediately after, he attacked ferociously, his aura overwhelming. S was forced to retreat. In the blink of an eye, he had been pushed to the cliff's edge. Of course, Knocker gave him no time to breathe, charging again with his fiery mace. Only this time, S wasn't afraid. He simply smirked and said calmly, "I know." The moment the words left his lips, a dagger appeared from behind Knocker and plunged into his back. Fresh blood gushed out, and he screamed in agony. Seeing this, Cad panicked. Was that forbidden arts? No, that's not right. Spirit arts? He used a basic defensive spell, one that can only block magic, to lure Knocker in, using the opportunity to prepare an attack. A brilliant strategy. But then, the unexpected happened. S shouted one name, "Mug!" As soon as he did, a deafening explosion ripped through the air, sending smoke and flames everywhere. Outside the blast, Cad could only shield his face, shouting Knocker's name again and again, but there was no reply. Before he could even regain his composure, shards of ice shot toward him. Cad had to shove his worry aside and focus on dodging. But the ice shards were too fast. One pierced his thigh. Biting his lip hard, he couldn't believe S was able to attack from inside that explosion. S was drenched in a cold sweat, having just fired the arrow. By now, Cad's face was a mask of pure rage. He ground his teeth and spat. That bastard. What the hell has he been through? But next time, aim for a vital spot, not my lower body. Of course, there won't be a next time. As he finished speaking, vicious blades of wind shot forward. Their target, naturally, was S. With a loud boom, the spot where S was standing was consumed by dust and debris, but from within the smoke, he was still on his feet. He was covered in wounds, but in front of him lay Knocker's body. He had used the man as a shield to block the fatal blow, but before he could even catch his breath, Cad charged again. Yet, before he could attack, a ferocious beast appeared behind him. In an instant, Cad was frozen in terror. Thinking back to the moment before, he suddenly realized something. Could it be? Has he really reached this level? Behind him was Rhea, the intermediate water spirit. Immediately, Cad felt as if he were being plunged underwater. A suffocating pressure quickly overwhelmed him, and the sword fell from his grasp. In that moment, he couldn't breathe. But just then, a bloody hand shot out and grabbed the dagger on the ground. It was Knocker. Though burned and slashed to the point of unconsciousness, the man confident he'd survived everything a battlefield could throw at him had remained conscious. This was something not even S had anticipated. But, of course, he quickly threw up a protective barrier to block Knocker's blade. Before Knocker could recover, a gust of wind slammed into him, and a powerful tornado engulfed him. In an instant, dirt and rock flew everywhere. When the tornado died down, Knocker's body was still standing before S, in the exact same pose. S's eyes widened in shock as he stared at him. The tip of the dagger was inches from his forehead, but it was frozen mid-air. Knocker had no strength left. His entire body was stained crimson, a massive gash torn across his back. At the same time, Cad had been defeated by Rhea. Knocker's body swayed on its feet, then collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with terror. S wasn't in much better shape, but he still managed a smirk. Knocker glared at him and growled, "Just kill me already." But as soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes shot wide open, a wet sheen appearing in them. S walked over to him and said in a low voice, "What I was trying to tell you is that them being sent here is all the proof I need. Proof that Father wants me dead, too. Even if it's not today, you'll die sooner or later. You could kill them, but if you don't escape this cycle, you'll still die here. It may be a meaningless act, but it won't be in vain. At least Knocker won't be haunted by vengeance anymore. This is a small gift for the loyal retainers of the Joe Taylor family." As soon as he finished his thought, he gripped the handle of Knocker's dagger and, without a moment's hesitation, thrust it forward, piercing straight through his own body. He couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. At that exact moment, Yanika Failover walked up from behind, saying apologetically, "Sorry, my class ran a little late." But as she spoke, the scene in front of her came into view. Knocker had raised his foot and kicked him down. His entire body fell limply, like a puppet with its strings cut, into the deep abyss. Janek desperately rushed forward to grab him, but it was too late. He had already fallen. It was just as GZ Finn had seen in the orb. Janet couldn't hold onto his hand, and she became enraged. In an instant, her entire body was overflowing with killing intent. The moment Knocker saw her, he was terrified. Someone had seen him commit murder, but his body was in no condition to fight now. Before he could even decide whether to attack or not, a magic circle appeared. Seeing this, he grew even more panicked. What in the world was this? He had been confident that he'd experienced everything possible on a battlefield, but he had never seen a sight like this. A being stronger than even a high-level spirit, the awakening of an ultimate spirit, a creature of which only one exists for each element in nature, and a girl was controlling it. But this thing was now confronting him. Janek's eyes, filled with hatred, glared at him. What was unfolding before him was a colossal magic circle. How many people could possibly understand its significance? A genius spiritmancer, one who had once summoned the right arm of Gan, the ultimate shadow spirit, was now pouring all her strength and pain into creating this scene. The sun seemed to scorch the earth with a tail larger than the imperial capital. The ultimate fire spirit, said to have incinerated the entire Abos mountain range during the Age of Myths. If just one of its arms were summoned, the entire northern forest would be engulfed in a sea of flames. There was no need to understand the meaning of the giant magic circle in the sky. Just by facing the dark aura before them, anyone could understand what was about to happen. It was certain death. Moreover, what Knocker was facing was also fueled by Yanika Failover's fury. Her eyes radiated a thick, killing intent as she asked through gritted teeth, "Do you have any idea what you've just done?" At this moment, Knocker couldn't say a single word, because the agony of the scorching flames made him feel as if death was closing in. But just then, a whirlwind suddenly appeared, blocking the flames. Immediately after, a great beast appeared, shouting at him, "Run! You have to live!" He was a bit startled, not understanding what was happening, but he quickly figured out its purpose. It wanted him to report everything he had witnessed. Hearing this, he immediately fled. Yanika Failover narrowed her eyes at the beast before her and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Mauga gritted her teeth, telling it to get out of the way, but Mauga stood its ground, not moving an inch. Then, it spoke slowly. "I can't go back like this. Isn't that strange? Calm down and think. It wasn't you who summoned me." As soon as those words were spoken, Janek's eyes widened in shock. Below the cliff was a large river. A moment later, a blood-soaked arm emerged from the water. Before, Lo had asked S how his Magitech studies were progressing. S had spent the entire vacation practicing magic engineering. The result was that in this moment, he had succeeded and survived. He had crafted a legendary-grade magic tool, the Hourglass of Regression. It reverts the body's state to a few seconds prior. The wounds from the fall and the deadly venomous seal curse had vanished. But time only turned back a few seconds. His battle wounds were still bleeding, and his body temperature was steadily dropping. He had summoned Manga because he sensed the situation on the cliff was dire, but now he was so grievously injured he couldn't even tell what was happening. The legendary grade magic tool, the Hourglass of Regression, was something that shouldn't exist at this point in the third regression. He never expected to have to use it so soon. Though it was a shame that so much effort was spent for just a few short seconds, he had survived. GZ Finz's causality affirmation magic was incredibly unpredictable. If he had defeated Cad and Knocker to survive, GZ Fin would have just used the magic again and again. He would pay any immense cost in mana until he found a future where he died. Therefore, he needed to die once. He didn't know why the man wanted to kill him, but if he saw a future where he died, he would surely stop paying attention to him. It wasn't easy to send subordinates to Aiken Island without a valid reason. The only reason would be to support someone who was busy with the election or the negotiations. In other words, if he could stay dead until the student council president election was over and the negotiations about the seal were complete, he would survive. The problem was, his body wouldn't move. Just then, a fire spirit suddenly dove down from the cliff. Seeing it, he breathed a sigh of relief. He forced himself to stand, saying softly, "My whole body aches like hell. I'm glad you found me. Thank you." But before he could finish, his voice caught in his throat, because Janek had thrown herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. He was caught off guard, and having just stood up, he was pushed back to the ground by her. A little stunned, he didn't know how to react. He just let her cry. After a long while, he said apologetically, "Looks like I made you worry again. I'm sorry, Yenika Failover," but she just kept crying, which left him at a bit of a loss. He raised a hand to pat her back, comfortingly, not saying another word. The two of them remained like that in the dark abyss. A while later, they had both calmed down and lit a fire to rest. He explained his plan to Yenika Failover. She nodded slightly and replied, "So you'll have to avoid causing trouble until the election is over." She said she would bring him food and necessities, so he didn't need to worry. He nodded his thanks, but his wounds had started to ache. Hearing this, Janek was startled and let go of him, saying shyly, "Sorry, hugging you just makes me feel safer." As soon as the words were out, she realized what she'd said and quickly tried to correct herself. Never mind, just forget what I just said." He frowned at her, hesitating for a long moment before speaking. "It's still raining, but you have a lot you need to do." Meanwhile, in the northern forest, the ever-lazy Lucy was, of course, here as well. She wasn't doing anything at all, but she was, in fact, waiting. The difference was that she felt comfortable, not bored. She could easily picture the daily routine of the hut's owner. He would trudge out of the bushes, check the extinguished campfire, then kick the support beams a few times to test their sturdiness. Then he'd go to the clothesline, take down the soaking wet clothes, and move any tools prone to rust inside the hut. After that, he'd brush the rainwater off his coat, enter the hut, and greet her. S's life was turbulent and full of storms, but in the end, he would always return here. He would light the lamp, sit at the table, and read his Magitech books until he dozed off by the fireplace. Lucy would fall asleep to the sound of the falling rain, the crackling fire, and the rustle of S turning pages. As she was closing her eyes, enjoying these peaceful scenes in her mind, she suddenly sensed a strange mana approaching, along with the stench of blood. She didn't really care. It felt like too much trouble, but then she remembered S had asked her to watch the house. She finally moved her lazy body, leaving the roof and landing in front of the newcomers, asking suspiciously, "Who are you?" Before her stood two people. Knocker was carrying Kadach on his back and said hurriedly, "I'm Noker, a retainer of the Jaw Taylor family. Help me, I'm badly injured." He claimed he had slipped in the forest and his companion was attacked by a wild beast. He thought he could cover up the truth, but Lucy was no fool. She immediately released an aura that made him widen his eyes in fear as her cold voice rang out again. "I'll save you." In an instant, the entire dark forest was enveloped in a purple magical light. Looking down at him coldly, Lucy spoke with a sneer. "If you're telling the truth, I'll save you. What did you do?" Elsewhere, on the high cliff where S had fallen, the dagger with the venomous seal and S's bow and arrows still lay where they had fallen after the fight. A figure who shouldn't have been here appeared Professor Ben. He picked up the dagger, frowned, and muttered, "A high-grade poison, rarely seen. Why does something always happen whenever I'm on duty? There's no magic left on the poison seal, only a trace, which means it's been used. Someone is definitely dead. Judging by the location and time of the fall, it'll be difficult to find the body even if we search at dawn." He had heard Yenika Failover's report. She had arranged to meet S to practice spirit arts, and when she arrived, she found him stabbed. Yenika Failover, standing beside her, nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, that's right." His expression turning grave, Ben continued to ask, "I know this is a shock, but please try to remember carefully. You saw the culprit, didn't you?" Yenika Failover answered without any hesitation. It was Jotiel's subordinates, Kadach and Noker. Hearing this, Ben was a bit surprised. Subordinates of the Jotiel family? In that case, I will report this to the headmaster at dawn. But just as he finished speaking, a strange event occurred that startled him. A figure walked out from the forest. He frowned, asking suspiciously, "Who is that girl?" But before anyone could answer, the figure in front of them vanished. When she reappeared, she was right in front of Ben. At this point, Yenika Failover finally got a clear look at the newcomer. Yenika Failover's face turned pale with panic, and she quickly said, "Lucy, calm down. Come back to the hut and listen to me." But Lucy said in a cold voice, "I've already caught the ones who killed him. It was Kadik and Noker, subordinates of Jotil." With that, she picked up S's bow from the ground. The bow was quickly enveloped in magic, and even Lucy's body began to emit a powerful aura, terrifying everyone present. Soon, she disappeared from everyone's sight. Ben bit his lip hard. Yenika Failover quickly suggested, "We have to go after Lucy now." Ben asked doubtfully, "What is all this about?" Yenika Failover just shook her head, her expression grave as she said, "There's no time. We have to stop this right now, before it's too late." Back in the northern forest, Lucy had already tied up Kadik and Noker. She questioned them coldly. "So, Jotil's subordinates have been showing up lately under the guise of assisting the Jotil family's work?" At this moment, her eyes were filled with killing intent. Noker looked terrified. He hurriedly explained, "We aren't suspicious individuals. We came here to provide support and have completed the registration process, so we're legally permitted to enter the academy." Hearing this, she instantly knew who they were talking about. It was Tan. Biting her lip hard, she ran straight for Offeiler Tower. Without any warning, she unleashed a magical fist directly at Offeiler Tower, causing a massive, startling explosion. Like a demon of death, Lucy slowly walked through the wreckage. She yelled fiercely, "Tan Roros, where is she?" Tan didn't appear, but the maids did. Lucy turned her head to look behind her. Bio, leading the group of maids, asked cautiously, "What in the world is going on, Miss Lucy?" But Lucy didn't answer. Left with no choice, Bio took out a magic box and began to cast a spell. In the blink of an eye, Lucy was surrounded by a magic circle. Bio's face looked troubled at this moment. She asked hesitantly, "Miss Lucy, why are you doing this?" Lucy still didn't answer, her killing intent continuing to rise. But the magic box in Bio's hand began to show signs of cracking. A flash of terror crossed Bio's face as Lucy's cold voice rang out once more. "Bring her to me." As she finished speaking, Bio's body froze on the spot. At the same time, in the academy courtyard, another explosion echoed amidst smoke and fire. Two figures, one standing and one kneeling, flickered in and out of view. Wade, who was standing, let out a smirk. "That was a pretty interesting match." Alavisa bit her lip fiercely, saying with resentment, "What's so interesting? You act like it's a big deal just because you beat a second-year senior." Wade was the heir to the prestigious Kano family of swordsmanship. Hearing her words, he didn't get angry at all, still holding a smile on his lips. "You fought well, Senior Alavisa. In any case, it's still too early to say I've defeated all the second-year seniors, isn't it?" Because he still hadn't defeated Zeke. Zeke, who was standing on the sidelines, couldn't help but sigh, but he didn't say a word. But the students around them couldn't stop chattering. No one expected Alavisa to lose to a first year. Wade is the heir of the famous Kano swordsmanship family, but was he really able to win as easily as expected? Just then, a sudden explosion rang out, startling everyone. No one understood what was happening. The sound they had just heard was the explosion Lucy had created. Immediately, footsteps began to rush away. Zeke was in the lead, with Wade running behind him, suggesting they first find the head maid to handle the situation. But Zeke just shook his head and sighed. It's already too late. He wasn't wrong, because all of the maids had been frozen solid by Lucy. This was Lucy's time-stop magic. There are people who dedicate their entire lives to studying celestial magic. But in this world, there are geniuses who can replicate that kind of magic just by seeing it once. The clearest example of this is Lucy. Lucy remained in the air, looking down coldly, and commanded in a harsh voice, "Tan, bring her to me." Zich, who was running towards the tower, heard her voice and frowned in confusion. He didn't understand. Why her? While he was still confused, the maids came running from the other side, shouting urgently, "Quick, over here!" He ran after them, asking, "What's wrong?" A maid quickly explained, "The head maid has been killed. Our side is in total chaos. If what Miss Lucy said is true, then the third-year magic student, S, has been murdered." As soon as she said this, Zeke's steps faltered. The maid continued to explain, "The assassin is believed to be a servant from the Jotil family." Wade frowned slightly and asked back, "If it's a servant from the Jotil family, does that mean it was Tan?" But as soon as he finished his sentence, he realized something was wrong and quickly looked behind him. Zish frowned at them and said in a deep voice, "You go on ahead." The maids were startled and spoke up in confusion. In this situation, Wade became even more frantic over here. "Why is this happening? Is this some kind of revenge? Then we should get out of here, fast." Zish shook his head and said calmly, "I'll handle this myself. Everyone, please evacuate first. I'm truly sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and ran towards another door. He kicked down the door to a room, stepping over the debris as he walked in. Looking at the scene before him, he said softly, "Just as I thought." 5 minutes after the loud noise, no one saw Tan. The door was locked at night, so the only hiding place could be the wardrobe. And sure enough, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Tan huddled inside, trembling uncontrollably. Why did it come to this? Why is this happening? Zik clutched his head helplessly. He didn't know why all the evidence pointed towards Tan either. In fact, it was thanks to S that Tan had gained a reputation in the academy. And although it seemed like Tan had a disagreement with S, he didn't believe she would resort to assassination. He was lost in thought like that. A moment later, he spoke slowly. Listen carefully, Tan. You need to be honest with the questions I'm about to ask. He asked if she had ordered S's murder. Tan didn't wait a single second before immediately retorting, I really didn't do it. Her words weren't enough to convince Zish. If this continued, Tan would definitely end up in a dangerous situation. Just the thought of S being gone weighed heavily on him. But right now, there were too many things he didn't understand. Perhaps not intervening at this moment was the right choice. With that thought, he took off his cloak and gave it to Tan, saying with a smile, All right, I'll listen to your explanation later. For now, stay here for a while. You'll be in danger if you go to the square right now. He suggested this because he was certain of one thing. S would not have wanted to see Tan killed, or for Lucy to have blood on her hands. Therefore, he would try to stop Lucy first. But at that moment, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind him. You don't seem to grasp the current situation. Zeech was slightly startled. He turned his head and saw Wade walking in. Wade said in a low voice, You don't need to try to do the impossible. Right now, complying with Miss Lucy's request is the right decision. He said that all they needed to do was bring Tan to Lucy, and everything would be resolved. Glaring at him, Zeech replied coldly, I'll decide that for myself. Tan was still hiding inside the wardrobe, not daring to peek out. Of course, Wade didn't accept this decision. His hand was already on his sword as he said coldly, Your decision is completely unreasonable, you old fool. If that's how it's going to be, he'll just have to use force. He said he's going to take Ed Rothtaylor. Over at the plaza, Lucy, bow in hand, continuously drew her string. Thousands of magical arrows tore through the air. The moment they hit the ground, explosions instantly rang out. At the same time, the petrified bodies were also shattered by Lucy. Gobi Usero, who was running away, was suddenly hit by a large chunk of something. Seeing the thing that fell in front of him, he was horrified. It was a human-shaped rock, and he recognized the person as the top student of the 4th-year alchemy department. Gobi Usero's expression immediately turned ugly. He cried out in disbelief. This guy was a top student too, so how was he still defeated? With that, he immediately looked up at the sky and saw Lucy hovering high above, looking absolutely vicious. Gobi Usero immediately turned and fled, whining nonstop. Why is this crazy shit happening? Why can't my life ever be peaceful? This is awful. But as he was running, he tripped on a rock. Unsurprisingly, he slid across the ground. He just lay there, face down. Gobi Usero felt even more helpless, sighing. When a monster like that shows up, who wouldn't be scared? This really sucks. Just then, a clear voice rang out from behind him. What are you doing, Gobi Usero? Why are you lying there? He slowly lifted his head and saw Liliaza. He asked doubtfully, Weren't you in a duel? Liliaza nodded nonchalantly. I was training when I suddenly ran out of reagents, so I had to come to the lab to get more. In this situation, who else but the top students can deal with that monster? She said they have to hold out for about 30 minutes until the academy staff arrives. But seeing Gobi Usero lying on the ground, refusing to get up, Liliaza's tone immediately turned sharp. Look at you! You can't even stand on your own 2 feet! When you feel like you've recovered, head to the staff building. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the plaza. Gobi Usero still didn't move. He just watched her retreating back and bit his lip hard. He gritted his teeth and muttered, You damn fool. You're so pathetic. He felt miserable, like a complete failure. At the same time, below the cliff, the rain continued to fall. Janik ran to this place to report the situation. The academy staff had already gone ahead, and the Mao family had left as well. But before she could explain, Lucy already knew everything. E frowned slightly, asking with suspicion, What about Lucy? Janik replied hastily. She's already gone to the officier hall to find Ed Rothtaylor. Hearing this, E felt a little helpless and forced himself to stand up. He sighed and said, All right, it seems I'll have to handle this myself. Inside Lucy's memory, on a drizzly night, in a small house. Lucy was still a child back then. Lying sick in bed because of the rain, her grandfather watched over her side. When the wind and rain are battering you, you will feel pain, he reassured her in a low voice. But remember this feeling. Lucy frowned slightly at her grandfather, her eyes filled with doubt. He slowly explained, The aches that torture your body, the wounds on your flesh, they will become increasingly rare. Lesser people, they spend their entire lives on things you can do with ease. You will meet many people like that. Back in the present, many students had cast numerous magic spells at her, but her power was terrifying. She could completely block all those spells. She looked down on them coldly from above. In her eyes, they were nothing more than ants. Right after that, a magic circle appeared, and in a flash, beams of magic enveloped everyone. Only then did Lucy descend to the ground, and in front of her, many more giant humanoid statues had appeared. But at that moment, Lucy wasn't happy at all. Remembering what her grandfather had said, she cursed in anger, "You lying old man!" While she was lost in her rage, someone came running from a distance. Immediately after, a flame erupted, and smoke and dust instantly covered a corner of the plaza. But Lucy was completely unaffected, still standing there calmly. She looked over to the other side and saw Liliaza standing there, drenched in rain, gritting her teeth and muttering, "How strange. I've never seen magic like this, and the casting speed is abnormally fast." Lucy glared at Liliaza, snorted coldly, and said, "Get out of my way." As soon as the words left her mouth, she waved her hand. A current of magical electricity shot towards Liliaza, sending her flying and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. But Liliaza didn't give up and continued to speak, so fast. "I don't understand the principle behind it. It's not magic, it's just a simple release of mana." But when she looked at the things surrounding Lucy, she muttered to herself, "As I thought, the problem is still the mana." Saying that, she smirked. Mages with excellent mana perception use their mana to create magic. But do you know what we alchemists do? Hearing this, Lucy was slightly startled. She seemed to guess what the other girl was about to say. With a soft laugh, Liliaza continued, "We use mana to create other things, not magic, like magical tools, for instance, or reagents." As she spoke, she took out a red vial of potion. "This is the ruby reagent. It absorbs a massive amount of mana and converts it into liquid form. Now, I'll use your mana as fuel to activate all of these magical tools." In an instant, a series of machines appeared. If I activate all of them at once at several times their normal output, all the surrounding mana will vanish. Although her precious creations would be destroyed, there were still many students who hadn't evacuated yet. The maids needed more time. With that thought, Liliaza yelled, "Try and destroy this too!" Along with her shout, magic surged from the magical tools. But before long, the amount of mana absorbed caused them to overload. In an instant, Liliaza's face turned grim, because all of her magical tools had exploded, calculating the mana required to overload all the magical tools. Theoretically, it's possible, but no one would ever do it because it has no academic value. Such a colossal amount of mana can't possibly exist, and if it did, stopping it would also be impossible, but Lucy could. Belle, the head maid of the Officier Tower, Chaziana, the top student of the 54th class, Magic Division, the top student of the 54th class, Alchemy Division, 14 high-ranking maids, and the top student of the 52nd class, Alchemy Division, Liliaza. All of them were taken down in just 3 minutes. Lucy walked past all of them, heading forward, but at that moment, Liliaza grabbed her by the ankle and said in a low voice, "If you keep going, you'll regret this. With your amount of mana, you could have destroyed the entire Officier Tower from the start, but you didn't. S definitely wouldn't want this to happen." Hearing this, Lucy froze, plunged into endless sorrow, but a moment later, a magic spell formed around her. She said coldly, "That's something I'll decide after I see Ed Rothtaylor." But before she could act, a sword suddenly slashed toward her, startling her. Liliaza followed the path of the sword and saw Gobi Usero standing there, trembling, saying through gritted teeth, "You're all insane. You're not getting through." Lucy frowned, looking at him, but felt not even a hint of a threat. With a cold snort, she snapped her fingers, and a magic orb shot toward Gobi Usero. The top student of the 52nd class, Combat Division, Gobi Usero, was taken down in a single second. Lucy, the cause of this entire situation, had thrown all caution to the wind after S's death. At the same time, on the battlefield of Geach and Wade, Wade was pointing his sword at Geach. He said coldly, "Bring Ed Rothtaylor here." Seeing Wade charge forward, Geach remained calm. He waited until Wade's sword was right in front of him, then sidestepped to avoid it. Immediately after, he raised his own sword to parry, but his sword speed was just too fast, causing Wade's expression to sour. He recognized the swordsmanship he was using as the Itlan family style, but it was too different and difficult to understand. The noble swordsmanship learned at the Itlan estate combined with the wildness of beasts from the northern plains, a freestyle, but not completely detached from the theory of practical swordsmanship. However, it was not yet perfected, so Wade could still grit his teeth and defend himself. Gitch's center of gravity was too far off, creating an opening. Realizing this, Wade was extremely pleased. He hurriedly thrust his sword toward Gitch's waist. In a critical moment, a tornado shot out from Gig's hand. A blade of wind instantly slashed at the tip of Wade's sword, but Wade seized the opening, rushing forward and striking Gig in the face. The blow sent Gig flying, his body landing in a pile of rubble. Wade coughed dryly twice, then pushed himself back to his feet. "Of course, senior." With those words, he smirked widely. "I love fighting strong opponents. This is my chance to test my skills against someone as powerful as you. How could I give up so easily? Entertain me a little more." As he spoke, he gripped his sword and charged forward. Gig scoffed, saying coldly, "Pathetic. Wade, You don't love to fight. You love to win." As he spoke, he swiftly raised his sword, parrying Wade's strike. His low voice continued, "You're only interested in fights. You think you can win, aren't you?" At those words, Wade's eyes narrowed. He shot back suspiciously. "What are you talking about?" Gig gave a faint laugh and said casually, "If you truly wanted to fight the strong, you wouldn't have challenged me." An ordinary second-year student in the magic department. The top student of the second-year magic department isn't me, it's Lucime. Before he could say more, he was coldly cut off. "If you keep making excuses, you're nothing but a coward," he shouted. He immediately slammed Wade's sword to the ground, but he was shaken by Gig's words. Seizing that opportunity, Gig brought his magic-infused sword to his opponent's throat, but just as the tip was about to pierce his neck, he stopped. Wade's face turned grim. He gritted his teeth and asked, "So what do you want me to do against an unbeatable opponent?" "That's just ridiculous." Hearing this, Gig nodded without hesitation and replied coldly, "Yes, that right there is your limit." But just then, a loud commotion erupted from the direction of the square. The disturbance was, of course, caused by Lucy. She had left Sylvania in ruins. Arrogance is the very thing that has killed countless warriors in this world. Be wary of those who are confident in their own strength and see reckless charges as a virtue, and never admire those who constantly risk their lives just to prove themselves. Be afraid. Fear is his weapon, but living like that, there will come a time when he can no longer move forward. Even if he runs away as always, there will come a time when his feet are stuck to the ground, unable to move. His whole body was trembling, but the hand holding the sword was unusually steady. Remember that feeling, the feeling that urges him to press forward, even knowing failure is certain. Although Kobe Usher's body was now covered in wounds, his entire aura had completely changed. It was as if he had become a different person, his eyes bloodshot and filled with killing intent, because his strength was his conviction. From the sidelines, Alivi watched this scene and couldn't help but wonder, is that really Kobe Usher? But to Lucy, he was nothing. A bow and arrow that looked like a fiery phoenix appeared in her hands. Without hesitation, it shot straight forward. In an instant, a massive explosion echoed, filling the entire square with smoke and fire. Kobe Usher still hadn't forgotten his promise not to kill. However, the reason he could use that forbidden art was because this monster couldn't possibly be killed with his current power. Just then, a strange turn of events surprised Lucy. A figure burst out from within the flames. Lucy was slightly startled and glanced behind her, only to see Kobe Usher charging with his sword. But before he could even touch Lucy, a whirlwind appeared. In an instant, a look of disbelief crossed Kobe's face. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by Lucy's magic. But Kobe Usher was not so easily defeated. He still managed to get back up. Wounds were now piled upon his body, fresh blood flowing over the dried layers from before. Judging by the amount of blood he was losing, it wouldn't be surprising if Kobe Usher collapsed at any moment. But like a moth to a flame, he gripped his sword tightly and charged towards Lucy without a shred of hesitation. But something happened that surprised Lucy, considering his mounting injuries and his body soaked in fresh blood. The amount of magical energy surrounding his sword and body grew immensely stronger. This was a cursed sword, a forbidden art of the Norton clan, the Bloodslaughter forbidden sword art, and right now, Kobe Usher was using it to attack Lucy. To others, it was a terrifying sword, but not necessarily to Lucy. The moment the tip of the blade reached her, she simply raised a hand and fired a magic blast, easily blocking Kobe Usher's sword. Immediately after, she clenched her hand into a fist. In an instant, Kobe Usher's entire body was attacked by a magic circle, but another strange event occurred, causing Lucy's eyes to widen in shock. Because in that moment, Kobe Usher was like a ferocious beast, charging forward aggressively. Lucy quickly regained her composure and cast a spell to block him. Boom! A massive collision rang out. The two were locked in a stalemate. Before long, a huge explosion erupted. Kobe Usher was thrown back, landing in a pile of rubble, his entire body covered in blood. Using one's own blood to generate an immense source of power. It had long been a forbidden art in the Norton clan. Kobe was once subjected to gossip when he used it to kill someone. Not even the head of the Norton clan could use this forbidden technique, but there was an exception. There were those who didn't shun him, who didn't see him as a monster, but in the end, his hands were still stained with blood. He relied on the forbidden art to awaken, becoming the very thing the Nortan clan despised, abandoning him. He awakened the forbidden blood sword, the demon sword, Kobe Usher, but now, he had to admit that the person in front of him was the real monster. And Lucy was now using lightning magic to attack Kobe Usher. At the same time, in the building where Gig and Tandi were, a voice urged them on. "Come on, we're almost there. This way. If you go through the door at the end of that hall, you too can escape." But then, their obstacle appeared. The person before them made Gig extremely wary. His movements halted accordingly. Lo leaned her back against the door, smirking at the two of them. "If you go through the door at the end of that hall, you too can escape," she said with a laugh. After saying this, Lo's face was full of provocation. Not daring to be careless, he pointed his sword at her, but then he heard her say coldly, "Many of the paths have been blocked, but you're lucky. Tandi, shouldn't you be thanking Gig for coming with you?" With that, she turned to leave, but he called out to her. He asked hesitantly, "Have you heard any news about my senior?" Lo pouted slightly and said indifferently, "I don't know anything about that." Gig didn't believe her at all and continued to press. "If Tandi wasn't with me, what would you have done?" Hearing this, Lo pondered for a moment before saying coldly, "I would have killed her." Gig looked at her, alarmed, and quickly advised, "That's too reckless." Lo snorted lightly and said casually, "You're right, Gig. Instead of killing her quickly, I would torture her. I wonder if she would confess to anything then?" "I didn't do it," Tandi retorted, terrified. She knew no one would believe her, but she still wanted to say it. Lo, however, didn't seem to care much. She shook her head and said, "It's okay, Tandi. Go. After all, in a one-on-one fight here, I can't possibly defeat him. Right? Gig." Lo's meaning was, "I can't win, so I'll let him go." The realization sent a chill down his spine, a fear born from his own intuition. Everyone in Sylvania knew that making an enemy of Lo was an incredibly foolish act. The moment this girl showed hostility, he couldn't imagine what was hiding behind that door. He had absolutely no idea what to do in this situation. His anxiety deepened. However, he didn't realize why they were still safe up to this point. The reason they had time to stop and think like this was because someone was risking their life to hold back the monster outside. Alivi witnessed it all, tears streaming down her face, mingling with the rain. By now, Kobusher had been hit by too many high-level magic spells. His entire body was a canvas of wounds. In this tragic moment, he couldn't help but remember his past. Kobol's older brother once told him, "Don't be so hard on yourself. It's not your fault. It's the fault of those who wanted to challenge your power. Lift your head and look. It's not a curse." A hero who once charged to the front lines for their beliefs would never falter before a swarming enemy army. This was their ancestor. Belgus Soner Zeet, you stood up and protected this family. If Kobol could obtain that power, he could become a hero just like him. But in this moment, Kobol believed his brother was wrong. For a demon sword like him to live in the Nojeong family was, in itself, a disgrace. No matter how rationally he acted, the moment he lost control, the world around him would become nothing but a sea of blood. For the monster slaughtering everything in its path with blazing red eyes full of hatred, the concept of morality was merely a vague notion. At this moment, Kobol was still relentlessly fighting Lucy. Unfortunately, Lucy's magical power was too strong. The moment he charged, he was sent flying. But he was like a moth to a flame, rushing to his death, ignoring the lightning bolts Lucy unleashed. Lucy simply watched impassively as he threw his life away. But in that moment, she was surprised to find that Kobol had broken through the lightning and brought his sword right to her face. A cut appeared on her neck and fresh blood began to flow. Someone once said to Kobol, "You think you can become a hero with just that power?" Lost. At first, Kobol didn't believe it. But when he lost control, with blood-red eyes full of killing intent, he killed his own beloved brother. Until his last breath, his brother didn't blame Kobol. He even felt lucky, because the person Kobol killed was him and no one else. At least he could be the one to forgive his little brother. He even reassured Kobol, telling him not to blame himself. A true hero died that day, killed by the hand of an inhuman monster. That's why, in this moment, Kobol's sword didn't strike. He bit his lip fiercely, cursing in frustration. "Damn it, I really can't do it. I want to be a hero." With that thought, Kobol's body could no longer hold out and collapsed. He didn't want to become a monster. Besides, the academy students would be here soon. He wouldn't have to fight Lucy anymore. This was enough. With the blood rift sword technique, the more his wounds spread and the more blood he lost, the more power enveloped his sword, making his body stronger and more brutal. It was true. For a monster on the brink of death, it becomes stronger and more frenzied than ever. However, even that immense power wasn't enough to touch Lucy. But you see, that was a once-in-a-lifetime moment. Was it the carelessness of the strong, or the will of the weak to fight to the bitter end? Lucy felt that she might actually die. For Lucy, who had always lived as the strong one, this was an unforgettable feeling. The fear of death, something she was experiencing for the very first time. It made Lucy determined to kill this monster. A human who had lost all self-control, who had lost his humanity upon becoming a monster. But in the next instant, before she could strike, someone suddenly attacked from behind, startling Lucy. She turned her head. Even Kobol, lying on the ground, didn't understand what was happening. When they looked over, they saw a person in a black cloak approaching. Seeing that person's face, Kobol let out a sigh of relief. "You're still alive?" This bastard Zeke was completely bewildered, unsure what to do about the hate-filled Lortel in front of him. "What the hell am I supposed to do now? Why did things get so damn complicated? There's no time left. I have to make a decision now." He turned his gaze to the girl, standing there coldly, and began to speak. "Well then, Lortel, Before he could finish, the sound of shattering glass suddenly erupted beside them, throwing everything into chaos once again. Dix's eyes were wide with confusion, not understanding what was happening. Who is it now? Beside him, Lortel was in the same state. The coldness on her face was gone, replaced by bewildered confusion. It was Yanika, who for some reason had to smash through a glass window to get inside. It was a very cinematic superhero-like entrance, but since she's pretty, we'll let it slide. She crashed hard into Lortel, and both of them ended up sprawled on the ground. Her cheeks flushed red, realizing she might have gone a bit overboard. Now she was sitting on top of Lortel, utterly embarrassed and awkward. Lortel, who was already dazed, was suddenly knocked over by Yanika. "Yanika Sunbei, what are you doing?" She immediately shook herself hard to get the rainwater off, just like one of my puppies, huh? Yanika pointed towards Ed Roth-Taylor, who was standing nearby, and said in a fluster, "Ah, I finally found you, Tan." Hearing this, the poor girl started trembling all over again. She had almost died last time for provoking this big sister Yanika, so it seems the memory still haunted her. Lortel's eyes widened in shock. Yanika Sunbei, how can she be so calm after hearing that E. Sunbei was murdered? What on earth is going on? Has she gone crazy? Wait, something's not right. Could it be E. Sunbei? Faced with everyone's stares, Yanika turned away awkwardly. Did I ruin the mood in here?" Suddenly, from behind her, a high-level wind spirit slowly appeared and said, "Not at all. On the contrary, you did a great job." Yanika returned to the battle. At that moment, Koble was still in the middle of his tirade. "You came at just the right time, huh? Glad you're still alive, you bastard." E, is that you, Koble?" E slowly began to speak, his voice low and heavy with exhaustion. "Yeah, I know I was miserably defeated. I know that no matter how hard I tried, it was useless. Even if I risked my life, I couldn't even touch that person. So, I should have just run away like I always do. But why am I the only idiot? The weak know they can't fight back, yet they still charge in. And for what? Even though no one ordered them to, they're still willing to destroy everything they've worked so hard to build. Like everyone else, if I had just given up, things would have been so much easier. Even knowing such a thing doesn't exist, deep inside that broken heart, a tiny flicker of faith glows in the silent darkness. Did it really think it could become a hero? Why won't everyone just leave me in peace?" As he spoke, he gritted his teeth against the pain. Beside him, Arwen struggled to carry the heavily injured Koble, and that was despite her own injuries being far from light. And yet, after all that, to still not be able to win. It was a mistake, a meaningless mistake. Why do they just keep piling up? Amidst the torrent of negative self-blame that held all the pain Koble had endured, E placed a hand on his shoulder, a comforting gesture for his friend. "Thank you, Arwen, Koble. Your efforts were not in vain. They were truly admirable and noble. So, you don't need to blame yourself. You deserve to be proud of what you've done." Koble's eyes widened in shock. Perhaps this was the first time he had ever received such recognition. Finishing his words, E turned to face Lucy, ignoring Arwen's questioning voice. Who are you? You don't need to comfort me with words like that. I'm an idiot. A stupid, stupid idiot. I know that." After saying those words, Koble collapsed and passed out. With injuries that severe, it was a miracle he had lasted this long. E glanced back in surprise. He knew the combat capabilities of all the key figures in this academy very well, but neither he nor anyone else had thought something like this could happen. It took at least 10 minutes for everyone to evacuate and for E to arrive, and yet Koble had managed to hold out for that entire time, all by himself. The countless slash marks all around were the result of Koble's struggle to stop Lucy, the final boss of Act 3 in the failed sword Saint of Sylvania, as he awakened and fought back. Her face darkened, reflecting the turmoil of her thoughts. "I'm sorry about this. I couldn't tell you beforehand. I need to die right now for certain reasons. I'm in a pretty tight spot myself, so I couldn't find a chance to tell you." As he said this, a stunned look flashed in the other's eyes. Lucy stood there, speechless. She ran over and hugged S's frame as if she had so much to say. Tears streamed down her small cheeks. I thought you were dead. I was so angry with myself for not being able to protect you." "It's okay. I'm still alive." S gently placed his injured hand on Lucy's shoulder, a sincere comfort and apology. "I'm still here, so you don't have to worry like that. I will never let something like this happen again." The scene shifts back to the hallway. G was now incredibly tense, as Janik had appeared right after he left the safe zone. Ree was confident that he rarely ever felt scared of anything, but now, a high-level spirit had appeared. He knew all too well how strong it was. "G's found you. Tan, I've been looking everywhere for you." The wind spirit's eyes, though gentle, were no different from the grim reaper knocking on the souls of those being hunted. This is going to be tough. After hearing that their senior had died, the two of them nearly lost their minds. Sorrowful thoughts flowed through the overwhelmed young man's head. "Wait, I have something to tell you about S. Ish." For some reason, even though she spoke gently, this damn guy saw her expression as villainous. He immediately unleashed his magic towards Yenika Fileover, trying to stop her, even though it was pretty much useless. Snap out of it, Tan. Ish's face grew tense. Follow the small path behind you, and when you reach the fork, head west. Just keep running like your life depends on it, and you'll reach the dormitory area. Once you've escaped your pursuers, find help. Since you're from the Joe Taylor family, seeking help from the royal family or an allied noble family would be ideal. Tan's face was a mask of panic. What about you, Senior? I'll do everything I can to hold them off, for as long as possible. I don't know how much I can do, but I'm sure it won't be for long. But why would you do that? If you weren't my senior's little sister, I wouldn't be doing this. Consider yourself lucky. Now run. Deech let out a sigh of relief. Good. Now I can fight without holding back. I guess you two won't listen to a word I say now, will you? Yenika Failover, I know exactly how you feel right now. I am in love with someone too. On the other side, it seemed that after hearing Diche's explanation, Lortel Caheln had understood everything. She turned her face towards Diche, as if trying to listen to what he had to say. If I had to lose the person I love, just imagining it is agonizing. The flames of rage would burn up my entire being. Of course it would be. Because that's the person you love more than anyone. Yenika Fileover, you love Senior more than anyone else, he shouted right in Janek's face, full of audacity. I know just how deep your feelings for Senior are. I get it, okay? Hearing such insolent words, Yenika Fileover's face turned beet red. She didn't know where to look. The passionate feelings you have for Senior, no matter what, they'll remain in your heart and become a part of you. Before he could finish, a powerful fire spell slammed right into Dishi's stomach, turning his last words into nothing but a groan. Ugh, that was a powerful spell. It blew the wall away, leaving behind a cloud of smoke and a gaping hole. Dishe was hit for no reason. He lay there, smoke rising from his body, seemingly unconscious. Seriously, he totally deserved to get hit for being so damn cheeky, spilling a girl's secret like that. Of course, Yenika Failover had to shut him up when she got that flustered. She tapped Dishe with her staff to see if he was dead. S isn't dead, so please, just stop. Don't say another word. Back to S. Under the waning crescent moon that illuminated the hazy darkness, S held Lucy tightly in his arms. Spring has fallen. After washing away the last of the petals and the scent of the wind, a new season will begin. Feelings are the same. Once they are released, the mind becomes clearer, and a relationship enters a new phase. I always thought the way I felt about my grandfather was the same as how I felt about S. But that feeling, while similar, was also slightly different. What exactly was that difference? Suddenly, Lucy raised her hands and pushed S away. Surprised, he asked, "What's wrong?" Lucy was panting, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Now, just calling his name is enough to make her breathless and her face burn red. Ah, she's in love. So damn cute. I'm just saying his name normally. So why is my heart pounding like this? Lucy had finally realized her true feelings. Perhaps she had fallen in love with him. The faint scent of grass in the air brought a very pleasant feeling. Sometimes, from the haystack in the corner of the hut, that fresh scent would return to her memories. Lucy didn't hate that cool, gentle scent, so she just let it spread everywhere. However, the maids didn't like it one bit. They say that the body of a heavy smoker gives off a strong smell of tobacco. A girl who spent her childhood playing in a peach garden will have hair that always carries the light, elegant scent of peaches. To put it simply, once you recognize someone's signature scent, it's incredibly difficult to forget or ignore it. From Lucy, S could sense the cool scent of grass that he had long grown familiar with. S gently shielded his face from view and spoke. There's a lot we need to do. The academy will surely be here soon, so we don't have much time. I have to explain the situation to everyone, but I can't reveal too much either. As he spoke, he picked up Lucy's hat, which had fallen to the ground. First, I'll inform Kobel, Ali, and Visa X. Lortel Caheln and Yenika Fileover are already looking for Tan. The rain has stopped too. We should probably go meet the others. Lucy, her face flushing with embarrassment, took the hat and wouldn't stop stammering. What? You mean you didn't hear anything I just said? Listen carefully. You're going to be disciplined for your actions. On top of that, Kobel and Ali were injured. You have to apologize to them too. Lucy tried to pull her hood down to hide her flustered expression. I have to apologize? Of course you do. They got hurt trying to stop you. Ali lost all the magic tools she'd spent so long making just to buy a few short seconds to hold you back. And although Eliza attacked first, it had no effect. As for Kobel, he was seriously injured because he used too much of a forbidden art's power and pushed himself to the limit. Even though they all came at you with everything they had, you still have to apologize. But I tried my best to hold back my power so that no one would die. Her voice was weak and trembling as she tried to justify her actions in front of the boy she loved. Lucy's eyes widened in shock, as if she'd just realized something. The person opposite her sighed wearily. If you don't want to, then I'll apologize to them for you. I'm partly responsible for all this. Anyway, Seeing S's reaction, Lucy seemed to turn to stone. He's so...